Chen Mo transmigrated into a savage, prehistoric world of beast-eared people and became part of the wolf-eared tribe. From the start, he failed his beastification ritual, and his tribe expelled him. After all, a few centimeters of sharp teeth and claws are no match for a spear. Wandering the wilderness, he picked up a clever and adorable rabbit-eared girl, gathered abandoned beast-eared people, learned to make fire by friction, wove nets for fishing, crafted tools, and eventually entered the Bronze Age to unify the tribes. Chen Mo, I just wanted to build a civilization for beast-eared people. I didn't mean to collect all these beast-eared girls. They came to me on their own. If you like prehistoric world stories, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Beastification failed, expelled from the tribe. The old shaman, draped in ancestral wolf pelts, knelt solemnly before the stone statue of the wolf lord, murmuring strange, archaic words. When the prayer ended, he stood and had several tribe members bring out a bowl of bright red blood. A line of newly matured wolf-eared youths waited, anticipation in their eyes. The full moon rose, and the moment had come. The shaman dipped his fingers in the blood and approached the first boy in line. The boy looked bewildered. This was his first time seeing such a solemn ritual. The youths behind him were visibly excited. The shaman's icy fingers traced a circle on the boy's forehead. His hand slowly transformed into a sharp claw. With the tribe's howls filling the night, the claw slashed across the boy's chest, blood spraying. Chen Mo's eyes tracked the flying droplets, and the pain in his chest made him realize this wasn't a dream. He had truly transmigrated. But the shaman's expression darkened instantly. The first attempt at totemic beastification had failed, and disgust flashed across his face. Get out! Chen Mo didn't even growl in response. Words like 30 years east, 30 years west were beyond these people. He didn't expect them to understand any harsh words he might mutter. He hadn't expected to be abandoned immediately after transmigrating. Strictly speaking, he had been exiled. In his memory, even the younger siblings who had grown up following him now looked at him with disdain, watching him leave the tribal lands as if he were forbidden to ever return. Failures of totemic beastification were rare in the tribe, maybe one or two every few years. Chen Mo was this year's only failure. Even the father who led the wolf clan couldn't save him, and his stepfather didn't seem to like him anyway. In this primitive beast-eared world, the ritual was everything. Only those who gained beastification could hunt and survive. Fail, and you were cast out, left to die in the predator-filled wilderness. Chen Mo analyzed his situation calmly. He didn't feel much despair. He touched the furry wolf ears on his head, shivering slightly in the early spring chill. Naked and alone, he surveyed the dark forest ahead. In his memories, a barrier tribe lived nearby. He couldn't risk intruding on their territory. Even fully beastified, wolves of the tribe would respect them. Gradually adapting to his new body, Chen Mo relied on his wolf bloodline, sharp hearing and smell. Clenching his fists, he headed south toward the mountains, searching for a safe shelter in the endless wilds. Being alone in the wild at night was dangerous, even for wolf-eared people. At sunrise, the dew on the young grass evaporated into mist. The southern mountains were collectively called the ancestral mountains by the wolf tribes, a rare feat, since their language system was so primitive that words had to be expressed one at a time. By a creek, a frail rabbit-eared girl crouched motionless in the grass. Her ears twitched as she scanned the area. Once she ensured no other beast-eared tribe members or wild beasts were nearby, she darted to the water's edge and drank deeply to relieve her thirst. The icy water refreshed her, but as she cupped more water, her reflection revealed a fox face behind her. Her heart raced, but she stayed remarkably calm. Using a last-ditch survival move, she leapt several meters across the creek, sprinting toward the bushes. The fox, faster and stronger, closed in. Its foul odor filled her nostrils. She fell exhausted. The fox leapt to strike, but before it could bite her neck, she kicked it away with all her strength. Rolling to her feet, she saw a figure nearby, holding a wooden stick. A spear whistled past her head, and the fox lay sprawled, gripping the stick in confusion and pain. The wolf-eared boy approached her. She recognized the ears, wolf ears. She collapsed, her legs weak from her desperate escape. I'm scared, she whispered. Death didn't come. She realized she was in a small cave. Her rabbit eyes adjusted to the dim light, noticing the boy manipulating a strange stick, clearly busy. She considered escaping, but the entrance was small, there was no quiet way out. The boy spoke, "Don't be afraid. I only eat wild beasts. I have no interest in beast-eared people. You're too weak to run anyway." The rabbit girl was astonished. Beast-eared people shared a basic language system. Even across tribes, words and syllables were similar. She understood after a few moments. "You failed your beastification," Chen Mo said. The rabbit girl couldn't believe it but chose to converse, hoping for a chance to escape. Chen Mo had been alone in the mountains for days, surviving on spring vegetables and berries, using his wolf instincts and rudimentary traps to catch a wild rabbit. With meat in hand, he regained some strength. He spent 2 days crafting a spear, ready to hunt larger prey. That day, he found the rabbit girl being chased by a fox. In this world, wild beasts were enormous, larger than anything on Earth. Even the herd of deer by the creek, bigger than camels, deterred him with their intimidating antlers and sharp gaze. Chen Mo's spear-throwing skills were improving, but accuracy required practice. He managed to hit the fox from less than 20 meters away, just in time to save the rabbit girl. The girl, small and delicate, with her naked, childlike body, didn't interest him. He was driven by wolf instincts and survival. Her eyes, reflecting a shared hardship, whispered, "I failed." Her people, herbivorous beast-eared tribes, also discarded those who failed beastification. Without it, they couldn't properly digest plant fiber. Her fate would have been like his, abandoned to die. Chen Mo continued preparing fire with a primitive bow method. After several days of trial, he finally coaxed sparks into a growing flame. The rabbit girl screamed in shock. To her, fire was a disaster, a destructive force, but to Chen Mo, it was triumph. That night, Chen Mo cleaned the fox pelt, scraping and baking it by the fire. Tomorrow, he would soak it with ashes to produce crude fur clothing. Chen Mo didn't have a system, like in some transmigrative stories. He relied solely on survival knowledge accumulated from reading novels and writing stories, combined with vivid memories of Earth, to recreate the basics of primitive survival. Chapter 2. Let us call you Chinyu. The fox fur was spread out over the haystack, providing a comfortable resting place. However, tonight there was an additional occupant in the cave. The little rabbit, with her ears perked, did not leave. She sensed that the wolf-eared youth before her was unlike the others. He appeared disinterested in her flesh. With the vast world around her and nowhere to hide, she chose to remain. Chen Mo hardly engaged with her, and naturally, he harbored no other desires towards her. Covered in dirt, with a flat physique, she lacked the allure of the fox meat before him. Once roasted, Chen Mo inhaled the strong, musky scent of the fox. A keen sense of smell could be a burden, but in the name of survival, he took a hearty bite, forgoing salt. The flavor was indescribable. Yet his primal hunger for meat allowed him to overlook these concerns. Girdle. The little girl squatting against the cave wall, hugging her knees, swallowed hard. Chen Mo, somewhat surprised, picked up a piece of roasted meat and tentatively asked, "Would you like some?" The little rabbit's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, she scampered over and snatched it with her mouth, her tiny hands clutching the meat as she took small bites. Chen Mo was taken aback, then recalled that some herbivores do consume meat to supplement their protein intake. Wild rabbits occasionally eat meat for additional protein and fat, and given that she had evolved into a humanoid form, she likely possessed the digestive enzymes needed to process it. To his astonishment, he and the little girl devoured nearly half of the fox, which amounted to at least 7 or 8 pounds of meat. He patted his belly, feeling quite satisfied. He planned to smoke the remaining fox meat the next day. Early spring weather was not overly warm, allowing for a few days of preservation. As the campfire slowly extinguished, Chen Mo buried some embers with ashes from burnt grass and wood. After completing these tasks, he dragged a piece of dry wood to block the cave entrance and covered the top with branches. Once all was done, he turned around to find the little rabbit curled up in a corner, unable to suppress a gasp. His eyes glimmered with a faint green light, which frightened her. "Time to sleep," Chen Mo said, uninterested in comforting her. He had saved her today, recognizing that this little rabbit, even in despair, had the cunning to retaliate against predators. Both her courage and intelligence warranted rescue. Moreover, solitude was exceedingly lonely. The following morning, Chen Mo awoke from his slumber, greeted by a faint fragrance. Looking down, he found a small creature nestled in his arms, her drooping rabbit ears brushing against his hand, which was clutching her tiny tail. Chen Mo was surprised by her audacity to sleep in the embrace of her natural enemy. He couldn't resist reaching out to tug at her rabbit ears, causing the little rabbit to wake abruptly, her body trembling as she inadvertently grasped something peculiar. "Let go," Chen Mo commanded in a low voice. The little rabbit instinctively released her grip and turned to him with a pitiful gaze. "Wolf, don't eat me." Seeing his fierce expression, she feared he intended to devour her. Chen Mo scoffed with a smile, "You're not tasty." Rising to his feet, he realized he was without clothing, certain features becoming strikingly apparent in the morning light, causing the little rabbit to widen her eyes in surprise. He stroked his chin, deciding he should first catch some wild rabbits and skin them for a skirt. Coming from a civilized world, running around naked felt inherently wrong. If he were to be so indiscreet, a slip could cost him a lifetime of happiness. The little rabbit, fully awake now, rubbed her eyes as her stomach began to rumble. Chen Mo gently nudged her, "Let us go find food." Her eyes lit up, a smile gracing her lips, as she felt recognized and included in the quest for sustenance. In early spring, the vegetation on the hillside had yet to break through the soil completely, compelling them to descend to warmer areas in search of food. The two shared a piece of fox meat for breakfast. During this time, Chen Mo earnestly pointed to himself, declaring, "I, Chen Mo." After several repetitions, the little rabbit finally grasped it, and mimicked his pronunciation, Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction, ruffling her hair. Yes. The little rabbit called out again, Mo. Yes. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, intending to bestow her with a name. With her long white ears, she reminded him of the jade rabbit. And he ultimately decided to name her Chunyu. The little rabbit only understood that Chunyu represented her identity upon reaching the foot of the mountain. And her joy was palpable as she frolicked on the gentle grassy slopes, wielding the stone spear Chen Mo had given her. Chen Mo had prepared 3 stone spears, giving one to Chunyu while carrying the other to himself. He fashioned a belt from tree bark, from which hung a makeshift stone dagger that barely resembled a knife. Upon reaching the stream, Chunyu was delighted to discover small yellow flowers sprouting along the grassy banks. She eagerly plucked some, chewing them, and even gathering some for Chen Mo, who shook his head. He had no desire to consume uncooked, unfamiliar plants. Delicious, Chunyu exclaimed with excitement, believing these springtime yellow flowers were edible. Unfortunately, Chen Mo was not fond of them, leaving her feeling a bit disheartened as she dutifully followed him, uncertain of his intentions but trusting that being with him would ensure her safety. As they approached the stream, several herbivores grazed nearby, and a wild gray rabbit, a distant relative of Chunyu, sensed danger and vanished in an instant, its speed astonishing. Previously, Chen Mo might have attempted to throw something, but today he made no such move. Instead, he approached the stream, found some bushes, and demonstrated to Chunyu how to break off some branches, using his stone dagger to carefully whittle away at the bark. After showing her, he handed the dagger to Chunyu, instructing her, do it. Chunyu blinked her sparkling eyes, somewhat perplexed, yet she accepted the dagger and began to peel the bark just as he had shown her. Chen Mo stepped into the chilly stream, where the water barely reached his knees, crystal clear and teeming with fish, with no bears around to compete for the catch. The primitive stream was rich in aquatic resources. On occasion, he could even snatch a few with his hands. Nevertheless, he diligently practiced spearing fish, achieving success only 3 times out of dozens of attempts. However, each catch was substantial enough to suffice for their lunch. Chunyu let out a startled cry, prompting Chen Mo to furrow his brow and rush over, discovering her finger bleeding. The little one had endured much but managed to maintain her composure, though her eyes held a hint of distress. Chen Mo comforted her by ruffling her hair, then searched the grassy banks for a familiar type of herb, recalling its properties from his memories. He chewed the grass into a paste and applied it to her finger. The hemostatic herb resembled the burdock he recognized, although he had never seen it on Earth. This memory stemmed from his experiences in this world, where the beast-eared people, in their humanoid forms, had not only developed a basic language system but also retained some survival knowledge. For instance, when injured, the wolf-eared would instinctively seek out hemostatic herbs. These could be consumed directly or mashed and applied to wounds to halt bleeding. In countless worlds, wise beings possessed their own survival skills. Chen Mo recalled how the large yellow creatures in his village would seek various herbs when unwell, a practice honed over centuries, if not millennia, of collective survival wisdom. Having finished fishing, Chen Mo noted that Chunyu, still clumsy, could not assist much at the moment. He set about weaving a simple container from the branches and bark. For a fish trap was not yet feasible, he merely hoped to create a rudimentary vessel. The little rabbit sat quietly beside him, watching intently as Chen Mo skillfully twisted the tree bark into cord. She found it utterly fascinating, observing his every movement with great concentration. By noon, Chen Mo had finally completed a container that resembled a basin. He intricately wove the base from interlaced branches, bending the excess twigs upward, adding layer upon layer of additional branches, securing them in place, and ultimately fastening the final position with the tree bark cord to prevent the branches from scattering. After excavating some yellow clay from the depths by the creek, he placed it into the grassy basin, tossing 3 fish directly onto the clay. He then leisurely led the little rabbit back to the cave halfway up the mountain. The aroma of grilled fish wafted in the noon air, and despite her aversion to meat, Chunyu endured and gnawed on half a fish to satiate her hunger, while Chen Mo insisted she finish an entire one. Believing her frail body required more nourishment, the remaining 2 fish found their way into Chen Mo's stomach. Having filled their bellies, he resolved to experiment with firing clay pots. For drinking raw water over an extended period could lead to a short life and illness. In his memory, the beast-eared tribes had benefited from their humanoid forms, significantly extending their lifespans. The fortunate wolf-eared tribe could live into their 30s. With a humanoid form, access to food, and hygiene practices, Chen Mo believed reaching the age of 50 or 60 should not pose a problem. Yet, their tribe's lifestyle remained primitive, consuming raw water and meat, and retaining the savage habits of their beastly ancestors. Chapter 3, A Fortunate Discovery. The clay Chen Mo brought back was merely to enhance the airtightness of the small stove he constructed from stones. The winds at the mountainside were fierce, making it difficult for the flames at the cave entrance to gather properly through the gaps. After coating the stones with clay, Chen Mo instructed Chen Yu. Stay here and do not go outside. He spoke succinctly to ensure she understood quickly. Feeling a bit frightened being alone in the cave, she instinctively grasped his arm. Chen Mo smiled gently. I will find food and return before sunset. The little rabbit understood. Her mother often said similar things back in their tribe. After resting for a while, he took up 2 long spears and descended the mountain once more. The descent from the mountainside was not tiring, as the height did not exceed 300 or 400 meters, and he soon arrived at the stream upon which his survival depended. He planned to collect more stones and clay to fill the holes in the cave, preventing snakes and insects from intruding. Intending to bring the little rabbit back tomorrow to test out pottery firing. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air, prompting Chen Mo to swiftly dive into the underbrush and lay low. The sound suggested a bear was nearby. Whether it was a wild bear or a bear from the beast-eared tribe remained uncertain. After determining the general direction, Chen Mo hesitated, contemplating whether to investigate the situation. An ear-piercing screech from a wild boar rang out, accompanied by the bear's roar. Were they fighting? No longer hesitating, Chen Mo brandished his 2 long spears and hurried toward the source of the commotion. In the stream, a wild boar nearly 3 meters long glared menacingly at a standing brown bear, which stood less than 2 meters tall and appeared smaller than the average brown bear. Chen Mo quickly discerned that it was not a wild bear, but most likely a member of the bear-eared tribe. The murky waters of the stream were stained with crimson blood, and the brown bear bore a visible wound in its abdomen, clearly having suffered at the hands of the wild boar. Fortunately, its intelligence surpassed that of a typical wild animal, as it maneuvered skillfully to evade the boar's charges instead of recklessly engaging. Chen Mo's eyes gleamed at the sight of the wild boar. It could sustain him for dozens of days. Crouching in the thicket, he gripped his spear tightly, waiting for the opportune moment to strike while the 2 combatants clashed. In the next moment, the bear-eared tribe member transformed, shrinking into the form of a bald, muscular man, blood still oozing from his wound. Grasping his abdomen, his face reflected a bitter determination. This was his territory, and he needed the fish from the creek to survive the spring. Without his beastly transformation, the formidable wild boar took advantage, charging at the bear-eared man. However, the man, undeterred, growled defiantly. To Chen Mo's astonishment, he seized the wild boar's tusks, muscles straining as he was pushed through the water. He refused to let go until the boar paused to catch its breath, after which he exerted all his strength to plunge the boar's head beneath the water. With a resounding splash, the boar let out a cry, but its vitality was tenacious. The bear-eared man was violently tossed aside, crashing into the creek, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the wild boar gasped for air, and Chen Mo sensed an opportunity. Even if he could not kill it, he could easily flee with his wolf-like agility now that the beast had expended much of its energy. Silently, Chen Mo raised his spear and charged from the underbrush. Within 10 meters of the wild boar, it sensed the impending threat and turned, only to find a spear aimed at its blood-red eyes. The spear struck true, piercing the wild boar's eye, eliciting a sharp scream that echoed through the creek. Yet, the spear was merely a stone weapon. Though fortunate to have hit its target, it was not a fatal wound. The injured boar, now enraged, charged at Chen Mo, who swiftly turned to flee, well aware that he could not engage in close combat. The wild boar sprinted rapidly, but Chen Mo kept pace, the distance between them shrinking to mere meters. However, the boar's speed began to wane. Having just battled the bear, it was now out of breath, trembling as it stood still, gasping for air. Yet, it abandoned its prey only to find that annoying human returning. Chen Mo, without his spear, picked up stones and hurled them from a distance of 6 or 7 meters at the boar. The wild boar howled in pain, attempting to rise and intimidate Chen Mo, but he retreated each time. When the boar finally seemed to lose its resolve, Chen Mo resumed his assault with stones, continuing this back and forth until the sun dipped below the horizon. The boar's life force was nearly extinguished, yet Chen Mo still refrained from approaching, opting instead to wait patiently. As the first and brightest star appeared in the sky, Chen Mo finally summoned his courage, lifting a stone the size of a human head and cautiously approaching. When he was 3 to 4 meters away, he hurled the stone with all his might. This time, the wild boar emitted no sound, only the dull thud of stone against skull. Elation surged through him as he approached, delivering several thrusts to the boar's abdomen with his spear to confirm its demise. With a sigh of relief, he glanced up at the sky, noting several mountain hawks circling above. Such a sizable catch posed a dilemma. There was no way he could transport it alone, even if he called for the little rabbit. He resolved to attempt to carve off a portion to take back with him. Before proceeding, he dashed to the site of the earlier battle between the bear-eared man and the wild boar, only to find that the man had vanished, leaving Chen Mo with a sense of loss. As long as that individual was alive and nearby, he felt an unsettling sense of danger. Returning, Chen Mo saw several mountain hawks perched atop the wild boar's carcass, pecking at it. He drove them away with stones, then crouched down and slit open the boar's belly, extracting some entrails before cutting off a portion of the abdominal meat. Despite the boar's massive size, its fat content remained surprisingly low. Placing the boar meat into a grass basin, he realized that performing a full butchering in a short time, even with his previous life's experience as a veterinarian, was impossible. He could only take part of the meat, covering the carcass with branches, hoping those pesky mountain hawks would leave him a little more. Back in the cave, the little rabbit's face turned pale upon smelling the strong scent of blood on Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. Look at my prize. He couldn't help but boast. This was his first successful hunt of a large beast, though aided by others. For alone he dared not provoke such a formidable wild boar. The little rabbit's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the boar meat in the basin and the large chunk he had taken from his back. She bounced excitedly in place, baring her white incisors, her red eyes glowing with admiration. We get to eat roasted boar meat, she exclaimed. Compared to fox meat, boar was clearly more delicious. Suddenly, the little rabbit realized she might not despise eating meat as much as she thought, a revelation that puzzled her. Chapter 4. The Bald Barriered Tribe. The next morning, Chen Mo and the little rabbit returned to the boar's remains. Chen Mo's face was filled with anger as he shouted, "Which bastard chewed my boar to this state?" Only a pile of white bones remained, with several bones even missing. He knew many small carnivores roamed nearby, but he hadn't expected them to be so ruthless, devouring an entire wild boar overnight. The only consolation was that bones were valuable, especially the boar's tusks. With a bit of sharpening, they could serve as short weapons. While Chen Mo smashed the bases of the two tusks with stones, the little rabbit studied the bones intently, her expression turning tense. "Bear," she whispered. "Bear? Where?" Chen Mo's body stiffened. The little rabbit pointed to the boar's thigh bone. Chen Mo carefully examined the bite marks, unfamiliar with such traces, but after sniffing, the bloodline memory of the wolf-eared tribe confirmed the little rabbit's judgment. It really was a bear. Chen Mo was taken aback. There seemed to be only one member of the bear-eared tribe nearby, and hadn't he been injured? Yet, despite his severe wounds, he had come to claim a share. The little rabbit then pointed to the ground. Chen Mo felt a flush of embarrassment. The little rabbit was more alert than he was, more like an experienced hunter. Scratching his head, Chen Mo reflected that everyone could be a teacher. Accustomed to his previous life's ways, he was far from qualified as a hunter. After this incident, no large animals appeared near the creek. Occasionally, herds of wild mountain deer wandered by. Chen Mo busied himself teaching the little rabbit to make pottery, refraining from hunting since the food stockpiled in the cave sufficed. Chen Mo taught the little rabbit to shape clay into pottery. The good news was their creations looked quite authentic, but the bad news was that firing success was extremely low. After 7 or 8 days, they had only managed to produce a few small bowls. Undeterred, they persevered, practicing with sustained gentle fires and small kills. Chen Mo recalled videos he had seen, turning the pottery molds upside down to fire them. Gradually accumulating experience, they finally completed a large ceramic jar on the 10th day. Mo, the little rabbit, wrapped in a fox fur around her chest, hugged Chen Mo, spinning and jumping with joy, infusing him with enthusiasm. Chen Mo pinched her rabbit ears. The little creature struck an inward-turned leg pose reminiscent of anime girls, emitting soft hums and trembling slightly, her appearance stirring a primal allure. Laughing, Chen Mo felt a stirring curiosity about whether two different beast-eared races could produce offspring. He recalled that such hybrids existed but typically did not awaken beastly powers and were often rejected by all tribes. Having completed this, Chen Mo had the little rabbit weave bark ropes on the side while he planned to make a stretcher, not for carrying people but for goods. With no cloth available, Chen Mo cut a piece from the fox pelt and, together with the little rabbit, quickly sewed a simple chest wrap. As he went to check the traps nearby for any catches, he noticed a bald man washing himself by the creek. No, not a bald man, a bald member of the barriered tribe. Chen Mo felt no fear. If he couldn't win, he could run. Bears were no match for wolves in speed. In his memory, he had seen barriered tribe members chasing their own kin, as long as one kept a safe distance. They could not catch wolf-eared tribe members. The bald barriered man seemed to sense Chen Mo's gaze, turning to meet his eyes. They were only 2 or 3 meters apart, their eyes locked, and Chen Mo was surprised to see a smile on the man's face. Still, Chen Mo remained cautious. Watching him warily, the barriered man stood up. His abdominal wound appeared to be healing, though a dark red patch was still visible. Chen Mo was surprised that the wound had not become infected. Choosing to turn away, he hurried off with the little rabbit. As Chen Mo left, the barriered man suddenly shouted, "Wolf!" Chen Mo turned back, puzzled. The man touched his bald head and nodded at him. Was this a gesture of goodwill? Chen Mo didn't easily trust him, but nodded in response before walking away. The barriered man looked disappointed, lowering his head as he left the creek. Time passed, and Chen Mo and the little rabbit led a peaceful life. The barriered man often appeared near the creek, seemingly understanding Chen Mo's feelings. Never approaching closer than 20 meters, occasionally tossing a few fish to him. Chen Mo, in turn, sometimes threw a wild rabbit caught in his traps to the man. He rarely ate rabbit meat, not because of the little rabbit, but because rabbit meat was too high in protein and not good to consume in excess. As spring deepened, food was plentiful. The barriered man always squatted by the creek, observing Chen Mo's every move, watching him spear fish with a long spear. The man would pick up a stick to try as well, though he never caught a single fish. Undeterred, he kept trying. Meanwhile, the little rabbit laughed at his clumsy attempts while shaping clay strips. After another failed attempt, the bald barriered man sat in the creek, grinning foolishly. Chen Mo couldn't bear it any longer and gestured for him to throw the stick over. Excited, the bald man grabbed the stick and hurled it. But Chen Mo dodged swiftly. The man's strength was formidable, truly worthy of the bear tribe. Picking up a roughly 1.5 meter long stick, Chen Mo knelt down, took out his stone knife, and began carving it. Soon, he transformed the stick into a wooden spear. He still couldn't be sure whether the man genuinely wished to befriend him. Holding the wooden spear hesitatingly, Chen Mo considered that the primitive beast-eared tribe seemed pure and straightforward, without much guile. Having spent over 20 days together, the man likely bore no ill intent. Just as Chen Mo prepared to throw the spear, a wolf howl sounded nearby. His expression changed sharply. It might be a pack of wild wolves. He immediately called out to the little rabbit, "Chen, you go." Just as he grabbed her hand, the barriered man roared, attempting to use his grisly might to scare off the wolves. Chen Mo shouted back, "Bear, run." The bald barriered man glanced at Chen Mo but did not move. Soon, several wolves emerged from the western bushes, the lead wolf marked by two distinct white tufts of fur at its temples. From a distance of several dozen meters, Chen Mo looked back and recognized them. It's them." Chen Mo slowed his pace. The wolf before him was not particularly large, its length not exceeding 2 meters. Clearly a beastified wolf. The white mane signified it as a member of the wolf-eared clan, a mark of his father, the Wolf King. He hadn't anticipated their arrival in this place. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo, accompanied by the little white rabbit, crouched in the grass on the opposite bank of the stream, observing intently. Several wolves, upon spotting the bald man of the barriered clan, immediately ceased their beastification, reverting to their original forms. 6 members of the wolf-eared clan gathered before the bald man, seemingly engaged in conversation. After a brief exchange, the bald man let out a low growl, stepping forward to express his anger, prompting the 5 behind the Wolf King to immediately beastify and unleash low growls at the bald man of the barriered clan. Chen Yu whispered in Chen Mo's ear, inquiring, "What are they doing?" Chen Mo, still in the mood to teach the little rabbit, encouraged her to repeat, "What are they doing?" "I don't know," he replied, shaking his head. The little rabbit, feeling somewhat anxious, clung to his arm. "Let us go." "It's fine, let us observe a bit longer." Their brief exchange was interrupted by the sound of roaring from the other side. The bald man of the barriered clan had somehow beastified, surrounded by a circle of wolves, who occasionally approached to attempt surprise attacks. Chapter 5. A Helping Hand. The battle raged on, and before long, the bald man returned to his human form, panting heavily, multiple wounds adorning his body. He glanced upstream towards the stream with a look of dismay before turning away, the wolf-eared clan showing him no further hostility as they allowed him to leave. This was a failed attempt to seize territory. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. He did not wish for the wolf-eared clan to extend their domain to this stream. "Let us go, they might catch our scent." Chen Mo's expression turned serious. He had just settled in, only to find his former kin expanding their territory here. Would he have to move again? Upon returning to the cave, Chen Mo realized he needed to make a decision soon, or else the wolf-eared clan's keen sense of smell would eventually lead them to his lair. The campfire flickered as he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, while the little rabbit nestled in his arms slept soundly. Chen Mo reached out to check on the rabbit, noticing she seemed to have grown quite a bit. Moments later, a shiver coursed through him. Was it spring already, the season of animal mating? He muttered to himself, acknowledging that he was no saint, and maintaining composure was not an option. Just the thought of it stirred excitement within him. As he prepared to wake the little rabbit, a sudden noise from outside caught his attention. His traps had been triggered. He quickly rose, grasping his spear, cautiously approaching the cave entrance. He peered through the branches and saw a burly man rolling on the ground, clutching his foot. By the moonlight, Chen Mo discerned the man's rough features. Bald? How had he stumbled into his lair under the cover of darkness? His vigilance heightened. He crouched, spear in hand, ready to strike should the intruder dare to approach. "Wolf!" The bald man of the barriered clan roared. Chen Mo remained silent, and the bald man called out again, "Wolf, come out." The commotion stirred the little rabbit from her slumber. Imitating Chen Mo, She grasped the spear and took small steps towards him. Chen Mo motioned for her to be quiet. The bald man finally regained his composure. Realizing the spikes in the trap had pierced his foot. Even in human form, bears were tough-skinned. He hobbled to within 3 meters of the cave entrance. Chen Mo and Chun Yu held their breath as the bald man sniffed the air, confirming his suspicions. He lowered his voice, stating, "I'm leaving." Chen Mo was taken aback. The man had come to bid farewell. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to respond. For the man had no doubt intended to ambush him long before today. Where to? Hearing Chun Mo's voice, the bald man's eyes brightened. A glimmer of joy crossing his face, though it soon faded as he pointed to the ground. Wolf-eared clan, there's you leave. The man seemed concerned that Chen Mo might perish at the hands of the wolf-eared clan, coming to warn him in secrecy. Chen Mo was surprised by the bald man's sense of loyalty. He parted the branches to reveal his face. The bald man grinned broadly, displaying a simple charm. Chen Mo, having been exiled from his clan and seeing his new home overtaken, recalled the taunting faces and mentally noted this debt. "All right," he replied, acknowledging the bald man. The man hesitated, then pointed eastward, saying, "2 sunsets, water," before mimicking an action that Chen Mo did not comprehend. The bald man slapped his forehead, suddenly beastifying, startling both Chen Mo and Chun Yu momentarily. He quickly reverted to human form, pointing at Chen Mo and then eastward. "You go, no beast." Chen Mo's eyes lit up. He understood the bald man's message. There were non-beastified refugees of the beast-eared clan in that direction, and it seemed there were many. Was it a community of beast-eared individuals incapable of beastification? Nodding, he said, "Thank you." The bald man tilted his head, puzzled by Chun Mo's gratitude. Chen Mo smiled, tossing him a sharpened wooden spear, the one he had crafted for the bald man yesterday. "For you." The bald man picked up the spear from the ground, staring at the tip in astonishment before waving goodbye to Chun Mo and departing into the cold moonlight with his spear in hand. Chun Mo had initially wanted to call the bald man back, but considering the solitary nature of the barriered clan and the lack of mutual trust, he ultimately watched him leave. The earth was lush and vibrant, the wilderness officially entering the depths of spring, with herds of large primal beasts visible across the terrain, which ordinary beast-eared clans dared not provoke. In the ancestral mountain range, a towering peak pierced the clouds, overlooking the surrounding mountains. At its base lay a circular pit resembling a volcanic crater, where a serene lake, akin to a sapphire, rested quietly. Numerous black dots adorned the pit walls. Upon closer inspection, they were entrances to caves housing dozens of beast-eared families who could not beastify, thus banding together for survival. This community comprised various beast-eared clans, led by a man from the tiger-eared clan. Though incapable of beastification, he possessed considerable strength, able to kill a primal wilderness wolf with his bare hands. They had resided there for many years, learning not only to carve out caves, but also to throw stones, utilizing animal bones or thick wooden sticks for hunting. The leader, accompanied by a dozen men, prepared to descend the mountain to capture prey. Their success rate was not inferior to that of beast-eared clans capable of beastification. Yet they still faced discrimination and refrained from provoking other beast-eared clans. Today, at the mountain's base, a herd of rock sheep awaited. The hunt for the large-horned rock sheep proving perilous. A single charge could mean injury or death. Following their leader down the mountain, they traversed through a pine forest, and upon reaching the base, they were fortunate to witness a rare gathering of large-horned rock sheep, as this season marked their mating period. The leader of the rock sheep, engaged in battle for mating rights, paused, sensing danger as the herd began to congregate and move northward. The tiger-eared leader and his group, still lacking effective hunting strategies, yelled and brandished their sticks, chasing after the rock sheep herd, their endurance promising that eventually, some would fall behind. After a while, an elderly rock sheep and a young one lagged behind, and the excited beast-eared individuals began to throw stones, successfully injuring a few rock sheep. It seemed that hunting in spring was not as difficult as anticipated. However, before they could approach, a sudden roar erupted from the east, instilling fear in the beast-eared group as 7 or 8 individuals with golden beards charged towards them. The tiger-eared leader hesitated, then shouted. But the newcomers showed no sign of stopping. With a command, the leader ordered his men to pick up stones from the ground and hurl them at the oncoming foes. Roar! Before the stone had even fallen, that group of individuals had undergone a grotesque transformation, morphing into towering lions, their size surpassing that of the lions from Chen Mo's previous life. Their tough skin and muscular builds rendered them utterly unperturbed by the descending stone. As the pride of lions approached, the tiger-eared leader hesitated momentarily. Today's hunt had failed, and he would once again face the pangs of hunger. He had endured enough of the oppression from the lion-eared tribe, and, with a firm grip on his hefty club, charged forward. A fierce battle ensued, with the club striking against the lion's body, failing to deliver any fatal blows. Yet, once one of their massive forms was toppled, it was a gruesome spectacle. Flesh and blood flying as their necks were savagely bitten through. Soon, fear took hold of some, prompting them to flee. The Tiger Ear leader, true to his title, skillfully maneuvered, bringing his bone club down hard upon a lion's nose, but sustained deep scratches to his abdomen, while those around him fled. He found himself locked in a deadly standoff against the lion, now encircled. Clutching his club tightly, the Tiger Ear leader surveyed his surroundings, his amber pupils betraying a sense of despair. He had grown weary of such a life. If he were to perish today, he would ensure that he took one of them with him. The lions, reveling in their superiority, reverted from their beastly forms, their faces twisted with mockery, some even urinating in his direction. With a low growl, the Tiger Ear man lunged at one of them, but his injuries had rendered him too slow, and his foe easily sidestepped him. He stumbled and fell to the ground, and as he attempted to rise, a foot was pressed firmly upon his head. The Lion Ear tribe members clicked their tongues in amusement, laughter erupting among them. Suddenly, a spear shot forth from an unseen source, striking one of the Lion Ears squarely in the eye, eliciting a howl of agony. The remaining lions, startled by the projectile, bolted in its direction but found nothing. As they turned back, another spear flew in, claiming yet another lion, this time leaving a bloody gash in its side. The unknown instills fear. They dared not linger any longer, roaring in frustration as they fled to the east, the injured lion trailing behind, not daring to look back. The Tiger Ear leader lay gasping on the ground, acutely aware that even if he miraculously escaped the jaws of death, his fate was sealed. A youthful face belonging to a Wolf Ear tribe member entered his line of sight. Several Beast Ear men watched as Chen Mo applied a healing herb to their leader's gaping wound. The injury was severe, and without suturing tools, the likelihood of survival was slim. The Tiger Ear leader opened his eyes, gazing at Chen Mo's face, then turned to the spear at Chen Mo's feet, questioning its origin. Chen Mo was astonished that the leader could articulate a complete sentence. A spear, he replied. The Tiger Ear leader's eyes flickered momentarily. Beast transformation failure? Yes, Chen Mo nodded in affirmation. The Tiger Ear leader extended his hand, signaling for him to pause. Chen Mo halted his actions, furrowing his brow. It was insufficient. If you continue to bleed like this, you will die. Upon hearing Chen Mo's lengthy discourse, the Tiger Ear leader's expression shifted to one of astonishment, soon replaced by a smile. You can, he said, smearing a blood-stained hand across Chen Mo's forehead in a gesture of camaraderie. The surrounding Beast Ear men, upon hearing this, did not hesitate to cheer for the new addition to their tribe, their emotions pure, having witnessed Chen Mo's prowess from afar. Having honed his throwing skills for an extended period, coupled with a touch of cunning, Chen Mo had successfully frightened off the group of lions. After all, the Lion Ear tribe had never encountered a spear before. All living creatures harbor a fear of the unknown. Chen Mo was prepared to act, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Yet he had not anticipated that his actions would genuinely intimidate the Lion Ears, prompting their rapid retreat. A group of individuals lifted the injured Tiger Ear leader, along with the few mountain goats they had caught, as they ascended the mountain. Along the way, Chen Mo called for Chun Yu, and the two used nets woven from tree bark to carry their belongings, drawing curious glances from the others. Upon reaching the volcanic lake halfway up the mountain, Chen Mo and Chun Yu stood in awe, unable to suppress their admiration for the breathtaking scenery before them. The meteorite impact had formed a bowl-shaped landscape, with a lake occupying at least 2/3 of the area. Various birds soared and circled above the azure waters. They traversed a slope resembling a natural slide to descend into the meteorite crater, where the injured leader was carried into his designated cave. Observing their dwelling, Chen Mo noted that they appeared to be organized by family units, with caves excavated into the mountainside, some naturally formed. The majority of the population clustered in a small area, and after a quick estimation, Chen Mo surmised there were approximately 60 to 70 individuals, mostly adults, with a few small figures indicative of familial bonds. A few Wolf Ear tribe members approached, scrutinizing Chen Mo. One notably sturdy gray-furred Wolf Ear man spoke up. Wolf Ear, that way? Chen Mo glanced in the direction the man indicated and nodded. The man's face brightened as he patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, indicating himself and those around him. Thumping his chest covered in thick fur, kin. It turned out they were fellow tribe members who had also experienced failure in their beast transformation. A natural bond of sympathy and kinship developed between them. Two Wolf Ear women approached, taking Chen Mo by the hand to help him select a new cave. Chen Mo did not resist their warmth and chose a cavern with an entrance approximately 2 meters wide. He entered with the little rabbit, noting the dimness inside. The walls relatively dry, though the ground was loose and soft. The distance from the entrance to the farthest point was less than 7 large strides, roughly 3 to 4 meters. Contemplating, Chen Mo decided that a cave too close to the water source felt dark and damp, which made him uneasy. He resolved to stay for a few days and would attempt to construct a grass hut later. The little rabbit set their belongings down, and Chen Mo had initially planned to go out and gather some dry grass to lay down for a more comfortable sleep. As they stepped outside, the two wolf-ear women regarded the little rabbit with peculiar expressions. Chen Mo surmised their thoughts. The little rabbit was not of their kind. He smiled and nodded at them. Just then a leopard-ear man approached, carrying a leg of sheep and a horn, offering it to Chen Mo. According to the customs of this tribe, he was deemed the greatest contributor and was directly rewarded with a robust hind leg of the mountain goat. Chen Mo noticed the leg had been severed, appearing as though it had been broken by a stone. These people were already using tools, though they had yet to refine them. It seemed that guiding them into the Stone Age would not be difficult. After accepting the offering, he observed the handsome leopard-ear man, whose appearance would be considered quite attractive even on Earth, especially since he lacked the abundant fur that characterized the wolf-ear men. Is he the leader? Chen Mo inquired. The leopard-ear man sighed lightly and shook his head, indicating that death was merely a matter of time. Once the leopard-ear man departed, the earlier wolf-ear man approached. He and several other wolf-ear men had not participated in the hunt, as a portion of their tribe always remained behind during such endeavors. They belonged to the latter group. He stood before Chen Mo, straightforwardly declaring, "I, the leader." The primitive beast-eared tribe truly embodies innocence. As Chen Mo had just acquainted himself with them, they approached him to share their thoughts. He smiled, choosing not to retort, while the man with wolf ears fixated on the leg of lamb in his hand. Chen Mo handed the lamb leg to the little rabbit without any intention of sharing it, which incited a hint of anger in the wolf-eared man. It seemed he was displeased that Chen Mo did not seek his favor. Once he became the leader, he vowed to make Chen Mo aware of his prowess. Chen Mo, apathetic to the man's thoughts, awaited the little rabbit as she placed the meat inside the den before leading her to the lakeside. Upon arrival, the lake's surface shimmered with clarity, bordered by smooth pebbles. He picked up a stone and tossed it, causing it to skip across the water. The little rabbit, eager to mimic him, attempted the same. However, her stone merely sank, creating a small splash, which prompted her to pout in dissatisfaction. Chen Mo chuckled heartily at her plight, and the little rabbit stomped her foot, determined to continue gathering stones for another attempt. The purpose of their visit to the lake was to ascertain the presence of fish. Although he could swim, the icy waters of the mountain lakes in early summer deterred him from plunging in just yet. Soon, a large white bird swooped down, diving into the lake. Moments later, it emerged, clutching a thrashing fish in its beak, confirming Chen Mo's suspicions. Chapter 7. Ruthless Tactics. Upon their return from the lakeside, the little rabbit clutched an armful of dry twigs while Chen Mo carried a collection of stones, both preparing to start a fire to roast the leg of lamb for dinner. As they approached the cave entrance, they were met with the sight of two wolf-eared men voraciously gnawing on the lamb leg, while 4 others lingered nearby, their faces painted with longing. However, their weakness rendered them too timid to intervene, waiting for the two to satiate their hunger before daring to claim the scraps. Chen Mo recognized the lamb leg as belonging to his cave, astonished that they had brazenly entered and taken it for themselves. "Hey," Chen Mo called out, prompting a fleeting glance from the men, who continued to devour the meat, ignoring him. The others instinctively retreated, having witnessed such scenes before, where the wolf leader often reprimanded newcomers. Discarding the stones, Chen Mo strode forward, seizing the lamb leg from their grasp. The wolf leader, who had previously sought Chen Mo's allegiance, wore a sinister smile. He awaited the chance to challenge him. With a snarl, he bared his teeth, causing those around to step back in familiarity with the ritual. A few onlookers, drawn by the commotion, turned their heads, knowing that the wolf leader was about to bully a newcomer again. Within the tribe, only the tiger leader had bested the wolf leader. Internal strife among the wolf-eared clan was common, yet they stood united against outsiders. The status of the wolf leader was only subordinate to that of the tiger-eared chief. The leopard-eared man approached, positioning himself behind Chen Mo, there to witness the impending duel, as tribe customs dictated that no one could interfere in a one-on-one confrontation. Having witnessed Chen Mo's prowess, the leopard-eared man doubted the wolf leader's chances at close range, noting Chen Mo's shorter stature and lighter frame. Understanding the implications, Chen Mo quietly unslung his spear and took a few steps back. The wolf leader pounded his chest, and a wolf-eared woman handed him a bone club, crafted from an unknown animal's thigh bone, still bearing traces of dark blood. With a menacing grin, the wolf leader raised the club, intent on shattering Chen Mo's arm to ensure his complete submission, thereby augmenting his own strength and solidifying his claim to leadership. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the spear, retreating steadily. To onlookers, it appeared as though he was succumbing to fear. The wolf leader, brimming with confidence, roared and advanced. In a swift motion, Chen Mo executed a throwing gesture. Unfazed by the potential impact of a flimsy stick, he took his first step, launching the spear. His instinct to block came too late. as the spear flew with alarming speed, and fortune was not on his side. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced the wolf leader's abdomen, eliciting a low growl of rage as he stumbled forward, his vision blurring. A figure loomed before him, and instinctively, he swung the bone club, only to miss as Chen Mo deftly evaded. The wolf leader felt a searing pain in his side as Chen Mo's other spear found its mark, penetrating his flank near the kidney. The wolf leader's final surge of strength dissipated, and he slowly sank to his knees, collapsing to the ground. The skirmish concluded in mere seconds, leaving many stunned as they processed the scene of the wolf leader swiftly dispatched by Chen Mo. Fear washed over their faces. Chen Mo regarded the surrounding wolf-eared tribe members with a cold stare, and they all bowed their heads in submission, adhering to the customs of their kind. The leopard-eared man, unfazed, approached Chen Mo, raising his hand in acknowledgement as murmurs of approval rippled through both the wolf-eared tribe and the distant spectators, recognizing the legitimacy of the duel. With an impassive expression, Chen Mo approached the remaining half of the lamb leg, grasping it and tossing it to the 4 wolf-eared onlookers, 2 men and 2 women, who stood dumbfounded for a moment before he commanded, "Eat." Ecstatic, they formed a circle, eagerly tearing into the meat. As twilight descended, Chen Mo settled at the cave entrance, patiently crafting a rudimentary bow, drawing upon his previous experiences with fire-making. Confident that this attempt would not consume too much time, the little rabbit returned from the lakeside, carrying a ceramic pot filled with water. The wolf-eared tribe members lingered at the cave entrance, intrigued by Chen Mo's actions. When the first sparks of flame emerged, their pupils dilated in fear, and they gasped as the fire grew more intense with Chen Mo's gentle breath. The wolf-eared tribe members began to low growl, "Disaster." Their commotion attracted others, many standing at a distance, astonished that Chen Mo sat calmly before the flames, none daring to approach. Ignoring their trepidation, Chen Mo arranged stones into a simple hearth shape, placing the little rabbit's ceramic pot atop it. The leopard-eared man, summoning his courage, squatted beside Chen Mo, curiously observing the fire. Chen Mo turned to him with a smile. "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid?" Chen Mo explained. "Fire is a good thing. It won't spread uncontrollably." The leopard-eared man paused, clearly struggling to comprehend. Yet he could only marvel at Chen Mo's prowess, uttering unfamiliar syllables. As the water began to boil, the little rabbit approached with a pouch of dried meat, tossing it into the pot, followed by a handful of crushed blueberries, soon filling the air with a savory aroma. Sounds of swallowing echoed around them as some brave souls drew nearer, while a few small children scampered behind the little rabbit to watch. Noticing a little cat-eared girl adorned with a flower crown, the little rabbit took her hand, crouching down to admire her, unable to resist clapping her hands and affectionately rubbing her cheek. After a while, Chen Mo ladled a small portion into his ceramic bowl, gently blowing on it before taking a sip, emitting a satisfied sound. Hearing the audible gulp, he offered the bowl to the leopard-eared man, who hesitated momentarily before mimicking Chen Mo's actions, then drank it down in one go, his eyes lighting up. The little rabbit also retrieved her small bowl, scooping some for herself, blowing on it to cool it slightly before offering it to the little cat girl for a taste. The delightful blend of meat and berry sweetness caused the girl to widen her eyes in surprise, finishing the bowl in one breath. That night, Chen Mo generously shared a pot of berry-infused meat soup with many, instilling a sense of reverence in the newcomers not only for his formidable strength, but also for the miracles he had created. The following morning, Chen Mo awoke, having spent the night nestled with the little rabbit. Being a normal man, he could no longer resist temptation, resulting in the little rabbit's wrist enduring a moment of strain, yet he had not breached the final barrier. As he stepped out of the cave, he beheld a gathering of people, and with spear in hand, accompanied by the little rabbit, he approached to find the lifeless body of the tiger-ear chief quietly resting upon the grass. This valiant man of the tiger-ear tribe had succumbed to his injuries, and Chen Mo felt a pang of regret, vividly recalling the bravery with which he had fought against their foes. Courage is a tribute to humanity, deserving of admiration. In accordance with tribal tradition, the community united to collapse his cave, entombing his body within forever. After this solemn rite, the leopard-ear men, alongside several others, approached Chen Mo. Just as he pondered their intentions, they all knelt, prostrating themselves, and the surrounding tribespeople promptly followed suit. The leopard-ear man was the first to cry out, "Leader." Thus, in a bewildering turn of events, Chen Mo found himself appointed as the chief of this tribe. Chapter 8. Hunting Tactics. The little cat girl raised her small ceramic bowl, her delicate face smeared with mud, yet it did little to conceal her charm. 7 days had passed since Chen Mo ascended to leadership. The little cat was accompanied by Xiao Yu, who had used a bone comb to tidy her hair and had even given her a warm bath, transforming her into a fair and tender figure. Chen Yu, noticing the unbaked ceramic bowl mold in her hands, felt a surge of pride and affectionately patted her head, exclaiming, "Well done." Her tone closely mirrored that of Chen Mo. The remaining 5 children eagerly crowded around to showcase their creations, and Xiao Yu did not overlook a single one, praising each in turn. She then glanced toward a small distance away, where a dozen women from the tribe diligently wove bark ropes, the purpose of which remained unclear to Chen Yu. Her gaze shifted to the high walls of the pit, where the figures of Chen Mo and the others had yet to appear, stirring a sense of worry within her that their hunt might have faltered. A short half-day's trek from Mirror Lake. Chen Mo and a group of over 10 men crouched low in the tall grass, stealthily closing in on a herd of wild cattle. Each man wielded a spear, and after several days of preliminary practice, they had mastered the basics of throwing techniques. Their pursuit of the wild cattle was born out of necessity. With the arrival of summer, nearby beast herds had migrated northward, leaving the area below their mountain deemed perilous by herbivores. The wild cattle, massive and temperamental, were rarely provoked even by beastly tribes. Chen Mo believed that with proper coordination, the spear, being a throwing weapon, could handle most large animals. At that moment, 3 wild cattle were lazily grazing under a large tree, slightly distanced from the main group. Suddenly, one of the bulls lifted its head to gaze toward the western thicket, and a roar echoed through the air, startling the 3 wild cattle into a hasty retreat. A lithe figure sprang forth, launching a spear with great precision. Though the spear did not find its mark, it frightened the 3 wild cattle, sending them bolting eastward. Observing this, Chen Mo stood up and commanded, "Throw." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A flurry of stone spears flew forth. Even the resilient hides of the cattle could not withstand the onslaught at such close range. 2 of the beasts were struck by multiple spears, yet their pace remained unyielding as they continued to flee. The crowd erupted in excited shouts, causing the 3 wild cattle to turn and dash westward. The eastern distance held the bulk of their herd, and fleeing westward granted Chen Mo and his group an opportunity. Chen Mo led his team in pursuit, remaining calm. The wild cattle, having run for quite some time, found themselves unable to stop and rest, as spears were hurled at them, resulting in an increasing number of wounds. Reluctantly, they pressed on. As the hunt drew to a close, the sun had begun its descent toward the western horizon. Chen Mo wiped the sweat from his brow. They had managed to capture 2 wild cattle, one large and one small, leaving one behind to become their spoils. The crowd cheered jubilantly, deeply admiring Chen Mo's tactical prowess, their gazes now filled with reverence. He commanded the others to hoist their bounty and return home. The smaller calf could be carried by 4 men, while the larger one required 6 or 7 to bear its weight. By the time night fell, they had yet to reach the foot of Mirror Lake Mountain. Beneath a few towering trees, they lit a bonfire. Even the common beasts dared not approach, especially in the presence of the flames, which incited an innate fear of fire. "Be careful." Chen Mo instructed the group on how to skillfully strip the hide from the smaller calf. The hide was a valuable resource, with some plant ash. It could be tanned into simple leather armor. In his past as a veterinarian, Chen Mo had never actually dissected a cow. The largest livestock he had encountered in the laboratory were sheep and pigs. He merely emulated the process, striving to keep the already punctured hide intact. After removing the entrails and extracting the tendons, he planned to teach the tribe this skill. As chief, he realized there were many responsibilities to attend to. Beautiful things always unfold slowly, like clouds drifting or flowers blooming, and the tribe's development must also progress step by step. Lacking external support, he could only take his time. Jia was the name of the leopard-faced man. He originally had no name, and everyone had taken to calling him Leopard. Chen Mo believed him to be of leopard lineage, swift in his movements, hence the name Jia. Jia was quite fond of this title, especially when Chen Mo inscribed it in the dirt, forming a complex pattern that appeared quite impressive. Standing side by side with Chen Mo, Jia gazed across the vast expanse of the wild prairie, where the wind stirred the grass like waves, and the night sky was densely speckled with stars. Chen Mo reveled in this feeling. "Jia, do you not have a tribe?" Jia had slowly begun to comprehend Chen Mo's words and shook his head after some contemplation. He had not been exiled. He simply had to leave his biological mother for a time, yet he had failed to undergo the beast transformation. The leopard tribe was solitary. After a mother raised her offspring to maturity, she would assist them in their transformation, but whether successful or not, they would eventually depart from her territory. Lacking the ability to transform, one could not compete with other fierce beasts in the wild and was left to seek warmth in numbers. "Chief, teach me." Jia was eager to learn how to speak as fluently as Chen Mo smiled and replied, "All right." He produced a dagger and began to teach him slowly, starting with the tools. Jia was a quick learner, reminiscent of the little rabbit, though lately, the rabbit had grown lazy and preferred to sleep. Suddenly, a howl echoed from afar. Chen Mo and Jia immediately rose, scanning the prairie for the source of the sound. The howling was not far off and likely belonged to a pack of wild wolves in the area. Both remained calm, knowing the wolf pack would not dare to provoke them. Moments later, the howling grew nearer, accompanied by the roar of a bear. Most of the men awakened, grasping their weapons and adopting a defensive stance. Chen Mo, recognizing the bear's roar as somewhat familiar, called for 4 men to follow him to investigate the front. The bald man felt unfortunate, having lost his territory and being forced to migrate eastward, unable to remain in the jungle. Along the way, he had fought numerous wild beasts. Initially, his wooden spear had proven quite effective, allowing him to easily pierce through the bodies of his adversaries with his strength. However, as his wooden spear broke, he could only rely on his beast transformation. He was fortunate enough to discover a rocky mountain in the northern wilderness, complete with natural caves. Yet, before he could settle in, he encountered a saber-toothed tiger capable of transformation. Being merely a brown bear, he stood no chance against such an opponent and found himself without a home once again. Choosing to flee southward, he aimed to find a peak in the ancestral mountains. But unexpectedly, while hunting along the way, he became the target of a pack of wild wolves, who not only snatched his food but also pursued him. Having exhausted his transformation ability during the hunt, he could only run for his life. The wild wolves seemed relentless, chasing him from day into night. He had just expended his last ounce of strength to transform into a beast and struck down a wolf. The wolf pack grew more frenzied, and his transformation came to an end. He placed his hands on his thighs, bent over, gasping for breath, his body marred by numerous wounds, surrounded by dense thickets. Unaware of how many wolves lay hidden within, a massive gray wolf emerged from the underbrush, measuring over 2 meters in length. Its gleaming white teeth sending shivers down one's spine. It was undoubtedly the Wolf King, having drained its own energy to seize the opportunity. Truly, a cunning creature befitting its title. He pounded his chest and let out a final roar, preparing to charge forward in a desperate bid. The Wolf King lowered its head slightly, ready to pounce, when suddenly, shouts erupted around them. Instinctively, the Wolf King recoiled as several figures darted forth. The bareheaded, bald man turned and recognized a familiar face, his expression lighting up with surprise as he shouted, "Wolf." Before collapsing backward, the bareheaded man opened his eyes to the sound of soft murmurs. He had awakened. A searing pain coursed through his body, and as he attempted to sit up, he heard a familiar voice say, "Baldy, I thought you wouldn't make it. I'm surprised you're awake." Hearing Chen Mo's string of words left the bareheaded man feeling muddled. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a cave constructed of wood and branches, a slanted tent built by Chen Mo upon returning with the group. The cave was dark and damp, and Chen Mo, fearing the condition of his wounds might worsen in such an environment, had decided to move the large man to this grassy tent. Chen Mo marveled at the resilience of this fellow, surviving despite sustaining at least 7 or 8 bite wounds. With his health bar fully replenished, his resistance and immunity were at their peak. This was the strength of the bear folk. What would be a fatal wound to other beast-eared tribes was merely a trifling injury to him. The bareheaded man forced a smile, and as Chen Mo lifted a ceramic bowl, a savory aroma wafted out, causing the large man's eyes to nearly glimmer with hunger. If he didn't eat soon, he would truly starve. No one dared approach the bald man, not even Xiao Yu, who could only watch as Chen Mo tended to him. His tribesmen marveled at their leader's bravery and were curious about how this beast-transforming man knew their chief. After consuming 3 bowls, the bald man's complexion finally regained some vitality. Chen Mo set down the ceramic bowl, scratched his head, and felt too lazy to engage in conversation, wanting only to hear what had transpired, but found it too exhausting. "Just focus on healing," he said. The bareheaded man looked at Chen Mo as he prepared to leave and shouted, "Wolf." It was his way of expressing gratitude. Chen Mo turned back with a smile. "My name is Mo. You can just call me Mo." Chapter 9, Failed Fishing and the Search for Salt. With 2 cows and some wild vegetables collected by Chun Yu and the tribe, they had enough provisions to last them several days. Chen Mo intended to make good use of this time, crafting a plan on the cave walls. Each night, he would teach Chun Yu the basics of sewing. She had mastered simple stitching, enabling her to instruct the women in their tribe. The women had prepared plenty of bark ropes, some of which could be used to weave nets in an attempt to fish in the lake. As for the men, Chen Mo planned to select 2 clever individuals to learn pottery, while the rest would not be idle, practicing spear throwing and stone tool sharpening. There was one pressing task that Chen Mo needed to undertake, the search for salt. Without it, the salt content present in the meats would not suffice to meet their bodily needs, leading to weakness and fatigue. Chen Yu, upon hearing that Chen Mo was going out again, couldn't help but worry. "How long will you be gone?" 2 or 3 days. I won't travel far," he reassured her, gently patting her head. The nearby mountains were home to sharp-horned antelopes, and tracking them would surely yield discoveries, a rather rudimentary method for searching for salt. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen Mo, accompanied by several men, slowly dragged the wooden raft toward the water. A large crowd gathered on the shore, curious about what their chief was up to this time. Once the water was waist-deep, they all combined their efforts to push the raft out. Chen Mo climbed aboard, using a long pole to prop against the lake bottom and giving it a strong shove, allowing the raft to drift gradually toward the center of the lake. As he stood on the raft, shouting, his tribesmen cheered. Even though they didn't quite understand the purpose of floating on the water, when he could no longer touch the bottom with his pole, Chen Mo halted. Occasionally, large birds soared overhead, seemingly intrigued by the peculiar object on the lake's surface. Ignoring them, he planned to deal with those birds once he crafted a bow. He retrieved the fishing net woven from bark, which was not particularly large, grasped the main rope controlling it, and, mimicking what he had seen in a video, cast the net with all his might. The net, weighted down by perforated stones, sank swiftly. Although the net was small and fell for only a short while, when he began to pull it back, he could distinctly feel a change in weight. Upon retrieving the net, he discovered it was heavy at the bottom but not entirely entangled. Some fish had managed to escape. After exerting considerable effort, he found only a medium-sized blue fish in the net. As he struggled to untangle it, he cast again, but the results remained unsatisfactory. After several attempts, the bark ropes proved less durable than he had anticipated, with multiple strands snapping and large gaps forming in the net. Sitting on the raft, he caught his breath, not feeling too disheartened. After all, it was merely a matter of theoretical knowledge. More practice was needed. The bark ropes were unsuitable for fishing, and he would need to find better materials. Using the wood pulp he had prepared in advance, Chen Mo paddled the raft back to the lake shore, where Chun Yu and the tribesmen awaited him. He raised a ceramic jar, inside of which were 3 fish, enough to excite the tribe. They had not expected their chief to catch fish without even entering the water. The bald man finished gnawing on the fish head Chen Mo had left for him, and while sitting in the tent, he noticed some of his wounds had begun to fester, which caused him concern, prompting him to seek Chen Mo's assistance. Seeing him point incessantly at his wounds, Chen Mo understood his request. He needed help finding medicinal herbs. The bald man nodded eagerly. Though he was not familiar with many words, he recognized the word for herb. He then took a stick and began to draw on the ground. To Chen Mo's surprise, this imposing figure, despite his fierce appearance, had a remarkable talent for drawing. The plants he sketched were lifelike, leaving Chen Mo astonished. It was as if a fierce tiger had delicately sniffed a rose. The bald man beamed with pride at his drawing skills and Chen Mo's astonishment. He had spent much time alone in the jungle, with no friends, and enjoyed drawing with sticks since he could remember, mimicking the world around him. Chen Mo nodded, indicating he would remember. I'll go tomorrow. You stay here and behave. You will bring you food. Chen Mo warned him, and the earnest bear nodded obediently. His status was different from the others, and he did not wish to provoke them, especially since those who accompanied Mo would undoubtedly wield long spears. He had no desire to become a pincushion. Chen Mo brought only 4 men this time, 2 from the wolf-eared tribe, along with a deer-eared man and a cat-eared man. One of the wolf-eared men was relatively young, perhaps just 2 or 3 years older than Chen Mo, likely one who had been exiled in recent years. Chen Mo named him Tsang. The 5 of them first checked the traps they had set a couple of days prior in the coniferous forest halfway up the mountain. Most remained untouched, 2 had been damaged, with a bit of blood but no prey, indicating flaws in the traps. Fortunately, the last trap did not disappoint. It contained a hapless little squirrel, which Chen Mo tossed at Tsang to carry as their sustenance. Not far along their path, they discovered a large bird's nest, and the cat-eared man showcased his tree-climbing skills by capturing 2 chicks and a few bird eggs. Chen Mo did not take any eggs, while the others wasted no time, directly smashing the eggs and devouring their contents, their expressions filled with satisfaction. This time, Chen Mo did not lead them down the mountain, but rather descended the eastern side of Mirror Mountain, seeking the tracks of the mountain goats. On the first day, they traversed the easternmost mountain, encountering nothing more alarming than a fearsome python and a few wild rabbits. Upon reaching the second ravine, a heightened sense of vigilance enveloped the group, for this gorge teemed with serpents and insects. A single bite could spell disaster. A man from the deer-ear tribe paused before a lush shrub, inhaling the scent of its spherical blossoms with evident delight. Without awaiting Chen Mo's command, he reached out to pluck the vibrant red flowers. Chen Mo, not in haste to inquire, observed these unfamiliar globular blooms. Their petals formed a perfect sphere, hollow within. The deer-ear man exclaimed with a grin, "Stomach, pain, eat." Chen Mo grasped the implication. This was a legacy of the deer-ear tribe. These flowers alleviated stomach aches, though their specific efficacy remained uncertain. Regardless, collecting them seemed prudent. The remaining 3 individuals joined in the gathering, while Chen Mo climbed atop a massive boulder to survey the surroundings. The mountains to the east were adorned with a riot of wildflowers, and dandelions danced in the breeze. He recognized dandelions as beneficial, known for their cooling properties. The tribe had harvested plenty from the shores of Mirror Lake in recent days, often employing them in broth preparations. Just as he was admiring the wildflowers, a shadow flitted past the mountain summit, prompting him to signal the others to pursue. Although he hadn't seen clearly, he caught a glimpse of antlers, uncertain of the creature's identity. The group moved swiftly, their stamina far superior to that of Earthlings, and a light jog was effortless. Upon reaching the mountain's peak, they leaned against their knees, panting. As they raised their gaze, they were taken aback by an even taller peak. Its summit seemingly cleaved by a blade, revealing a sheer rock face akin to a colossal monument. Chief, a goat. With Song's alert, Chen Mo noticed a grayish-yellow horned goat perched on a low outcropping beneath the cliff, reminiscent of the goats from his previous life in Kekexili, differing only in the hue of its fur. Let us proceed. Chapter 10. The initial skirmish in the coniferous forest. The grayish-yellow goat, standing on the cliff, remained unperturbed, quietly observing the two-legged beasts below, confident that these clumsy bipeds could not scale the cliff. Yet, soon it realized its misjudgment as the humans raised their wooden clubs, hurling them upwards. In a state of panic, the goat took a few steps, only to be struck by a spear, letting out a bleat of agony before plummeting from the cliff. With a thud, the nearby goats sensed the peril and began to flee, some scrambling higher up the cliff for safety. Song and the others hastily collected the goat's carcass, while Chen Mo approached the cliff face, prodding it with a stone dagger, causing a fragment to dislodge. He sampled the stone, noting its predominantly bitter flavor with only a hint of saltiness. Some salt content indeed existed, though not in abundance, leaving Chen Mo somewhat disappointed. He endeavored to climb higher, hoping to gather more stones for boiling, in hopes of uncovering crystals. Chen Mo contemplated circumventing the razor-edged peak to continue his search, but was dissuaded by Song and the others, through their gestures and words. He understood that crossing this mountain would lead them into the territory of a beastkin tribe. To his surprise, the distribution of tribes in this world was quite dense, with beastkin tribes having taken divergent evolutionary paths, their intelligence paired with their beastly abilities allowing them to dominate the food chain. Realizing this direction was unwise, he opted to venture deeper into the northern mountains. However, considering their insufficient preparations, he decided against it and led his tribe back. As they crossed two mountains and beheld the Mirror Mountain across the way, Song made a new discovery, prompting Chen Mo and the others to conceal themselves. They observed numerous figures below the Mirror Mountain. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, unable to discern the features or ears of the individuals, thus unable to ascertain their identity. He urged his companions to hasten, aiming to secure advantageous terrain before the others ascended the mountain. They sprinted to the edge of the coniferous forest, concealing themselves behind rocks as they watched the approaching figures below. Lion Ear, Dog Ear Tribe. Song's breath quickened. The dogs he referred to were not the domesticated canines understood by Chen Mo, but rather a ferocious canid tribe detested by the wilderness inhabitants. Once beastkin, they were slightly smaller than wolves, with brownish-yellow fur speckled and sharp, protruding canines, exhibiting extreme ferocity and heightened olfactory senses, known for raiding other tribes' provisions. Chen Mo recognized familiar faces, 8 lion ear men commanding a dozen dog ear tribesmen as they scoured the ground for tracks and scents, presumably seeking revenge for their prior ambush. Song, go back and fetch reinforcements. Chen Mo commanded, and Song immediately understood, racing back up the mountain without a backward glance. Chen Mo turned to the remaining 3. We will launch a surprise attack, throw the spears, and then dash into the woods. Do you comprehend my intent? He gestured towards the coniferous forest behind them. Having previously inspected the traps, they had reconfigured them without issue to delay their pursuers. The deer and others understood Chen Mo's signal, and he instructed the 3 to scatter and conceal themselves behind different rocks. This time, he carried 3 spears on his back, while the others each had 2, one for throwing and the other for close combat. The leading dog-ear man was less than 50 meters away when he lifted his head, his dark nose twitching as if sensing something amiss. With a low growl, he transformed, and his clan members behind him followed suit, sprinting up the mountain. Chen Mo kept a close watch on the lead wild dog, which halted at a distance of 30 meters, its gaze fixed on the rock where Chen Mo hid. It stretched its neck, intently observing, and as it opened its mouth, a spear flew from above. The wild dog reacted swiftly, dodging the lethal strike, causing Chen Mo to break into a cold sweat. The creature exuded a palpable sense of danger. Simultaneously, the others hurled their spears, and to Chen Mo's surprise, the spear thrown by the cat ear man struck its target. The wild dog's howl was discordant, inducing irritation. Run. Chen Mo had no time to dwell on his annoyance as he turned and dashed towards the coniferous forest, the other 3 following closely behind. Behind them, a roar echoed, accompanied by incessant barking, as a pack of dogs pursued them. The wild dog's explosive speed surpassed Chen Mo's understanding, and he could feel their calls grow alarmingly closer. Fortunately, they were near the coniferous forest, and as they plunged into the woods, the wild dogs maintained their speed. Not far into their flight, the cat-ear man, realizing he was about to be overtaken, leaped up to grasp a pine tree and began to climb. Below, 2 wild dogs barked furiously at him, and as they observed the cat-ear man ascend, they reverted from their beast form. Having evolved for many years, they had learned to climb trees. As they transformed back, the cat-ear man wasted no time, hurling his spear downwards, piercing the throat of a dog-ear man who had been gazing upwards, causing him to collapse lifelessly. Witnessing this, another dog-ear man experienced a moment of fear, retreating a few steps, and seeing that the cat-ear man appeared to have no spear. He called to 2 others, preparing to scale the tree for an assault. Just as they were about to climb, they witnessed the cat-ear man leap from one tree to another, disappearing from sight, obscured by the dense foliage. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, sprinting, vaulted over a section of ground marked with clear trap signs, glancing back at the pursuing wild dogs and flashing a taunting smile. Suddenly, one of the hyenas surged forward. In an instant, the hyena lost its balance on the ground strewn with needles and underbrush, tumbling into a trap, its cries of distress ringing out. The remaining 2 dogs halted abruptly, hesitating, when a spear whistled through the air. Another wail echoed. From other directions, similar cries emerged, and the wild dog pack became aware of the dangers lurking within the coniferous forest, howling as they gathered. The men of the lion-ear tribe, following closely behind, arrived at their rear. The leader among them seized a wild dog with one hand, glaring fiercely as he commanded, "Pursue." The wild dog, trembling with fear, was soon joined by another canine, who reported, "King, our kin have fallen." The man referred to as the king of the lion-ear tribe assessed the remaining dogs. Realizing with a blink that only 7 wild dogs remained, he cast his gaze around the shadowy coniferous forest and hurled the wild dog to the ground. Following the scent, they reached the trap where Chen Mo had recently lingered, peering inside to find a wild dog still clinging to life. He extracted a spear from the corpse of another wild dog that had been impaled. His large hand caressed the bloodied spear, a peculiar light igniting in his eyes. With all his might, he hurled the spear, which embedded itself directly into a nearby pine tree. The tribe members behind him displayed expressions of shock, and a faint smile crept across the lips of the lion-ear king as he instructed his kin to retrieve the spear. He had no intention of pursuing further. Instead, he resolved to study this weapon before returning to deal with this group of worthless beings incapable of transformation. The Tsangdai people arrived, and Chen Mo had already regrouped with the other 3 at the opposite side of the coniferous forest. He was extolling the virtues of the cat-eared man, praising his exceptional performance, composure in crisis, and strategic thinking, deeming him a talent worth nurturing. Leopard Jie sighed in relief upon seeing that Chen Mo and his companions were unscathed. Noticing that no one was pursuing them, Chen Mo ordered everyone to remain vigilant. After a while, when no movement was detected, it became apparent that the enemy might have retreated. Chen Mo instructed the cat-eared man to investigate. Discovering that the enemy had indeed withdrawn, but one detail heightened Chen Mo's wariness: their spears were missing. This instilled a sense of urgency within Chen Mo. Conflicts were inevitable in primitive times, and the presence of spears necessitated defensive measures. Recalling the hides, he made a decisive resolution. Chapter 11. The Thorny Hide Shield. Crafting stone axes proved to be a labor-intensive endeavor. 3 men from the tribe toiled day and night, meticulously shaping selected stones. Chen Mo chose a long piece of wood, about the width of an arm, to serve as the axe handle. He first carved a small groove with a stone dagger, then placed animal fur and grass inside to ignite, allowing it to burn slowly. Once the area around the groove became dry and brittle, he continued to carve with a stone chisel. After 2 days of effort, 3 stone axes were completed. He instructed the tribe members on how to fell pine trees, assigning this task to the deer-eared man while he remained with a group of women. Of course, his intention was not to gaze at their prominent features. Rather, he observed Chun Yu, who was across the mirror lake, gathering wild fruits and herbs with the women. During this time, he discovered an unknown thorny plant with commendable flexibility. He attempted to tightly arrange branches the thickness of his thumb and secured them with thorny twigs wound around in circles. Both sides were then affixed with the women's preliminary tanned hides, and finally, another layer of thorny branches was wrapped around, creating 2 openings through which leather straps were threaded, forming a handle. Why not opt for wood to craft a wooden shield? The answer was simple. His stone tools were insufficient for such a task. Even the simplest wooden plank was impossible to cleave from a tree stump, requiring extensive time for meticulous shaping. The women demonstrated remarkable aptitude in this regard. Soon, a little rabbit mimicked Chen Mo and fashioned a thorny hide shield, which Chen Mo named for himself. Chen Mo grasped a small square shield, approximately half a meter wide and 1 meter long. standing still as he observed the adorable cat-eared girl catching insects with her friends on the grass. With a sharp whistle, the cat-eared girl looked up, spotting the imaginative leader beckoning her over. Without a hint of expression, as if she were naturally disinclined to smile, she scampered over eagerly. Chen Mo picked up a stone from the ground and handed it to her, instructing, "Throw it at me." The little girl hesitated, unsure of the leader's intent. Chen Mo then stepped back 5 meters, raised the small shield, and called out, "Throw it here." The cat-eared girl pouted slightly, tossing the stone up and down in her hand before complying with the leader's request, aiming carefully as she launched the stone with all her might. Thud! Chen Mo felt a sudden pain in his thigh, astonished by the strength of that little one, which was far beyond that of children her age on Earth. He chuckled wryly, rubbing his thigh while exclaiming, "Aim for the head." The little girl hesitated, fearful of injuring the leader, but upon hearing his encouragement, she overcame her doubt, picked up another stone, and threw it again with a proper throwing motion. Bang! The stone struck the shield, and this time, Chen Mo raised the shield to protect his head. Glancing at the shield, he deemed the preliminary test a success. He then switched with Chen Yu, who was now to throw a spear. The little rabbit, typically timid, found herself unable to resist Chen Mo's insistence, lifting the spear and launching it, which struck Chen Mo's shield directly. Pass. Next, Chen Mo summoned the cat-eared man. Without a hint of dissent, he complied with the leader's request. Chen Mo, wise to the situation, retreated to a distance of 20 meters, awaiting the spear's throw. The first attempt missed, but the second struck the shield accurately. As he drew closer, Chen Mo remained oblivious to the small figure that had crept nearby. He cast a glance, about to instruct the little cat to keep her distance when she spoke softly. Put the wood. Chen Mo paused, then burst into laughter, realizing how primal his thought process had become. The little cat was indeed right. He could simply create a wooden post to hang the shield for testing. Damn that little rabbit, provoking herself daily, starting tomorrow, celibacy. The little rabbit remained unaware of the immense burden her small frame had placed upon someone. Chen Mo raised his hand to signal the cat-eared man to halt, ruffling the little cat's hair while praising, "So clever." Ultimately, the results of the experiment revealed that Chen Mo needed to throw the spear with all his strength from within 5 meters to penetrate the hide shield. This did not signify the shield's superiority, but rather that the stone spear was lacking. The tribe intensified their patrolling efforts, with Chen Mo assigning the oversight of the coniferous forest to the cat-eared man. Henceforth, he would not need to hunt. He merely had to keep watch at the forest's edge. The anticipated retaliation from the lion-ear tribe was yet to arrive. Chen Mo had successfully trained 5 tribe members to understand the use of shields, and had introduced them to basic techniques for combining shields with spears for thrusting. During this period, Chen Yu was the first to locate the medicinal herbs needed by the barriered bald man. Chen Mo took note, drying them and storing them in a clay jar. He gradually collected herbs, familiarizing himself with their effects. Along with his companions, he had identified 7 herbs with clear medicinal properties. After completing these tasks, food remained the tribe's foremost concern. Chen Mo understood that hunting was vital to resolving the long-term food crisis, especially with winter approaching. He resolved that the next step would be to explore the possibilities of farming, while not forgetting the matter of salt. After boiling the gray-black rock, filtering out the debris, and continuing to simmer, he indeed managed to collect a small amount of crude salt crystals. However, a jar of fish soup containing coarse salt had been consumed by the barriered bald man, who, in his quest for recovery, had not disappointed Chen Mo's hopes. Already able to jog along the lakeshore, tomorrow, they were set to descend the mountain for a hunt. Chen Yu was diligently crafting grass shoes for Chen Mo in the cave, a task the women had recently undertaken. Though the beast-eared tribe possessed skin that was somewhat more resilient than that of ordinary humans, and they often traversed the ground barefoot, accumulating a thick layer of black dirt on their soles, which provided some measure of protection, they could still sustain injuries from sharp objects. Chen Mo began to encourage his tribe members to maintain hygiene. With early summer upon them, he frequently bathed by the lake, while others were reluctant to bathe often. They would rinse their mouths with water after meals to remove bits of meat lodged between their teeth. "Tomorrow we descend?" Chen Yu inquired softly, her rabbit ears drooping, as if she were not particularly pleased. Chen Mo was perplexed by the troubling matters that seemed to weigh heavily on her during the day. She plopped down onto the fox fur, contemplating the hunting expedition planned for the following day at the foot of the mountain, ensuring they wouldn't venture too far. The little rabbit responded affirmatively, continuing her tasks in the dim light of the fire pit just outside the burrow. Sensing her distress, Chen Mo approached her, playfully grasping her fluffy little tail. The rabbit let out a soft whimper, her watery red eyes locking onto Chen Mo's face. "What's wrong?" she inquired hesitantly, lowering her head to whisper, "Aren't you going to mate with me?" Chen Mo was taken aback. The rabbit continued, "Women say that in a burrow, one must mate." "Ha ha ha, so that's it." Chen Mo chuckled, momentarily pausing to consider that, by their standards, the little rabbit was already considered an adult. And he couldn't bring himself to mention that she appeared too young. Noticing Chen Mo's silence, the rabbit turned away, returning to her task of weaving grass sandals. Ignoring him, suddenly, a pair of hands reached around her from behind. As dawn broke, Chen Mo emerged from the burrow, stretching lazily. The little rabbit proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated, nearly causing him to strain his back. Truly, rabbits could be quite terrifying. He whistled, and within moments, 10 individuals gathered on the grassy expanse below the burrow. 5 of them wielded shields and stone spears, with either a stone hammer or axe hanging from their waists, while the remaining 5 carried 3 long spears each on their backs. Let us set off. This time fortune smiled upon them, as they encountered a rare herd of mountain deer shortly after descending. Chen Mo was no longer alone, despite the imposing antlers of the wild deer leader. They stood little chance against the hunting prowess of Chen Mo and his companions. The 11 hunters managed to capture 4 mountain deer, successfully bringing back a recently weaned fawn to their home by Mirror Lake. After a torrential downpour, a splendid rainbow arched across the lake's surface. 3 days had passed since Chen Mo's descent for hunting, and on the grassy banks of the lake, the tribe's children frolicked, gently leading a fawn, occasionally petting it. The fawn had not been injured by Chen Mo's hunting. Rather, it had been knocked down and its leg broken by an adult deer fleeing in panic. Ultimately captured by Chen Mo and his group. With a broken leg, there was little Chen Mo could do but care for it, and with sufficient feeding, it should grow strong enough to eventually provide meat, a worthwhile investment. A substantial pile of wood had accumulated before the burrow, and Chen Mo, along with the little rabbit, indulged in playful antics for 3 days, effectively granting themselves a brief respite. The little rabbit had a strong desire in this regard, especially after Chen Mo playfully tugged at her ears. The next day, she would insist on airing out the fox fur. Chen Mo realized he could not remain complacent in this comfortable existence. One must remain vigilant even in times of peace. Thus, he embarked on a second quest to seek out salt. With an abundance of food, the tribe members could afford to remain at the mountain for the time being. During these 3 days, the men had set numerous traps throughout the coniferous forests, leaving the majority behind to bolster their defenses against external threats. For this salt-seeking venture, Chen Mo took only the deer ear boy and bear Chu Mo with him. The latter was named by Chen Mo after the bald-headed bear ear, a name birthed from a whimsy of mischief. Bear Chu Mo, noticing the similarity of his name to Chen Mo's, chuckled and accepted it with glee. Having a name akin to Chen Mo's brought him joy. The trio armed themselves and set off westward, planning to be away for 2 days, mindful not to linger too long lest their home be pilfered. Chapter 12, Trade. On a bright and breezy day, with the azure sky adorned with drifting clouds, a few bighorn sheep were fleeing for their lives on the grassy slope of the mountain. A spear flew from behind, piercing through one of their bodies and transforming it into a large skewered delicacy. Chen Mo, watching the exuberant bear Chu Mo, couldn't help but admit, "You're impressive." Bear Chu Mo's effective throwing distance had exceeded 50 or 60 meters. It wasn't due to a lack of strength, but rather the limitations of the stone tools and materials, as anything beyond that range lacked lethality. With more practice, Bear Chu Mo would become a formidable weapon on the battlefield without needing to rely on transformation to approach his foes. Bear Chu Mo thumped his chest and dashed to inspect his spoils, while the deer ear boy trailed behind Chen Mo, a smile playing on his lips. Their first day out yielded a bountiful catch, as the backpack contained not only herbs, but also 2 vibrantly feathered wild chickens. "Dear Ming, you'll be in charge of fire-making shortly," Chen Mo said, patting his shoulder. This young man was quite adept at problem-solving, and Chen Mo had been subtly instructing him in more complex tasks to gradually enhance his practical skills. Dear Ming stood at a height comparable to Bear Chu Mo, though his combat prowess was modest. To him, being entrusted with fire-making by the chief was a mark of recognition. The trio found a suitable spot, where Chen Mo crouched beside Dear Ming, guiding him in the art of friction fire. Bear Chu Mo, wielding a stone dagger, meticulously cut through the sheep's hide, emulating Chen Mo's technique of making a small incision on the sheep's leg, then puffing his cheeks to inflate the hide. However, after a few cuts, his dagger snapped, leaving him quite disheartened. He decided to search for a sturdier stone nearby, wandering about 10 meters away before discovering a pile of stones. As he sifted through them, one dark green stone caught his eye. Bear Chu Mo, despite his imposing stature, possessed a rich emotional depth, evidenced by his affinity for art and his friendship with Chen Mo. He picked up the soccer ball-sized dark green stone and returned to Chen Mo's side. Noticing the large stone in Bear Chu Mo's hands, Chen Mo asked with mild curiosity, "Is that jade?" Bear Chu Mo raised the stone, a bit anxious as he noticed Chen Mo's gaze fixed on it. "Mo, can I smash it?" Chen Mo shook his head. "Go ahead." In a previous world, he would have been overjoyed, But in this realm, jade seemed to hold little value. Recalling from memory, jade was relatively brittle. And while jade blades were sharper than ordinary stone, there had been periods in history when jade weapons were prevalent. As the jade shattered, Bear Chen Mo picked up a small shard, feeling its edge before slicing through the grass beneath his feet. His eyes lit up. It appeared no polishing was necessary. And he resumed cutting the sheep's hide with the jade fragment. Chen Mo gathered the remaining jade shards, placing 2 larger pieces into Dear Ming's thorn-woven backpack. He then retrieved a shard from the ground and took out a small pocket hammer, tapping it gently against a stone, focusing intently on the task of shaping it. Moments later, Dear Ming let out a cheer, signaling his success in firemaking. The aroma of roasted lamb wafted through the air, while small carnivorous creatures occasionally darted through the underbrush, deterred by the unmistakable scent of Bear Chen Mo. As Chen Mo gnawed on a lamb leg, his gaze remained vigilant. He inadvertently caught sight of a figure in the distance below the mountain. He kicked Bear Chen Mo lightly and nodded towards the direction. Bear Chen Mo rubbed his eyes, unable to see anything. Bear blind is truly well named, Dear Ming remarked, equally unable to discern the figure. Even with human forms, certain physiological traits were still influenced by their lineage. Mo, I'll go? Not necessary. He is not approaching, and we have no reason to provoke him, Chen Mo replied. Shaking his head, the individual dared to wander alone, indicating they were a beast man, and their specific lineage remained unclear, making capture uncertain. As long as they didn't instigate trouble, they would remain undisturbed. After finishing their meal, the group hurriedly departed, continuing their pursuit of herbivores while also familiarizing themselves with the surrounding environment. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, a lithe and agile figure stealthily approached their former campsite, its pair of leopard ears twitching as its nose diligently sought the scent of roasted meat. As night fell, Chen Mo's Wolf Clan night vision provided him with significant advantages. That individual was still present. Xiong Chu could no longer endure it. Damn it, no. Chen Mo grasped his shoulder firmly. The other party was scrutinizing him, and Chen Mo realized that he might have trespassed into hostile territory. Perhaps he could glean some information from this individual's words. He once again instructed Lu Ming to kindle a fire for roasting meat. The flickering flames in the night resembled a solitary beacon upon this vast land, irresistibly drawing attention. The mountains echoed with eerie, unsettling cries. Yet none dared approach the vicinity of the firelight. The aroma of roasted meat wafted enticingly. Chen Mo's verdant eyes fixed upon a massive boulder atop the hillside, where a faint glimmer also shone. Seizing a piece of roasted meat, he hurled it with all his might across a distance of about 50 to 60 paces. Then he sat down, paying it no further heed. The 2 nocturnal carnivores, Xiong Chu and Chen Mo, grew exhilarated as night fell, while Lu Ming, exhausted from the day's toil, drifted into a drowsy slumber. When Lu Ming opened his eyes, the campfire had dwindled to a dim ember-esque glow. As a herbivore by nature, his body sensed imminent danger. His hair stood on end. He promptly sat up, only to discover another person before him. That individual crouched on the ground, gnawing on a lamb rib, while their leader smiled warmly at her, prompting Lu Ming to exhale in relief. Chen Mo had not anticipated that she belonged to the leopard ear tribe, but her ears differed from those of the swift leopard. Her tail was unlike theirs as well. Petite in stature, she possessed a fluffy, cylindrical tail of gray-white fur and small gray-white ears. Her ancestor must have been a snow leopard. During Lu Ming's sleep, Chen Mo had thrown 3 pieces of roasted meat in quick succession to lure her over. She remained highly cautious, initially observing from several meters away. But upon discerning Chen Mo's lack of hostility, she feigned courage and approached. As she drew near, Chen Mo noticed that she was missing a canine tooth. Her body filthy and her aura feeble, likely having lost her hunting prowess. Otherwise, she would not have risked coming close for mere food. She did not utter a word, merely eating quietly, evidently famished. Apart from her dental issue, Chen Mo found no other ailments. Though he occasionally glimpsed her remarkably exaggerated physique, could such a contrast truly not hinder her agility? Lu Ming awoke, and just as he stood, the little leopard girl bit into the lamb rib and fled backward, vanishing into the night. Chen Mo looked up, displeased. He had not yet spoken to inquire. Lu Ming scratched his head, realizing he had scared her off. Leader, you should rest. Approaching dawn, Chen Mo decided to doze briefly. If they failed to find traces of herbivores in the mountains by tomorrow, they would have to retreat. At daybreak, the little leopardess figure was nowhere to be seen. Chen Mo led the 2 onward, venturing deeper into the southwestern ancestral mountains. They scaled a granite peak and soon beheld a mountain stream at least 34 paces wide, with a trickling brook flowing within. Chen Mo and his companions approached the water's edge, crouching to examine the surroundings before gazing northward. He sensed that the brook's northern end might be near a cave he had once inhabited. In just over a day, they had traversed this far. Leader, Lu Ming whispered. Chen Mo looked up to see several ibex appearing along a narrow path north of the ravine. Unexpectedly, the large horned ibex did not retreat, but silently stared at the trio. Xiong Chu bared his teeth, ready to unleash carnage, but Chen Mo restrained his hand. As more ibex emerged, several tall figures appeared, their heads adorned with numerous sheep ears and a pair of diminutive ibex horns, the ibex ear tribe. 7 in total. Instinctively, Chen Mo and his companions retreated toward the eastern hillside, prepared to flee if the situation worsened. After a tense stalemate, 3 ibex tribe men stepped forward. Approaching within 30 paces, the leader, muscular and bare-chested with sun-kissed skin, glared coldly and commanded, "This is my territory. Leave." When had Xiongchu ever been intimidated by a group of herbivorous beastfolk? He growled fiercely, transforming into his beast form, his head thrown back as he roared. The ibex stepped back several paces, the men's faces darkened. Chen Mo advanced a few steps, shouting, "I'm here for the salt. Once found, we will leave." The others paused, astonished by his fluent speech, a skill they had only heard from prestigious tribal shamans. The leader repeated, "Salt?" Chen Mo smiled faintly, retrieved a shard of black rock from Lu Ming's pack, and tossed it over. The man bent down, picked it up, sniffed carefully, his eyes lighting up. Instinctively, he licked it, tasting the flavor. Comprehension dawned. He was puzzled. Carnivores rarely sought salt as their tribe did, but curiosity prevailed. He glanced toward the ravine's depths, a detail Chen Mo noticed. Thus, he understood that this ibex group frequented the ravine's depths to replenish salt. Chen Mo felt no urgency now, if necessary. He would wait for the ibex to depart before investigating further. As he prepared to depart with Xiongchu and Lu Ming, the leader unexpectedly spoke, "Trade." Chen Mo was taken aback. He ransacked his memory and recalled this term from the original owner's recollections. His Wolf King father had apparently exchanged goods with others before, bringing back certain items. Chen Mo nodded. The leader cautiously stepped closer. Seeing Chen Mo's beast form bear companion, they were wary. He hesitated, then gestured extensively toward the land, which Chen Mo understood. They sought his aid in eliminating a natural enemy of the local leopard ear tribe. Chen Mo recalled the little leopard from the previous night and surmised that the salt replenishment site was their territory. The arrival of a formidable adversary, the small leopard, had caused unrest. Without hesitation, Chen Mo smiled and agreed. Chapter 13, The Melancholic Little Leopard. The vast ibex herd proceeded deep into the ravine, with Chen Mo and his companions following behind. The ibex chieftain treated the 3 as bodyguards. Not far along, they witnessed a silver river cascading down, a waterfall over 5 to 6 meters wide, resembling a silver belt around the mountain's waist from afar. At this moment, the ibex herd grew alert. 7 or 8 ibex beastfolk flanked the group, scanning vigilantly for dangers lurking along the ravine's edges. All went smoothly as the ibex reached the waterfall's edge. They leapt onto protruding rocky outcrops on either side. Then, to Chen Mo's astonishment, slipped beneath the waterfall's veil. A water curtain cave? This instinctively reminded Chen Mo of the well-known mythologies of the Huaxia people. At this critical moment, the ibex tribe was most vulnerable, as entering the water curtain cave caused their formation to stretch and scatter, raising fears of ambushes from behind. Chen Mo was certain that what he sought lay within the cave. Rather than hastily climbing the flanking cliffs, he surveyed his surroundings carefully. His vigilance paid off when he spotted a furtive figure lurking. He refrained from raising an alarm, waiting until nearly all the ibex had entered. Several ibex beastfolk remained outside, watching the trio warily, fearing a sudden betrayal. Chen Mo and Xiong Chu settled down, quietly gnawing on dried meat, patiently awaiting the ibex's completion of their salt replenishment. The ibex moved swiftly. Soon, individuals began emerging from the cave onto the rocky platforms beside the waterfall, gradually descending to the brook below to drink. Just as the ibex beastfolk deemed all secure, a sudden roar erupted from the grass atop the rocks. A gray-white snow leopard leapt forth, seizing a newly landed ibex in its jaws, instantly plunging the scene into chaos. At this moment, Chen Mo made his move. He transformed into his beast form and unleashed a thunderous roar towards the colossal rock, charging directly in that direction. Upon witnessing the alarming situation, the snow leopard abandoned the rock goat it had been dragging and swiftly turned to flee. As the snow leopard escaped, Chen Mo reverted to his original form, breaking into a foolish grin. Chen Mo had previously advised him that a mere display of beast transformation would suffice to intimidate the little snow leopard. Chen Mo's judgment proved accurate. The snow leopard was indeed the same one they had encountered on their journey. Before it retreated, it cast a lingering, resentful glance in his direction, an expression that felt eerily familiar. The snow leopard could not comprehend why Chen Mo and his fellow beast people would assist the rock goat herd. With the rock goats having successfully replenished their salt intake, They could now graze peacefully on the wild prairie for a time. The man with rock goat ears approached within mere meters of Chen Mo and his companions, nodding in acknowledgement and offering a faint smile of gratitude. Once the rock goat herd had departed, Looming, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Why, Chief?" Chen Mo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The astute Looming, possessing deer lineage, could surmise the purpose behind the rock goat's deliberate visit to this ravine, understanding that they sought out the concealed salt deposits. You will come to know in due time. Those who possess knowledge are often aided. He needed to establish a network of connections in the vicinity. The rock goat herd had a vast range of activities, and a group ruled by rock goat beast people held considerable value. Having witnessed the rock goat beast people's ability to command a herd, he contemplated the prospects of ranching. Let us venture inside and take a look. Moments later, the three stood within a steam-laden cavern, diligently chiseling away at the frost-covered stones embedded in the walls. Looming even went so far as to lick a few salt blocks directly. This was a natural salt cave, not particularly spacious, measuring no more than 4 or 5 strides in width, narrowing further within. Chen Mo and his companions saw no need to delve deeper. They collected the coarse salt stones and departed. After emerging, they hastened towards Mirror Lake, calculating that they would require at least a day to return, having already spent a second evening away from their clan. Along the way, Chen Mo sensed that they were being followed, yet he paid it no heed, focusing on their journey until late at night when Looming, nearly at his physical limit, prompted them to stop for a rest. As the campfire blazed, they roasted wild chicken, seasoning it with some crushed coarse salt, which enhanced the flavor. Though it bore a slight bitterness, Chen Mo felt a profound satisfaction. At last, he could enjoy meat that was not devoid of taste. Indeed, while Mo and Looming closed their eyes to rest, a figure materialized near the camp, fixating intently on Chen Mo, seemingly poised to strike. Chen Mo tossed a piece of roasted chicken towards her position, noting that she had not transformed, clearly indicating that she did not genuinely intend to ambush him. This time, the small leopard was unreserved, sitting down to devour the meat heartily. And when one piece did not suffice, she crept closer. Chen Mo tossed another piece. Before long, the small leopard had settled about 3 to 4 meters across from him, her squinting eyes and joyful munching rendering her irresistibly adorable. Unable to resist, Chen Mo stood and approached her. The little leopard immediately bared her teeth in a warning, her fluffy tail swaying with agitation. Chen Mo chuckled softly and spoke, "You must refrain from hunting those rock goats. It is quite perilous." He noticed bruises adorning the little leopard's face, her mouth swollen and red, with a missing tooth, suggesting she had been injured in a skirmish with the rock goat beast people. The little leopard turned her head away from him, gnawing on the chicken bones with a crunch. Chen Mo understood that she must often go hungry, and he gently offered, "Come with us, and I will provide you with food." The little leopard paused momentarily, clearly in contemplation, yet did not respond. Suddenly, she abandoned the unfinished bone and dashed away. Typically, solitary beast people are reluctant to embrace communal living, perhaps fearing enslavement. Chen Mo did not feel overly disheartened. Chen Mo was an anomaly, and one could not expect to encounter such outliers repeatedly. The next day, on their journey home, Chen Mo reassessed his earlier judgment. The little leopard was indeed stealthily following behind. Upon returning to Mirror Lake, Chen Mo felt grateful that the Lioneer clan had not sought trouble during his absence, perhaps realizing that they were not worth the hassle. The first order of business upon return was to boil the coarse salt, first removing the larger impurities, then boiling it down into liquid form. He discarded the gravel and solid impurities from the bottom of the clay pot and continued to boil the brine until it crystallized. This was merely the initial step. The salt remained coarse, lacking even basic filtration, with no cotton or linen cloth, let alone paper, to remove harmful substances. Chen Mo was not in a rush. For the time being, he could consume the coarse salt, as his body was sufficiently resilient. Ancient people thrived on coarse salt, and he would not encounter issues from consuming it for a while. He stored the coarse salt in jars within the cave, choosing not to distribute it to his kin immediately. He needed to establish a reward system for his people. Those who worked diligently or distinguished themselves in battle would receive coarse salt as a reward. Both Looming and Chen Mo were given a small jar each, and the fish soup seasoned with salt tasted significantly better. The clan members, having sampled it, recognized the value of coarse salt and began to labor with renewed vigor. After a day of rest, Chen Mo embarked on his inaugural construction attempt in this world. Without metal axes or other tools, crafting a wooden house was no simple task, demanding considerable time and effort. Suddenly, a cat-eared little girl approached Chen Mo with a group of children, their faces pale and their words tumbling over one another. Chen Mo set down his stone axe and cleared his throat. "Speak, little cat." He pointed to the forehead of the cat-eared girl. She appeared far calmer than the other children, her lips moving as she uttered, "Leopard ears, beast person." She gestured towards the opposite side of Mirror Lake. Chen Mo realized he had momentarily forgotten about the little leopard. Ruffling the little girl's hair, he reassured her, "It's all right. Lead me to see." Chapter 14, Primitive Protection Fee. To the west of Mirror Lake stood a few towering spruce trees, a favored playground for the clan's children. The adults, however, forbade them from straying too far, confining their play to the basins surrounding the lake. Beneath the spruce trees lay a collection of stones. Small toys gathered by the children along the lakeshore, alongside some clay sculptures. Chen Mo couldn't help but praise their efforts, recognizing that engaging in play enhances their manual dexterity. Upon reaching the shade of the trees, he looked up at the walls of the pit, but did not spot the little leopard. He instructed the cat-eared girl to set down the flint from the jar, igniting a campfire to roast mountain deer meat. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the familiar figure appeared. The little girl turned her head, tugging at Chen Mo's arm. He glanced up to see the little leopard perched high on the pit wall, gazing longingly at him. He waved her over. Seeing that Chen Mo was accompanied only by one small child, the little leopard surveyed the surroundings and decided to approach. As she quietly feasted, the little girl crouched beside Chen Mo, observing the beast person with caution. Noticing the leopard's chest, she glanced down at herself, her eyes betraying a sense of envy. Chen Mo rose and began gathering branches from beneath the spruce, sending the little girl to fetch some repaired wooden stakes from the two adult men. Without consulting the little leopard, he commenced constructing a triangular tent beneath the spruce tree, with the little wildcat assisting him in securing the bark ropes. Once the little leopard had finished eating, she languidly reclined on a pile of stones, watching Chen Mo diligently at work. After a considerable time, the tent was completed, and he hesitated to offer the little leopard any of the deer hides recently collected by the clan. Currently, the majority of deer hides are tanned using wood ash and dried in the open air. Each day, the women diligently polish bone needles, intending to sew a batch of simple deer hide vests for the men. They cover the area with branches adorned with leaves and layer it with moss gathered from the lakeside to protect against rain. After a moment of contemplation, he instructs the little cat-eared girl to fetch a piece of sheepskin, which he places on a bed of grass inside the tent. Chen Mo gestures towards the tent and speaks to the leopard girl, stretches lazily, and departs with the little cat. The leopard girl watches him leave, initially displaying a hint of pride, seemingly unimpressed with the nest he constructed, preferring to find a hole of her own. However, once she lies down within, a wave of comfort washes over her, and she drifts off to sleep with a smile gracing her lips. The tribe gradually grows accustomed to the presence of two beast men at Mirror Lake. One resides at the foot of the eastern cave, while the other enjoys frolicking with the tribe's children in the west. 20 days pass in the blink of an eye, and the weather begins to turn stiflingly hot. Some members of the tribe play in the water, while two wooden houses stand quietly by the lakeside, each approximately 9 square meters in size. As for how Chen Mo determines the length and width, it is quite simple. He has established a standard length of 1 meter based on his previous life's experience. During the construction of the wooden houses, he fashioned a piece of wood approximately 1 meter long, allowing for some discrepancies from his former life, which are of little consequence. He merely needs others to understand the required length of wood. This particular piece of wood has become a sort of ruler for the tribe. Whenever Chen Mo needs timber, they would use this stick to cut it to his specifications. The walls of the wooden house are built from timber measuring 4 meters long and 1 palm width wide, with 1 meter buried underground to ensure stability. Earth is packed around the buried timber, and a layer of long sticks, roughly the thickness of an arm, serves as the floor. Acknowledging that the wooden floor is uneven, he bakes the earth to fill the gaps, ultimately laying down a layer of animal hide. The roof poses a challenge. Given the frequent rainfall on the mountains, he initially considered placing a row of wooden sticks topped with animal hides and moss, but later realized that this would prove inadequate for drainage. Instead, he constructs a triangular tent-like structure from wooden beams. Inside the wooden house, Chen Mo crafts a small fireplace, relying on cinematic memories and following a video blogger's tutorial, achieving a commendable result after a test burn. One of the wooden houses belongs to Chen Mo, and there are no objections from the others, while the second remains unclaimed, temporarily housing 6 of the tribe's children. On this particular day, Chen Mo continues his research on his bow. He extracts cow tendons, attempting to create a longbow, but the results are disappointing. Even with the jade he brought back fashioned into arrowheads, the lethality is rather underwhelming. He recognizes that both the wood and bowstring need further refinement, and that time is necessary for experimentation. "Why can't I have a system?" Chen Mo exclaims, tossing the longbow aside. The arrow he had shot earlier only reached about 34 meters, lying helplessly on the grass as he calls out. Chen Yu's face comes into view. "Mo, they're back. The hunting party has returned." As the leader, Chen Mo has numerous responsibilities. After leading a few hunts, he entrusts the team to Leopard Jia, who has successfully brought back substantial game on 2 occasions. However, he does not intend to completely relinquish hunting. understanding the significance of leading a hunting party in this era. His reputation within the tribe is exceedingly high. Their lives have dramatically transformed due to his influence, and everyone heeds his commands as if he were a deity. Leopard Jia approaches Chen Mo, carrying 2 live wild chickens with gray-green feathers, exclaiming, "Leader, they're alive." Chen Mo feels a sense of satisfaction. Leopard Jia has followed his instructions and captured 2 common wild chickens. The tribe now possesses 4 large livestock, a young deer and 3 goats, which Chen Mo has organized into a small pen for raising. The limping young deer behaves quite well, while the 3 goats frequently attempt to escape, only to be caught each time. They require taming, and once they have offspring, they can be gradually domesticated. Did you encounter any other tribes? Chen Mo inquires. Leopard Jia shakes his head, thumping his chest. Leader, we encountered them, but we are not afraid. His speech has become increasingly fluent during moments of boredom. He gathers everyone in the grass to practice speaking, beginning with tools like clay pots, and the tribe members gradually grasp coherent sentences. Chen Mo smiles without speaking, kneeling down to pluck the flight feathers from the wings of the 2 wild chickens, which let out cries of distress. Both Leopard Jia and Chen Yu watch curiously, questioning his actions. Breeding, we cannot keep the flight feathers, Chen Mo briefly explains, though they remain perplexed. He then instructs someone to tie the 2 wild chickens by the wooden house. Breaking their wings is just the first step when they lay eggs. The chicks will also have their wings clipped, after which he plans to build a covered chicken coop for them. Initially, he anticipated a tranquil summer. But then the solitary hunter, Bear Chu Mo, returned with unsettling news. Mo, the cave bears have come. Cave bears, ancient ancestors of brown and black bears, have not yet gone extinct. Each summer, they wander down from the north, and every year, several arrive, selecting their preferred mates in the wilderness to ensure the continuation of their bloodline. In ancient times, cave bears reigned supreme due to their unmatched strength. And after the emergence of beastmen, they managed to evolve into humanoid forms, gaining higher intelligence. Their presence in the wilderness makes hunting particularly difficult for nearby tribes, as herds of herbivores tend to migrate away to avoid them, resulting in a scarcity of food. Chen Mo does not wish to confront the cave bear clan. He lacks the confidence to defeat the lion-eared tribe, let alone the thick-skinned cave bears. In his memories, during such times, the wolf-ear tribe would flee westward in search of sustenance. The ancestral mountains hold ample food. We need not worry, Chen Mo reassures, acknowledging that they can simply avoid descending the mountain, as there are still plenty of wild animals within its confines. It will just require more effort to hunt. However, Leopard Jia brings forth a grave concern. The cave bears will demand a sacrifice. After a thorough explanation from Leopard Jia, Chen Mo finally comprehends that the cave bear clan is not merely seeking to perpetuate their bloodline. During this time, their elder shaman will also appear to conduct a return to ancestor ceremony for the cave bear children, necessitating sacrifices from nearby tribes. To this day, Chen Mo has not grasped who originally invented the return to ancestor ceremony or its underlying principles. Does a totem truly exist in this world? Previously, Chen Mo's tribe would annually offer several prey and 2 failed beastmen as sacrifices. Once those individuals completed their beast transformation ritual, they would promptly consume the sacrificial offerings. What does that signify? Is it a form of protection money from the primitive era of beastmen? After a brief conversation with Leopard Jia, it becomes evident that this indeed resembles protection money. The reason their tribe possesses this territory is due to a failed cave bear from many years ago. The father of the first leader intimidated the nearby beast tribes, allowing this failed individual's clan to survive. To express gratitude, each subsequent leader would voluntarily present offerings. As time passed, this evolved into tradition. Once the leadership transitioned away from the cave bear lineage, the demands for sacrifices intensified, gradually transforming into the tribe's annual nightmare. Chen Mo remained silent for a long while, observing the nearby tribe members busily engaged, their faces adorned with smiles. He softly states, "Tradition is meant to be broken." It ends here. Baojia failed to comprehend Chen Mo's intentions. Merely observing the chief's demeanor, it appeared he was inclined to disregard the established rules. He refrained from offering counsel, secretly harboring a flicker of hope that the chief might lead them away from the oppression of the cave clan. Chen Mo abstained from making suggestions, disinterested in contemplation, as he was resolute in his decision to follow Chen Mo, believing that aligning with him would yield no detriment. Directly challenging the cave bears was beyond their clan's capabilities. Seated within the wooden cabin, he pondered strategic responses and ultimately concluded that the most prudent course of action was to flee. In truth, Chen Mo himself held little regard for their current dwelling. The advancement of civilization is best situated near rivers, where both water and land resources are most favorable for sustenance. Others might not concur, as the matter was of considerable gravity. Even the chief needed to deliberate carefully before making decisions, his authority not yet having reached its zenith. Chen Mo, furrowed in thought for an extended period, failed to notice the cat-eared little girl nestled on his lap. As Little Rabbit entered the cabin and observed the girl, she felt a twinge of irritation and promptly scooped her up, causing the little girl to emit a sound that disrupted Chen Mo's train of thought. "What are you doing?" Chen Mo inquired with curiosity. "It's dark," Little Rabbit reminded him, and only then did Chen Mo realize the encroaching night. A smile crept across his lips. Little Rabbit was perpetually in heat, and he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Let her sleep here tonight, he decided. Little Rabbit, slightly displeased, nonetheless did not defy Chen Mo's wishes, while the small cat stretched lazily and leapt back into Chen Mo's embrace to continue her slumber. With no other choice, Little Rabbit sat across from Chen Mo and broached a topic: the ancestral mountain, my kin over there. What about your kin? Chen Mo asked, intrigued. They came out with me, but he is missing. Chen Yu pointed towards the southern side of the ancestral mountain. Chen Mo's interest piqued. You came from that direction? Chen Yu nodded, counting on her fingers for what felt like an eternity, yet still failing to grasp the numbers. Despite Chen Mo's efforts to teach her from 1 to 10. 6, no, 7 days, she managed to say. The memory of those 6 or 7 days lingered in Little Rabbit's mind. Traversing the ancestral mountain alone was no great feat for their entire clan. After chatting with Chen Yu about the environment there, she recalled that most of her memories were intertwined with her mother and family, huddled within a cave on a small hillside. Having failed to undergo transformation into an adult beast, she had journeyed through a primeval forest before finally sighting the ancestral mountain. In Chen Mo's eyes, her luck was extraordinary. Surviving alone in the wilderness for 6 or 7 days was quite the achievement. Fruits and food, abundant. Chen Yu recalled the orchards she had encountered along the way, unable to suppress her drool. Chen Mo gently patted her back, his mind forming plans. Until their development was underway, the wild was unsuitable for their group, particularly in winter. Upon awakening the next day, Chen Mo led his companions down the mountain to assess the wild's condition. Baojia and the 10 men responsible for hunting had now mastered the art of spear throwing, with 6 of them equipped with thorny skin shields. Chen Mo and a few others donned leather vests, having begun to cultivate their combat prowess, and now felt confident in facing the Lion-Ear clan. As they descended the mountain, they encountered an endless expanse of verdant wilderness, devoid of any sign of beasts. Indeed, as Baojia had mentioned, the herds beneath Mirror Lake Mountain vanished during the season. The group trekked northward, and after half a day's journey, they stumbled upon a river approximately 3 to 4 meters wide, with animals flitting about the banks. A few wild antelopes, sensing danger, leapt across the small river to survey the situation. A flurry of spears flew, one antelope getting skewered like a porcupine. Chen Mo and his companions emerged from the underbrush, and Baojia and the others displayed remarkable composure. Armed with spears, their chances of a successful hunt had significantly improved. Chen Mo initially refrained from inspecting the antelope lying on the ground in distress. Instead, his gaze was fixed on a slowly moving, earth-toned shape on the opposite bank, a tortoise. Uncertain of its species, the surrounding commotion prompted it to laboriously crawl toward the river. Chen Mo, unconcerned with the details, retrieved a stone axe from his waist and hurled it. Thwack. The creature's head withdrew swiftly. The axe struck its shell, and after retracting its head, the tortoise became still. One of Chen Mo's clansmen leaped into the river, swiftly swimming to the other side. With one foot planted on the tortoise, he thrust his spear downwards, only to have it snap with a resounding crack. This scene incensed the clansman, who reached for his stone hammer to vent his frustration, but was halted by Chen Mo, who instructed him to lift the nearly 1-meter tortoise and toss it over. Meanwhile, the other clansmen were ferrying the antelope across the river when suddenly, a resounding trumpet echoed in their ears, followed by tremors beneath their feet. An elephant. Baojia's expression turned frantic. Chief, we must run. Chen Mo remained rooted, one foot resting on the tortoise, as he lifted his gaze to the north. A massive herd of various wild beasts was charging toward the river, a thick black line trailing behind them. Chen Mo observed intently for a moment, and the black line sharpened into focus as a multitude of colossal creatures approached. His eyelids fluttered. Such enormous elephants were not the mammoth he had anticipated, but a herd of elephants adorned with white fur. Jia, have these elephants ever passed through here before? No. Baojia shook his head, adopting a stance ready to flee at a moment's notice. Chen Mo, still curious about the existence of elephant-eared beastmen, then noticed several leopards darting past them, heedless of the peril. The ground trembled increasingly, and as he discerned the elephant's features, he became aware of a group of people driving the wild beasts ahead. Chief, retreat. It was only then that Chen Mo led his clan in retreat, moving 100 meters away. However, he did not flee entirely, instead crouching in the grass alongside his clansmen to observe the white-furred giants. Suddenly, a roar from the west shattered the air, prompting Chen Mo to signal Baojie to lead the group further back, while he and 2 others sprinted westward to join the commotion. After running several hundred meters, they witnessed a massive brown bear confronting 2 towering elephants on the southern bank of the river, while more elephants stood by the riverbank, using their trunks to drink deeply. The bear, towering at least 4 meters, stood taller than the elephants, yet the white-furred giants were overall larger, measuring at least 5 to 6 meters in length and over 3 meters at the shoulder. They silently regarded the bear, seemingly intent on driving it away. At last, a few elephants could no longer contain themselves. They surged across the river toward the bear, which, upon seeing this, instantly shrank in size, reverting to a robust man covered in dense fur, and turned to flee toward Chen Mo. The beast-eared man, in human form, could not be pursued by the elephants, who had no choice but to relent. The 2 white-furred elephants that had previously confronted him also transformed before Chen Mo's astonished gaze, shrinking into 2 remarkably tall women, each at least 2 meters in height. Having completed their transformation, they reached out to soothe the agitated elephants nearby. Chapter 16. The Longing to Reunite, a Deep Green Envy. Chen Mo chose not to continue observing, as the bear man had now sprinted to within 100 meters of him. While he turned his attention back to the white-furred elephant clan, his gaze flickered, hesitating momentarily. According to Chen Mo, the transformations of beastmen were time-limited, occurring no more than 3 times a day, with each duration roughly equivalent to the span of a hunt. Depending on the species, the time varied. The larger the creature, the shorter the transformation duration and the fewer the occurrences. Generally, a 4th transformation was not feasible, and should they be capable of transforming again, it would pose a significant threat. As he prepared to retreat with his 2 clansmen, a sudden howl of wolves echoed from the west. Chen Mo shifted his gaze, spotting a massive boulder on the flat expanse of wilderness, atop which stood a man draped in wolf pelts, his face adorned with crimson patterns. The priest of the wolf tribe, Chen Mo, was taken aback to find that his former kin had also arrived in this desolate wilderness, and he sensed that a significant event was about to unfold. The man from the bear-ear tribe also noticed the wolf pack to the west and, without hesitation, dashed southward, prompting Chen Mo to lead his people away. As night fell, they returned to their dwelling by the Mirror Lake, where Chen Mo instructed the cat-eared man to remain vigilant regarding the situation in the wilderness, expressing his willingness to intervene should an opportunity arise. Chen Yu had prepared dinner for him, a pot of mushroom meat soup. The tribesmen, having lived in this area for an extended period, could discern which mushrooms were safe to eat, alleviating concerns of poisoning. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the rooftop. Chen Mo remained composed, knowing that only one individual enjoyed frequenting his roof, the little leopard, Mian Mian. "Come down and join us for a meal," he called out. The little leopard had her ample bosom wrapped in a piece of beast hide and wore a short grass skirt, reportedly woven and gifted to her by a group of children, including the little cat-eared girls. Mian Mian, as she introduced herself to Chen Mo, seemed a tad more astute than the foolish Chen Mo, showing awareness of her own name. "I won't eat," Mian Mian replied, still maintaining her haughty demeanor. Chen Yu cast a glance at her. Apart from Chen Mo, this carnivorous beast man, she held an aversion to other carnivorous creatures, feeling that Mian Mian posed a greater threat to her than the little cat-eared girl, as she had noticed Chen Mo's gaze lingering on Mian Mian's chest on several occasions. With a chuckle, Chen Mo decided not to engage further, assuming Mian Mian had merely come out of boredom. However, she spoke up. "You leave? The 100 tribes are going to fight." Chen Mo's expression turned serious as he asked, "What do you know? Tell me." After a moment of hesitation, Mian Mian revealed, "The priests of the various tribes are going to attack the bears." Chen Mo was aware that the successful beastmen of solitary tribes would seek out their priests annually to present offerings, a matter that both Mian Mian and Chen Mo had mentioned recently. "Did your priest inform you of this?" he inquired. Mian Mian nodded and added, "You should run. The lion tribe intends to strike you." Chen Mo scoffed, realizing that the lion-ear tribe harbored a grudge. The 100 tribes were plotting against the cave bear clan, and those ruffians sought to take advantage of the chaos to settle scores. He was not one to sit idly by. He understood it was time to find a new home to ensure that the rest of his tribe remained unharmed amidst the impending conflict. In the dead of night, Chen Mo was abruptly awakened by loud shouts. He and Chen Yu opened their eyes simultaneously, hearing cries from outside their wooden cabin. Grabbing his spear, Chen Mo rushed out to find Chen Mo approaching in a panic. "Mo, in the woods, there are many wolves." Chen Mo had already heard the howls echoing from the mountainside. The cat-eared man had not returned to report, and Chen Mo continued, "The cat is surrounded in a tree." Chen Mo let out a whistle, gathering 15 men as they hurried towards the coniferous forest, a petite and agile figure trailing closely behind. As they neared the forest, Chen Mo spotted a figure racing towards them. It was the cat-eared man, shouting loudly, "Chief, be careful." Chen Mo barked an order, "Circle formation." The group quickly formed a protective ring around the injured cat-eared man, with 6 individuals wielding shields creating a perimeter while others stood within, spears at the ready, keeping watch in the direction of the coniferous forest. During this time, the men had engaged in hunting, occasionally assisting Chen Mo in repairing the wooden cabins or fishing in the lake, but primarily practiced 2 basic combat formations, one being the circular formation with shield bearers on the outside, and the other a linear formation with shields in front and spears behind. Soon, rustling sounds filled the air as a pack of grayish-white wolves emerged, numbering at least 20 or 30. Chen Mo recognized the lead wolf all too well. He could sense it through their blood bond. Among the pack, he also noticed 2 pairs of familiar eyes. His brother and sister had arrived. The wolves slowly encircled them, the Wolf King evidently catching the scent of familiarity. Reverting from his beastly form to regard Chen Mo and his companions with a cold stare. "Come out," he commanded. Chen Mo pushed aside the shield bearers, stepping forward with his spear. The moment the Wolf King laid eyes on him, a flicker of complex emotion crossed his gaze. "You are still alive." Chen Mo felt no affection for the creature before him, nor did he possess any innate fear of his bloodline father. With a stoic expression, he declared, "This is my territory. If you wish to live, then leave." The 20-odd wolves were taken aback, astonished that this castaway had not only survived, but had also become the leader of these so-called failures. And they were astonished by his ability to articulate so many syllables in one breath. The Wolf King was momentarily stunned, then revealed his teeth in a grin, realizing that this defiant son of his had the audacity to roar at him. He prepared to transform into his beastly form, intent on slaughtering those failures beside him to teach his son that even as a leader of a band of failures, one could not challenge the authority of the Wolf King. However, before he could transform, a wolf charged from behind him, and to Chen Mo's astonishment, it was his brother. Seeing the others prepare to launch their attack, Chen Mo shouted, "Don't move." With that, he thrust his spear not to pierce but to use it as a club, swinging it upward with force, striking the charging gray wolf in the abdomen, causing it to crash to the ground. As it attempted to rise, Chen Mo placed a foot firmly on its head. "My brother, regardless of your transformation, even if you were a god, you will still remain my brother in my presence." The scene unfolded in an instant, and by the time the other members of the wolf-ear tribe reacted, they bared their teeth and growled. The Wolf King's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that Chen Mo had subdued his beastly brother with a mere branch-like weapon. Suddenly, 2 wolves, having crept close, sprang forth, employing the element of surprise, as wolves often did, attacking when one was least vigilant. "Throw," ordered Biao Jia, not waiting for Chen Mo's command. 7 or 8 spears flew through the darkness, catching the wolves off guard. Before the 2 wolves could leap, they collapsed to the ground, several spears embedded in their bodies, blood spilling forth as their anguished cries echoed in the darkness. Chen Mo cast a glance back at the Wolf King, who now bore a trace of fear in his eyes. He had not anticipated the prowess of these individuals, according to the arrangement discussed among the various tribe priests. They were tasked with capturing the people of Mirror Lake as sacrifices for a pre-battle blood ritual. Yet, this group had proven unexpectedly formidable, having already lost 4 members in the coniferous forest and now 2 more here. Such casualties were rare, even in disputes over territory with other tribes. At that moment, a smaller wolf completed its transformation, resembling Chen Mo to some degree, gradually approaching with a pitiful expression. "Brother, spare him." Chen Mo grinned, recalling how, in the memories of this body, he had shared his catches of small animals with her as a child, knowing she was skilled in evoking sympathy to garner favor from others. On the day of his expulsion, his brother had felt some reluctance, but this sister displayed no hesitation as she slowly raised her spear, aiming it at the head of her blood brother. Both the Wolf King and the wolf-eared sister's expressions shifted dramatically. No, the spear struck the edge of the wolf's head, causing the pack to exhale in relief. Chen Mo released his foot, and his brother, having endured such a blow, reverted from his beastly form. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen as he looked up at Chen Mo, their gazes locking, confirming that Chen Mo had not misjudged. In a hushed tone, Chen Mo instructed, "Take them away, and do not return." He spared the life of his brother, recalling the concern in his brother's eyes when he had been sent away. Just moments prior, when he had charged towards the Wolf King, Chen Mo understood that his brother's intent had not been to attack his neck, but rather to subdue him before their father could strike. "Brother, be careful, leave this place," his wolf brother murmured, clutching his abdomen as he stood unsteadily, eventually making his way to their father's side. The Wolf King fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Chen Mo, whose cold and indifferent expression stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Chief among them, a profound sense of humiliation. He had never imagined that the pack he led would be so mercilessly trampled upon by a forsaken outcast. With a low growl, the Wolf King reluctantly led his clan away. Chen Mo watched their retreating silhouettes intently, His sister, adept in the art of disguise, cast a backward glance. As the wolf pack departed, Chen Mo was certain that these beings were nothing more than livestock reared by the beast-eared clans. The priests demanded their blood sacrifices. On the eve of war, both sides sought to offer them as sacrificial offerings. Returning to Mirror Lake, Chen Mo summoned everyone and disclosed the matter. The myriad tribes have never regarded us as their kin. Leaving here is our sole recourse. You have all been forsaken by your own kind. They look down upon us. But I vow, one day, we shall return and repay the humiliation you have endured, tenfold. Leopard Jia was the first to raise his arm in a triumphant shout. The clansmen lifted their spears, unleashing guttural roars that vented years of pent-up anguish. Flames soared skyward by the lakeside as Chen Mo set fire to the wooden hut he had painstakingly built. The clansmen collapsed every cave they had inhabited, departing Mirror Lake under cover of night. At dawn, several burly figures appeared by the lake, surveying the devastation with reluctant howls of discontent. To the south of the ancestral mountain, within a bamboo grove, a black and white bear stood in confrontation with 5 wild mountain jackals. Behind her stood a round-faced panda-eared boy, nervously watching his mother face off against the jackals. The primal wolf jackals were keenly aware that the mother panda's beast transformation was brief. Their tactic was to persistently harass her, waiting for the transformation to end, at which point, the panda-eared pair's demise would be assured. Anxiety flickered in the mother panda's eyes. With a low growl, she charged forward, but 2 jackals evaded her attacks, darting several meters aside and causing her to miss. A piercing scream from her child prompted her to turn back swiftly and chase off 2 jackals attempting to ambush her offspring. After a prolonged skirmish, the mother bear took a breath just as her transformation time expired. She shrank back to human form without hesitation, grasped her child, and fled down the mountain. The jackals howled incessantly, their cries brimming with excitement as they pursued the mother and child. 2 jackals circled to the flanks, leaping from rocks to block their path. In desperation, the bear woman whispered a single word to her child. Climb. She lifted him onto a bamboo stalk. The boy clenched the bamboo with his legs and struggled upward. This maneuver, however, afforded the jackals an opportunity. Several pounced and tore at her, but she fought fiercely, delivering a brutal elbow strike to one. Yet a jackal latched onto her nape, causing her to lose balance and fall. The panda-eared boy watched helplessly as his mother was torn apart, sobbing, "Mother, no." The woman released a final roar, forbidding her child to come to her aid. Soon, she was reduced to fragments amidst a pool of blood. Unsatisfied, the jackals raised their heads to survey the boy. His strength would inevitably wane. Patience was all they required. As time slipped away, the sun cast its last fading rays. The boy's arms, gripping the bamboo, grew weak, and his body began to slide downward. An impatient jackal struck the bamboo, hastening his descent. The nearby drowsy jackals gathered, eager not to miss their feast. Exhausted, the boy released his grip, contemplating death alongside his mother. As he fell, the jackals scattered, and he landed on a bed of bamboo leaves. Motionless, he closed his eyes, awaiting the end. A piercing howl startled him open. There was no pain. Instead, the jackals fled in all directions. Amidst his confusion, strange whistling sounds filled the air. Suddenly, bamboo spears shot forth from all directions, impaling the slower jackals like quills on a porcupine. A wolf-eared man emerged from the shadows. The boy stared blankly as the man approached and extended a hand. "Little one, are you all right?" After some time, the boy opened his heavy eyelids, inhaling an unfamiliar, fragrant scent. He swallowed instinctively and slowly rose, finding himself within a bamboo hollow. Hearing voices outside, he shuffled barefoot and pushed aside a beast skin curtain. Before him bustled a throng of people carrying bamboo. By the riverside lay heaps of bamboo, and several caves like his own dotted the landscape. "Hey!" A clear voice rang out. A charming rabbit-eared girl stood before him, clad in a skirt woven from bamboo leaves and twigs. Her chest wrapped in a band of gray fur, adorned with a floral wreath on her head, flanked by elegant white feathers. Startled by her outstretched hand, he instinctively recoiled. "Wary." The girl smiled gently. "Don't be afraid. I mean you no harm." Nearby, a man chewing on a bamboo leaf called out, "Chen Yu, he's awake. Bring him over for some food. Here he comes." The boy caught sight of Chen Mo's face and suddenly realized that he was the one who had saved him. He allowed the girl to take his small hand and lead him forward. Chen Mo and his companions had spent 6 days traversing the ancestral mountain, descending into a vast bamboo sea, where they discovered this river. Chen Mo resolved to settle here. To the north lay an expanse of bamboo forest. The other 3 sides opened onto plains, though the surrounding woodland remained dense and unexplored. On the 3rd day of settling, while hunting with his clan, Chen Mo inadvertently found the little one besieged by jackals and intervened to rescue him. They also discovered abundant bamboo shoots on the mountain, sufficient to sustain the clan for a time. Bamboo was far easier to harvest than the timber of the primeval forest. Chen Mo's first order of business was to construct a bamboo fence. Tomorrow, he would commence his inaugural grand project in this world. The boy sat uneasily on the ground, noticing a large tortoise shell beneath the wolf-eared man's seat. Curiosity flickered in his eyes. Chen Mo smiled and stood, dragging the shell before the boy. Sit here. Chapter 18. The Fence, the Poison. Just as the boy settled, a wave of heat washed over him. He noticed a pit fire burning nearby, a tradition passed down through the clan for generations. Instinctively, he leaned back, intent on fleeing. Chen Mo gently pressed him down, soothing. It's all right. This is fire, not a calamity. At that moment, Chen Yu removed a roasted chicken wing from the fire and offered it to the boy. Eat. The boy twitched his nose, realizing the source of the enticing aroma. Swallowing nervously, he set aside his fear of the fire. Seeing the boy grimace from the heat, Chen Mo took the wing and demonstrated how to cool it before eating. Behind Chen Mo, Leopard Jia approached with two clansmen. Wearing straw sandals, leather greaves on his calves, and a leather vest, he announced, Chief, the traps are set. Chen Mo glanced back, but saw no sign of Bear Chu Mo. Curious, he inquired, where's Bear? Gone to find his kin. Leopard Jia scratched his head. They laid the traps along the way. Bear Chu Mo caught the scent of his own kind and insisted on searching alone. Not sure why. After learning the details, Chen Mo smiled and did not press further. Bear Chu Mo was cunning. He would avoid danger. It was probably a brown barriered woman. Thank you for your hard work. You may all rest now. During this time, focus on learning to speak. I will teach you how to make some tools, so you can learn alongside me. Chen Mo spoke at length. And after a moment of reflection, everyone nodded in unison. Choosing to reside beneath this bamboo grove, aside from its livability, there exists a significant reason. Chen Mo possesses the exquisite craft of bamboo weaving. Raised in the mountainous regions of Sichuan and Chongqing by his grandfather, he began accompanying him from a tender age to weave backpacks and bamboo chairs, which his grandfather would sell at the market. Chen Mo aspires for men to learn this craft, as it requires considerable physical exertion. Of course, the women of this world are equally capable as their male counterparts on Blue Star, yet they bear other responsibilities, with half of the tribe still without straw sandals, and the dense, untamed jungle necessitating footwear to protect their feet. With tasks assigned, Lu Ming, being exceptionally astute, collaborates with Chen Mo on the construction of the walls. With Chen Mo planning to delegate the responsibilities to him, the cat-eared young man, now named Yi, enjoys patrolling the territory during the hours when the tribe is asleep. As for his surname, it must be derived from his race, Cat Yi. Chen Mo learned during a conversation with the cat-eared little girl that Yi is her half-brother. The little girl implored Chen Mo to bestow upon her a name, which became Yu. Chen Mo entrusted the duo of Yi and two other lynx-eared tribesmen, whose customs resemble those of cats, forming a night watch team dedicated to guarding their territory. The task assigned to the swift leopard is to inspect the traps daily, while the remainder of his time is devoted to language acquisition and training. The women are placed under the management of Chun Yu, responsible for the tribe's garments. Upon their arrival, they discovered a plant by the river resembling the bamboo leaves Chun Mo had seen, and another type of river reed. The former, with its broad leaves, may serve as material for crafting summer skirts. The latter, being slender yet resilient, could potentially be woven into straw sandals. With tasks well organized, Chen Mo commenced his study of the wall's construction the following day, first determining the height. The bamboo he had felled measured nearly 7 to 8 meters in length, with a diameter exceeding that of an arm. A uniform height of 4 meters would suffice for the walls. He instructed the tribesmen to cut bamboo to a length of 6 meters, ensuring that 1 meter of the base is buried underground for stability, and then led them to excavate the foundation, which entailed digging approximately 4 trenches, each exceeding 100 meters in length. To save time, the trenches need not be overly wide, merely embedding the bamboo would suffice. 5 days swiftly passed. Xiong Chu Mo finally returned. During his absence, Chen Mo had sent the little leopard to seek him, yet regrettably, no trace was found. Upon his return, Xiong Chu Mo was taken aback by the 2 erected bamboo walls, astonished by Chun Mo's ingenuity. The remaining 2 walls would require an additional 2 days for completion. Chen Mo initially intended to sharpen the tops of the bamboo, but found his stone tools inadequate for the task. He decided to abandon this notion and instructed the tribesmen to gather various stones during their outings. If copper and tin ores could be located, they might attempt to smelt bronze. As for iron tools, Chen Mo did not reach for the stars. The tribe's rudimentary kiln for pottery lacked the necessary heat to forge iron. For several days, a continuous light rain persisted, and finally, the sun emerged. Chen Mo instructed the tribesmen to lay some bamboo on the ground to sunbathe, followed by exposure to the rain, and finally another round of sunbathing before boiling them for weaving bamboo products. Simultaneously, he would explore the crafting of bamboo bows. He knew they were less durable than wooden bows, but simpler to create. The lively little rabbit fanned herself with both hands, her tiny tongue sticking out adorably. Chen Mo was in the midst of inserting a small segment of bamboo into a hole drilled in a larger piece, creating a stable structure that could evolve into a bamboo table. Going for a swim? Chen Mo, possessing superior heat tolerance compared to the little rabbit, observed her fear of heat as she lay exposed in the bamboo tent, her small legs raised. Chen Yu shook her head, expressing her dislike for water. Chen Mo smiled and chose not to pursue the matter further, planning to weave a bamboo fan for himself once the bamboo dried. Just as he bent down to continue, he heard hurried footsteps. The cat-eared little girl, Cat Yu, rushed over, her face etched with urgency. Chief, Yang Xiao has been bitten. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, setting down his tools. Bitten by what? A snake, he was informed. Chen Mo hastily made his way to Yang Xiao's tent, where a crowd had gathered. Lu Ming was attempting to feed a purple-red root to the unconscious Yang Xiao. Chen Mo pushed through the throng. Lu Ming, how is he? Yang Xiao was one of the few hybrid children in the tribe, his mother from the antelope-eared tribe and his father from the deer-eared tribe. His mother's genes were dominant, endowing him with goat-like ears while his tail resembled that of a deer. Lu Ming, related to Yang Xiao, wore a grave expression. Chief, snake grass. It may be ineffective. Before Chen Mo's arrival, Lu Ming had already administered the snake grass, a well-known antidote for snake venom among many tribes, commonly found near the ancestral mountains, and the tribe maintained a good supply of it. Chen Mo placed his hand on Yang Xiao's chest, feeling a faint heartbeat, his complexion darkening. In such a state, survival seemed unlikely. Chen Mo turned to Cat Yu. Did you get bitten by the river? Yes. The little Cat Yu nodded anxiously. For now, avoid playing near the river, stay within the tribe. Chen Mo instructed, then examined Yang Xiao's wound, which had turned completely black on his calf. The tribe members murmured in sorrow. Even the wisest chief might be powerless in such a situation. Yang Xiao was too young. It was uncertain how long he could hold on. As a veterinarian, Chen Mo had studied herbal medicine, yet many plants in this world differed significantly from those he knew. Even if he could find a few familiar antidote herbs now, it might be too late. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside as a man rushed in. Chief, Cat Yi has captured a bull-eared man. Chapter 19, The Sage's Market. Captured a bull-eared man. Chen Mo, lacking the disposition to care about who had been caught, noticed Cat Yi bringing the bull-eared man forward. Upon their first glance, Chen Mo discerned that this bull-eared man was no ordinary individual. A faint smile adorned his lips, unfazed by his predicament. As they approached Chen Mo, Cat Yi spoke. Chief, he has breached our traps. The bull-eared man appeared older, his eyes bearing distinct wrinkles, with a pair of small horns atop his head. Unlike other beast-eared individuals, he was not entirely unclothed. He wore an apron around his waist, adorned with a blue bird emblem on his chest. The bull-eared man addressed Chen Mo. Are you the chief of this tribe? Chen Mo, taken aback, noted the fluidity of his speech, surpassing even that of Chen Yu, who had been learning for days. Indeed, who are you? Why did you disturb our traps? The bull-eared man shook his head, not to destroy, merely out of curiosity. The trap's design is quite clever. It nearly ensnared this old fellow. At that moment, a woman cried out, Chief. Chen Mo abandoned the bull-eared elder and rushed to Yang Xiao's side, where the boy had begun to froth at the mouth and roll his eyes. Clenching his fists, Chen Mo felt utterly powerless in the face of his tribe's impending loss. Suddenly, the bull-eared man's voice pierced through the poison of the blue water snake. Regrettably, it may be too late, but it is worth a try. The bull-eared man, still being restrained by Cat Yi and others, nonetheless managed to approach. Chen Mo's eyes brightened. Release him. The bull-eared man stepped forward to Yang Xiao, deftly removing the jade dagger from Chen Mo's waist. He swiftly made an incision on Yang Xiao's chest, allowing the black blood to flow forth, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Angry tribesmen were held back by Chen Mo. Do not interfere. Let him try. The bull-eared man frowned and instructed Chen Mo, have your people fetch my leather pouch. Chen Mo lifted his gaze towards the cat knight, who, upon realizing the situation, promptly snatched the beast skin pouch from behind a nearby tribesman and handed it to Chen Mo, then passed it to the bull-eared man. As the bull-eared man unwrapped the package, an overwhelming stench wafted forth, revealing several desiccated herbs alongside an assortment of colorful small stones. Crush this stone, and have your tribesmen fetch some water to brew this bitter ginseng branch. Chen Mo instructed without hesitation, executing the task immediately. In the midst of the onlookers' astonished gazes, the bull-eared man drew a dagger across his palm, letting his blood drip into the mouth of the young goat. Half a day later, the bull-eared man stretched and awoke, emerging from the tent to examine the structure of the bamboo shelter with a slow nod of approval, seemingly impressed by Chen Mo and his companion's construction skills. He beckoned Chen Mo over, who bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude. The condition of the young goat would likely have been beyond salvation even under modern medical standards. Yet the bull-eared man had managed to pull it back from the brink of death. The venom of the blue water snake acted slowly, and he was fortunate indeed. The bull-eared man waved his hand dismissively, and although Chen Mo was filled with countless questions, before he could voice them, the bull-eared man remarked, "I am somewhat hungry. I can smell the aroma of meat. Bring me a portion, you old rascal." Chen Mo instructed Chen Yu to serve some mushroom meat soup in a bamboo tube. The bull-eared man sat cross-legged on the ground, savoring the broth slowly. "Delicious. You added salt, and I must say, I did not expect your tribe to possess such culinary knowledge in these remote mountains," he complimented. "Mo, who is this?" Bear Chu Mo inquired, patting his round belly as he approached. As the sun set and darkness descended, this fellow seemed to relish wandering about. The bull-eared man paused, taken aback, and exclaimed, "You, a beast man, associate with this group of beast-eared people?" Bear Chu Mo's eyes widened in realization. "Mo, he is clever." Chen Mo shot him a glare, signaling him to sit obediently. "Not everyone is like you, who simply eats and sleeps, showing no desire to learn." The bull-eared man chuckled at the endearing demeanor of Bear Chu Mo, and said slowly, "You must be eager to ask who I am? You must hail from the wilderness tribes north of the Ancestor Mountain. This world is vast, filled with many things you do not yet know." The bull-eared man began to recount tales. Chen Mo soon learned that numerous Stone Age tribal civilizations existed to the south, scattered along the banks of the Moon River. People like the bull-eared man were referred to as Earth Wise Men, wandering the land to disseminate language and survival skills. And every tribal priest from the north of the Ancestor Mountain had, to some extent, interacted with them. "Is this garment made of beast skin?" the bull-eared man inquired, his curiosity piqued by the leather vest Chen Mo wore. Chen Mo nodded. "It is from our tan cattle." Realizing the other party was a descendant of cattle, the bull-eared man refrained from further comment, chuckling lightly. "No matter, the primal beast is just that, a beast. We have taken different paths, and cannot be considered of the same lineage." Chen Mo couldn't help but marvel at the enlightenment of this primitive world. It was no wonder he held the title of Earth Wiseman. Intrigued, he asked, "Wiseman, do you intend to traverse the Ancestor Mountain?" "Indeed. I wish to explore that area and collect some herbs along the way," the bull-eared man replied. Chen Mo felt a surge of respect upon hearing this. Recognizing the kindness in the man's heart, "Do you require our assistance?" he inquired. "No, my people are solitary. Aside from tribes like yours, few would dare trouble me," the bull-eared man stated. Chen Mo felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that his tribe seemed akin to a group of ignorant savages. "May I know your name?" Chen Mo asked. The bull-eared man nodded. "I am called Su." Su. Although the phonetics of this world's language resembled Chinese, he was uncertain if the written characters were the same. Based on the historical development of writing, it likely began as pictographs. Su smiled subtly, picking up a twig to draw a mountain-like figure in the dirt, with 2 dots within it. "This represents my name, a symbol of my own creation." Chen Mo smiled, realizing that the other party's literary creativity was rather modest. Eager to inquire about the Moon River region, Su shook his head in refusal. "I will not divulge the locations of the tribes upon this earth. You must discover them for yourself." "By the way, what?" Chen Mo urged, unable to contain his curiosity as Su paused. Su stroked the beard on his chin. "This area lies at the edge of the pig-eared tribe's territory. If you settle here, be wary of their volatile tempers." Chen Mo was immensely grateful for the warning. After some contemplation, he considered gifting his jade-edged dagger to Su for protection, but Su politely declined. "I am a beast man." Chen Mo was taken aback. Had not Su mentioned that the tribes of the Moon River region were adept at crafting stone tools? Was it not understood that sometimes weapons were more effective than beast transformation? Su seemed to perceive Chen Mo's confusion and explained. "Beastmen who rely on tools lose the protection of their totems, and their ancestral abilities gradually fade." It appeared that Su still believed the benefits of beast transformation outweighed those of tools. The limitations of the sages in this era were apparent. Chen Mo said nothing further, acknowledging that Su's assertion held merit, for stone tools indeed had many drawbacks, yet they lacked knowledge of what came after. Chapter 20. Has the pig come knocking? As Su spoke, he glanced at Bear Chu Mo, who scratched his head, while Chen Mo found himself lost in conversation with Su, oblivious to the implications of Su's words. Focused solely on the essentials of eating and sleeping. "I see you have learned to construct nests. According to our wisdom, when you awaken your intellect, I shall teach you a survival skill," Su said with a serious demeanor. Chen Mo pondered. He had little need for Su's guidance, except in matters of herbs. He was particularly fearful of situations like that of the young goat, and sought to procure herbs that could alleviate pain. Su was somewhat surprised. Perceiving Chen Mo as a person of potential, able to engage in fluent dialogue and caring for his tribe, prioritizing their needs over mere sustenance. He patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. "The venom of the blue water snake is deadly. An adult will perish within 3 days of being bitten. The moment you are bitten, make an incision in the wound and seek a particular stone along with heartleaf grass, and you may save your life. Saying this, he presented Chen Mo with a grayish-white stone. Having encountered this type of stone before, Chen Mo recognized its brittle texture, reminiscent of limestone, though he was certain it was not limestone. As for heartleaf grass, he would need Su to sketch a representation. Su readily agreed, but requested some food in return, as he intended to stay the night before ascending the ancestor mountain. As night fell, Chen Mo had just completed a significant milestone in his life with Chunyu when he was startled by the sudden sound of the little leopard, who lay contentedly on the ground blanket. Emerging from the tent, he found the little leopard crouched beside it. Since their return from the ancestor mountain, the little leopard had taken to solitary excursions, occasionally returning to rest. Sensing a metallic tang in the air, Chen Mo quickly knelt to inspect. Discovering the little leopard had sustained an injury to its foreleg. Concerned, he asked, "You are hurt? Did you consume the hemostatic grass? Where have you been?" He bombarded the little leopard with 3 questions, and though it looked up with a wounded expression, it maintained its proud demeanor, turning its head in silence. Chen Mo, exasperated, returned to the tent to retrieve some dried hemostatic grass, proceeding to brew it over the central fire of the tribe. Su approached, surprising Chen Mo with his wakefulness. After a hearty belch, he squatted down leisurely. "Your tribe's soup is quite good, though not enough to satisfy me. I nibbled on some grass outside while in beast form. Are there many like you?" Chen Mo inquired, intrigued. Su shook his head. "Upon returning to my ancestral land, few of my kin remain. My Green Bull clan is scattered across the world. Perhaps they have grown weary and settled in one place." Chen Mo harbored his own thoughts. The intelligence of the Qingyo tribe was evidently superior to that of other clans. If he could win them over, they might assist him in expanding his own tribe. However, he dared not voice this idea for fear of provoking them. With a sincere smile, Chen Mo said, "Su, you look weary. You are welcome to come to our camp, and I assure you of your sustenance." Su, stroking his beard, exhibited a touch of pride. "Many tribes wish to have me stay." Chen Mo chose not to respond further. Su caught a whiff of the contents in the pot and inquired, "Thistle? Is someone injured?" To his surprise, Su referred to the hemostatic herb as thistle, a term reminiscent of the one used back on Earth. Though this herb proved more effective, its efficacy surpassing that of industrial Western medicine, while still acting more swiftly than conventional Chinese remedies. Chen Mo recounted the incident involving the young leopard, and without hesitation, Su produced a block resembling clay from his bag, from which a peculiar, pungent odor emanated. "This is fermented yellow earth, quite rare. When sprinkled on a wound, it promotes faster healing." Chen Mo exclaimed in delight. "Thank you. Wise one. Does this substance possess anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties?" Su seemed puzzled, not comprehending the meaning of Chen Mo's inquiry. Chen Mo, with a hint of exasperation, clarified, "It means the wound will not fester." Su slowly nodded, caressing his beard. "Where did you hear such terminology?" "Ah, from an elder of my tribe who has since passed." Chen Mo feigned sorrow, wishing to keep a low profile until his tribe grew stronger. Su sighed in regret. "Indeed, it has the properties you mentioned, but I cannot teach you. This knowledge is a treasure of our Qingyo tribe." Chen Mo understood and did not press further. He expressed his gratitude before pouring the prepared potion into a bamboo tube and went to find the young leopard. The little leopard sat obediently at the tent's entrance, and Chen Mo administered the medicine to her. When he grasped her tiny hand, she immediately withdrew, her amber eyes wide with surprise. "I am merely giving you medicine. Do not be anxious," Chen Mo reassured her, gently ruffling her head. Upon holding the small dumpling's hand, he noticed its plump softness, likely a trait inherited from her snow leopard lineage, akin to the tender pads of feline creatures. Observing Chen Mo applying the fermented yellow powder to her wound, the little leopard grimaced, and Chen Mo softly comforted her. "It will be all right. It will be over shortly." Though she appeared proud, the little leopard held a deep trust in Chen Mo, enduring the sting until he finished applying the powder, at which point she withdrew her hand and whispered, "To the south, there are pigs. They are wicked." Chen Mo understood. The little leopard had been harmed by the pig ear tribe. He replied sternly, "The south is their territory. You must refrain from hunting there for now." The little leopard concurred before swiftly disappearing from sight. After having her hand held by Chen Mo, she was unsure why her heart raced, even faster than during her hunts. The following morning, Su departed without a word, and Chen Mo felt little sentiment regarding his absence. He had much to accomplish, such as attempting to construct a kiln today for mass-producing pottery. The tribe could not always rely on rudimentary earth pits for firing ceramics, as the success rate was far too low. The first step involved producing charcoal, which differed from ordinary wood. Charcoal is created in an oxygen-deprived environment. For now, he would use riverbank soil to fashion a clay kiln. The subsequent combustion temperature of charcoal would be higher than that of regular wood, thereby increasing the yield of ceramic products. He also aimed to experiment with calcining limestone to produce quicklime, for this cursed place was rife with snakes and insects. While Chen Mo busied himself, it wasn't long before Yi Cat reappeared at his side. "Chief, there are visitors from the south." "What kind?" "Pigs." "How many?" Yi Cat hesitated, struggling with numbers. After a moment, he muttered, "Not many, fewer than us." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo deduced they had come in search of the little leopard's trail. He immediately summoned all the men of the tribe. Should the other party prove relentless, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. The men gathered, armed with their weapons. In addition to stone spears, some wielded sharpened bamboo poles, which could also be effective in combat. Bear Chu Mo was pulled forward by Chen Mo, as they needed a strong figure to assert dominance. The little leopard unexpectedly emerged from hiding, insisting she accompany them. "It's my fault. I will go." The stubborn little leopard, whose pride was too strong, prompted Chen Mo to remind her, seeing her wound was not yet fully healed. "If a fight ensues, you must stay hidden." The little leopard blinked and replied, "All right." Chapter 21, The Wild Boar Charge. The rustling of footsteps echoed through the jungle on the southern bank, as a group of beast-eared individuals sprinted, fearless of any solitary ferocious beasts. This primitive forest was adorned with many lush banyan trees, with the occasional solitary teak tree standing tall, alongside various other tree species unknown to Chen Mo. According to the little leopard, traversing this ancient forest would take 2 to 3 days, leading to a rare expanse of flat land where they might encounter the pig-ear tribe. Cat Knight took the lead, swiftly reaching a colossal ancient tree ahead of Chen Mo and the others. "Chief." Chen Mo and the others instinctively looked up as Cat Knight pointed forward. They immediately understood and slowed their pace, cautiously advancing until they spotted 9 figures in a small patch of grass behind 2 giant trees. Most of them sat on the ground, voraciously gnawing at bloody rabbit meat, entirely oblivious to the impending danger. All eyes awaited Chen Mo's command, who recalled Su's words. Direct hostility with these tribes should be avoided. He whistled sharply, and the group surged forth, surrounding the 9 startled members of the pig-ear tribe. The pig-ear people brandished sticks, predominantly bone clubs, while only one burly individual wielded a stone hammer. Neither side made the first move. Chen Mo stepped forward, fixing his gaze on the rotund man and demanding, "This is our territory. What is your purpose here?" The stout leader stepped forward in response, suggesting negotiations. His body was covered in dense fur, particularly on his chest, resembling a black sweater, and he was smeared with mud and tree sap, creating a rather repulsive appearance. What surprised Chen Mo was that they were at least aware of modesty, wearing not grass skirts, but burlap cloth. "Your territory? I have never seen your tribe before." The pig-ear man retorted loudly. Chen Mo replied coldly, "Well, now you have." A flicker of hesitation crossed the pig-ear man's small eyes as he scrutinized Chen Mo and his companions. He turned to signal one of his tribesmen, who immediately transformed into a massive black wild boar. At this, Chen Mo bellowed for his tribe to raise their shields in defense. The pig-ear man grinned in triumph. As he had suspected, this group could not beast transform. His tone turned arrogant. "The beast-eared of the ancestral mountains seek death." With that, the confrontation erupted. As the beast-formed wild boar charged forward, relying on its tough hide and thick fur, impervious to ordinary weapons. As it bore down on them, Chen Mo's voice rang out. "Throw." 16 men simultaneously hurled their spears. The majority of the opponents immediately beast transformed, except for one who was slow to react and was struck by 2 spears, howling in pain before also transforming. As the charging black wild boar approached Chen Mo and the others, a fierce bear roar reverberated through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. The wild boar instinctively slowed its pace, but it was too late. Its momentum carried it forward, and Chen Mo, alongside Lu Ming, stepped aside, allowing the formidable brown bear to strike down upon its head with both paws. The black wild boar's head crashed violently against the ground, prompting Chen Mo and Lu Ming to rush forward, thrusting their bamboo spears into the creature's flanks with great force. No matter how thick its hide, the close range, powerful stabs inflicted considerable pain, causing the boar to emit a distressing cry. "Chief, be careful." Chen Mo rolled aside to evade another boar charging toward him. The primary assault tactic of these wild boars was to ram into their targets, and Bear Chu Mo was not as quick to react, resulting in his body being struck, prompting a fierce roar as he grappled with yet another boar. "Spread out," Chen Mo shouted, and the group dispersed, though not entirely. Having trained together, they instinctively grouped in threes. The shield bearers boldly confronted the boars, and even if one was toppled, the remaining 2 seized the opportunity, striking the distracted creature with their stone axes as it shook its head to regain its composure. Their clan exhibited remarkable coordination. The opponent possessed formidable vitality and strength. The battle raged for several minutes, and the initially injured boar succumbed to its wounds, reverting from its beastly form. At that moment, a snow leopard suddenly leaped down from a tree, swiftly biting through the neck of the boar before it could react. On Chen Mo's side, the shields of the shield bearers were nearly destroyed, yet in human form, they retained their agility, ensuring that no one fell. They utilized their numerical advantage and weapons to relentlessly assault the pack of black wild boars. Chen Mo, alongside Lu Ming and Leopard Jia, faced off against the largest boar, a creature with tough skin and thick flesh. Chen Mo's bamboo spear had long since splintered, and with 2 stone spears lost, he wielded a sharp jade dagger, skillfully dodging the boar's charges as he sought an opening. Both Leopard Jia and Lu Ming were concerned for Chen Mo's safety, as the boar was fixated on him. Fortunately, with his wolf clan lineage, Chen Mo possessed both strength and speed, never allowing the creature to exploit any vulnerabilities. Gasping for breath, he found himself cornered at the edge of the battlefield. He glanced back at a tree, deliberately retreated a few steps, and as he slipped and fell to the ground, the boar saw its chance and charged headlong toward him. Just as it was about to make contact, Chen Mo reached upward, and a figure soared over his head, grasping his hand and lifting him up before hurling him away. Chen Mo rolled several times on the ground, and before he could rise, he heard a loud crash. Bang! The boar collided with the ancient tree, its body stiffening for a few seconds before collapsing. Lu Ming and Leopard Jia rushed over, launching a flurry of finishing blows as the creature trembled and reverted from its beastly form. The small leopard proactively extended a hand to help Chen Mo up, to which he praised, "Well done. You displayed remarkable teamwork, and your leap was truly graceful." Just a fleeting glance shared between them had conveyed his intent, and at the last possible moment, the small leopard had leapt to his aid, utilizing her strength and momentum to propel him away. The small leopard huffed, turning her head, and Chen Mo noticed her forearm was bleeding from exertion. His heart ached for her. Now that the battle was over, she should refrain from unnecessary movement. Meanwhile, the trio fighting alongside Bear Chu Mo had dispatched 2 more wild boars. Bear Chu Mo, embodying the strength of a brown bear, fought with uncharacteristic ferocity, tearing the boars apart before they could fully revert from their beastly forms, leaving a gruesome scene. The trio assisting him dared not approach too closely, fearing that Bear Chu Mo might lose his temper and inadvertently harm them, for the power of the bear clan was indeed terrifying. Once the battle concluded, 2 wild boars attempted to flee but were pursued and captured alive by Cat Knight and others. Chen Mo ordered them to behead the carcasses and hang the heads from trees as a warning to other clans that this territory was claimed and should not be trespassed upon. Half of Chen Mo's tribe had sustained injuries, though fortunately not severe, as their robust physiques would allow for recovery with time. He instructed Cat Knight and the other 2 to remain behind to erase their tracks, ensuring they could not be followed. Chapter 22. Lu Ming in danger. Where did this come from? Chen Mo inquired, pulling a piece of burlap in front of the 2 pig-eared captives. They bowed their heads in silence. Chen Mo smiled slightly. He had his methods. He immediately instructed Lu Ming to extend a cordial greeting to them. Ape Clan. It is the Ape Clan. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Where are they located? Far away, in the direction of the rising sun, a journey of 5 or 6 sunrises and sunsets. Lu Ming, these 2 are now your responsibility. Ensure they work diligently, providing them with 2 meals a day. Don't let them starve, Chen Mo commanded, to which Lu Ming nodded in agreement. The pig-eared tribe had little in terms of spoils, only a pile of burlap, which Chen Mo found somewhat unappealing. He ordered it all to be washed and sun-dried. 2 days passed without any sign of the pig-eared tribe, and Cat Knight reported no sightings of them, suggesting they were too frightened to re-enter this territory. After boiling and drying the bamboo again, Chen Mo began attempting to craft a bamboo bow. Beside him, the small cat-eared cat Yu sat quietly, observing his industrious efforts. Chen Mo noted that the little girl had grown increasingly quiet lately, seeming to prefer his company over playing with the other children, a routine he had grown accustomed to. Go fetch me some cow tendons, he instructed. The little one obediently went to retrieve the tendons. Chen Mo spent the entire morning using a stone knife to slice through a bamboo strip 2 fingers wide, smoothing the uneven surfaces left by the joints, and finally wrapping it with the burlap from the pig-eared tribe in the middle. He punched holes at both ends to secure the cow tendons for the bowstring. The tendons alone would not suffice. He also unraveled a piece of burlap, boiled it, and twisted a length of hemp rope together with the cow tendons. Pressing down on the center of the bamboo strip with his knee, he slowly bent both ends upwards, shaping the bamboo into a bow with a certain degree of deformation. As the sun began to set, Leopard Jia returned with the hunting party, their haul modest, only 1 wild boar, a few wild chickens, and several nests of bird eggs. Just as Chen Mo completed his bamboo bow, he instructed Leopard Jia to place the boar's carcass in a clear area for testing. The results were promising, at 30 meters. It could penetrate the skin, which was impressive for the tough wild boar, ensuring that it would be lethal against humans. He was somewhat astonished that this rudimentary construction yielded such effectiveness. Recalling that the bamboo bows he had crafted in his youth had lost their lethality beyond a mere 10 meters, the credit could only be attributed to the materials. The sound of the cow tendon string being released was powerful, and the bow's resilience was commendable. Leopard Jie and the others were captivated by the bow in Chen Mo's hands, eagerly stepping forward to try it out. Chen Mo guided each of them, but their accuracy was dismal, as they consistently missed the target. Conversely, Cat Knight, upon his return, exhibited remarkable talent, hitting the target with precision within 20 meters after just a few attempts. Having successfully identified the enemy, Cat Knight was commended by Chen Mo in front of the others, receiving the first bamboo bow as a reward. The others gazed at him with envy, and even the typically aloof Cat Knight managed a faint smile. Time passed swiftly, leading into the height of summer, where a bamboo village stood tall to the north of the river, bustling with activity. Women carried bamboo baskets, filling them with nearby berries. Following the chief's teachings, they dried a portion of the berries for storage while another part was crushed and placed in jars for use as a marinade during meat roasting. Chen Yu sat with Cat Yu and two other young girls, playing a game of catch the bone, a game taught by the chief. They placed small bones on the ground, tossing one into the air while simultaneously sweeping their hands to grab a bone from the ground, attempting to catch the airborne piece before it landed. Today, Chen Yu skillfully won back 3 meticulously polished bones from the 3 little ones. Apart from Cat Yu, the other 2 children wore sorrowful expressions, but in the end, Chen Yu smiled and returned half of the bones, though not all. For it was essential they understood that losing meant bearing the consequences. After the 2 little ones had departed, Cat Moon showed no interest in the ownership of the bone, but instead murmured softly, "Chief, still not back yet?" Chen Yu also missed Chen Mo, who had gone out 3 days ago in search of a new salt mine and had yet to return, causing him some unease. At that moment, Chen Mo was sprinting halfway up a mountain with Xiong Chumo and Lu Ming, pursued relentlessly by a swarm of thumb-sized hornets. Chen Mo cursed as he ran, "Xiong Chumo, if you're greedy again next time, I'll definitely stomp your tongue flat." The 3 of them had painstakingly tracked a sika deer to a salt rock cliff, collected the salt, and were returning home when Xiong Chumo's gluttony led him to poke a beehive, provoking a furious chase by wild mountain hornets. While running, Xiong Chumo licked his hand, unable to resist the temptation of honey. His ursine bloodline forbade refusal. "Mo, we want to die. You're beastified, with thick skin and tough flesh. You want to die. What about Lu Ming and me?" Xiong Chumo shouted. "Water, water." Lu Ming suddenly cried out from the front, sensing the moist air. Chen Mo's lupin senses detected it too, prompting the 3 to dash toward the more humid atmosphere. They burst through a tangled forest of boulders, still pursued by the hornets, who clearly bore them a deep-seated hatred. Ahead, a verdant pool of water came into view. Without hesitation and in perfect unison, the trio leapt in, disregarding any lurking dangers. Splash! One after another, they submerged themselves, hiding beneath the water's surface while hornets hovered restlessly above. Holding their breath to the limit, the hornets finally retreated. Chen Mo was the first to surface, gasping for air, followed by Xiong Chumo, who emerged laughing boisterously. Chen Mo scolded him, only then noticing, whereas Lu Ming. Their faces paled, and they immediately dove underwater to search for Lu Ming. Through the murky water, Chen Mo glimpsed a dark shape and swam toward it. Upon closer inspection, he inhaled sharply. Lu Ming was tightly constricted by a massive python, already unconscious. Without hesitation, Chen Mo drew a dagger and swam over. The python noticed him but did not attack, confident that once it had ensnared its prey, escape was impossible and that ordinary beast-eared humans could not harm it. However, its limited intelligence misjudged the situation. Chen Mo's jade dagger pierced its skin, slicing a bloody gash from top to bottom. At that moment, Xiong Chumo entered beast form, claws gripping the snake's head, attempting to tear it apart. Surprised by the ferocity of these 2, the python loosened its grip. Chen Mo had no time to waste. He grabbed Lu Ming and swam upward, dragging him from the pool. Seeing Lu Ming's face pale and bluish, Chen Mo pressed firmly on his chest, silently chanting the most dazzling ethnic style, maintaining the rhythm as he performed resuscitation. Xiong Chumo surfaced, roaring triumphantly. Noticing Chen Mo's cold glare, he immediately lowered his head like a child caught in mischief. After several minutes, Lu Ming coughed violently. Chen Mo was overjoyed and whispered, "Lu Ming?" Yet, Lu Ming did not respond. In Chen Mo's despair, a crisp voice called from behind a standing stone, "Hey!" Chapter 23, The Mysterious Ritual Instruction. Startled, Chen Mo wiped cold sweat from his brow and turned sharply to see 3 deer-eared maidens standing behind the stones. They wore deerskin garments, each holding a bamboo spear, adorned with white feather crowns, accompanied by a herd of sika deer. "Xiong Chumo," Chen Mo instinctively called. At that moment, Chen Mo was still dragging the python's corpse toward the shore. Hearing Chen Mo, he looked up, saw the strangers, and instantly became wary, dropping the giant snake and rushing over. The leading maiden, seeing Chen Mo's tension, quickly offered, "I can help you." Still cautious, Chen Mo demanded loudly, "Is this your territory?" The maiden nodded gently, her eyes flickering with fear as they rested on the half-dead python by the pool. She slowly approached with her two companions. Chen Mo finally noticed the deer-eared maiden's exquisite, rare pale complexion for this era, her red lips and white teeth, her height nearly matching his. Around her snow-white thighs was a band of beast skin rope, and she wore simple straw sandals. Though wary, the maiden mustered courage and drew near Chen Mo, surprised to see that the wolf-eared youth had saved one of their own. As she carefully examined Lu Ming's face, she declared, "I am the priestess. I will save him." With no time to waste, Chen Mo, unwilling to see his capable aide perish, bowed respectfully in gratitude to the deer-eared maiden. Though she did not understand his meaning, she sensed his sincerity and accepted without hesitation. Chen Mo and Chen Mo stepped back, entrusting Lu Ming's care to the deer-eared tribe. "I was wrong," Chen Mo whispered beside Chen Mo, reflecting on how his greed might have endangered a tribesman. Chen Mo said nothing, his mind focused ahead. The three maidens knelt around Lu Ming, two raised wooden sticks, and began a graceful dance. The self-proclaimed priestess produced a bamboo tube from somewhere, pouring a pitch-black viscous substance onto Lu Ming's chest. She then cut her palm, dripping blood into the tube, adding some unfamiliar dried flower petals. The dancing maiden spat into the tube, and the priestess stirred the mixture before placing it into Lu Ming's mouth. Having completed the ritual, the three knelt, clasping their fists in prayer. Chen Mo and Chen Mo sat patiently nearby, waiting as the sun's last rays filtered through the rocky forest. Suddenly, Lu Ming coughed violently. Chen Mo and Chen Mo rushed over. Lu Ming's eyes fluttered open to Chen Mo's smiling face. His lips moved slightly. Chen Mo comforted him. "It's all right now. The python was slain by Chen Mo." Lu Ming blinked, then closed his eyes, fainting again. Hearing the three maidens sigh in relief, Chen Mo turned to them. "Thank you, priestess, for saving my tribesmen." The deer-eared priestess smiled faintly. "You killed the python. You have helped us." Through initial conversation, Chen Mo learned that this region was the deer-eared tribe's territory. The pool was their sole stable water source, but their people were often ambushed by giant pythons while drinking. Chen Mo and his companions had inadvertently solved this problem. Night fell, and the priestess invited, "Come to our tribe to rest." Chen Mo hesitated briefly, but seeing their goodwill, he agreed. The deer-eared tribe numbered at least 100, predominantly female, a typical matriarchal primitive society. To Chen Mo's surprise, they knew how to ride. The Sika deer herds lived alongside them, and many rode deer as they moved about. The tribe dwelled west of the rocky forest, where massive stones formed natural semi-caves. Using bamboo and branches, they had fashioned simple shelters within these caves. Chen Mo and Chen Mo dragged the python's corpse here, drawing a crowd. Many children hid behind their parents, faces a mixture of fear and curiosity. The python was indeed enormous, at least 7 or 8 meters long and wider than Chen Mo's thigh. Such a creature could easily swallow a deer or a beast-eared human whole. The status of the maiden priestess was notably elevated, as she raised her voice to disperse the majority of the onlookers. Once the crowd had dissipated, Chen Mo and Chen Mo commenced the task of skinning the serpent, for its hide was indeed a valuable asset. Upon detecting the scent of blood, the members of the deer-eared tribe instinctively retreated a considerable distance, leaving only the priestess bold enough to linger by their side. Her gaze filled with wonder as she observed the jade dagger in Chen Mo's hand. Initially, Chen Mo contemplated the method of friction fire, only to realize that the deer-eared tribe seemed to lack a source of flame. Deducing that they likely held a reverence for the forest's flora, he refrained from taking any rash actions that might provoke their disdain. After a brief and straightforward division of the serpent, Chen Mo hesitated momentarily before inquiring of the maiden priestess, "Would you like some serpent meat?" Her face brightened with delight as she graciously accepted the offering. Contrary to Chen Mo's preconceived notions, this tribe was not as rigid as he had imagined. They consumed meat, albeit infrequently. Many among them could not undergo the beast transformation, necessitating the intake of meat to fulfill their nutritional requirements. As the stars adorned the night sky, Chen Mo, weary from the day's toil, chose to rest beneath the cover of darkness, while Chen Mo remained awake, engaging in light conversation with the maiden priestess atop a large stone. "Have you ever encountered Su?" Chen Mo broached the subject directly. To his surprise, the priestess acknowledged familiarity, stating that he had visited recently. She hugged her knees and regarded Chen Mo's profile with a hint of uncertainty. "You cannot transform into a beast?" "Indeed," he replied. The priestess, intrigued, inquired, "Then how does the bear heed your commands?" The law of the jungle dictates survival of the fittest, she mused. Astonished that Chen Mo held a position above Xiongchu Mo. With a subtle smile, he gestured towards his head. It is through this. The maiden priestess chuckled lightly. That gesture is quite impressive. Otherwise, we would not have been able to rescue him. Artificial respiration, Chen Mo softly remarked. Her eyes sparkled, akin to stars against the night canvas. As she hesitated, is it a clan tradition? One could say that. He responded, noticing her momentary disappointment. She evidently wished to learn. Perceiving her desire, Chen Mo offered, I can teach you. The maiden's eyes lit up with surprise, yet she quickly shook her head. No, it is too precious. A clan inheritance. Chen Mo was taken aback by her integrity, as she exhibited no greed. He felt a growing fondness for the dear ear people. No worries. My clan has long since vanished. I shall teach you. After a moment of contemplation, the young priestess proposed, then I shall give you something in return. Very well. In exchange, Chen Mo agreed, understanding that this would prevent her from feeling indebted. As their gazes met once more, Chen Mo sensed his heart racing. He had never felt this way with Chinyu. Perhaps it was due to their shared solitude, a natural connection, yet with this maiden. A flutter of emotion stirred within him. You may lie down, he suggested. Without a second thought, the dear ear girl reclined, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Chen Mo placed his hand over her heart, slightly to the left, at the center of her chest. Yes, press here. All right. The softness of her skin caused Chen Mo's thoughts to wander, but upon noticing her innocent yearning for knowledge, he coughed lightly to regain composure. Now, you must chant a nursery rhyme, in rhythm, pressing once with each beat. What rhythm? She inquired, puzzled. Chen Mo patiently elucidated, even softly singing the most dazzling ethnic style, whose tempo was precisely 118 beats per minute, in the vast expanse of the sky. Many members of the deer ear tribe hid in their caves, wide-eyed as they observed the priestess and the outsider atop the stone, engaged in low murmurs, seemingly entangled in some mysterious ritual that persisted until midnight. The following morning, with Lu Ming on his back, Xiongchu Mo bid farewell to the reluctant deer ear tribe, who graciously indicated that Chen Mo could return for salt in the future and escorted them through the eastern side of the rocky forest. Upon returning to the bamboo sea, Chen Mo entrusted 2 tribesmen with the care of Lu Ming and promptly took Chinyu to boil coarse salt. As their supply was dwindling and had become a necessity for the clan, distributed according to the labor contributed. The clan still operated under a system of communal ownership, and Chen Mo had arranged for a bamboo storage room to be constructed, designated for the safeguarding of various collected resources. After a day of labor, he returned to his bamboo dwelling, which he had crafted alongside Chinyu, spanning approximately 20 square meters. His only concern was the potential challenge of maintaining warmth as winter approached. Outside the bamboo house, a small boy with panda ears and a cat-eared girl were counting bamboo sticks. Chen Mo would often take the opportunity to teach the children to count, familiarizing them with numbers. Upon seeing Chen Mo, the cat-eared girl immediately abandoned the boy and hurried to present a stone to him. Lifting it as if it were a treasure, Chen Mo focused on the stone, which shimmered with a grayish hue. The little girl, aware of his recent endeavors in calcining limestone, explained that it was a gift from her brother, Cat Knight. Upon inspecting it closely, Chen Mo discerned that its hardness was not that of limestone, possessing a slight metallic luster. He surmised it must be some form of, or possibly tin, or which varied in color. Lacking expertise in geology, he could only reference images from high school textbooks, realizing that only through calcination would he ascertain its true nature. Taking the stone, he affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. Is this for me? Yes. She nodded eagerly. Chen Mo felt a surge of pride. While he could only teach others about stone burning, he had other matters to attend to, specifically the creation of a drum. The materials would be serpent hide, as he found the python's skin to possess commendable resilience. Cowhide was too precious, so he decided to experiment with serpent skin for now. Before he could enter his room, a member of the wolf ear tribe approached, Song, the most skilled warrior after Baojia. He stood before Chen Mo, raising the item in his hand. It was a bamboo bow. Chen Mo was pleasantly surprised as he took it and tested its draw, finding it satisfactory. Did you craft this yourself? Song nodded stoically. Chen Mo clapped him on the shoulder. Well done. However, there are some flaws. Your bowstring attachment is rather haphazard. We'll disassemble it, and I shall teach you properly. A slight smile crept onto Song's usually impassive face. Despite the imperfections, he recognized that the chief had praised him, filling him with pride, though the solitary wolf did not express it as openly as the cat-eared or rabbit-eared individuals. Deep into the night, Chen Mo continued instructing Song, also guiding him in the making of arrows. Fletching is essential for ensuring the arrow remains stable in flight, even if you do not comprehend the principle. Remember that every arrow must have feathers. There is no room for laziness. Song nodded earnestly. But soon his attention was drawn to a pair of discontented crimson eyes peering from the doorway of the bamboo house. Even this aloof individual felt a measure of trepidation toward Chen Yu, whose standing in the tribe had significantly risen. Almost all the women heeded her words, and he dared not offend her. "Chief, I shall take my leave," Song declared, clutching his bow as he made his exit. Only then did Chen Yu reveal a satisfied smile. Chen Mo turned to see her, offering a wry smile in return. The little rabbit was quite formidable. Recently, she had been incessantly pondering a particular matter, the issue of children. She could not comprehend why other interspecies beast-eared families could bear offspring, while she could not. Unbeknownst to her, it was Chen Mo who had been intentionally controlling the situation, believing that the current environment was too perilous for childbearing, a nuance that the little rabbit failed to grasp. Having crafted a drum frame out of bamboo, he affixed serpent skin to both sides, ready to test the efficacy of this snake drum. He was quite pleased with his handiwork, showing no signs of having lost his touch. At noon, just as he took a bite of roasted meat, he heard the call of his tribesmen. With Cat Moon in tow, he hurried over to find the tribe gathered around a fire pit, pointing at a silvery liquid within. Chen Mo extinguished the flames and waited for the temperature to cool before retrieving the solidified, oddly shaped silver substance. With a firm grip, he twisted it, and it readily yielded to his manipulation. The tribespeople expressed their disappointment, believing that this creation served little purpose and appeared even less durable than pottery. However, Chen Mo was filled with elation. The texture of this object was unmistakably that of tin. A splendid find. Chen Feng chuckled, holding the oddly shaped tin piece aloft. The tribespeople were puzzled about its potential uses, prompting Chen Mo to instruct Cat Yu to locate Cat Yi and inquire about the discovery of the tin ore. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Cat Yi had yet to return, leading Chen Mo to suspect that he might have encountered danger. He swiftly summoned Little Leopard and Xiong Chumo, along with 2 others, to venture into the southern jungle in search of him. Typically, when Cat Yu called out from this side of the jungle, there would be a response, but this time, silence prevailed. Cat Yu was likely not in the jungle or had fallen into peril. Upon entering the jungle, they noted that some traps remained undisturbed. It was not until they traversed this ancient grove that a member of the lynx ear tribe leapt down from the trees. The leader. "Where's Cat Yi?" Chen Mo inquired. "He went to track the ape ear people." Chen Mo was taken aback. The arrival of the ape ear people piqued his curiosity. He wondered if they resembled humans from his previous life, but now was not the time to ponder such matters. "How long has he been gone?" "Just over half a day. You stay here, we will search." Little Leopard acted swiftly, taking the lead. Her keen sense of smell, making tracking a breeze as she occasionally left markers for Chen Mo and the others. Meanwhile, on the eastern edge of the jungle, in a cleared area, Cat Yi stood with 2 ape men, each burdened with animal skin bundles and clothed in rough hemp skirts, their ears diminutive and noses pronounced, resembling upturned snouts. The 2 ape men dared not flee, intimidated by Cat Ye's bow. One of Cat Ye's arrows had grazed the shoulder of one of them. They gasped for breath, demanding, "Why are you pursuing us?" With a frigid tone, Cat Yi replied, "You have invaded our territory." The 2 ape men exchanged glances. "You are the beast-ear people?" Cat Yi remained silent, and one of the ape men, understanding, offered a friendly smile. "I am of the ape ear tribe. Shall we trade?" "Trade?" Chapter 24. The ape ear people, merchants of the primitive era. One of the ape men, gathering courage, stepped forward and pointed at the bow in Cat Ye's hand. "What is this?" Cat Yi refrained from answering, recalling the leader's words about not disclosing tribal possessions. Noticing his silence, the ape man scratched his chin and retrieved a brown burlap sack from behind him, raising it aloft. "Trade, food." Cat Yi comprehended their intent. After a moment's hesitation, he realized the leader seemed fond of the skins, yet he could not barter his bow for it. They sought food, and he recalled having a few wild chickens at the small wooden cabin in the jungle. Just then, a cry echoed, and a snow leopard came sprinting from afar. Halting beside Cat Yi, Little Leopard, having reverted from her beastly form, glanced at Cat Yi, who explained, "They wish to trade." Leader behind, Little Leopard, less inclined to speak than Cat Yi, uttered this and fell silent. Moments later, Chen Mo arrived, and upon seeing the 2 ape ear tribesmen, he felt a flicker of familiarity. Their ears resembled those of humans from his past life, though they still had long tails. Understanding their presence in his territory, he smiled warmly. "You have come to trade. I happen to need your burlap." The ape men were astonished, not expecting the beast ear people to speak so fluently. They promptly showcased the burlap they held, revealing a sheep. "So expensive." Chen Mo decisively shook his head. Burlap was not an absolute necessity, as Chen Yu and the others were already seeking suitable plants for weaving garments. "Perhaps a chicken will suffice." The 2 ape tribesmen huddled together, deliberating. In truth, the burlap's value was equivalent to that of a single wild chicken, given the speed at which the tribe's women wove. Evidently, They had no intention of haggling and nodded in agreement. Chen Mo sent someone to fetch a wild chicken, as they had captured several and kept them enclosed. Trading for burlap would be highly beneficial. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Mo inquired if they possessed anything else. The ape men eagerly unfurled their animal skin bundles, revealing an assortment of items, including small clay pots that appeared to be crafted with remarkable skill, surpassing the quality of their own creations. What lies within? Chen Mo asked, picking up a small clay pot sealed with grass rope and animal hide. The ape man rubbed his hands together. Glue. Glue? Chen Mo was intrigued and wished to open it, but the ape man objected, explaining that if they did not understand the contents, they could not unveil it. Chen Mo smiled, not rushing. What will it take to acquire this? Horns. The ape man gestured, indicating their need for cow or deer horns. Chen Mo indeed had a considerable supply of cow horns, which he planned to hollow out for use as horns. Trading a couple would pose no issue. After exchanging one pot for 6 wild chickens, the two departed, conveying a message to Chen Mo before leaving. The leaves have turned yellow. Autumn is approaching. In a canyon 7 days journey to the east, there will be a grand exchange meeting among various tribes, lasting for some time. Should they be interested, they were welcome to attend. Chen Mo expressed his profound gratitude for this information, realizing he could trade with other tribes. Relying solely on his small group would be far too slow for development. After bidding them farewell, Chen Mo sternly addressed Cat Yi. In future, report any occurrences promptly. Cat Yi nodded in acknowledgement of his mistake. He had assumed he could handle the situation alone, capturing them for clarity, not realizing they were merely traders from the primitive world. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Mo struck the snakeskin drum. The sound was not particularly resonant, clearly unsuitable for a war drum, yet the tribespeople were captivated, swaying and dancing to the rhythm. Little Leopard peeked out from a small bamboo hut, glancing before retreating, while Xiong Chumo slept like a log, utterly oblivious to the outside world. The snakeskin drum served to uplift the spirits of the tribe. Come evening, a bonfire would allow them to unwind. Naturally, Chen Yu took charge of safeguarding the drum. Regarding it as a treasure crafted by Chen Mo inquired of Cat Yi regarding the tin ore, learning that it came from the south. Approximately half a day's journey from the jungle he guarded, situated in a valley between 2 small hills. That area was likely the territory of the Pig-Ear tribe, which had not made an appearance since the last incident. Chen Mo had questioned the 2 captives, discovering that the south was not just the domain of a single Pig-Ear tribe but 3, all of which shared some blood ties. The tribe that had clashed with Chen Mo was the smallest, nearly equal in number to his own, while the other 2 tribes were more populous. The captives lamented. Our leader is dead. Our people have surely fled to the other 2 tribes. The 9 of them had been the main strength of their tribe. With their loss, the elderly and weak would undoubtedly seek refuge with the other tribes, and the 2 tribes had no intention of seeking revenge. The tin ore must be procured. He envisioned the autumn exchange meeting. If he could craft tin products, their exquisite appearance would surely fetch valuable items in trade. Setting aside other matters for the moment, he resolved to lead a group south the next day to gather some tin ore. Chen Yu and the others returned, each carrying a bamboo fish trap. Having yielded a substantial catch from the traps they set in the bamboo river, comparable to their harvests from bark nets. The women praised Chen Mo's ingenuity, while Chen Yu beamed with pride, tightly linking her arm with his. However, the arrival of a few individuals prompted a sense of crisis within her. Chen Mo had not anticipated that the deer-ear priestess would arrive so swiftly. Accompanied by 6 tribesmen, she brought along some salt ore. After receiving Chen Mo's teachings that night, she was eager to engage in conversation with this wise individual. On the day Chen Mo and Xiong Chumo departed, they had utilized the fine salt they carried with them. This time, the deer-ear priestess hoped that Chen Mo could instruct them on how to procure such exquisite salt. In exchange for knowledge, she presented 2 tamed Sika deer, which were well-behaved and would not run amok. The deer-ear priestess explained that after a period of domestication, these deer would bear fawns. Grateful for the opportunity to receive untrained beasts, Chen Mo was certainly willing to accept them. But he could not impart the method of boiling and filtering coarse salt just yet. I can assist you. You may take it back, Chen Mo earnestly stated. The deer-ear priestess, a gentle girl, smiled and nodded, seemingly not truly expecting to obtain the survival techniques of Chen Mo's tribe. The members of the deer-ear tribe were exceedingly curious about the bamboo walls and houses constructed by Chen Mo's tribe, each sitting on the ground, their heads swiveling in fascination at the interior. Chen Mo had the salt ore brought in by the visitors removed, as he wished to treat them to a meal first. A massive bonfire was ignited, and Chen Mo produced a snakeskin drum, playing it without rhythm, merely seeking joy. At that moment, the deer-ear priestess took out a bone flute and began to play, leaving Chen Mo astonished that she possessed some understanding of melody, making him slightly embarrassed as he was merely striking the drum haphazardly. Yet, no one paid it any mind. All began to dance to the sounds of the flute and drum, the men embracing one another's shoulders as they leaped, occasionally lifting their heads to roar in unison. There was no elegance, only the primal exuberance of revelry. A little excitement is good. Let the men and women mingle, quickly bolster the tribe's population. The festivities continued into the late hours, eventually winding down as most succumbed to slumber. Sitting beside Chen Mo was Chen Yu, with the deer ear priestess on his other side, recounting tales of her tribe. This flute was given to my mother by a great earth sage. Alas, my mother never saw that sage again. Did your mother fall in love with the earth sage? Chen Mo asked instinctively. The deer ear priestess turned her beautiful face, eyes glimmering with confusion. Love? Chen Yu wrapped her arms around Chen Mo's, as if to boast. Love is when two people come together to have children. The deer ear priestess covered her mouth, stifling a light laugh. If that is not love, then what is it? Chen Mo replied gently. Between individuals, the bond between mother and daughter is kinship, while the willingness of a man and woman to care for one another is love. Your mother and the earth sage likely shared a friendship. The deer ear priestess clasped her hands together, admiration shining on her face. Yes, it is friendship. Mo, did you come up with that yourself? I suppose so, Chen Mo admitted with a hint of pride. The tribe's advancement encompasses not only material growth, but also the cultivation of the spiritual realm. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. These principles distinguish humans from beasts on a philosophical level. Prompted by the deer ear priestess, Chen Mo buried this idea deep within his heart, resolving that his tribe would gradually establish rules and moral standards. The deer ear girl grew increasingly intrigued by Chen Mo, glancing at Chen Yu. You too cannot beastify? Chen Yu scoffed lightly. What good is beastification? Aware that she meant no harm, Chen Mo swiftly steered the conversation. I am curious how your deer ear people maintain such healthy teeth. Healthy? White. Without decay, the deer ear girl smiled shyly. Our tribe chews on a certain root that keeps our teeth healthy. Yes, perhaps you could gather some next time you visit, and we could trade? Chen Mo also wished his people to prioritize dental health, although his tribe had yet to consume foods high in starch. Many suffered from dental issues due to their previous diets of raw meat and inadequate oral hygiene. Very well. Subsequently, Chen Mo inquired about the autumn exchanges, and the deer ear priestess recounted the customary exchange practices upheld annually on this land, led by the earth sage and the priests of 3 major tribes. The exchanges, in reality, facilitate population trades among various tribes to prevent the issues of inbreeding. However, most tribes still preferred to seek mates from within their own kind, as offspring from different beast-eared parents would invariably lack the ability to beastify, relegating them to the status of slaves among the tribes. Chen Mo diligently noted everything and arranged to go with the deer ear priestess when the time came. On the following morning, Leopard Jia and his companions ventured early into the bamboo forest hills, returning with a satisfactory catch. Using bamboo as traps proved effective, as the materials were plentiful and the construction simple, and the methods of setting traps were gradually increasing. The deer ear priestess awoke in one of the bamboo houses, inhaling the fragrant aroma of bamboo. She had slept soundly through the night, the fresh scent of the bamboo house surrounding her, with a bamboo bed layered with 2 skins of sheep wool, enjoying the finest hospitality from Chen Mo's tribe. Peering out the window, she observed a group of children seated outside, eagerly learning numbers from Chen Mo, counting from 1 to 10. Several children raising their hands in a bid to showcase their eagerness. She pondered what significance Chen Mo found in such endeavors. At that moment, a group of women, laughing and chatting while carrying bamboo fish baskets, strolled towards the wall. Intrigued by the bamboo weaving of Chen Mo's tribe, she felt a bit guilty for making so many requests over the past 2 days. After some contemplation, she decided to return early to gather chewing roots to trade for bamboo crafts. Chen Mo concluded his teaching session early, allowing the little girl, Cat Moon, to lead the other children in counting bamboo sticks while the tribe members began to fire the first batch of pottery in a clay kiln. He needed to supervise the fire personally. With the charcoal ignited, Chen Mo and his companions placed the dried clay forms into the middle layer of the kiln, stuffing charcoal beneath, finally sealing the top, while leaving an opening for adding fuel. After completing these tasks, the deer ear priestess approached Chen Mo, followed closely by several other tribesmen. Chen Mo noticed a shy girl among them, her gaze cast downward. She had slept in the bamboo house of Lu Ming the previous night. During their last visit to the deer ear tribe, it seemed she had developed feelings for him. Both Chen Mo and the deer ear priestess secretly encouraged such connections. Even if it were merely a fleeting encounter, if it resulted in children, it would benefit both tribes. Are you leaving? Chen Mo had given his tribes fine salt to them yesterday, and they could reb-oil it themselves, utilizing plant ash, hemp cloth, and bamboo to create a simple filtration device, thereby removing larger impurities from the solution. As for the refined salt, that required various reagents to eliminate harmful metal ions, a challenge Chen Mo was currently unable to address. Yes, I cannot be away from my tribe for too long, the deer-ear priestess replied softly. Chen Mo contemplated for a moment. Then I shall escort you. There's no need, you appear quite busy. We are familiar with this area, the girl insisted, not wanting to impose on Chen Mo's time. Very well, Song, you will accompany them part of the way. Understood, chief. However, after half a day had passed, Song and the others had yet to return. Chen Mo sensed something amiss and immediately set out with the little leopard and leopard Jia to search for them. After running for some distance, the little leopard sprang out from the side, his expression pale. The scent of a tiger. Chen Mo's countenance shifted. How could a tiger have ventured into their territory? Whether it was a beast-eared person or a wild tiger, all tribes possessed an inherent fear of tigers. Not far away, Song was desperately fleeing through the bamboo forest with the deer-ear priestess and another tribesman, the sounds of tiger roars echoing ominously behind them. Song's bow had snapped. In a moment of desperation, he had drawn it back fully, causing the bowstring to break, yet he clung tightly to the string, unwilling to part with it. Upon reaching the summit, on the other side, one could return home. In a moment of desperation, Song uttered the most words he had ever spoken in his life. The deer-ear priestess gasped for breath as she and her kin scattered from the others, hoping to save as many as possible, unaware that the enormous tiger was relentlessly pursuing them. Weaker in stamina, she could no longer run, prompting her companions to urgently call out, "Priestess, transform and flee." The deer-ear priestess glanced at Song, reluctant to abandon her kin, but Song immediately interjected, "You all transform and run. I have a plan." Considering her tribe, she gritted her teeth and, alongside her people, initiated their transformation, racing towards the mountain peak. Song stood still for a moment before a white tiger, measuring over 3 meters in length, leapt from the underbrush, its icy gaze fixated on Song with interest. Taking a deep breath, Song retrieved a long spear from behind him, suddenly raising it above his head. The massive tiger had previously felt the sting of these beast-eared bipeds' thrown spears and instinctively dodged to the side. However, Song did not throw the spear. Instead, he turned and ran, this time along the side of his original path. The tiger, realizing it had been outsmarted, roared and gave chase. The downhill slope facilitated his escape, yet Song's speed was ultimately no match for the tiger's explosive power. After only a few strides, he heard the tiger's heavy breaths behind him. The beast pounced, rolling onto the ground and landing where Song had just been, missing its prey. Chapter 26, The Sacrifice and the Blood Battle of the Tribe. The tiger had made one mistake, but there would be no second chance. The target was now within close proximity, and it was confident it would not falter again. Its massive body was nature's most perfect hunting apparatus as it surged forward once more. In that moment, Song felt his heart cease. He knew he was doomed. He abandoned the chase, flipping backward and falling, pressing the back end of the spear against the ground, the spearhead pointed upwards in a final gamble. Yet, he had still underestimated the capabilities of the jungle's king. The tiger did not leap, but instead came to an abrupt halt, a control only felines possess. Song's face paled. This creature was remarkably intelligent. As he attempted to rise, the tiger moved, lowering its body as it charged, its sharp claws severing Song's spear. Seizing the opportunity, Song retreated a few steps, attempting to escape. A sharp cry echoed as the tiger's claws swiped at Song's back, followed by the piercing roar of a leopard. The massive tiger instinctively recoiled, lifting its head to observe a smaller snow leopard not far away, displaying disdain in its eyes. The audacious little creature dared to contest its prey. The tiger raised its head and let out a roar that reverberated throughout the mountains, the lingering echoes barely fading when, whoosh, whoosh whoosh, several spears flew through the air. Realizing the peril, the tiger swiftly leapt back to evade them. Figures emerged from the bamboo forest, and Chen Mo, startled by the sight of the colossal beast, noted that this mountain lord was even larger than any northeast tiger he had encountered. Song was helped to his feet by his kin, and Chen Mo inquired, "Where are the deer-ear people?" "They fled," came the response. Chen Mo sighed in relief, then joined his companions in a fierce shout. The 7 of them, armed with their spears, shouted defiantly, causing the original beast tiger to hesitate in its approach. Such carnivorous predators do not risk their lives for a single meal, particularly felines. Their hunting relies primarily on ambush, and in this situation, it was unwilling to engage. For injury could mean death. After having ambushed the deer-ear tribe and killing a stag, it intended to return for its prize, vanishing swiftly from sight. Chen Mo, relieved yet uncertain of his ability to confront the massive tiger, said, "Let us find the deer-ear tribe." This encounter with the tiger had cost the deer-ear tribe 2 stags, one of whom was injured, though not severely. The deer-ear priestess expressed her gratitude for Chen Mo and the others' assistance, and he insisted on accompanying her kin to the edge of their territory. "Huh, a tiger?" Bear Chu Mo, upon hearing of the event, lost his languid demeanor, becoming somewhat excited. "Mo, let us go hunt it." He knew that allowing a giant tiger to linger near their territory was unacceptable. He shared this thought, but first needed to make a trip south to retrieve tin ore. Moreover, the tiger would likely avoid approaching their territory for a time, necessitating a strategic plan. Recently, he had restricted his kin from venturing deep into the Bamboo Sea. The following day, Chen Mo, accompanied by a small leopard and 5 others, set off towards the south, traversing through the southern forest. Chen Mo designated the primitive forest on the southern bank of the small Bamboo River as the Southern Forest, facilitating communication among his kin. Beyond the southern forest lay a vast expanse of wild grassland. The area of primitive jungle was gradually diminishing, transforming into an endless wilderness plain. Creatures unable to adapt to the changing environment would inevitably face extinction, or they would need to evolve to survive. Early hominids abandoned arboreal life, gradually adopting bipedalism to adapt to nature. The group swiftly navigated the open wilderness, passing through the fringes of beast herds, and skillfully hunted 2 wild deer for sustenance on their journey. They paused for rest beneath a towering ancient tree, where the small leopard discovered several bird nests within the expansive canopy. The group joyfully boiled water to cook eggs. The small leopard sat beside Chen Mo, fixated on the bubbling water in the clay pot. Chen Mo turned to her and asked, "Mian, was your former territory to the north of your ancestors?" The small leopard seemed to recall unpleasant memories and silently shook her head. Mian was not fond of conversation, and Chen Mo often sensed she harbored many thoughts. Every time he sought to engage her in discussion, she was reluctant to open up. After boiling the fist-sized bird eggs, he handed one to the small leopard, who adeptly peeled the shell, a process she had grown quite familiar with. The sky resonated with the cries of a giant bird. Leopard Jia and the others recognized that the giant bird had discovered its missing eggs and was fixated on them. They felt no fear, but rather anticipation. If the giant bird dared to descend, it would provide an opportunity to test their spear accuracy. Unfortunately, the giant birds merely vented their frustration, unwilling to swoop down for revenge on their young. As the scorching sun hung overhead, Chen Mo and his companions finally arrived at the location described by Cat Knight. The ravine was strewn with rubble, and Chen Mo instructed his kin to collect tin ore from within. He and the small leopard took up position on the ridge to keep watch, expecting everything to proceed smoothly. Chen Mo was preoccupied with hollowing out a dried deer leg bone, intending to craft a bone flute. He recalled watching his grandfather create bamboo flutes. And although the memory was faint, the benefits of his crossing had clarified the image, allowing him to remember his grandfather's murmured techniques on how to bore holes and the spacing issues involved. Suddenly, the small leopard, feigning sleep beside him, lifted her head and exclaimed, "Blood." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo furrowed his brow. He twitched his nose, his wolf lineage granting him a keen sense of smell. And he too caught a whiff of blood. Chen Mo decided to investigate, noting that the scent was strong and likely nearby. He exchanged glances with Leopard Jia, who wished to join, but Chen Mo declined, stating that he and the small leopard would scout briefly and return. The pair descended from the small hill towards the south, and as they neared the valley floor, the small leopard transformed, sprinting ahead of Chen Mo. A thicket of shrubs, adorned with oval-shaped, unripe fruits, covered the valley floor. Following the small leopard's lead, Chen Mo cautiously weaved through the underbrush for a short distance until he spotted Mian's figure. Approaching her, they peered through the foliage at the open area before them, a sight that even someone accustomed to bloodshed like Chen Mo could not help but frown at. A large group of pig-ear people had gathered, constructing a high wooden platform. On the platform stood a priest from the pig-ear tribe, wearing a bone mask and adorned with a small beast ear's leg bone atop its head, arms outstretched and trembling, the flesh of its body quivering in unison. Beneath his feet lay a gruesome array of severed heads adorned with animal ears, predominantly those of rabbits, alongside a multitude of bloodied entrails, rendering the wooden platform akin to a macabre carpet of crimson. Beneath the platform, a gathering of pig-eared beings brandished the heads of wild beasts, rhythmically swaying their shoulders in a circle around the altar. This was primitive ritualism, a sight that Chen Mo beheld for the first time, prompting him to ponder that had he remained in the northern mountains, he and his kin might have likewise become offerings. "Let us depart," he murmured softly. The small leopard, clearly no stranger to such scenes, exhibited little interest in watching. As they prepared to turn away, a deafening roar erupted from the east, and a horde of tusked black wild boars charged forth. Instinctively, Chen Mo and the small leopard halted, as the pig-eared tribe erupted into a frenzy, many transforming into their beastly forms to confront the oncoming threat. The clash was immediate, with several beastified wild boars collapsing on the spot, those unable to transform. The pig-eared slaves desperately hurled stones in a frenzy as from the east emerged not more pigs, but a pack of wolf-eared beings wielding clubs. These wolf ears bore a distinct difference from Chen Mo's. Theirs were smaller and brownish, likely belonging to a clan of mountain wolves. Chen Mo, A member of the wilderness gray wolves would be larger if he were to transform. As anticipated, within Chen Mo's line of sight, most of the wolf-eared tribe had transformed into brown mountain wolves, entering the fray and tipping the scales of battle. Witnessing this, the pig-eared shaman commanded the remaining members to charge forward, himself transforming and dashing towards the thicket where Chen Mo stood. What a coward, Chen Mo thought, unable to voice his disdain as he and the small leopard retreated. The rustling behind them grew louder, and the shaman fled with a speed rivaling that of an arrow released from a bow. Just as Chen Mo and the small leopard burst through the thicket, the shaman followed closely behind. Both swiftly dodged to the side, causing the black wild boar to crash headlong into a massive boulder ahead, where it ceased its transformation, cradling its head and groaning on the ground. Exchanging glances with the small leopard, they instinctively charged forward. Chen Mo placed a foot upon the shaman's belly, prompting him to drop his hands and finally noticed the two of them. "Spare me," the shaman cried out, only to be silenced as the small leopard pressed her foot firmly upon his pig-like visage. "Shut up," Chen Mo snapped, hearing commotion from the thicket. He seized the shaman's large ears, insisting, "If you wish to live, follow." Scaling a small hill, Chen Mo instructed Leopard and the others to carry the bamboo baskets and did not bother to explain the identity of the rotund shaman now accompanying them. Upon returning to the bamboo grove, the children expressed keen interest in the captive brought back by their leader, gathering around to tease the newcomer, while two other pig-eared captives stood at a distance, astonished that another shaman from their tribe had been captured. With a thud, the pig-eared shaman was forced to the ground. He appeared quite young, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face as he spoke. "I know who you are." Chen Mo pulled a bamboo stool closer and asked, "Oh, how do you know us?" "Ah, the chief of the mountain bamboo tribe was slain by you, and their people sought refuge with me." The pig-eared shaman chuckled awkwardly. "Then why didn't you come to seek us out?" Chen Mo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Feigning indignation, the shaman declared, "They are my enemies." Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. The shaman appeared cunning, his smile lacking sincerity. In a previous life, he had heard the elders speak of swine possessing high intelligence, and the shaman's obsequious words did nothing to lessen Chen Mo's wariness. "Now let us speak of you. Do you wish to preserve your life?" Chen Mo queried. The pig-eared shaman, clearly terrified of death, nodded fervently. "What can you offer my tribe?" "I have valuable knowledge," the shaman replied, his spirit rekindling at the prospect of survival. "I discovered a method to procure food." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what method?" The shaman fumbled with a rough burlap strip tied around his waist and produced a small seed. "This, bury it in the soil, and by autumn, it will grow. It is delicious." Chen Mo took the tiny grain, inhaling its subtle aroma reminiscent of rice. However, it was too diminutive to be considered true rice, resembling more that of millet. Yet he was certain it was neither sorghum nor millet. "You discovered this?" Chen Mo's expression turned cold. The shaman rubbed his large nose, his small eyes glinting with excitement. "Yes, indeed. My kin discovered it while foraging in the desiccated marshes during the Great Calamity." Chen Mo let out a cold laugh. "I have encountered the Earth's sages." This statement visibly unnerved the shaman, his complexion paling as he realized that Chen Mo was no mere beast-eared individual. He had momentarily overlooked the fluency of their exchange. With a rueful smile, he continued, "This is indeed our discovery. The sages informed me that we can plant it in the soil. We buried many this year. And my tribe, do you have marshes in your territory?" Chen Mo interrupted. "There is much water to the south," the shaman replied, still racking his brain for a way to survive. Chen Mo speculated that this seed might indeed be the ancestor of rice. If he could selectively cultivate and refine it, perhaps it could revolutionize their tribe's way of life, as the limitations of hunting and gathering were too constricting. "For now, you shall adapt to our tribe," Chen Mo concluded, leaving the anxious pig-eared shaman behind, who feared he might be used as a sacrificial offering. The shaman worried excessively. His daily tasks involved laboring alongside the other two pig-eared captives, digging holes and sweating profusely for the construction of the tribe's final bamboo wall. Those seeking the shaman had not pursued him, indifferent to the escape of a mere priest, especially since the three pig-eared tribes to the south had now merged into one, effectively unifying that territory. Chen Mo diligently crafted clay models, breaking apart tin ore to pour into a furnace alongside charcoal, leaving an outlet in the clay furnace for the molten tin to flow into molds, ultimately forming gleaming silver-white tin bowls. This process was not purification. Impurities remained visible in the tin bowls, yet for Chen Mo and his kin, these were valuable treasures. Concurrently, a batch of pottery was produced. The ceramics fired in the clay kiln and using charcoal exhibited a markedly improved quality and tactile feel. From the pig-eared shaman, Chen Mo learned that each tribe bore its own name. To enhance cohesion among his people, he designated his tribe as the Tool tribe. He chose not to name it after a single clan, as his tribe comprised multiple races, ensuring no singular bias towards any one ethnicity. As summer arrived, the mosquitoes proliferated, particularly within the bamboo grove. The members of the Tool tribe had mostly acclimatized to this environment, enduring the summer's oppressive heat as they fulfilled the tasks assigned by their leader. Before long, summer was drawing to a close. Inside a modest bamboo hut belonging to the Tool tribe, a woman emerged, excitedly brandishing an egg aloft, exclaiming, "It has laid an egg." This bamboo hut served as a large chicken coop, housing over 20 wild chickens of 2 varieties, their wings clipped to restrain them. They had grown accustomed to being fed by beast-eared individuals and had become less volatile than before. The confines of the bamboo chicken coop limited their movements. And one particular species, a grayish-brown long-tailed wild chicken, had grown remarkably plump, with the first chicken finally laying an egg on this day. Ecstatic, she rushed with the egg to the leader's dwelling, only to find the chief absent, with only the cat-like figure, seated on a swing, being pushed by 2 small children behind her. The swing was crafted by Chen Mo during a period of idleness. A delightful contraption for the small cat and Chen to enjoy. It was constructed using 2 sturdy wooden posts, each as thick as a man's thigh, with holes chiseled into them. Bamboo was threaded horizontally through these posts, forming a beam, and finally, bark ropes were affixed to secure the swing's ropes. The materials for the swing consisted of several bamboo strips tied together to create a swing board, which was perfectly suitable for Chen and the small cat to play on. However, for someone of Chen Mo's stature, the bamboo beam would certainly not suffice. "And where is the leader?" the woman inquired. The trio of small cats turned their gazes toward the little creature behind them, who exclaimed, "Leader, to the west. We found the deer-ear tribe." The woman felt a tinge of disappointment, yet she spread this good news throughout the entire tribe. Everyone began to recognize the advantages of breeding. The prospect of raising more gray wild chickens meant a bountiful supply of eggs. What a simplistic thought. Chen Mo mused amidst the rocky forest, a sentiment he echoed regarding most beast-eared individuals, particularly the deer-ear priestess before him. "Farewell, deer-ear maiden," she remained unchanged. Save for a piece of hemp rope around her wrist, which held a jade pendant, her hair noticeably trimmed. "Is cutting hair not acceptable?" the maiden retorted. Chen Mo smiled. "Of course it is. In this era, jade is regarded merely as a stone. When polished, it can be quite sharp. The deer-ear people, in their simplicity, merely sought to use it for adornment and as a practical tool." "Where did you find so much jade?" Chen Mo asked curiously. Chapter 28, Revenge on the Tiger. This time, the deer-ear priestess did not respond candidly. She simply smiled. Chen Mo understood that her reticence stemmed not from selfishness, but from unspoken complexities. They remained seated upon the tallest boulder in the rocky forest, while the deer-ear tribe members busied themselves transporting wood and bamboo. The deer-ear priestess aspired to construct homes akin to those of the Tool tribe, thereby improving her people's living conditions. Chen Mo refrained from offering assistance. Considering that the priestess was quite intelligent, building simple bamboo houses was not overly challenging, albeit perhaps not sturdy enough. Moreover, aside from this priestess, the deer-ear tribe did not share a close bond with the Tool tribe, until their relationship reached a point of mutual alliance. Chen Mo would not press forward with undue enthusiasm. "And what of the tiger?" the deer-ear priestess inquired about the formidable beast. Chen Mo replied with a hint of melancholy. "I have sought it thrice, yet found no trace. Perhaps it merely passed through." This looming threat rendered Chen Mo's tribe exceedingly cautious during their hunting excursions in the mountains. The deer-ear maiden did not bring up the matter again. Chen Mo began to showcase the tin bowls he had brought, and upon seeing such exquisite craftsmanship, the maiden's eyes lit up with evident admiration. She could not help but marvel at the artistry of Chen Mo's tribe. They traded for clay pottery from various larger tribes, which now seemed utterly lackluster in comparison to the elegant tin bowls before her. "What would you like to trade?" Chen Mo pondered for a moment. "I require a substantial quantity of deer hides." Despite being of the deer tribe, the deer-ear priestess did not take offense. Their ancestors, after gaining wisdom, particularly through the teachings of certain earthwise sages, possessed a mindset that was not overly primitive. The beast-eared were ultimately distinct from their primal counterparts. In extreme circumstances, species would even resort to cannibalism for the sake of propagation and survival. "Do you know that our ancestral land is abundant with deer hides?" the beast-eared maiden inquired. Her curiosity piqued rather than offended. Chen Mo cleared his throat. This information had been relayed to him by the pig-eared priestess captive. Like their pig-eared tribe, they also domesticated wild boars, and their ancestral lands typically preserved numerous items representative of their lineage, such as wild boar tusks. The deer-ear tribe surely possessed similar treasures, deer hides, and antlers. "If that is unfeasible, then I shall settle for some chewing grass," Chen Mo suggested, not wishing to place the priestess in a difficult position. Yet, the deer-ear priestess shook her head, smiling. Those items were intended for the autumn trading fair. It is customary for us to do so. I can certainly part with some for you. That is splendid. 7 tin bowls were exchanged for 7 deer hides and 2 pairs of antlers, a transaction well within Chen Mo's comfort zone. Along with a beast hide bag of dried chewing grass. Chen Mo broke off a small piece, chewing it a few times, and felt an abundance of saliva accumulate in his mouth. He realized that it was not solely his saliva, but rather a blend of other substances that produced a foamy texture reminiscent of toothpaste. Observing Chen Mo drink water from a bamboo tube to clear his mouth, the deer ear priestess could not help but remind him. It would be best not to display tin at the trading fair. Chen Mo lowered his head in contemplation, understanding her concern. Is there a risk of theft? The maiden shook her head, not within the trading circle, but larger tribes may seek you out. Although she did not articulate it clearly, Chen Mo comprehended that certain members of the deer ear tribe were reluctant to associate with their own kin. Perhaps because many of his tribe were beast-eared individuals who could not undergo transformation. Prejudices within the human heart are formidable mountains, not easily shifted. The deer ear priestess's cold caution awakened Chen Mo. He could not underestimate the beast-eared of this era, whether in intellect or ferocity. A tree that stands out will inevitably attract the wind. Chen Mo expressed his gratitude and extended an invitation for her to visit his tribe. As the Tool tribe was set to hold a city sealing ceremony, with the bamboo walls to be completed before autumn's arrival. Upon returning to the bamboo sea of his tribe, Chen Mo felt an acute sense of crisis. The southern pig ear tribe was aware of his existence, and he sensed that an encounter with them was inevitable. A mere bamboo wall could deter most ferocious beasts, yet it would not suffice against those tribes. He began to devise a plan to dig a trench outside the wall, lacing it with bamboo spikes as traps. Based on the pig-eared priestess's estimations, the rice seeds they had sown in late spring should now be ripe for harvest. Chen Mo resolved to venture south to see if he could reap the rewards. This notion was somewhat perilous. The last time he had inadvertently captured the pig-eared priestess, he had not shown his face again. Should she discover his identity, trouble would surely ensue. While Chen Mo hesitated, Xiong Chu Mo returned after 2 days, bearing grim news. His expression was one of sorrow. My woman has been slain by that tiger. Chen Mo was at a loss for how to console him, knowing that Xiong Chu Mo occasionally sought out that same kin. Bears prefer solitude and maintain their own territories. He had suggested to Xiong Chu Mo that the woman join the Tool tribe, but she had declined. Seeing this loyal follower so distraught, Chen Mo earnestly inquired, was the tiger injured? Indeed, I caught the scent of its blood. Xiong Chu Mo's eyes gleamed with fury. His lineage descended from brown bears, and he was not particularly fearful of tigers. Both creatures are kings of the jungle, rivals in any realm. Chen Mo resolved to eliminate that beast before autumn's arrival, both to avenge his brother's woman and to ensure his tribe could hunt in peace in the future. He summoned 10 men from the tribe, fully armed, leaving behind the recovering Lu Ming, Cat Knight, and the remaining 7 men to guard the tribe while he, along with Xiong Chu Mo and Mian, ventured forth to exact their revenge. Pine Forest Mountain, located to the east of the Bamboo Sea, was a towering peak adorned with various species of pine trees, its overall height surpassing that of the surrounding mountains. The original owner of this mountain was a bear-eared woman, whose territory had recently been claimed by the formidable tiger. At the base of the mountain, a group stealthily ascended, led by Xiong Chu Mo, who bore a massive stone axe, an implement he had painstakingly crafted during his idle moments in the tribe. Even without transforming, he could vanquish most ferocious beasts with this weapon. Mian, who typically preferred to act alone, found herself compelled to stay by Chen Mo's side this time, prohibited from scouting the area on her own. Much to her displeasure, as she pouted throughout the journey, each member of the group, including Baojia, exhibited palpable tension. It was their inaugural endeavor to hunt tigers, and an innate fear of such formidable creatures coursed through their veins, prompting them to tread lightly. As they ascended to the mountainside, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. This was the dwelling of Xiong Chumo's woman. The simpleton, Xiong Chumo, revealed a hint of sorrow as he beheld the cave, which contained several pottery jars, gifts he had brought from the tribe for his beloved. Chen Mo offered a comforting pat on his back and suggested that the clan rest there for the night, planning to search for the giant tiger's tracks the following day. Mian removed her little deer hide boots, crafted by Chen Yu, the leather having undergone a rudimentary tanning process that gave it a semblance of footwear. Upon removing them, Chen Mo caught a faint whiff of sweat. Perceiving his gaze, Mian arched her pristine white foot in a playful manner and shot him a fierce glare. Chen Mo chuckled, remarking, "It's still summer." Who insisted on wearing deer hide boots? Through their days of companionship, Chen Mo had discerned a particular trait of the little leopard, her penchant for cleanliness and a hint of vanity. The little leopard bared her teeth in mild protest before fixating on the jars inside the cave. Understanding her desire, Chen Mo noted that she had developed a fondness for soaking her feet, transforming her once dirty feet into a pristine sight. thus making her the first beast-eared person in the tribe to acclimate to wearing shoes. I'll inquire with Chen Mo. I shall seek water, he declared. Chapter 29. Confronting Death. The source of water at Songshan lay at the foot of another mountain. Chen Mo and Chen Mo traversed the terrain, occasionally spotting small creatures darting past them. Chen Mo's attention was captured by a squirrel. The creature's bushy tail was remarkably large and fluffy, rendering it utterly adorable. Chen Mo gazed at it a moment longer, causing the little creature to fix its bright, cautious eyes upon him. He smiled, and in an instant, the squirrel vanished from sight. Mo, what are you looking at? Chen Mo inquired curiously. Chen Mo shook his head, a squirrel. As he withdrew his gaze, he noticed the dried resin oozing from the pine tree trunk. Wait, Chen Mo called out to Chen Mo. Approaching the pine tree and scraping off a piece of pine resin with his hand, Chen Mo stood beside him, asking, Mo, what are you doing? Nothing. Just discovered something intriguing, Chen Mo replied, raising his finger. Chen Mo instinctively opened his mouth. Chen Mo recoiled in alarm, nearly striking him with a fist. This simpleton truly had a fondness for eating. You can't eat that. Chen Mo grinned foolishly, scratching his head, having thought it was something delectable, somewhat akin to honey. Chen Mo kicked him. Let us go? Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a stream appeared before them. Chen Mo retrieved 2 large bamboo tubes from behind him to collect water, while Chen Mo busied himself carrying 3 bamboo tubes. The daylight had faded, and the myriad sounds of insects and creatures in the mountains rendered the atmosphere eerie. Both men remained unfazed, accustomed to such an ambience. After finishing their task, Chen Mo scooped up some fine sand from the stream, examining it closely, recalling how he had seen someone filter sand to extract iron ore, which was then smelted into a small iron knife. Mo, what are you pondering? Chen Mo asked as he approached with the 3 bamboo tubes. Chen Mo snapped back to reality, casting a glance at the last remnants of twilight atop the mountain. The dusk in the mountains always evoked memories of the past. Chen Mo looked perplexed, yet he had grown accustomed to his good friend's tendency to utter incomprehensible phrases. Chen Mo turned to him and remarked, living without a care is truly wonderful. Chen Mo was taken aback, uncertain of what had prompted his friend's contemplative mood. However, he recalled his mother's comforting words. Patting his chest with his large hand, Mother said, as long as you are full, that is enough. Indeed, Chen Mo replied, clapping him on the shoulder as he prepared to depart. As they stepped forward, both halted simultaneously. A chill ran down Chen Mo's spine as the surrounding insect sounds abruptly ceased. The 2 men stood frozen, and in the next moment, roar. 2 roars reverberated through the base of Songshan. A fierce tiger would ambush its prey from behind, and at the instant it lunged, Chen Mo transformed, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Mo. The creature's massive jaws clamped down on Chen Mo's shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet his claws relentlessly scratched at the tiger's face. In the moment Chen Mo fell, Chen Mo rolled to the side, the bamboo tubes shattering. Rising swiftly, he drew the spear from his back and let out a fierce shout, leaping into action, gripping the spear tightly as he descended, driving it forcefully into the tiger's back. Crack! The spear splintered, yet its tip remained embedded in the tiger's flesh, causing the beast to release its grip in pain. The tiger thrashed its body, swinging its tail like a whip, striking Chen Mo in the abdomen. Chen Mo paled, enduring the agony as he reached for the dagger at his waist for a follow-up strike. The tiger, however, was quicker, rolling away and scattering stones before darting into the underbrush, but it did not retreat far, growling ominously in the vicinity. Back to back, Chen Mo and Chen Mo faced the tiger, the latter's vision impaired in the dim light, resorting to continuous roars to suppress the creature's intimidation. In this initial confrontation with the giant tiger, both sides had sustained minor injuries. As they faced off, the tiger was reluctant to withdraw. It harbored a grudge against Chen Mo and Chen Mo, intent on taking down one of them while they were isolated. It was cunning enough to recognize that Chen Mo was not a true bear beast, given time. Chen Mo would revert to his beast-eared form. Chen Mo understood this as well, yet he harbored no fear. He was confident that the clan's people halfway up the mountain would surely hear the tiger's roar and come to their aid soon. As another tiger's roar echoed, Chen Mo's heart sank. It dawned on him that there were 2 tigers. Wasn't it said that 2 tigers could not coexist in one mountain? It was no wonder that the beast had managed to kill Chen Mo's woman. The sound of the approaching tiger grew increasingly proximate, and Chen Mo suddenly urged, Mo, run. Chen Mo retorted angrily, don't be absurd. I would never abandon my brother. No sooner had he spoken than a tiger charged from across the stream. Its size slightly larger, its face marked with distinct claw wounds. This one was injured. Chen Mo bent down to grab a stone from the ground and hurled it at the tiger, which did not flinch or evade but lunged straight at him. Meanwhile, the other tiger burst forth from the thicket. Seizing the moment, Chen Mo leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike. While Chen Mo instinctively moved in the opposite direction, both tigers missed their targets. Yet the tigers were fixated on Chen Mo, their agility astonishing. Almost without pause in their movements, they dug into the ground a few times before launching themselves at him. Without hesitation, Chen Mo charged at one of the tigers, rolling into a fierce struggle, each tearing at the other. Chen Mo, however, was not so fortunate. The tiger's speed was overwhelming, and he was swiftly pinned down, its massive jaws snapping toward his neck. In a critical moment, he plunged his dagger into the tiger's eye. Aya! The tiger howled in pain, instinctively raking its claws across Chen Mo's chest, leaving a horrific gash. Chen Mo gritted his teeth against the agony, attempting to twist away. Though the tiger recoiled, its claws still pressed into Chen Mo's thigh, inflicting further injury as it withdrew. Chen Mo's face turned ashen. There was no time to contemplate survival as he sat upright and drove the dagger forward once more. This time, the tiger recognized the threat posed by Chen Mo's weapon, retreating a step. Cats are adept at the motions of hunting, and Chen Mo's thrust missed as his head was left exposed before the beast. As the tiger lunged again, if it connected, Chen Mo's skull could be shattered. Would death descend once more? Suddenly, a shadow darted in, and the tiger barely registered what it was before the little creature leaped onto its face, its claws frantically scratching at its features. The tiger, agile and fierce, swiped at the shadow as if washing its face, sending it flying a considerable distance, where it landed with a faint whimper. Mimyan! Chen Mo roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Aya! The delicate and petite figure of the snow leopard, Mian, wobbled as she rose, letting out a fierce roar directed at the massive tiger, which was several times her size. The tiger responded with a deafening growl. Unfazed, Mian, under the watchful gaze of Chen Mo, overcame the genetic fear that gripped her and charged forward once more. Chen Mo, gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain in his thigh and chest, managed to rise and, dagger in hand, surged ahead. The tiger, perceiving the audacious snow leopard as a threat, disregarded Chen Mo entirely, focusing its attention on Mian. As she lunged, the tiger seized the moment to expose the common vulnerability of beasts, its abdomen. It leaped into the air, its massive jaws poised to deliver a fatal bite to Mian's midsection. This same leap revealed its underbelly to Chen Mo, who summoned all his strength, leaping up with the dagger in his right hand, the blade aimed at the tiger's abdomen. In that instant, two roars, one powerful and the other pitiful, echoed simultaneously. Mian's anguished cry shattered Chen Mo's heart as his dagger pierced the tiger's flesh, and as he descended, the blade carved a gaping wound, showering him with the tiger's blood. The trio, one man, one leopard, and one tiger, fell to the ground in unison. Chapter 30, The Healer. The little squirrel, crushed beneath the weight of the tiger, Chen Mo gasped for breath, desperately attempting to push the beast off without success. Turning his head, he caught sight of Mian lying in a pool of blood, and for the first time in this world, he felt an overwhelming fear of death. Mian's body gradually reverted from its beastly form. Her long lashes fluttered slightly as she struggled to open her eyes, meeting Chen Mo's bloodshot gaze. A flicker of regret passed through her eyes as she managed to utter a single syllable, water. Chen Mo understood her guilt. He had gone to fetch water for her. Foolishly so, leader. The shouts of Leopard Jie and others rang in his ears as they rushed towards him in a frenzy. Several of them reached Chen Mo's side, thrusting long spears into the struggling tiger. Leopard Jie, accompanied by two others, hurriedly moved the tiger's lifeless body from atop Chen Mo, his expression urgent. Leader. Chen Mo pointed feebly towards Mian. Save her, don't let her die. With that, his head fell to the side, consciousness slipping away. Time passed, and Chen Mo felt a warm, damp sensation on his face. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the curious gaze of a small squirrel, its eyes wide with wonder. He was somewhat perplexed. This was not the squirrel he had encountered while fetching water. Slowly sitting up, he realized he was lying in a cave, not far from a flickering campfire. The sky outside was dimly lit, and soft snores could be heard nearby. The little squirrel, seemingly unafraid, approached his chest, sniffing and displaying a distinctly human-like expression of disdain. Chen Mo chuckled softly at the absurdity of being judged by a squirrel. He coughed, and then heard the hushed voices of his kin calling leader. Leopard Jie approached, kneeling beside him, his face marked by shame. They had rushed down the mountain as quickly as they could, but had still arrived too late. The leader and the others were gravely injured, on the brink of death. Chen Mo grasped Leopard Jie's arm tightly. What of Mian? Leopard Jie turned his head away, and following his gaze, Chen Mo saw a small, fragile form lying nearby. He suppressed the pain in his thigh and attempted to move closer. Leader, don't move. Your wounds will reopen, Leopard Jie urged anxiously. Chen Mo's eyes glistened with tears as he stared at the lifeless body of the little leopard. Why? I promise to bring you more delicious food in the future. Why did you charge in? Tears streamed down his face, and the little squirrel, standing on tiptoe, gently licked away his tears. Leopard Jia cleared his throat. Leader. Mian she is not dead. What? Just as he had plunged into the depths of despair, Chen Mo suddenly froze. Not dead. How could she have survived such a bite from the tiger? Leopard Jia managed a strained smile. It's because of this little one. Chen Mo looked down at the small squirrel, now standing with its hands on its hips, and a proud expression. He nearly let out a sob. What did it do? Leopard Jia scratched his head, returning with something in hand. Chen Mo focused intently on the object, which resembled a humanoid root, pure white in color. He recognized the plant from before and instinctively exclaimed, Ginseng? How extraordinarily white. Leopard Jia quickly inquired, Leader, do you know what this is? Well, somewhat. It's a potent restorative, but a single piece of ginseng cannot possibly revive someone gravely injured. Chen Mo still had his doubts when Leopard Jia explained. It chewed on some grass and applied it to your wounds. Chen Mo was taken aback, unable to resist studying the little squirrel with earnest eyes. The squirrel waved its tiny hands as if to say, just a sprinkle of water, no big deal. Chen Mo chuckled, grinning widely as he knelt and bowed his head in gratitude for its life-saving efforts. The little squirrel hesitated for a moment, shook its head, and then leapt onto Chen Mo's shoulder, using its fluffy tail to comfort him. Leader, you all have been asleep for 3 days, while I have only slept for 1. Bear Chu Mo, draped in tiger skin with a tiger head atop his own, walked in, the skin still attached to the head, causing many small animals to shy away in fear. Chen Mo envied Bear Chu Mo's capacity to recover. He lay on a bamboo stretcher, his thigh injury not healing as swiftly, but fortunately, it had not damaged the bone. After a period of rest, he would be fine. Mian's condition, however, was far more critical, still in slumber on the stretcher. Chen Mo reminded Bear Chu Mo to be cautious of his wounds. The latter was covered in scratches and bite marks, but his robust constitution seemed to mitigate the severity of his injuries. Got it, Bear Chu Mo replied. Upon returning to the bamboo-walled encampment, the villagers could not contain their cheers, welcoming the leader back from the hunt. They had heard tales of the leader and Bear Chu Mo's bravery, and 2 days prior, Song had made a trip back to the tribe to gather help and craft a stretcher from vines. The little rabbit's eyes were redder than usual, clearly having cried. And rather than celebrating, she shooed away the onlookers, instructing them to carry Chen Mo back to the bamboo hut. The little rabbit tightly grasped his hands, pressing them against her chest to feel his heartbeat. Chen Mo spoke softly, It's all right. If I had no heartbeat, how could I talk to you? Next time. Don't do this, she replied, not lifting her gaze, instead diligently licking his wounds, causing him to itch. All right, the medicine is applied. This time it was an ambush. We underestimated the ferocity of those 2 beasts. Leopard Jia brought a piece of tiger skin to the bamboo hut. According to tribal customs, half of the spoils belonged to the leader, and while there might be envy and jealousy on ordinary days, this time they truly believed the spoils were rightfully his. The leader had engaged in battle with the tiger, a feat that most would not dare attempt, even those who had undergone beast transformation. The little rabbit joyfully rolled on the tiger's skin, and Chen Mo laughed. If you like it, use it as a mattress. The little rabbit shook her head fervently. No, I don't like the smell of tigers. It makes me uneasy while sleeping. At that moment, a small figure appeared at the doorway, cradling the little squirrel. Chen Mo waved her over. Cat slipped off her grass sandals and cautiously approached, her large eyes glistening with moisture as they fell upon the bloodstains on Chen Mo's chest. Chen Mo pinched her cheek gently. Don't cry. I'm fine. How did this little one end up with you? Cat replied softly. It likes me. The little squirrel had indeed returned with them, but it seemed to harbor no fondness for Chen Mo or the others, unwilling to draw near, merely following along. To Chen Mo's surprise, it had been picked up upon their return. Chen Yu also noticed the little squirrel, her eyes nearly transforming into heart shapes as she reached out to hold it. The little squirrel displayed its tiny teeth in protest, prompting the little rabbit to retract her hand, as it still appeared somewhat fierce. Cat U's cool little hands gently caressed the area on Chen Mo's chest where the injury lay. Does it hurt? Chen Mo ruffled her hair. Not anymore. This brush with death instilled in Chen Mo a sense of urgency to locate copper ore as swiftly as possible, as he needed to forge metal weapons. Otherwise, his kin would remain too vulnerable against the ferocity of the beasts. The leopard clan members felt a profound sense of guilt for failing the chief, prompting them to immediately set out on another hunting expedition the following day, determined to procure more meat to nourish him back to health. During this period of rest, Chen Mo took the opportunity to instruct his tribesmen in intricate phrases, basic literacy, and essential survival skills such as navigation. Thus, 15 days swiftly elapsed. Meanwhile, Chen Mo could only send Cat Knight and the others, along with the warrior priest, southward in search of marsh rice. They indeed returned triumphantly with a sack of unhusked rice, evidently in haste, having plucked it directly from the stalks. Chen Mo, reclining indoors, meticulously selected some of the larger grains for preservation, intending to experiment with rice cultivation come spring, utilizing the bamboo river. One day, Cat Knight returned with sour jujubes from the south, fruits resembling jujubes that Chen Mo had discovered near the tin or mountains. They were quite tart, but wholly edible, thus earning Chen Mo's designation of them as brambles of sour jujube. The trees on the northern slopes of the ancestral mountain were turning yellow. Bear Chu Mo returned draped in a wolf skin, having ventured deep into the ancestral mountains where he had slain several mountain wolves and brought back news of the approaching autumn. Chen Mo, still in the process of recuperation, lay on a newly woven bamboo chair, his eyes fluttering open. The warrior priest should be arriving shortly. Chapter 31, The Long Journey. The members of the warrior clan arrived, many of whom beheld the bamboo walls of the Chi tribe for the first time, engaging in animated discussions about its efficacy in deterring wild beasts. They were also curious about the women of the Chi tribe who were drying strips of fish in the clearing, puzzled as to why the fish were not being consumed immediately. As autumn commenced, the Chi tribe began to cure salted fish as per Chen Mo's instructions. While excessive consumption of such fare is certainly detrimental to one's health, the scarcity of food in winter necessitated it. Survival took precedence over all else. Chen Mo had yet to experience the winters here, although the climate south of the ancestral mountain bore some resemblance to the Sichuan-Chongqing basin of the Blue Planet. It was generally cooler, with a high likelihood of heavy snowfall. This was corroborated by the little leopard. Within the room, Chen Mo occupied the head of a bamboo table, with a warrior maiden seated to his left, and opposite him were Chun Yu and the little leopard. The table was adorned with sour jujubes and several fried eggs cooked in animal fat. The eggs, prepared in a ceramic pot, were somewhat haphazard in appearance. Yet the warrior maiden relished them, delighted by this unfamiliar method of cooking. There was also a bowl of steamed egg custard. She was not fond of meat with a strong odor, and this method of preparation suited her well, bringing her joy. After Chen Mo recounted his harrowing experience of hunting tigers, she couldn't help but steal a few glances at the little leopard. The young girl with her bun hairstyle and cherubic face, who appeared innocuous, yet displayed remarkable bravery. When the topic of the exchange meeting arose, the warrior maiden spoke earnestly. It will take 7 days to reach there. Our return may take even longer. We have spotted deer for riding, which will allow us to arrive in just 5 days. The Chi tribe possessed only 2 spotted deer and 1 small mountain deer they had adopted earlier, which was growing rapidly, but was not suitable for riding. Not to worry, we can keep pace, Chen Mo replied confidently. During this time, he had observed the men of the tribe undergo a rigorous 10-day training regimen, their daily tasks involving long-distance running around the bamboo walls, complemented by simple rallying cries for better coordination in battle. He regarded this journey as a form of autumn training. The warrior priest smiled gently. We will take it slow, accompanying you. She had recognized the combat prowess of Chen Mo's group. The fighting capabilities of the warrior clan were notably lower, and even with their beastly transformations, they risked encountering the likes of the jackal clan, which could lead to loss of life. The warrior clan brought along over 20 adult spotted deer, each laden with bundles of animal skins tied with grass ropes, presumably comprising deer hides and antlers. Chen Mo pondered briefly and instructed his tribesmen to each carry a bamboo basket. Some filled theirs with fine salt, bones, tiger teeth, and bull horns, while others took along bamboo-crafted tools on shoulder poles. They had also prepared something significant, hoping to strike a lucrative deal. The journey was far from monotonous. Chen Mo did not take the little leopard and Bear Chu Mo along. Bear Chu Mo remained in the tribe to ensure its safety, while the little leopard, still recovering, was unfit for long travels. Accompanied by only 7 tribesmen, he led the way with Lu Ming, while the warrior clan followed with 14 members, making for a party of over 20, a sight that would deter any typical tribe from confrontation. Traversing a stretch of wilderness and 2 forests, a small mountain range appeared before them, where they camped for the night. Lu Ming adeptly set up tents with his companions, their motions practiced. Some warrior tribesmen approached them for guidance. As Lu Ming was of the same lineage, he obtained Chen Mo's permission and was happy to teach them. Before long, 3 tribesmen returned from a hunt, accompanied by 3 warrior tribesmen who gained a more profound appreciation for the long spears in their hands. As they swiftly dispatched a short-horned black sheep with a well-thrown spear, the warrior priest sat beside Chen Mo, and together they examined the snakeskin drum in hand. Chen Mo noted the maiden's innate musical talent. Whenever he struck familiar rhythms, she would swiftly memorize and replicate them. The bond between Chen Mo and the warrior priest deepened, as he occasionally playfully poked her cheek, to which she responded not with anger, but with a shy smile. A warrior man squatted beside Lu Ming, whispering, "Priest, you won't mate with your chief, will you?" Lu Ming shot him a glance. The warrior tribesmen had gradually shed their previously inflated sense of superiority stemming from their transformations. Yet they remained proud concerning matters of the priestess, believing their chief unworthy of her. Lu Ming scoffed dismissively, mate. The other, not comprehending Lu Ming's tone, assumed he was criticizing his crude vocabulary. The Chi tribe had long since replaced such primitive terms with notions of love. The other man did not grasp this. But as he observed Lu Ming skillfully skinning the sheep with a stone dagger, he felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the Chi tribe's adeptness with tools. If it were his own skin being peeled unbeknownst to Chen Mo, his tribesmen were disparaging the short-sightedness of the Warrior clan. He suddenly asked the Warrior maiden, "May I ask your name?" The Warrior priest was momentarily taken aback, lowering her gaze. Chen Mo sensed her nervousness. "What is it?" The maiden looked up, her eyes shimmering like water, yet tempered by reason. "We cannot." "Cannot what?" Chen Mo inquired, his expression one of confusion. Unable to suppress a chuckle at Chen Mo's bewildered visage, the Warrior priest explained, "In our Warrior clan, names can only be revealed to one's mate." "Oh, I see." Chen Mo felt no embarrassment. He was indifferent to matters of romance. His relationship with Chen Yu was merely two solitary souls seeking warmth in one another. Everything unfolded naturally. He remained disciplined regarding such affairs. Otherwise, he might have had several women by now. The Warrior maiden conformed to his aesthetic preferences. Yet he had no intention of fawning over her, for he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Seeing that he was not disheartened, the maiden herself felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that he did not harbor such intentions. She was left with an inexplicable sense of emptiness. "I am weary." "Then rest," Chen Mo suggested, stretching lazily. He was to take the night watch, ensuring that his tribesmen preserved their strength. After feasting on tiger blood and tiger whip soup for several days post-hunt, he felt invigorated. As everyone gradually drifted off to sleep, Chen Mo and the Warrior priest stood shoulder to shoulder at the perimeter of the camp, thoughtfully scattering a circle of lime around the boundaries, as he remained concerned about the potential for snake bites on the young sheep. Regrettably, they had yet to locate the heartleaf grass left behind by the market. "Chief, do you desire that woman?" Lu Ming suddenly broached the subject. Chen Mo smiled faintly and asked, "How could you think that?" Lu Ming replied earnestly, "Everyone can see it. If the leader likes them, we shall take these deer-eared people tonight." Chen Mo was taken aback, realizing that Lu Ming, a clever man with a touch of scholarly grace, harbored a cunning side. Fortunately, this fellow was a loyal follower. After a moment's contemplation, it seemed consistent with the ways of this age. If one desires something, seize it. Violence is the solution to all problems. Chen Mo lightly tapped his head, grateful to have a friend like him. Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. Chen Mo patted his shoulder, saying, "You should get some rest." "All right," Lu Ming replied without hesitation, understanding that it sufficed for one of them to remain alert. Night at the foot of the mountain was anything but tranquil. In this primal world, eerie sounds echoed in the darkness, sending chills down one's spine. Chen Mo, armed with a long spear, paced around the camp. He had expected a peaceful night, but by midnight, he noticed several pairs of glowing green eyes lurking in the nearby grass. Chen Mo refrained from acting rashly, merely standing still and watching them. They were likely part of a wild beast pack, though he couldn't discern the species. They seemed too cowardly to challenge his group. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the night from the mountainside, accompanied by howls of wolves. Lu Ming and the others remained undisturbed, perhaps accustomed to the cacophony of night sounds. As long as the leader's signal was not given, they felt no fear. As the cries grew closer, Chen Mo blew his whistle, signaling for vigilance. Chapter 32, Ancestral Land of Wushan. With Chen Mo's shout, the 7 members of the Chi tribe emerged from their tents almost simultaneously, conditioned to respond to such calls of alertness. A group gathered around Chen Mo, 4 of them stepping forward with their bamboo shields firmly grasped, while 2 others readied their bamboo bows with arrows nocked, cautiously surveying their surroundings. "Leader, what is happening?" Luer asked, gripping his spear tightly. Chen Mo's gaze was fixed ahead. "Something is rushing towards us." The deer-eared tribesmen emerged one after another, puzzled by the commotion. The deer-eared priestess approached Chen Mo and his companions, her surprise evident as she observed their instinctive formation. "What is going on?" she inquired just as Chen Mo's voice turned grave. "It's coming." A figure, the size of a wild boar, burst forth from the darkness into view. Chen Mo's eyes locked onto it, and the prominent horn on its forehead quickly revealed it to be a young rhinoceros. Shadows followed closely behind, and instinctively, Lu Ming and the others raised their spears, while the 2 archers took aim at the rhinoceros. Chen Mo shouted, "Do not harm it." The stampeding young rhinoceros, with poor eyesight, was oblivious to the presence of the humans, charging ahead, while the predators pursuing it were a pack of wolves Chen Mo had never encountered. As the distance closed to within 20 meters, Chen Mo commanded, "Target the wolves." Throw. With his shout, several spears were hurled forth. The bamboo spear in Chen Mo's hand soared first, striking a black wolf squarely in the forehead, causing it to tumble and howl in agony. Though the blow was not fatal, it left the creature momentarily incapacitated. The other wolves soon emitted cries of distress, realizing they had encountered formidable foes. They turned tail and fled without hesitation. Go finish them off, Lu Ming urged, leading the others to deliver the final blows to the injured wolves. Meanwhile, the young rhinoceros, in a panic, barreled through, ultimately colliding with Chen Mo. He swiftly reached out, grasping its horn, and in that moment, the creature's form shifted before Chen Mo's astonished gaze, transforming into a seated boy. The boy, adorned with a pair of rhinoceros ears, was enveloped in fear as Chen Mo and the others approached. Please, do not eat me, he pleaded. Chen Mo responded with a smile. Are you one of the rhinoceros ear tribe? The boy nodded vigorously, and upon noticing Chen Mo's simple linen attire, he seemed relieved, recognizing that he was not in the presence of beast-eared foes. Help my mother. He grasped Chen Mo's hand tightly. Where is she? In the mountains. She was bitten. Chen Mo stared into the dimly lit forest, slowly shaking his head. It's too late. The boy's head drooped as he began to sob softly, comprehending that his mother was likely dead, and there was no time to reach her. Their group acquired several black wolf pelts, which were notably soft and of high quality, lacking the roughness typical of jackal skins. The deer-eared priestess explained, these are the pelts of the Wushan black wolves. Wushan? Chen Mo, unfamiliar with this, prompted the girl to elaborate. The mountains before us are part of Wushan. If we head north, we shall see Wushan itself, the ancestral land of many tribes. Chen Mo nodded, glancing at the naked boy who was gulping down water to soothe his frayed nerves. How did you and your mother end up alone in Wushan? The rhinoceros-eared boy sniffled before answering. We got separated during a battle between two large tribes to the south. They fought. This area is not far from the exchange grounds. Why would they clash here? The deer-eared girl expressed her confusion, noting that such actions defied the rules set by the Earth's wise ones. The boy shook his head, equally perplexed. Furrowing his brow, Chen Mo felt a foreboding sense, a feeling that urged him to retreat and take the time to develop. Unexpectedly, the deer-eared priestess found courage. Declaring that they could not forfeit this opportunity, the tribe needed a fresh infusion of blood. After some analysis, Chen Mo resolved to investigate further. If the situation seemed dire, they would flee. The following day, they swiftly traversed the Wushan mountain range. The paths were not particularly arduous, and they managed to cross in a single day. Along the way, Chen Mo learned that the boy hailed from the southern rhinoceros ear tribe, which had sent over 20 members to participate in the exchange, inadvertently becoming entangled in the conflict between two southern tribes. During this journey, Chen Mo gleaned various insights that enriched his understanding of this world. The Great River to the south was bordered by at least 9 major tribes, with the Qingyo tribe holding the highest status and the Yuan Ear tribe boasting the largest population. The Rhinoceros Ear tribe had once been a great tribe, but following the boy's birth, it splintered, with some members migrating to the southern bank, leading to a decline in strength and numbers. They had come to attend the exchange, but found themselves caught in the crossfire between the Wolf Ear and Qinghu Ear tribes, whose historical relations were fraught with complexity, having once been amicable but recently turned hostile. As the morning sun streamed through the trees, casting a breathtaking scene, Chen Mo stepped out of his tent. According to the deer-eared priestess, beyond this patch of forest lay open ground, and after half a day's journey, they would reach Qingyo Valley. The group prepared to leave the woods, and as they emerged, Chen Mo's demeanor shifted. Tension gripped them as they spotted a crowd gathered by the riverbank in the clearing ahead. At least 200 to 300 people were present, and upon a brief observation, Chen Mo deduced that 4 tribes were resting there, maintaining a cautious distance from one another. The deer-eared girl, more accustomed to the situation than Chen Mo, led them toward the riverbank. Upon arrival, the nearest group to them was the rabbit ear tribe. To Chen Mo's surprise, their ears hung long and drooped on either side of their heads, indicating a shared lineage. They appeared to be the largest group, numbering around 40 individuals. They are the giant ear rabbits, the deer-eared priestess explained, clearly recognizing them. Chen Mo, intrigued, inquired, how large are they? When standing, they are about your height. The girl replied. Chen Mo gasped in astonishment. The term giant perfectly encapsulated their appearance. Such large rabbits could easily injure a fierce bird of prey with a mere kick. One could only imagine the devastation a kick from these giants would wreak. At that moment, a woman with giant rabbit ears approached, accompanied by 2 individuals. As she walked, Chen Mo couldn't help but worry that the scant piece of burlap covering her chest would not adequately contain her formidable assets. It was evident that her physique epitomized the very essence of enormity. The doe-eared maiden stepped forward to greet her, and the 2 women touched their foreheads together, a customary gesture of introduction. Engaged in conversation, the giant-eared rabbit woman occasionally cast glances at Chen Mo. After a brief interlude, The doe-eared maiden unexpectedly brought the woman over to him. The woman slightly raised her chin, regarding Chen Mo with an air of haughtiness, and inquired about a trade. Chen Mo glanced at the doe-eared priestess, who whispered in his ear, "Some tribes engage in exchanges while traveling. If unsatisfied, they are not obliged to proceed. She desires your backpack." Chen Mo hesitated momentarily before smiling and asking, "What would you like to trade for?" The voluptuous rabbit-eared woman seemed disdainful of the wolf tribe. Her demeanor cold as she replied, "2 non-ancestral wolf beast ear individuals for yours, all of them." The addition of all was an unequivocal no-go. Chen Mo wished to retain 2 for carrying items back. 4 he proposed. The woman shook her head, indicating her discontent. After pondering, Chen Mo added a black wolf pelt to the offer. Chapter 33. To kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. The giant-eared rabbit woman continued to shake her head, revealing that she had little interest in such a container. This trade had faltered, yet Chen Mo remained unperturbed, for he was not there to sell backpacks. However, the woman did not depart. Instead, she gazed with keen interest at the leather vest adorning Chen Mo. While they were draped in burlap that could hardly be termed clothing, they found his meticulously crafted leather armor intriguing. The doe-eared priestess murmured a few words in her ear, conveying a clear message. That was not an item for trade, as the leather was tanned by the Chi tribe, and even the doe-eared clan would not exchange it. With a hint of regret, the woman turned to leave. No sooner had she departed than another group arrived before them. Chen Feng observed their ears, deducing they bore the bloodline of some rodent-like creatures. Their numbers were considerable, and they were not there to seek Chen Mo, but rather the doe-eared maiden. "Dear hide, trade." The doe-eared priestess did not hesitate, responding with a cheerful affirmation. "What shall we exchange?" The leader of the diminutive rodent-eared men bore a rather lecherous expression, stooped in posture, with sparse hair and a foul stench emanating from him. His chest adorned with blood-red markings, and a mere strip of burlap shielding his lower body. His companions wielded bone clubs. The rodent-eared leader gestured, and 2 of his kin tossed a pile of vibrantly colored tail feathers onto the ground. It appeared they were aware of the doe-eared clan's customs. Knowing their penchant for crafting feather crowns, and having gathered an assortment of long and short tail feathers, the doe-eared priestess surveyed the offerings and shook her head, wishing instead for a trade of living beings, ideally a few domesticated animals. The rodent leader's expression soured as he regarded the doe-eared maiden. Bearing his formidable fangs, he threatened, "If you do not trade, we shall take them by force." This was not the Green Bull Valley. According to their rules, the rodent clan would face no repercussions from the Green Bull tribe for theft, emboldened by their numbers and strength to exert pressure on the doe-eared maiden. The doe-eared priestess appeared troubled. Bullying smaller tribes was a common occurrence each year. She had initially intended to comply as in the past, but at that moment, Chen Mo interjected, "No trade." The rodent leader's beady eyes narrowed at Chen Mo, and upon realizing he was of the wolf-ear tribe, he scanned the surrounding group, quickly discerning their varied species. His cunning demeanor suggested he had made a connection, and he tentatively remarked, "Slave ears?" The doe-eared priestess, anxious about escalating tensions, felt compelled to speak, but Chen Mo restrained her. He cast a glance at the 3 tribes in proximity, knowing that sometimes one must resort to force, and fortuitously. Someone approached. Slave was a derogatory term used by beastmen for those who had failed their transformation. Typically, such a term would incite fury among beastmen. Yet Chen Mo remained calm, only serving to confirm the rodent leader's suspicions. With a grin, he emitted a series of squeaks, and his followers raised their bone clubs, unleashing a cacophony of shrill cries that assaulted the ears. The doe-eared priestess stepped back, apprehensive, grasping Chen Mo's arm. He sneered coldly, and the laughter ceased. At that moment, the rodent leader's menacing countenance had not yet transformed, when a spear flew through the air. Thud! The rodent leader clutched his abdomen in disbelief. Chen Mo had acted with ruthless decisiveness, striking first. His companions surged forward, wielding bone clubs, while several transformed into large rodents exceeding a meter in height, their speed astonishing. Arriving before Chen Mo in the blink of an eye, Chen Mo pulled the doe-eared maiden back, while Lu Ming and the others advanced a few steps, raising their round bamboo shields to collide with the oncoming giant rats, simultaneously thrusting their spears to pierce the airborne beasts. The battle erupted, and the other 3 tribes drew closer to observe the spectacle, astonished to witness a group of slave-eared individuals engaging the rodent clan. This particular rodent tribe was swift, with formidable teeth capable of crunching bones, and they were taken aback by the audacity of the doe-eared clan to confront a band of slave-eared warriors. As over 30 giant rodents launched their assault, many from the doe-eared clan also transformed. Hearing the commotion behind him, Chen Mo bellowed, "Duck!" Lu Ming and the others immediately crouched down, as a herd of spotted deer leaped over their heads, sending several giant rodents flying. Chen Mo's command rang out again, 3. Lu Ming pivoted to stand back-to-back with Chen Mo, while the other 6 formed 2 groups, similarly bracing against one another. One bore a long-handled battle axe. Another held a shield and dagger, and the last began drawing a bow. Their coordination was impeccable, constantly shifting positions. The shield bearers blocked the rodents' lunges, while those with spears delivered finishing blows to the giant rats that were knocked down by the shields. The archer unleashed arrows at the rodents, seeking to exploit openings just meters away. The 2 groups of 3, like whirling circular blades, shredded any nearby giant rodents. The doe-eared clan alleviated much of the pressure on Chen Mo and his companions. Their larger size made them easy targets for encirclement. Chen Mo and Lu Ming seized the opportunity to deliver lethal strikes whenever the enemy exposed weaknesses. Before long, the giant rodent clan realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. They had never encountered such a fierce fighting style from the slave-eared individuals. The weapons they wielded, capable of launching fine wooden sticks, were terrifying, and despite their speed, they found it nearly impossible to evade at close range. Amidst the astonished gazes of the other 3 tribes, the remaining dozen giant rodents began to flee. However, Chen Mo was relentless, hurling his spear with precision. Each rodent that fell letting out a pitiful wail. Moments later, a sea of corpses surrounded Chen Mo and his group. Although 2 of his companions had sustained injuries and 7 from the doe-eared clan were wounded, none were severe. Chen Mo wiped the blood from his spear and instructed his kin to attend to their wounds. He approached the doe-eared maiden, who was still reeling from the battle. Having protected the horned-eared youth throughout the fray without engaging herself. "Why do we have to fight?" she asked, confusion etched on her face, though lacking any hint of reproach. She was merely shaken by the suddenness of Chen Mo's actions. Chen Mo's gaze turned steely as he surveyed the other 3 groups. His tone resolute: to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. This was but one reason. Another was his need to earn the respect of the other members of the doe-eared clan. The transformation of the doe-eared tribe sparked an idea within him. If he could ride upon a transformed member of their kin, it would create a natural cavalry of deer, fostering camaraderie through shared combat, a most straightforward and primal means of strengthening bonds. He understood that their diverse group would inevitably attract attention, and a coalition of various beast ears could not transform. To ensure a smoother journey ahead, he needed to make an example of the arrogant and soft targets that had presented themselves, and he decisively crushed them. Chen Mo locked eyes with the maiden, asking, "Have they bullied you in the past?" The deer-eared priestess felt a twinge of shame as she slowly nodded her head. They had been accustomed to this. Prior to arriving at the Green Bull Valley, most of their supplies would be forcibly exchanged. However, from now on, that would no longer be the case. Chen Mo placed his large hand on her head, and as the young girl lifted her gaze, she caught a whiff of his scent, inexplicably causing her body to feel somewhat languid. On the ground lay 6 rat-eared beings who were unable to transform into their beastly forms. They had long discarded their bone clubs and had remained cowering in the background during the battle, too afraid to charge forward. Realizing the dire situation, they knew they could not outrun the other giant rats, so they simply knelt and begged for mercy, as they were all merely slave-eared individuals. It mattered little where they were. Chen Mo did not slay them. Instead, he regarded them as spoils of war, instructing Lu Ming to bind their hands. They could prove to be valuable laborers. The other 3 tribes, witnessing Chen Mo's ferocity, dared not approach carelessly. The giant-eared rabbit woman had, however, come over to exchange a few words with the deer-eared priestess, and her gaze towards Chen Mo had noticeably shifted. The rat-eared tribe had little of value to offer. They likely intended to take advantage of the chaos, bringing only a collection of various bones and tattered animal hides, which Chen Mo deemed a waste of effort to even carry. The deer-eared priestess, along with the rhinoceros-eared youth, crouched beside Chen Mo, cautiously inquiring, "Am I cowardly?" Chen Mo washed his hands clean, smiled, and reassured her, "It is not your fault. Your judgment, considering your tribe's welfare, is sound. But with me, things will be different." A flicker of admiration ignited within the heart of the deer-eared girl. Not only she, but the other deer-eared people had long endured bullying from the rat-eared tribe. This time, Chen Mo had allowed them to vent their frustrations, and they no longer viewed him and his companions with disdain. "Once we have rested, we shall set forth," Chen Mo declared. Lu Ming and the others responded affirmatively, and even the deer-eared tribespeople instinctively nodded in agreement, now seeing Chen Mo as their pillar of strength. The group consumed some jerky and wild fruits before promptly setting off. As they ventured further east, they encountered an increasing number of tribes. Nearing the Green Bull Valley, there were almost no tribes willing to provoke them. The more intelligent and powerful tribes understood the strength of the Green Bull clan. As twilight approached, with less than half a day's journey remaining to the Green Bull Valley, Chen Mo did not hastily command the group to find a suitable place to camp. While the tribespeople busied themselves, he noticed that they were being watched. A group lingered not far away, their ears large and round, resembling neither pig ears nor any identifiable animal. The deer-eared priestess leaned closer, following Chen Mo's gaze, and then smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. They are from the Earth Sloth tribe. They are quite amiable, though they do move rather slowly. Sloths? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He wondered if they were akin to the sloths he envisioned, perhaps even the ancestors of the Earth Sloths. Once the tents were erected, the group finally approached Chen Mo's camp, and they indeed moved as the deer-eared girl had described, shuffling along like elderly men. Chen Mo scrutinized their appearance. Their faces were adorned with black and white dyes, creating a rather peculiar sight, especially with the black paint around their noses, which appeared quite comical. At that moment, a small figure darted forward from behind Chen Mo. It was the rhinoceros-eared youth, who positioned himself in the path of the Earth Sloth tribe. The leading man towered over 2 meters tall, and, upon hearing the boy's call, he slowly lowered his head, squinting to see better, and offered a smile. Dada, it's me. The rhinoceros-eared youth exclaimed, bouncing with excitement and waving his hands. The sloth leader's expression shifted to one of dawning recognition. Dada, have you seen my kin? The youth asked loudly. The sloth leader shook his head, and the boy's face fell with disappointment. He could not fathom that his kin could vanish along the way. He stepped aside, and the sloth leader glanced over at Chen Mo and his group before finally fixing his gaze on the massive ancient trees behind them. A group of tall earth sloths lumbered toward Chen Mo's camp. Thankfully, they were bipedal, otherwise, their pace would have been even slower. They leisurely traversed through Chen Mo's camp, and one by one, began to climb the trees, opting to spend the night aloft. Chen Mo's companions exhibited little reaction, understanding that this group posed no threat. The sloth leader approached the deer-eared priestess, and the two exchanged greetings, clearly having met before. Once the sloth leader had ascended the tree, the deer-eared girl finally spoke. Do not underestimate them. They are formidable fighters. Given their sluggish movements, wouldn't their transformation be even slower? Chen Mo inquired, intrigued. The girl shook her head. Their large size, elongated teeth, and claws longer than a tiger's, coupled with their tough skin, allow them to fight with surprising swiftness. They are not affected by toxins, so their speed remains unimpeded. Chen Mo understood, and he became curious about how colossal they truly were in their transformed state. Rumor had it that earth sloths could exceed 4 meters in height, possibly even reaching 6 meters, with a layer of internal bone resembling armor beneath their skin. During their time, even saber-toothed tigers were no match for them. They were indeed tough-skinned and meaty, capable of hugging a tree and gnawing at it. Such colossal beings, Chen Mo had no intention of provoking. His tribespeople were busy preparing a large pot of lamb stew, and the deer-eared tribe was also cooking lamb meat. Needing to replenish their strength after the day's battle, they added some berries, the savory aroma wafting through the air. Chen Mo sat beside the deer-eared priestess, while the rhinoceros-eared youth held a ceramic bowl, swallowing hard before gulping down a bowl of lamb soup. Chen Mo generously offered the boy an extra lamb rib, and the youth beamed with delight, thoroughly enjoying the berry-infused lamb soup. He also held great admiration for Chen Mo. The day's battle had stirred his blood, and he had wished to participate, only to be restrained by the deer-eared priestess. When I find my kin, I will reward you with something good, the boy declared. His expression innocent. Chen Mo offered a comforting reply. You will surely find them. At that moment, a tribesman called out from behind, prompting Chen Mo to turn around. A gigantic figure loomed, casting a shadow over them. The sloth leader, Dada, was slowly approaching. With his crescent-shaped eyes gleaming, he softly inquired, May I exchange for some meat? Chen Mo readily accepted, planning to directly offer him a jar. Plop. The sloth leader plopped down, his 2-meter frame appearing immense before Chen Mo's group, the contrast unmistakable. Chen Mo handed over a jar of meat soup, and the sloth leader embraced the ceramic pot, starting to gulp it down in one go, finishing it in a single breath before reaching inside for the meat chunks. Observing him, Chen Mo and the others noticed that his eating speed was surprisingly brisk. With such a size, a slow eating pace could lead to starvation. The sloth leader wiped his mouth and retrieved a long cloth bag from his waist, seemingly tied around him, and upon releasing it, he opened the lengthy bag to reveal small pieces of tree bark and 2 roots of something Chen Mo recognized. Jade ginseng. Even though these 2 roots had lost moisture and appeared shriveled, Chen Mo immediately recognized them. He had not anticipated that the sloth leader would possess such valuable items. The last time he was injured, it was the jade ginseng provided by a little squirrel that saved him. Though the sloth leader moved slowly, his meticulous observation of his surroundings was evident. He turned to Chen Mo and asked, Do you know of ginseng? Chen Mo did not deny it, replying, Yes. I have consumed it. Upon hearing this, the sloth leader suddenly leaned closer, their faces nearly touching. Chen Mo grimaced slightly. The situation felt somewhat intimate, and he did not particularly favor burly men. There is the scent of ginseng, Dada confirmed slowly, extending a long-nailed hand with a piece of jade ginseng toward Chen Mo. For you. Chen Mo was taken aback. He believed that a whole sheep could not compare to a single piece of jade ginseng. Yet the sloth leader offered it to him so freely. Confused, he asked, "What do you want in return?" Dada, however, did not elaborate. Placing the ginseng down before slowly rising and moving toward the ancient tree behind them. Chen Mo remained bewildered, and the deer-eared priestess was equally puzzled. It was known that the Earth Sloth tribe's items were rarely exchanged by common folk. As Chen Mo and the others pondered this unusual encounter, they did not dwell on it too long. The next morning, upon awakening, they found that the Earth Sloth tribe had already departed early. Their slow pace necessitated an earlier start. Chapter 34. Troubles continue. The sound of elephants trumpeting and tigers roaring echoed continuously, while Chen Mo's group remained inconspicuous amidst the throngs of beast-eared tribes. Today, Chen Mo's eyes were opened wide, as various beast-eared clans slowly entered the fabled Qingyo Valley, accompanied by their domesticated wild beasts, resembling a grand migration of animals. The young rhinoceros-eared boy yearned to ascend to a higher vantage point to seek out his kin. Yet faced with the overwhelming presence of the beast horde, he felt an acute tension, reluctantly trailing behind Chen Mo, afraid to stray. Many of the beast-eared individuals were unfamiliar to Chen Mo, their clans unknown, but he could make rough judgments based on the wild creatures that accompanied them. Among them, the fox-eared tribe was particularly striking, possessing features that aligned perfectly with Chen Mo's aesthetic preferences. Each member was a handsome male or beautiful female. Compared to other races, their linen garments were tighter, emphasizing their appearance. On either side of the valley, the imposing figures of the Qingyo clan could be seen, towering and formidable, wielding jade-green staffs, exuding an air of authority as they stood watch over the beast throng below to prevent any disturbances. As Chen Mo and his companions entered the Qingyo Valley, he estimated its width to exceed 200 meters, with many tribes seeking suitable positions. The larger clans pressed forward, claiming their places almost as a matter of course, determined by their strength. Smaller clans like Chen Mo's were relegated to the rear, forced to compete for space, and he noticed occasional challenges arising between individuals. The roars of beasts reverberated, yet the Qingyo clan refrained from intervention, suggesting an unspoken rule. The deer-eared priestess led Chen Mo to a spot beneath a cliff, a place they frequently visited, nearly unoccupied and close to an exit, belonging to the edge of the territory where no one would contest. The group set down their belongings, and Chen Mo observed the two neighboring deer-eared clans, who shared a cordial rapport with the priestess, exchanging friendly gestures. The young rhinoceros-eared boy, however, felt disheartened at not seeing his kin. Not knowing how to console him, Chen Mo contemplated the strength of the rhinoceros-eared clan. If they had vanished, it would require a formidable tribe to accomplish such a feat, and the boy's relatives were likely facing dire circumstances. A distant horn sounded, its long and mournful tone invoking a solemn silence among the crowd, with only the horn's echo resonating through the once boisterous valley. Gradually, cheers and beast roars erupted from the innermost part of the valley, and Chen Mo fixed his gaze on the cleared pathway, spotting 5 massive figures racing out from within. Leading the charge was a Qingyo, its impressive horns reminiscent of the Asian elephants Chen Mo had seen in his past life, flanked by a sleek white steed and a gigantic elephant. The last 2 figures were smaller. One was a saber-toothed tiger, one of the most fearsome beasts of this era, which Chen Mo had heard mentioned by Chen Yu before, and upon seeing it, he was taken aback. Its streamlined body resembled that of a lioness, yet its coat bore striking black, white, and yellow stripes, exceeding 2 meters in length, with 2 prominent ivory fangs commanding attention. The other was even smaller, a pure white fox, and Chen Mo was most astonished by its presence. Remarkably, it sported 3 tails, a 3-tailed white fox, and his gaze lingered on it. As the 5 beasts reached the exit, various tribes expressed their reverence in their own ways. The deer-eared individuals beside Chen Mo were swept up in the atmosphere, raising their weapons and cheering. The 5 beasts halted at the threshold, and as the horn's call ceased, their beastly transformations unraveled, revealing 5 beast-eared individuals of varying sizes. At the forefront stood an elder of the Qingyo clan, adorned with a beard and exuding an ethereal aura. The tiger-eared youth caught Chen Mo's eye. His muscular physique and chiseled jawline, amber eyes glinting with a cold light, emanating an intimidating aura that deterred direct gazes. The 3-tailed fox also captured Chen Mo's attention. She was the only one who had completed her transformation while still wearing garments, and Chen Mo was curious about how she managed to do so. As the elder of the Qingyo raised his hand, the exchange ceremony commenced. The crowd began to stir, but Chen Mo refrained from mimicking the chaotic movements of others, choosing instead to wait. This area had attracted a significant number of deer-eared tribes, and a group of monkey-eared individuals quickly approached, their strength uncertain. Yet one thing was clear: their financial resources were extraordinary. With winter approaching, deer hides were evidently valuable, and the monkey-eared individuals sought to collect them, presenting a variety of items for the deer-eared priests or clan leaders to select from. Chen Mo's offerings soon drew attention, as a monkey-eared woman accompanied by 2 tribesmen approached. She was a dark-skinned woman, not conventionally attractive, with a broad nose, yet her smile radiated warmth. She crouched to inspect the bamboo cage and basket, along with several clay pots, instinctively checking inside the pots and discovering a fine salt resembling powdered snow. She was taken aback, and without hesitation, tasted a pinch. Salt. The woman disregarded Chen Mo and his companions, assuming they were merely slaves for trade, until Chen Mo took the initiative to speak. Would you care to trade? She looked up, surprise etched on her face. Your goods? Chen Mo nodded. The woman smiled, intrigued by the presence of slave-eared individuals. How did you come by these? The monkey-eared clan, being a formidable tribe, possessed intelligence second only to the Qingyo clan, yet they were not the leading factions and preferred commerce over conflict. Chen Mo shook his head, and the woman understood. Such salt was not particularly distinct. I can exchange it for linen. I require beast-eared individuals, Chen Mo stipulated. The woman's brow arched, her keen insight suggesting she deemed the salt insufficient. Include those items, and I shall offer you 5 beast-eared individuals. She was quite demanding, desiring 20 or more intricately woven bamboo containers. Chen Mo, however, was not easily swayed and firmly shook his head. The woman smirked slightly, rising. Beast-eared individuals? Your goods won't attract much interest. Compared to other resources, containers and salt were not essential commodities. Other tribes had alternatives, and with winter looming, people favored trading for livestock and personnel. Chen Mo remained calm, choosing silence as his response, prompting the woman to turn away. The deer-eared priestess returned. Noticing that no one was interested in Chen Mo's goods, she sought to comfort him, as her own items had swiftly been exchanged, trading a substantial number of deer hides for 9 deer-eared individuals, and deer antlers for several goats and black pigs. At that moment, someone approached Chen Mo again, and he was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar face. It was Su from the Qingyo clan. Su appeared equally astonished, bringing a cow-eared girl with him to Chen Mo's side. Observing Chen Mo's array of goods, he remarked, your craftsmanship has improved. Chen Mo and the deer-eared girl both bowed respectfully. Chen Mo clasped his fists, while the deer-eared girl offered a slight bow in acknowledgement. Su's beard had grown somewhat gray, yet his smile remained warm. While the girl beside him exuded a hint of pride, her chin slightly raised, as if looking down on the smaller clans. Chen Mo replied, it is an honor to see the wise one again. Su paused. You've coined another phrase. Laughing heartily, he added, by the way, I have a gift for you. To repay your life-saving grace from before. Chen Mo noticed many eyes drawn to their exchange, likely due to Su's presence. As he spoke, he gestured for Lu Ming to retrieve a silver-white object from the bamboo basket behind him. When Chen Mo lifted it and presented it to Su, his eyes brightened. It was a silver-white sculpture of a cow. Within this valley, there were numerous clans skilled in stone carving, even jade carving, yet this silver-white statue, devoid of any visible carving marks, was a first for many, drawing a crowd of onlookers eager to examine it closely. Su extended his hand to accept it. Feeling the material, is it stone? Sort of. I call it tin stone. Chen Mo smiled as he explained, revealing the considerable effort he had invested in molding and casting this tin cow. The girl behind the stall swiftly seized the item, her fingers grazing its surface as she scrutinized it closely, seemingly finding no trace of carving. A flicker of curiosity danced in her eyes as she could not help but inquire, is it carved? No, Chen Mo replied, shaking his head. Su, however, regarded Chen Mo's craftsmanship with great respect, stroking his beard as he spoke. I wish to acquire this item, yet we must adhere to the rules. What do you desire in exchange? Chen Mo resolutely declined, and the two held their ground for a moment. At that juncture, 3 individuals with squirrel ears, 2 men and a woman, approached. The lead man, upon seeing Su, was visibly excited, placing his hand to his forehead in a bow. Wise Su. Su's expression turned serious as he expressed a hint of regret. Chi, I have yet to locate your sacred beast. The man named Chi appeared somewhat forlorn. It is my responsibility, wise one. The sacred beast has gone missing, and I shall return to the ancestral mountain to search for it. As the two discussed the sacred beast, Chen Mo's thoughts drifted to a small squirrel from his own tribe, pondering if such coincidences truly existed in this world. He refrained from asking, aware that should it indeed be the case, complications would ensue. It was prudent to tread carefully and subtly probe Su later. Su turned his attention back to Chen Mo, producing a small leather pouch, and gently stated, inside is some medicinal earth. I noticed your kin are injured. You may accept it. Chen Mo did not refuse again, recognizing the necessity of the offering. His people had clashed with the giant rat tribe, resulting in injuries that he was quite concerned about. Should infection set in, it could jeopardize lives. The trio of squirrel-eared individuals cast a lingering glance at Chen Mo before drawing closer, causing his heart to race. Thankfully, they broached the subject of tin carving, inquiring, "Can you carve squirrels?" Chen Mo nodded, replying that while he had none at that moment, he could provide some in the future. The man nodded in satisfaction. "Bring them next time, and we shall trade." Once they departed, Chen Mo exhaled in relief. Su seemed to sense the unusual emotion radiating from Chen Mo and quietly advised, "The squirrel ear tribe is skilled in the healing arts. Do not offend them." Chen Mo nodded vigorously, and once Su and the others had left, numerous individuals approached him, eager to inquire about the tin carvings, all desiring a piece to take home. As the crowd swelled, Chen Mo faced several members of the wolf ear tribe. He promptly unveiled a tin sculpture of a wolf, measuring over half a meter in diameter, which instantly captivated the wolf-eared individuals. People of this era held great reverence for ordinary stone carvings, let alone the lifelike tin sculpture. They were eager to procure it. Chen Mo insisted on receiving people in exchange, and fortunately, they recognized him as one of their kin, offering 3 beast slave ear individuals in return. Although they appeared rather frail, he accepted them with some reluctance. The wolf-eared individuals joyfully departed with the tin sculpture, prompting Chen Mo to reveal the remaining sculptures he had cast, a tiger, a leopard, and a fox. Upon seeing these 3 sculptures, the onlookers fell silent. For such items were beyond the reach of most tribes and did not align with their own. Moreover, the groups represented by these sculptures were not to be trifled with. Although Chen Mo had initially hesitated to display the tin items, he recognized the necessity of population growth within his tribe. Opportunities to engage with other tribes were rare, and exchanges even more so. He deemed it a risk worth taking. Those who had never encountered tin artifacts would likely mistake them for exquisitely carved stone sculptures. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had drawn attention, with many individuals rushing over to take a glance before hastily departing. Chen Mo sensed the looming issue and attempted to retract his offerings, but it was too late. A figure emerged from the crowd. A burly man with dark skin and familiar black leopard ears. He towered over Chen Mo, his cold gaze emanating an intimidating pressure as he commanded, "Hand it over." Chen Mo hesitated, questioning what he could offer in exchange. The black leopard-eared man tilted his head, baring his teeth in a semblance of a smile. "A mere beast ear dares to ask me for something? Are you seeking your own demise by carving a sculpture of my tribe's likeness?" In this valley, many individuals still donned the fur skirts of other races, yet such rhetoric held no weight. The deer-eared girl beside Chen Mo tugged at his leather vest, signaling him to remain composed. While Chen Mo understood the virtue of humility, he could not bow his head this time. Yielding now would jeopardize his future dealings. He replied coolly, "This is the rule." The black leopard-eared man erupted in laughter, pointing at Chen Mo and mocking him. A beast ear who cannot transform dares to speak of rules. Laughter erupted around them, and Chen Mo's companions, including the deer-eared girl, felt indignation rising within them. Stepping forward in protest, the black leopard-eared man showed no sign of retreat, taunting, "What? Does your tribe wish to challenge me?" The crowd erupted in cheers. For challenging in Qingyo Valley was in accordance with the customs of the Qingyo tribe. Yet, all were certain that Chen Mo, being a mere beast ear, would not dare to engage. Even if he were to lose the duel, he would still retain the right to trade. Theft was out of the question. Just then, a clear voice rang out, and the crowd parted to reveal a fox-eared woman in a white linen dress, accompanied by 4 others. Upon seeing the 3-tailed fox-eared woman, the black leopard-eared man's expression shifted, and he instinctively took a step back, lowering his head. The woman's exquisitely beautiful face radiated a chilling aura, compelling those around her to avert their gaze. As she approached Chen Mo, he noted the smoothness of her hair, which was indeed a rarity, adorned with a single jade accessory, albeit of mediocre craftsmanship. This was entirely at odds with his preconceived notions of the untidy primitive beast ear tribes. The woman's gaze held no mockery, only a cold indifference, as if she regarded everything with disdain. "Su mentioned you possess something valuable. I have come to trade," she stated. Realizing that Su had likely recognized his predicament and extended a gesture of goodwill, Chen Mo was uncertain as to why Su had repeatedly come to his aid. He smiled gently, presenting the tin fox sculpture with respect. The woman cast a cursory glance at it, displaying no surprise, clearly having observed the tin sculptures in Su's possession beforehand. "A nice trinket," she remarked. "Li, give him a pouch of heartleaf." To Chen Mo's astonishment, heartleaf was something he had sought for a long time, further solidifying his belief that Su was indeed assisting him. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude upon receiving it. The fox-eared woman, noticing his reaction, questioned, Chen Mo replied with a faint smile, "It is my token of appreciation, akin to the endless flow of a great river, ever persistent and unceasing." A glimmer of light sparkled in her eyes, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Su was not mistaken. "You possess quite the imagination." With that, she turned and left, leaving behind a faint, fragrant trail. The crowd quickly realized that this seemingly insignificant beast-eared tribe had a favorable connection with Su, and their condescension faded. The black leopard-eared man found himself in an awkward position, feeling trapped. Fortunately, the arrival of the tiger tribe provided him an opportunity to extricate himself from the situation. This newcomer was not the previous leader of the Sawtooth tiger tribe, but rather a mere tribesman. He approached Chen Mo without uttering a word, casually picking up the tiger tin sculpture from the ground, tossing down a piece of red jade, and turning to leave. Such brazen behavior caused Chen Mo to frown, yet he chose to remain silent. The Sawtooth tiger tribe was not one he wished to provoke, and while they had not broken any rules, their actions demonstrated a lack of respect. However, Chen Mo's own weakness left him with no choice but to swallow his indignation for the time being. Seizing the opportunity, the black leopard-eared man slipped away, unwilling to continue his conflict with Chen Mo, as Su's reputation still held considerable weight. Just as one leopard departed, 3 more arrived. This time all female, and the lead leopard-eared woman's appearance immediately confirmed to Chen Mo that she was connected to Mian Mian. Their gazes locked. The woman approached Chen Mo, standing less than 20 centimeters away, her nose twitching as she spoke. Have you encountered my Mian Mian? The scent of Mian Mian clung to Chen Mo with a notable intensity. While the average person might not detect it, as Mian Mian's mother, she recognized it immediately. Chen Mo felt a flutter of anxiety, akin to meeting a mother-in-law for the first time. What a small world it is. She is indeed a friend of mine. A friend? I can only describe it as a hunting partner. The woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Mian Mian, resembling an oversized version of her, albeit more mature. With a hint of weariness in her eyes, yet possessing an undeniable charm. She crossed her arms and scoffed. Mian Mian certainly does not require your assistance in hunting. Chen Mo scratched his head, refraining from retorting. It was true. She was formidable and had saved his life. He then offered her a tin sculpture, saying, "This is for you." The woman let out a dismissive huff, exuding an air of Mian Mian's haughtiness. "I do not need your flattery or gifts." Behind her, a young girl presented Chen Mo with a tethered wild goat. Chen Mo wished to ask a few more questions, but Mian Mian's mother turned and departed. A clear indication that like mother, like daughter, he could only shake his head with a smile. With the sculpture gone and the onlookers dispersing, Chen Mo resolved to trade his bamboo weaving for some goods, even if it were merely a few domesticated fowl. Accompanied by Lu Ming, 2 tribesmen, and the deer-ear priest, the 5 of them began to meander about. Chapter 35, Riding Charge. The latter part of their journey was dominated by smaller tribes, predominantly consisting of petite herbivores and rodent-like mammals. Chen Mo observed that most were trading furs or peculiar bones, beast fangs, and stones. Their group ambled along, failing to discover anything of value, until Chen Mo halted before a cluster of pangolin tribespeople. They squatted inconspicuously in a corner, surrounded by a variety of colorful stones, a few of which Chen Mo recognized immediately: coal and several pieces of diamond, minerals he had frequently encountered in his previous life. Though temporarily uninterested in the diamonds, he was intrigued by the coal. Despite its scant quantity, establishing a rapport with this group, especially the pangolin tribe, could be invaluable, as they were naturally adept miners. As he approached, the eyes of the cornered individuals sparkled with surprise. They had not anticipated an exchanger would seek them out. Their nearly invisible ears aligned with their racial traits, and without the deer-ear priest's introduction, Chen Mo would have remained oblivious to their identity. The leading woman stood, her smile radiant, and playfully stuck out her long tongue, which startled Chen Mo. She tilted her head, and for some reason, he instinctively took a step back. She softly inquired, "What do you wish to trade?" Chen Mo instructed Lu Ming to bring over several bamboo baskets and place them before her. "These containers can hold items. They are quite sturdy. I would like to exchange them for those stones." The woman's eyes lit up. Her tribe favored burrowing and lacked dexterity, possessing few pottery vessels. Such bamboo baskets would facilitate their transportation of stones and soil within their caves. Very well. She accepted without hesitation. Chen Mo accepted the coal pieces, along with 2 stones that appeared to be brass, or he could not ascertain their exact nature, merely judging by their resemblance to images he had seen in middle school textbooks. Noticing a pile of scales laid out on a fur rug, curiosity piqued. He pointed and asked, "May I take a look?" The woman blushed slightly. "Those are our scales." Chen Mo's eyes brightened. These were the scales of armored creatures. He recalled they had been discussed in veterinary herbal medicine, and as memories flooded back, he recognized their medicinal properties. Known for promoting lactation and treating nodules and hyperplasia, beneficial herbs for women. "Can I trade for them?" The pangolin woman was taken aback, as she had never considered that someone might want such items. A mixture of surprise and delight washed over her. "Yes." Chen Mo sensed her apprehension and offered a warm smile. "I'll take all of them in exchange for 3 bamboo baskets. Is that acceptable?" These baskets can be used for breeding domesticated chickens and for fishing. Having spoken too much at once, the woman appeared somewhat bewildered. Chen Mo chuckled softly. Choosing not to elaborate further, the purpose had been communicated, and she would have to ponder the rest. With the scales secured, Chen Mo tested their texture, harder than ordinary nails. If he were to punch a few holes and attach them to leather armor, they might provide unexpected defensive benefits. The scales filled an entire bamboo backpack, and Chen Mo was quite satisfied. He then produced a small piece of animal hide, containing a bit of fine salt, which he offered to the woman before him. Her kin encircled her, fiddling with the bamboo baskets. The woman, somewhat dazed, accepted the animal hide pouch from Chen Mo, puzzled. He encouraged her to open it. Upon revealing the fine salt, she sniffed and licked her tongue across it, her eyes sparkling momentarily before she slowly shook her head. This salt is something I seek. It is abundant everywhere. Chen Mo promptly interjected, it is a gift for you. The woman accepted it with delight, appreciating the unexpected offering. Seizing the moment, Chen Mo produced the brass ore and coal stones, asking, can you tell me where these two types of stones can be found? The woman, realizing the simplicity of the inquiry, responded without reservation, deep within the cave. Just as Chen Mo had suspected, he fell silent for a moment, then asked, I will need more in the future. Can you help us mine? I could trade using original beasts. The woman grew animated, deep within their hearts. They yearned to exchange for livestock to bring back. While they could scavenge for insects and ants in the cave, their humanoid forms necessitated a greater intake of meat to supplement their protein needs. The cognitive demands of their thinking brains consumed a considerable amount of energy, a predicament all beast-eared peoples faced. Thus, their diets had become extraordinarily rich. Even herbivores would consume meat. Very well, where's your territory? The woman asked eagerly. Chen Mo pointed westward, to the west, south of the ancestral mountain, 7 days' journey to a place abundant in bamboo. The woman pondered for a moment, perhaps struggling to connect the information, then declared, we will find you at the ancestral mountain. I will await your arrival. Chen Mo extended his hand. The woman, puzzled, mirrored his gesture, and he shook her hand, performing a slight motion akin to a ritual. The woman found it fascinating, her smile akin to that of a child. With half of the bamboo woven items exchanged, Chen Mo continued onward with his tribespeople, soon encountering groups of carnivorous animal-spirited tribes, such as the wolf-ear tribe, the mane-ear tribe, and the bear tribe, among others. They primarily traded with the so-called slave ears for livestock, dismissing most other items. Chen Mo merely observed. Their party ultimately halted before a group of sturdy bull-ear people. They were not the blue cattle but rather from another breed, and before them lay massive wooden stakes. Some bull-ear individuals hauling these logs about. Most dared not approach, fearful of being crushed by the immense tree trunks. One particularly massive log caught Chen Mo's attention. It appeared to be golden silk nanmu, with several bull-ear individuals using it as a bench. Chen Mo found it hard to imagine who would wish to exchange such a hefty piece of timber. In addition to these, there are numerous other marvels that have opened Chen Mo's eyes. Regrettably, he hasn't brought along many items. This trip serves as a reconnaissance mission. Next time, he should bring more domesticated gray-feathered chickens. Perhaps they could be exchanged for some valuable goods. Ahead, only a few large clans remain. After some contemplation, Chen Mo decides to conclude his leisurely exploration and trade for some beast skins with the smaller clans behind before departing. Upon returning to his previous location, he finds the young rhinoceros ear boy trembling, gripping Chen Mo's arm as if struck by a profound blow. Chen Mo looks up at the clansmen, who all shake their heads. After the chief had just left, the boy ventured out on his own and returned in this state. Chen Mo softly reassures him, what troubles you? Fear not. This is the Qingyo Valley. No one can harm you here. They're dead. All my clansmen are dead. I can sense the aura of their demise, the boy stammers. His voice lowered. It was the Coyote clan. Their blood lingers upon them. Chen Mo furrows his brow. The brown mountain coyotes, in his previous life, were two distinct creatures. Yet in this world, they manifest as one. He is aware that this beast-eared clan is numerous and enjoys banding together. The pig-ear clan to the south had already fallen victim to their schemes. The coyote clan is cunning, while they might struggle against the rhinoceros ears in a direct confrontation. The larger beast-eared clans experience shorter beastification times and significant energy expenditure, making them susceptible to the coyotes' underhanded tactics. What do you intend to do? I don't know, chief. Please help me, the boy pleads. Chen Mo sighs softly. You cannot return to your territory alone in this state, and I cannot escort you there. If you are willing, you may temporarily accompany me to my domain, and I will seek an opportunity to return you home. Tears streamed down the boy's face. Despite being one of the strongest races among terrestrial beings, he is exceedingly timid, lacking any of the fierce temperament associated with rhinoceroses. Just then, Chen Mo senses a malevolent gaze upon him. Turning, he indeed spots several coyote ear individuals casting cold looks in their direction. Chen Mo's brow tightens. Now that they have been marked, he must weigh the pros and cons for his clan. Bringing this young boy along may complicate their return journey. Wait here. I shall seek Su. Su possesses great benevolence and might assist the rhinoceros ear boy. If all else fails, he could remain in Qingyo Valley. Once again delving into the depths of the valley, accompanied by the rhinoceros ear boy, Chen Mo hears the roars of beasts. A considerable crowd has gathered to witness a duel between a sawtooth tiger and the Qingyo clan. Chen Mo cannot push through the throng. The sawtooth tiger's deafening roar instinctively causes him to tremble, a fear stemming from his very bloodline. Taking a deep breath, he suppresses it with sheer willpower. As the crowd remains packed, he exercises patience, and amidst the surging sounds echoing through the valley, he learns through snippets of conversation from other beast-eared individuals that the Qingyo clan has been defeated. The sawtooth tiger truly lives up to its reputation as the ferocious king of this land. Perhaps only the adult giants of the White Elephant clan, which Chen Mo has encountered, could exert dominance over them. As the crowd gradually disperses, Chen Mo waits until they have cleared before finally glimpsing the location of the Qingyo clan. To his astonishment, he finds 2 rows of grass huts, and at the deepest part of the cave, a massive cavern entrance adorned with sculpted giant bull horns. 2 rows of Qingyo men stand guard at the entrance. Chen Mo approaches with the rhinoceros ear boy, and a serious-looking young Qingyo man steps forward, commanding, "Step back." Clearing his throat, Chen Mo responds, "I seek an audience with Su. I have matters to discuss." The man's demeanor is evidently grim as he snorts dismissively, raising his bone staff in warning, "Step back." With no other choice, Chen Mo takes the rhinoceros ear boy and turns to leave. Wait. Turning back, he sees the girl who had previously accompanied Su. She approaches, standing on tiptoe, scrutinizing Chen Mo with a smile. "Are you looking for my father?" Surprised to discover she is Su's daughter, Chen Mo smiles and affirms, "Yes." The girl's bright, sparkling eyes twinkle. "I can assist you, but you must help me craft a tin sculpture." Without hesitation, Chen Mo nods, "Certainly." The girl beams with delight. "Wait for me." With that, she strides into the cave, while the previously dismissive man lets out a low grunt and steps aside. Moments later, a troubled Su appears, and upon seeing Chen Mo, the clouds of concern lift from his brow. He speaks directly, "Mo, what brings you here?" Chen Mo presents the rhinoceros ear boy, explaining his plight. Su's expression shifts, and he murmurs, "No wonder I haven't seen any rhinoceros ears." Sensing a significant issue at hand, Chen Mo refrains from probing further, recognizing his place as a minor figure. Once Su regains his composure, he takes the rhinoceros ear boy by the hand. "You shall accompany me. Tomorrow I will escort you back to your clan." The rhinoceros ear boy nods obediently, turning to Chen Mo with a forced smile. "Chief, thank you. I will remember that you saved my life." Chen Mo waves farewell, watching as the boy's figure fades from sight before turning to leave. From Su's demeanor, he surmises that trouble is brewing in the Great River Basin. He resolves to hasten his departure, as many smaller clans have already begun to flee. His delay in escorting the rhinoceros ear boy has cost him precious time. As the sun sets in the western sky, Chen Mo and his companions hasten westward. They are not alone. Several smaller clans are also on the move, acutely aware of the pervasive sense of danger in the air. Before reaching the Wushan mountain range, Chen Mo and his group traverse a patch of uneven terrain strewn with boulders. He suddenly halts, causing the others to lower their heads in determination. The deer-ear girl nearly collides with him from behind. "What is it?" "Shoo." The group holds their breath, crouching low. Chen Mo's ears twitch as he faintly picks up distant wolf howls. "Wolf howls, be cautious." "Chief, should we approach?" the deer-ear girl whispers. Chen Mo shakes his head, uncertain. Taking a detour could introduce even more uncertainties. At that moment, a wolf-ear girl they had recently encountered suddenly calls out, "Look!" Chen Mo stands to gaze into the darkness, where a shadowy figure races toward them. Narrowing his eyes, he discerns the shape, giant-eared rabbits. "Do not move. Crouch down," Chen Mo urges, needing to assess the situation. Fortunately, his wolf bloodline grants him excellent night vision. After a few breaths, he clearly sees a group of giant-eared rabbits, sprinting at an astonishing pace, true to their nature as rabbits. Behind them, the howls of wolves echo, indicating they are being pursued by the wolf-ear clan. Some of the newly adult rabbits have insufficient beastification time and revert to their human forms, desperately chasing after their kin. "Lead those captives behind the boulders," Chen Mo commands, and the group retreats to the rocky cover. At that moment, the giant-eared rabbits are less than 50 meters away. They spot Chen Mo and the others, and a familiar voice cries out, "Help!" The deer-ear priestess gasps, "It's Toomey." That is the name of the giant-eared rabbit leader. Chen Mo's brow furrows. The rabbits are too swift, and it seems they can't escape in time. Moreover, he is burdened with numerous possessions and cannot bear to abandon them. He scans the distance, assessing the wolf pack's position. There are about 30 wolves, an unremarkable number, while only a handful of giant-eared rabbits remain, clearly outmatched. Chen Mo turns to the deer-ear priestess. "Do you wish to aid them?" The deer-ear priestess gazes at Chen Mo with newfound courage. "Can we truly do it?" Chen Mo nods, gratified. They must act if they are to return home. They are already a step behind in their own escape, and helping the giant-eared rabbits also serves their interests. This is an opportunity to attempt what he has long wished to do. Do you trust me? Without hesitation, the deer-ear priestess nods, her reliance on Chen Mo growing. Then you beastify, and I will ride you into battle. Together, we can defeat them. Ride. The girl is momentarily taken aback. Chen Mo's demeanor was exceedingly solemn. Indeed. If you felt your pride had been wounded. The doe-eared maiden bit her lip, realizing it was too late. They had to vanquish their foes. The girl was not naive. She understood that they too were likely being targeted by the wolf clan. Let us go. The wolf clan was brimming with excitement as they pursued. The group of giant-eared rabbits was quickly losing stamina. Even without their beastly transformations, they could effortlessly overpower the rabbits. As the distance between them dwindled, the rabbits suddenly halted, each one reverting from their beast form and collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. The wolves, elated, howled and charged forward, only to catch the scent of several other races in the air. From the darkness, a silhouette of a deer leapt over the head of one of the giant-eared rabbit women, carrying a figure wielding a spear. The wolves were momentarily taken aback, their powerful night vision revealing that it was merely a larger-than-usual spotted deer accompanied by a member of the wolf-eared tribe. Without further thought, they charged with savage enthusiasm. Yet, after just a few strides, they noticed 6 more figures emerging, followed closely by a herd of spotted deer. At this point, the distance between the two factions was less than 30 meters. In the darkness, the wolves could hardly discern what was happening as several spears descended upon them. A piercing scream rent the night air, igniting the wolves' wrath and revealing their vicious teeth. Chen Mo and the doe-eared priestess charged ahead. The beast-eared girl held nothing back, heeding Chen Mo's words and pushing her speed to its utmost limit. As the first wolf lunged at the approaching deer, it instinctively leapt forward. Kill! Chen Mo bellowed, thrusting his spear with precision into the wolf's vulnerable abdomen, hoisting its corpse as he surged forward. The deer priestess lowered her head, using her antlers to topple 2 wolves, causing the others behind them to retreat in fear. Chen Mo discarded his bloodied spear, replacing it with another from his back, as they plunged into the throng of wolves, his spear relentlessly stabbing at those that dared to leap forward. The duo swiftly traversed through the wolf pack, disappearing into the darkness. The wolves hesitated, torn between pursuing them or regrouping, as another wave of deer charged through, scattering them. The remaining members of the clan continued to deliver finishing blows to the injured wolves. The deer herd surged past, leaving the 6 members of the clan at a disadvantage in numbers, yet their coordination was impeccable, stalling any advances. Suddenly, a tremor echoed from behind the wolf pack as that peculiar combination reappeared, compelling the wolves to turn and face a new threat. This time, the wolves seized the opportunity, leaping to bite the doe-eared priestess beneath Chen Mo, attempting to unseat him. Each time they approached, they were met with his spear's piercing thrusts, while his left hand brandished a dagger, ensuring that any wolf that came too close was met with a swift end. The second charge thoroughly scattered the wolf pack. All that could be heard were the anguished cries of their kin, prompting the leader to signal a retreat. Chen Mo, spear in hand and stained with blood, gazed at the fleeing wolves, unable to restrain his triumphant shout, which was echoed by his clansmen as they roared in celebration of their victory. In the next moment, Chen Mo felt a sudden lightness and found himself tumbling down, but quick to react, he braced himself, awkwardly squatting atop the girl. Breathless, she turned to see Chen Mo, having exhausted herself after 2 charges while bearing him. As the priestess, her beast form was among the largest of their kind, and carrying someone while charging was clearly not her forte. "See, can you get off?" she stammered, biting her lip, a flush of embarrassment spreading across her face. Chen Mo scratched his head, offering an awkward chuckle as he quickly stood and stepped aside. "My apologies, I got a bit too excited." Riding into battle was exhilarating. A true display of overwhelming force. With the deer priestess charging head-on with her antlers, he flanked the enemies, managing to slay or injure at least 7 or 8 wolves. Chapter 36. Return. "Are you all right?" The giant rabbit-eared woman approached Chen Mo and the maiden, her chest heaving heavily. Chen Mo could not help but glance at her, offering a modicum of respect. He helped the priestess to her feet as she inquired, "What should we do now?" The giant rabbit-eared woman cautiously regarded Chen Mo, awaiting his decision. The sight of his charge had left her in awe, erasing her previous arrogance. Chen Mo surveyed the surroundings and declared they could not afford to linger. There were surely more wolves hunting small clans, and they needed to leave this perilous place. The 2 women nodded in unison, and noticing the priestess's waning strength, he offered, "I'll carry you." "What? I'm fine. I can still walk," she protested, but before she could finish, Chen Mo grasped her wrist, pivoting to hoist her onto his back. "I rode you earlier. It's only fair that I carry you now." The girl's face flushed crimson, and she fell silent. only hearing the rapid beating of her heart. Chen Mo turned and shouted, "Dear Ming, take a head count. We depart immediately." Understood. The group set off once more. Too weary to tend to the corpses strewn about, they walked through the night until they reached the base of the ancestral mountain range. Seeking a relatively concealed spot to rest, Chen Mo forbade his clansmen from lighting a fire. They consumed some jerky and wild fruits, hastily regaining their strength, while the doe-eared maiden succumbed to slumber upon a blanket of black wolf fur. The giant rabbit-eared clan chose not to head south, but decided to accompany Chen Mo's group westward for a while before considering a return south, wary of encountering the wolf clan again. Hearing a rustle nearby, Chen Mo, resting on his knees, turned to find the leader of the giant rabbit-eared women squatting beside him. "Why aren't you resting? We giant-eared rabbits recover swiftly. There's no need for concern." The woman smiled slightly, licking her lips. She was clearly trying to entice him, especially with her deliberate display. Chen Mo, well acquainted with rabbits, would typically not mind indulging, but in this situation, he needed to maintain his focus. He replied coolly, "Let us keep things proper." Unfazed, the woman raised her hand and licked her palm, a rabbit's habit that stirred something within Chen Mo. "We've lost everything. This winter will be harsh. There are still plenty of roots underground in winter." Chen Mo shrugged, indifferent to the fate of other clans. "We can endure. But the children in our clan are a concern. Please, help me." The woman spoke as though savoring the words, her voice sticky with longing. Chen Mo inhaled the cool night air, questioning whether she was a rabbit or a fox. He sighed, "Can you fish in winter?" "Fish in winter? How?" she asked, puzzled. "Do you want to learn?" "Yes." Chen Mo smirked slyly. "All right. But you must meet my requirements first." The woman clasped her fists to her snowy chest and exhaled softly. "Whatever you say, I will comply." Chen Mo's grin turned mischievous. "It's simple. In autumn, help us gather some herbal illustrations. Tomorrow, I'll sketch them for you. And once you've gathered them, come find us." The woman paused, then let out a soft huff. "Oh." The remainder of their journey proceeded smoothly. They encountered a few small clans, both sides on edge, but thankfully, no conflicts erupted. They all tread cautiously on their paths. A day later, the giant rabbit-eared woman led her kin back south to their territory. Despite their fears, they needed to return home, where the majority of their clan consisted of the elderly and the weak, requiring their care. For days later, Chen Mo and his group returned to the tribe ahead of schedule, finding everything in order. Xiong Chu Mo, who had been despondent for a time, was now lively, eagerly showcasing the spoils from a wild boar he had hunted on the mountain. Chen Mo assessed their gains, storing away items like the pangolin scales that would not be needed for the time being, while bestowing several black wolf pelts as rewards to the clansmen who had accompanied them, for rewards and penalties must be clearly defined. Having fought 2 bloody battles along the way, they deserved recognition. The domesticated ibex requires a wild ewe for breeding. Chen Mo assigned a task to Baojia, indicating that autumn is an opportune time for hunting, urging them to capture several ewes if possible. The 6 members of the mouse-ear tribe and the 2 from the wolf-ear tribe received differing treatment, although the latter were exchanged. They have attained the status of free tribesmen and have spent the past few days acclimating to the collective. The mouse-ear individuals, however, are captives and must labor for a time, with their treatment as regular tribesmen contingent upon their conduct. Should any of them exhibit rebellious behavior or harbor ulterior motives, Chen Mo would not hesitate to execute them without mercy. Previously, 2 members of the pig-ear tribe completed the construction of a bamboo wall and have now gained the status of tribesmen, allowing them to build a bamboo dwelling with the assistance of others. These captives have additional tasks, though Chen Mo has yet to finalize his plans. He intends to construct bamboo watchtowers around the city walls to enhance the tribe's defensive capabilities. After a day and night of rest, the members of the deer-ear tribe have finally recuperated. The deer-ear priestess sits within the bamboo hut, playing a bone flute. As Chen Mo enters, their eyes meet, creating an atmosphere tinged with ambiguity. "Your tribesmen have recovered." Chen Mo initiates the conversation. The deer-ear priestess displays a complex expression in front of her kin. This man had ridden her like a mount, which, though necessitated by urgency, tarnished her image as a priestess. Chen Mo perceives her unease and takes a seat beside her. "They described you as a formidable and courageous priestess," he assures her. A smile finally graces the face of the young deer-ear maiden. "Really?" "Certainly." Chen Yu and the others listened intently last night. Chen Mo replies with a gentle smile. The young maiden breathes a sigh of relief, yet a hint of anxiety remains. "Will you cough if we do not encounter any dangerous situations?" "If we do encounter danger," Chen Mo grins. The young priestess is quite astute to catch on. "You are the priestess, and I am the leader. For the sake of our tribe, we shall strive with all our might. Do not concern yourself with other matters." The deer-ear priestess bows her head in contemplation before ultimately conceding. "You are right. I shall depart today. I have lingered away from my tribe for too long." "Very well." I shall have Chen Mo escort you, he responds. The deer-ear priestess nods, then suddenly looks up. I require clothing. What clothing? Chen Mo inquires, taken aback. The one beneath Mion's feet. Ah, those are boots, deerskin boots. They are quite comfortable in winter. I will personally craft a pair for you, Chen Mo smiles. As the midday sun shines brightly, the deer-ear tribe prepares to depart. Chen Mo walks them to the outer wall and softly whispers in the deer-ear priestess's ear. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, seek me out. The maiden nods and softly replies, my name is New. Dear maiden. Chen Mo finds the name peculiar. Yet considering the era's naming conventions, it seems reasonable. Once New and her kin have ventured far, he recalls her earlier words about not revealing her name to others. A smile graces Chen Mo's lips as Mion's voice calls out, hey, what are you smiling about? Turning around, he sees Mion with her hands on her hips. Staring at him. What is it? He responds casually. Did you forget you had something to discuss with me? Mion rolls her eyes. Yes, I encountered your mother. What? Chapter 37. The Path of Metallurgy in the Tribe. Mion evidently harbors a slight fear of her mother. The mere mention of her presence makes her tense. She leans closer and whispers, what did you say? I merely inquired about you. We did not converse extensively, Chen Mo replies with a shrug. The little leopard exhales in relief, then states solemnly, do not approach her. Is she that formidable? Chen Mo inquires, curiosity piqued. Mion nods vigorously. Chen Mo dismisses the concern. After all, how powerful could a snow leopard truly be? Surely not stronger than Chen Mo. In the afternoon, Chen Mo begins to calcine a small fragment of what appears to be brass, or, as for the coal, he instructed to crush it and wash it with water, effectively removing harmful impurities. After a prolonged period of calcination, molten metal finally trickles from the kiln's side opening. However, further evaluation must await its solidification and cooling, after which he can make a preliminary assessment. Subsequent experiments will involve combining it with tin or requiring careful experimentation on his part. 3 days swiftly pass. Chen Yu returns from the southwest with women, having gathered some yellow wild fruits, each roughly the size of a child's head. Upon breaking one open, Chen Mo is struck by the familiar, pungent citrus scent. He suddenly recalls having read about the ancestral lineage of the citrus family. Realizing this could be one of their progenitors, citron. Sampling a small piece, he cannot help but shudder, even in its ripe state. It is exceedingly sour with a hint of bitterness. While he finds it unpalatable, the other tribesmen seem eager to peel and consume the fruit's flesh. Regardless of its true identity, in Chen Mo's world, all naming conventions are at his discretion. Thus, citron becomes the tribe's fruit of choice for the time being. Chief. It has cooled. A young man waves. Chen Mo rushes over. The solution poured into the clay mold has cooled, forming a blade mold approximately the length of a finger, with a solid surface exhibiting a faint reddish-purple hue. Pure copper possesses a rose-red metallic color, which turns purple upon oxidization, although this small copper blade still bears blackened areas. Chen Mo recognizes that his calcination temperature was inadequate. The melting point of pure copper is reportedly higher than that of bronze alloys. Achieving even a small yield is quite fortunate, confirming it as copper ore. Chen Mo cannot restrain himself from raising a fist in triumph. His instincts were correct, and excitement surges within him, prompting nearby youths to emulate their leader's jubilant gestures. Well done, Ban. Tomorrow we embark on another significant task. Go rest. And if you produce something remarkable, your name will be immortalized in history. Chen Mo claps the young man's shoulder. Ban descends from a lineage of musk ox, possessing considerable strength. He has frequently assisted Chen Mo in metallurgy, gradually developing a fondness for working by the fire. Occasionally, he even tosses peculiar stones into the flames to see how they burn. Interest is indeed the best teacher. Chen Mo takes great care of Ban, exempting him from hunting duties, allowing him to focus on assisting the tribe with pottery creation. After Ban departs, Chen Mo carefully stores the small copper piece with a high impurity content, intending to experiment with smelting it alongside tin the following day. Lost in thought, he ponders the proper ratios for smelting and calcination. He recalls that an excess of copper may increase hardness, but also render it brittle. Yet he lacks specific details from his memories. Practice reveals truth. Chen Mo mutters to himself, a self-encouragement to gain experience through trial and error. Chen Yu and the little cat Yu approach him. The little rabbit is increasingly embodying the essence of a young woman, her adorableness barely concealing her burgeoning maturity. She dons a short linen skirt and has fashioned a small vest from linen in Chen Mo's style, even adorning herself with a bamboo crown. Mo, what troubles you? The little rabbit inquires as she leaps into his embrace. Chen Mo kisses her forehead, reassuring her, nothing, just contemplating some matters. The little cat Yu stands vacantly nearby. A small squirrel perched atop her head. Chen Mo bends down, bringing his face closer. The squirrel opens its eyes, displaying a flicker of annoyance. seemingly displeased with his sudden proximity. Are you a sacred beast? Chen Mo asks. The squirrel's tail suddenly stands erect, its head lifting, only to droop again as it closes its eyes, turning its face away in indifference. Chen Mo strokes his chin, feigning indifference will not suffice. I have encountered the members of the muscular tribe. They intend to ascend the ancestral mountain in search of you, and should they discover you here, it could spell trouble. The little squirrel feigned ignorance, and Chen Mo, feeling helpless, hesitated over whether to take the initiative to reveal the other party. He himself could not locate the home of the Pine-Ear tribe, so this matter was temporarily left unresolved. Chen Yu tugged at Chen Mo's arm, while the little cat you followed behind, pulling on the hemp rope of Chen Mo's shorts. Do you wish to go to Pine Mountain? Indeed. You seek pine resin while we wish to gather pine cones, Chen Yu implored. Dried fruits indeed serve as excellent provisions, rich in oils, making them suitable for emergency sustenance during winter. Chen Mo did not deliberate for long. Very well, let Baojia and Xiong Chumo escort you. Chen Mo had severely underestimated Xiong Chumo's combat prowess. During a previous encounter with a fierce tiger, Xiong Chumo had held his ground remarkably well. The next day, Chen Mo repeatedly cautioned Xiong Chumo not to be lax and sleep on duty, stressing the importance of keeping a vigilant watch over their tribesmen to prevent them from falling into peril. Xiong Chumo solemnly vowed to comply, yet Chen Mo remained uneasy. He promised to accompany him to harvest honey in a few days, which seemed to instill a sense of seriousness in Xiong Chumo, who confidently patted his chest in assurance. Chen Mo then instructed Baojia to chop some pine timber to bring back. The power of his bamboo bow felt insufficient for the upcoming journey, and he wished to experiment with crafting a sturdier bow. It seemed that both larch and pine could serve as materials, so he intended to try them out. After their departure, the little leopard appeared despondent, trailing behind Chen Mo. Chen Mo discerned that she was worried about her mother coming to find her, and he had only just realized she had sneaked away. The snow leopard tribe had abandoned the solitary survival methods of their original species in favor of communal living. Many tribes were slowly adapting their traditional lifestyles, as the beast-eared people had evolved from their ancestors. The benefits of communal living were increasingly evident, except for larger carnivorous beasts like tigers and bears, which still preferred solitude. Chen Mo pondered how to comfort the little leopard that evening, as he had significant matters to attend to. Accompanied by Ban, he reignited the fire kiln. After the ignition process, Ban unexpectedly produced 2 stones. Chief, these can strike sparks. Ban held up 2 gray-black stones. Chen Mo was aware of Flint's existence, but was astonished at where his tribesmen had discovered them. Accepting them from Ban, he inquired, "Where did you find these?" Ban shook his head. It was Baojia and the others. Chen Mo recalled that he had told Baojia and the others to bring back any unfamiliar stones encountered during hunts. They had returned with these stones and, during their idle moments, began striking them together to fashion stone tools, thus discovering the unique properties of these 2 stones. When Chen Mo was absent, Ban had been experimenting with them and found that striking these 2 together easily produced sparks, prompting him to save them to show the chief. Having forgotten about them the previous day, with a series of sharp strikes, Chen Mo found that, as Ban had stated, sparks flew forth continuously, filling him with delight. This must be flint. Flint, Ban echoed, silently committing the name to memory. Flint, a type of stone with surfaces rich in phosphorus and manganese, ignites easily when struck or rubbed together. If harnessed well, it could prove far more efficient than traditional methods of fire starting. Although the tribe had individuals dedicated to maintaining the fire, possessing such materials would alleviate many inconveniences during travels. Who discovered it? Chen Mo inquired. Ban pondered briefly. It seems it was the young fox archer. Chen Mo recalled that after the tribe acquired bows, that young fox tribesman had taken a liking to them and had even adopted the name fox archer for himself. Chen Mo resolved to reward the individual, encouraging the tribe to explore nature and discover valuable resources. For rewards inspire motivation. The 2 resumed their work, beginning with smelting tin or using charcoal. Once the tin ore melted and cooled, they would toss in the copper and tin blocks from the previous day to smelt. He remembered that copper and tin ores generally contained lead as an impurity, but he dismissed that thought, eager to see the outcome. At that moment, the little leopard suddenly poked Chen Mo's back. Turning around, he curiously wondered what she wished to say, only to see her pointing toward the bamboo gate not far away, where 2 tribesmen were racing toward them. Chen Mo instinctively furrowed his brow. Could it be that another mishap had occurred? Chapter 38. A reunion with Wolf Brother and Wolf Sister. The 2 dashed to Chen Mo's side, panting heavily before speaking. Chen Mo did not rush them. One of them leaned on their knee and said, "Chief, Jia and the others have captured wolves." "What kind of wolves?" "The pack we encountered by Mirror Lake." Chen Mo was taken aback that his tribe had traversed the ancestral mountain to arrive here. "Is anyone injured?" The tribesman shook his head. "No. There are over a dozen individuals, including children." "Understood. I shall go and take a look." Chen Mo instructed Ban to monitor the fire's temperature while he and the little leopard made their way to Pine Mountain. The two moved swiftly, and Chen Mo noticed his stamina improving, likely due to the physical training and ample food he had been receiving in this body. After a journey of half a day, they reached the foot of Pine Mountain, where they spotted their tribespeople. It was Tsong, accompanied by 3 others, who were busy felling pine trees at the mountain's base. "Chief, you've arrived," Tsong said, wiping sweat from his brow. Chen Mo inquired, "Where are they?" "Xiong is in the cave watching the wolves. You should hurry over." Inside the cave, Xiong Chumo lay lazily on the ground, yawning, while a group of wolf-eared children sat quietly, not daring to move. Nearby, several wolf-eared women comforted them in hushed tones. A young man with short hair among the wolf-eared appeared dejected, not due to his capture, but because of concern for his kin beyond the ancestral mountain. Women led by Chun Yu entered and exited the cave, collecting pine cones under the guidance of the little squirrel, to later extract the pine nuts from them. Chun Yu held a ceramic jar filled with pine resin. Uncertain of its purpose, she nevertheless followed her man's instructions diligently. Observing the dazed wolf-eared tribe, she felt no fondness for them, as her own man had been abandoned by them. She tossed a few pine cones before them and demonstrated how to use a small stone hammer to crack them open and extract the pine nuts. "You all, get to work," Chun Yu commanded, having developed a commanding presence while managing the women of the tribe. The wolf-eared women hesitated momentarily, but soon crouched down obediently to gather pine cones and begin their tasks. At that moment, a young girl suddenly stood up and glared at Chun Yu, shouting, "Don't do it." The women froze in place, and Chun Yu fixed her gaze on the wolf-eared girl, sneering as she stepped closer, reducing the distance between them to less than 10 centimeters, both pairs of eyes ablaze with intensity. "Nan," the young wolf-eared man admonished softly. The wolf-eared girl, unsatisfied, retorted, "Brother, they are slaves. We should fight them." Hardly had she finished speaking when a voice rang out, "Do not mention the word slave in my presence. The earth nurtures all beings, and life is equal. If you utter it again, I shall sever your tongue." Everyone turned to see Chun Mo's impassive face emerging in their midst. As he approached, the expression of the wolf-eared man shifted to one of complexity. He rose to stand before Chen Mo, and they bore a resemblance to each other. Chen Mo was surprised to see that his younger brother had also cut his hair short. Before he could speak, Chen Yu rushed to his side, grasping his arm. "Mo, I want to help you teach them a lesson." Chen Mo smiled, motioning for her not to be so agitated, then turned to his wolf brother. "What brings you to my territory?" The wolf brother was not surprised by his elder brother's appearance. Upon seeing Xiong Chumo, he had already deduced that his brother was present. Observing the well-being of Xiong Chumo and the others, it was evident that his brother's tribe was thriving. The aged and frail among them found themselves facing the formidable bear. Chumo, devoid of any courage to resist. They had witnessed the weapons wielded by the people of the instrument tribe at Mirror Lake. Even a dozen adult wild gray wolves in their midst could not assure victory, leading them to capitulate without hesitation. Reflecting upon the fate of his forebears, a deep sorrow washed over him. "We have been defeated, along with our fathers." Chen Mo, taken aback by the defeat of the wolf tribe, pondered how they could falter while besieging the cave bear. The white giant elephant, with its battle prowess presumably at T0 level, piqued his curiosity. "How did your tribe meet with defeat?" he inquired. The wolf brother recounted succinctly. They had initially held the advantage, with the cave bear only receiving assistance from the cave lion and a few other clans. On the day of the bloodbath, they relentlessly pursued the cave bear. After days of pursuit, they reached the eastern slopes of Ancestor Mountain, where they encountered a vast horde of unfamiliar primal beasts. Contrary to their usual behavior, the beast-eared people engaged in combat, while the primal beasts instinctively fled from conflict. To their astonishment, the primal beasts charged towards them, accompanied by a formidable herd of mammoths. The white elephant suffered severe injuries and fled north, scattering the other clans. The Wolf Brothers tribe promptly utilized wolf howls to summon their kin, only to be pursued by the hyena clan. The elders, in a bid to preserve the lineage, chose to stay behind and obstruct the pursuers, while the Wolf Brother returned with a few tribesmen to their territory. Everyone believed the chieftain had perished, only to find that their forebears had returned. Though they were no longer the same, they had become terrifying figures, forever retaining their ancestral beastly transformation, their eyes blood-red, akin to a pack of hyenas, slaughtering many of their own. "I led my sister and others into Ancestor Mountain," he lamented, his body trembling uncontrollably, a testament to the harrowing memories. Chen Mo turned to face Chumo and the little leopard. "Has your tribe ever experienced a situation where, after undergoing ancestral transformation, one could not revert to their original state?" The little leopard shook her head decisively, while Chumo took a moment to ponder before replying, "No." Chen Mo realized that a transformation had indeed occurred beyond Ancestor Mountain, where the remnants of humanity within the beast-eared had been wholly consumed by their primal instincts. "No, it was likely more than mere instincts. The situation was far graver than he could surmise. At that moment, the wolf brother interrupted Chen Mo's thoughts. Brother, if you must kill, do so with us adults. Spare the children. The wolf brother understood the humiliation his elder brother had endured, his heart undoubtedly filled with resentment. Meanwhile, his sister, with her head bowed, furtively cast glances at him. Chen Mo harbored little affection for her, but he recognized the wolf brother's previous intention to assist him. Furthermore, the fact that the wolf brother had managed to lead some of his kin to safety and traverse Ancestor Mountain indicated capability worthy of nurturing. This is my territory. Do you wish to remain here? Chen Mo retorted. The wolf brother's gaze flickered momentarily before he nodded, saying, Brother, if we endure the winter in this cave, we will leave afterward. Our kin are injured and lack the strength to migrate. They had encountered numerous ferocious beasts along the way, and any peak on Ancestor Mountain was infested with them. Yet Pine Mountain remained unoccupied, and this cave was barely sufficient for their small group. Chen Mo chuckled lightly. You may stay, but you cannot linger here. All of you must accompany me. The gathered pine cones were entrusted to the wolf ear tribe members to carry, while the wolf brother and 2 other wolf ear youths bore pine logs, understanding that if they wished to remain, they must start as laborers. Halfway through their journey, one of the wolf ear youths voiced his discontent with a loud growl, shifting positions and nearly causing the wolf brother and another to be crushed by the log. The group halted, and the wolf ear youth glared at Chen Mo and his companions. Chen Mo raised his chin slightly. Are you dissatisfied? The wolf ear man sneered, his eyes filled with disdain, unable to accept that a non-transformed wolf ear was riding atop him. I challenge you, he declared. Chen Mo smiled broadly. I'm afraid our tribe does not adhere to such customs. Chen Mo, it seems someone wishes to challenge my authority. The wolf ear youth paused, struggling to comprehend Chen Mo's words when a furious roar erupted. Chen Mo, not transformed, charged forward wielding his massive stone axe. The wolf ear youth, seeing this, immediately transformed, narrowly evading the descending axe that left a crater in its wake. Chen Mo turned, his expression fierce, as the wild gray wolf bared its teeth, hesitating for a moment before refraining from attacking. At that instant, a spear flew through the air, too close for the gray wolf to react. It was caught off guard by Chen Mo's sudden strike, impaled through its side, convulsing as its beastly form faded away, lying on the ground in human shape, blood gushing from its mouth. Chen Mo's gaze swept over the remaining wolf ear individuals, who all bowed their heads. The wolf tribe had once resolved disputes in this manner. In the eyes of the wolf brother, there was no trace of resentment, only resignation. The customs of the wolf tribe dictated that to challenge a chieftain or leader was a matter of life and death. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave. But entering my territory, out of respect for our kinship, I shall allow you a head start. My people will commence the hunt thereafter, Chen Mo proclaimed. The wolf brother remained silent, and the others dared not speak. Only Chen Mo's wolf sister suddenly lifted her head, gazing at him with admiration and a pleasing smile. Chen Mo, expressionless, turned away, disregarding her. He held no fondness for this wolf sister, whom he perceived as a typical two-faced individual. If she fell into his hands, he would naturally ensure her well-being. Chapter 39. The bronze dagger gazing upon the bamboo wall, nearly 5 meters high, several mouse ears were digging a pit outside, while the expressions of the wolf ear tribe members were filled with astonishment. They were unaware of the wall's purpose, as towering structures often impart a sense of awe. Upon entering the enclosure, more than 20 bamboo houses stood in neat rows, with many members of the instrument tribe busily attending to their tasks. Some were carrying bamboo baskets, gathering ample fodder to feed the rock goats and deer. Upon seeing their leader return with others, they greeted him warmly. Chen Mo instructed Chen Yu to lead the wolf tribe members to a vacant area in the east, where they could set up tents. Considering the construction of bamboo houses later depended on the conduct of these kinfolk. As night fell, Chen Mo sat on a small stool outside a bamboo house with Cat Moon and the panda-eared little one. The trio chewed on a type of grass root from the deer ear tribe, which was beneficial for the mouth when chewed. Most of the tribe had grown accustomed to chewing it morning and evening. With a gulp, Chen Mo took a sip of water, cleansing his mouth. In this era, people had not yet begun to consume starchy foods in abundance, resulting in few cases of cavities, though other oral issues were prevalent and required attention. Holding a bamboo cup in his hand, Chen Mo addressed the 2 little ones. Once you finish cleaning up, I must head to the kiln. Do not cause any mischief tonight. Cat Moon nodded obediently. Chen Mo arrived at the tribe's smelting site, where 2 thatched huts stood, with pottery clay being sun-dried beneath. The kiln had extinguished, and Jean sat before it, squinting his eyes. Jean. Chen Mo gently patted Jean's shoulder. Startled, Jean opened his eyes wide, and, upon recognizing Chen Mo, broke into a grin. Leader, we succeeded. Having dealt with some trivial matters earlier, Chen Mo had also enjoyed a meal, while Jean had remained at the site, even having food brought to him by his wife. After surveying the surroundings, Jean finally produced a dagger mold from beneath him. Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the bronze dagger blank nestled within the mold, igniting his excitement. Jean spoke. "Leader, I didn't touch it. I awaited your return." The bronze, smelted to a golden hue, prompted Chen Mo to use a stone dagger to extract the bronze dagger blank, gently caressing its surface before attempting to bend it. Gradually applying more force, he exerted 7/10 of his strength, yet the dagger showed no signs of deformation, confirming its hardness. "Let us polish it." At this moment, Chen Mo's smile resembled that of a child who has just received a long-desired toy. Ban could not help but share in the leader's joyful mirth as the two of them honed a dagger beneath the cover of night. Chen Mo instructed Ban to stoke the kiln. It was his first encounter with freshly cast bronze. He placed the heated metal upon a stone slab and began to refine its shape, endeavoring to thin the blade as much as possible. They toiled late into the night, and at long last, they completed the first dagger of the tool tribe. Ban lifted a slender bamboo stick, and with a decisive swing, Chen Mo exclaimed, "Crack!" They rushed to examine the fracture, finding it smooth and even, concluding that it was not merely the result of Chen Mo's strength. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Mo let out a triumphant roar. "It is done." This night brought the greatest joy to Ban, for working alongside the leader had opened a new world to him. He was even more exhilarated than Chen Mo, rolling exuberantly on the ground. The two continued to test the dagger on various materials. While its sharpness may not have rivaled that of jade, it surpassed that of stone tools, and its hardness was adequate, marking it as a fine weapon. With the bronze dagger in hand, they returned to the bamboo hut, where Chunyu was curled up with a little creature, Cat Moon, while a small squirrel perched atop their heads. Chen Mo stroked his chin and muttered, "Winter has arrived. It is time to prepare a bed." The following day, upon waking, Chen Mo's first task was to accompany Chunyu to count the tribe's population. The tribe had seen a notable increase in numbers lately, necessitating a fresh tally, and it would also serve to familiarize Chunyu with arithmetic, using carved bamboo pieces for record-keeping. The tribe had too few capable individuals, and aside from Chunyu and the little Cat Moon, others struggled with learning numbers. The census did not take long. With the recent addition of 15 members from the Wolf clan, the tribe's total population stood at 94. According to the population standards of this world, the Tool tribe was already considered a substantial group. Chen Mo assigned the 6 adult women of the Wolf clan to Chenyu's care, most of whom were capable of transformation. As they gradually integrated into the community, they could assist in safeguarding the women during foraging excursions. Until then, one person would need to assist Chenyu, a task designated to Little Leopard. The remaining 7 children were instructed to engage in language learning for half the day, with the rest of their time left for free activities. Chen Mo did not immediately integrate the wolf brother and another adult male into the hunting team. Instead, he had them work alongside the 6 members of the Mouse Ear clan to dig defensive trenches outside the bamboo walls. The wolf brother bore no complaints. Upon their arrival, they had come to understand the formidable tribe that Chen Mo had established. They awoke not to the gentle stirrings of dawn, but to the piercing shouts of Leopard Jie's training regiment. The hunting team's presence evoking an atmosphere of lethal intent during their spear drills. He estimated their numbers to be equal. These individuals would not easily falter against transformed beings. Most of the tribe's men had fought alongside Chen Mo in several skirmishes, and the brutal reality of combat had forged their spirits into something exceptional, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Afternoon, rather than rushing to attend to his own affairs, Chen Mo took it upon himself to tend to the injured members from the Wolf clan. One woman bore a festering wound, her temperature rising and her condition deteriorating. Wolf's sister approached with a clay pot, setting down the water she had fetched, her brow glistening with sweat. She dared not move, having already received a scolding from her brother. She now understood that her identity as a sister held little value to Chen Mo in this moment. She needed to be obedient. Chen Mo placed the pot over the fire pit, waiting for the water to boil, calling for her. Wolf's sister looked at him with a mix of confusion and worry. Was the water boiling? Chen Mo rubbed his forehead in exasperation. The Wolf clan's command of language was significantly inferior to that of the beast ears from the southern region of the ancestral mountain, resembling that of untamed savages. He could only explain patiently, while also deciding that come morning, the Wolf clan members should join the children in their studies. The injured woman lay in the grass, drifting in and out of consciousness, when suddenly a sharp pain in her thigh elicited a scream from her lips. The surrounding members of the Wolf clan rushed over, shocked to find Chen Mo using a dagger to excise the flesh from her leg. Pale-faced, they feared their leader had succumbed to his ambitions. Was he intending to consume them? Having just eaten lunch, the Wolf brother frowned and restrained the more agitated men nearby. The other women shared their apprehension, their expressions ashen and frantic. Yet the Wolf brother firmly believed that his brother was not a cruel man. Chen Mo carefully removed the necrotic tissue, cleansing the wound with boiled water. The woman had since lost the strength to scream, only managing soft whimpers. Afterward, he retrieved a small jar of medicinal earth, the contents nearly depleted, obtained from the ruins of the Green Bull Valley, some of which had been used on injured tribesmen during the journey, sprinkling the earthy substance over the wound. The woman shrieked once more, after which Chen Mo applied crushed hemostatic herbs from the wolf clan, preparing a piece of boiled hemp cloth to wrap the injury. At this moment, the members of the wolf clan began to comprehend that Chen Mo was, in fact, saving their kin. They could not help but feel astonished. Such skills were typically reserved for the shamans of their tribe, and newfound respect blossomed within them, though some skepticism lingered, especially for the wolf brother and wolf sister. Having grown up alongside Chen Mo, they were unaware of this hidden talent and felt a mix of anticipation for the outcome. Before long, a small figure leaped onto Chen Mo's shoulder, its tiny paws pressing against his face while the other rested on its hip, emitting a series of chirps and gently shaking its head. Chen Mo recognized that he was once again subjected to the scorn of the little squirrel and humbly inquired, "What am I doing wrong?" The squirrel hopped onto the woman's abdomen and, under the anxious gazes of the wolf clan, approached her chest, sniffing her face before waving its tiny paw in the air and scampering off towards the bamboo hut storage. Chapter 40. The transformation of Chen Mo patiently waited. And soon the little squirrel returned with Cat Moon, who cradled several small jars containing various dried herbs. The squirrel sniffed each one, selecting a few pieces of herbal medicine to place in Chen Mo's hands. Two of these were familiar to him, having been collected by other clans within the tribe. Stemming from their ancestral knowledge, both were remedies for injuries. The remaining item was an unfamiliar brown lump. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the dung of some herbivorous creature. Chen Mo quietly asked, "Should it be ground into powder and sprinkled on?" The squirrel nodded in affirmation, grasping the brown substance and tossing it into a nearby clay pot before instructing Cat Moon to retrieve a red fruit from her cloth pouch and add it to the mix. These actions confirmed to Chen Mo that this creature was indeed a sacred beast of the Mouse-Ear clan, a fitting companion for a tribe skilled in primitive medicine. After applying the new herbs, wrapping the wound, and feeding the woman a nourishing broth, she soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Chen Mo stood and turned his gaze towards the wolf brother, who stepped forward. "I will check on the other two patients. Inform the others not to disturb her. Should anything arise, seek me out." Chen Mo patted his shoulder. "Understood." Chen Mo assessed the remaining two members of the wolf clan. One small child had been suffering from persistent stomach pains and diarrhea, indicating a gastrointestinal issue. The tribe lacked any medicine for such ailments, prompting him to seek the little squirrel's assistance. The squirrel chirped several times, signaling Chen Mo to follow. He called upon Xiong Chemo to join them, recalling his promise to accompany him in gathering honeycomb. Half a day later, Chen Mo returned, having brewed herbal medicine for the wolf clan child alongside the little squirrel. The next day, the child's condition had markedly improved, and Chen Mo gained further knowledge, becoming acquainted with yet another medicinal herb. The actions of Chen Mo in treating the ailments successfully assuaged the concerns of the wolf-ear tribe, diminishing their apprehensions and leading them to acknowledge his capabilities. The arrogance they once harbored regarding their beast-formed kin began to wane, and much of their resentment towards labor dissipated. As 7 days swiftly passed, the newly integrated members of the wolf-ear tribe gradually adapted to the rhythm of life within the Chi tribe. The women adorned themselves with grass skirts, slowly grasping the notion of modesty. Chen Yu treated them well, providing ample food daily, which instantly garnered their support. The prevailing survival principle of this era was simple: feed me well, and I shall heed your commands. However, one young girl, the wolf sister, harbored some discontent towards Chen Yu, feeling that her workload exceeded that of her peers. After morning lessons in language, she would dine in the evening and subsequently assist Chen Yu in crafting bamboo implements, occasionally tasked with boiling water for the chief's bath upon his return. She felt oppressed, yet found no ally in her plight, not even in her brother, who was currently engrossed in mastering the use of tools. Chen Mo personally taught him the art of spear throwing and the use of a bamboo bow. The astute members of the tribe recognized that the wolf brother was merely biding his time in menial labor, destined to become the chief's right-hand man in due course. The autumn hunt was of utmost importance, as various tribes sought to store provisions during this period. The Chi tribe employed bamboo cages to catch a considerable number of fish, while they smoked pine wood, applying a layer of fine salt to prolong its preservation, ensuring a vital food reserve for the winter. Another method of sustenance involved farming. Chen Mo, alongside Bao Jia and others, had hunted twice, capturing several black mountain goats and retrieving over 20 wild chickens from traps, keeping a few lightly injured ones for rearing. Today, with the onset of autumn rain, the weather had noticeably turned cooler. The fireplace within the bamboo dwelling provided warmth as Chen Mo unexpectedly joined Chun Yu and several others, seated on a wolf fur blanket. He initially intended to use a bronze axe to carve out some bamboo pieces for a puzzle game, but finding it too cumbersome, he resorted to using animal bones to create a few dice for a game of chance, where each participant would roll 3 dice, employing addition and subtraction to determine the winner, thereby honing Chun Yu and the others' arithmetic skills. The bronze axe was crafted from leftover copper ore, while the bronze dagger was given to Cat Knight, as he served as the tribe's eyes, and quality weapons were prioritized for him. A decision that met with no objections from the tribe folk. Chen Mo was generous in recognizing Ban, who had assisted him in crafting bronze, publicly presenting him with the rope of a mountain goat, declaring it his personal property. Regrettably, the pangolin had yet to arrive, causing Chen Mo some anxiety as he contemplated whether to seek it out. Cheating, Chen Yu exclaimed, pointing at the bamboo tube of the little leopard, having witnessed it shift the dice. Frustrated at her loss, a conspicuous red mark appeared on her forehead. The little leopard, expressionless, denied any wrongdoing. Seeking reinforcements, Chen Yu immediately embraced the small Cat Yu, who sought warmth in Chun Mo's embrace during the chilly weather. You saw it, Cat Yu exclaimed. The little cat girl shook her head repeatedly, remaining silent, unwilling to offend the fierce and adorable Mian Jia. Chen Yu sighed in resignation, glancing at the dazed little panda nearby, realizing he could not be relied upon. Chen Mo smiled slightly, urging, quickly, open your bamboo tube. Let us compare. Losers must concede. Chen Yu bit her lip. She had previously been adept at deceit, but for some reason, living among Cat Yu and the others had lessened her tendency to be coy. This shift was a consequence of the responsibilities that accompanied her role as the chief's woman. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by the Wolf brothers' call, Chief. There's a situation in the southern woods. Chen Mo rose and approached the door, where the Wolf brother, donned in a bamboo hat and wielding a long spear, stood with grass sandals on his feet. The season did not evoke cold for the wolf tribe, particularly for the wild gray wolves. Today marked the Wolf Brothers' first patrol of the Southern Territory alongside Cat Knight. A deliberate effort by Chun Mo to cultivate his brother's familiarity with various tribal affairs and regulations. Previously feeling aggrieved, Chen Yu had now joined Chen Mo. Deftly placing the bamboo hat upon his head and securing a hemp rope around his waist, her movements fluid and natural. Chen Mo turned to ruffle the little rabbit's head, saying, I'll be back shortly. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with warmth as she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, warning him to be cautious. Observing their seamless rapport, the little leopard's eyes momentarily flickered with envy before she averted her gaze, while Cat Yu stared wide-eyed, seemingly absorbing the scene. With purposeful strides, Chen Mo whistled, and men began emerging from the bamboo dwelling. He called out a few names, leading 6 individuals alongside the wolf brother as they set off. Nearing the grand bamboo gate, the large figure of Xiong Chu Mo yelled from behind, Wait for me. Chen Mo slowed his pace to accommodate him, and as they walked side by side, Xiong Chu Mo chuckled, It's rare to see you take the initiative to venture out. With autumn upon us, I feel compelled to gather something. Chen Mo understood his intent. Autumn was a time for feasting and storing energy for the winter. This was an instinct ingrained in his bare genes. Although Xiong Chu Mo did not hibernate in winter, his innate tendencies were inescapable. The group traversed the bamboo river and quickly entered the southern woods, where everything appeared normal. Arriving beneath 3 closely clustered ancient camphor trees, they spotted a man with lynx ears peering out. Chief, Cat Knight, and the others are ahead. Understood, keep a close watch. Let us proceed. Chapter 41, a discussion on armor modification. In the dimly lit forest, a light drizzle fell, and the panting of a rabbit-eared youth revealed extreme terror as a man wielding a spear approached him step by step, his gaze fixed on the youth's abdominal wound. His expression under the bamboo hat cold and indifferent. The youth leaned against a large tree, unable to transform, and as he faced the unfamiliar beast-eared individual, his lips moved as if to speak, but his eyes rolled back as he fainted. Cat Knight remained rooted, refraining from approaching. Recalling the chief's warning not to draw near dying strangers to avoid disaster, he scanned the surroundings for any signs of others, but found none. A whistle echoed nearby, and Cat Knight responded. Chen Mo and his companions emerged from the muddy forest path, and Cat Knight approached, reporting, There's only one rabbit-eared individual. Chen Mo knelt before the youth, covering his mouth and nose while inspecting the abdominal wound, identifying it as a bite mark. The wolf brother and others gathered around, with Xiong Chu Mo crouching beside Chen Mo, sniffing the air, but the scent was faint in the rainy weather. Cat Knight remarked, It came from the south. Chen Mo understood that the south belonged to the pig-eared tribe, which had close ties with the coyote tribe. Something significant must have transpired in the south. Observing the youth's ears, which bore resemblance to Chun Yu's, he deduced that they belonged to the same rabbit tribe. He waved his hand, instructing, Take him back. As the rain ceased, the autumn wind rustled through the bamboo forest, creating a soothing sound. Within the Chi tribe, Chen Mo personally treated the youth's wounds. Chen Yu, accompanied by the little leopard, entered to see what was happening. Ah, Chen Yu exclaimed, and Chen Mo looked up to see her covering her mouth. Her eyes wide with surprise. What is it? He resembles my mother. Chen Yu stammered, clearly flustered. Chen Mo took her hand, the warmth of his palm calming her. She crouched down to observe the youth's features closely, gently touching his rabbit ears. It's certain, Mo, please save him, Chen Yu pleaded, gripping Chen Mo's arm. He ruffled her hair, reassuring her, don't worry, I will do my utmost. With the last bit of coarse yellow earth exhausted, the youth lay weakly. Chen Mo consulted with the little squirrel and decided to brew some yam soup for him, knowing that his survival rested on fate. As the rain halted, half the sky was painted red by the setting sun, and the autumn breeze was quite pleasant. Chen Yu and Chen Mo sat on the steps outside the bamboo dwelling. Are you not angry with your mother? Chen Mo inquired curiously. Chen Yu shook her head. Although she, like Chen Mo, had failed in her beast transformation, her mother was reluctant to let me leave. This was my own choice. Chen Mo understood. Chen Yu had always been kind and considerate, likely not wanting to burden Rabbit Mother. The inability to transform into a beastly herbivore left her with scant means to procure food, a considerable burden, leading her to leave voluntarily. A stark contrast to Chen Mo's situation. Mao Yi approached Chen Mo and Chen Yu, proposing a rather audacious idea to venture southward. This young man had always been taciturn, preferring solitude to the company of the tribe. The two lynx-eared men often returned to the tribe for the night, while Mao Yi frequently spent his nights alone in the treehouse of the southern forest. Fortunately, he was highly obedient to Chen Mo, whom he admired greatly, and under Chen Mo's thoughtful guidance, he diligently patrolled their territory, executing the chief's orders with unwavering commitment. The last time he had pursued the monkey-eared individuals had caused the chief concern, and he remembered Chen Mo's previous words. He felt the need to communicate his thoughts with the chief first. Chen Mo hesitated, feeling uneasy about Mao Yi venturing out alone. However, upon meeting Mao Ye's resolute gaze, he acquiesced. Collect information. Gathering intelligence was a lesson Chen Mo had imparted to him. Patrolling the territory was indeed a form of gathering information. Mao Yi sensed the chief's apprehension regarding the changes in the south, and wished to alleviate his worries. A flower cannot thrive in a greenhouse. Mao Yi longed for growth. Thus, Chen Mo decided to support him. Very well. I shall grant you 3 days for your expedition. I will have Tsang accompany you, and you must return within 3 days. Mao Yi rarely displayed a smile, but at this moment, he beamed. All right. The next day, Mao Yi and Tsang set off to the south, equipped with the best gear the tribe had to offer, Tsang with his bow and leather armor, and Mao Yi with a bronze dagger, taking care to avoid any issues. For the time being, Wolf Brother took over Mao Ye's patrol duties in the southern forest, while Chen Mo busied himself with his own tasks. He gathered a group of women to work on tanning animal hides, under his guidance. They began to sew together various pieces of leather armor. This time, the plan was not merely to create single-layer leather armor, but to devise a means of incorporating dried bamboo strips between double layers for enhanced defense, starting with adding bamboo layers to the chest armor. In addition to the improvements to the chest armor, they needed to sew leather arm guards and knee pads, intricate tasks that required Chen Mo's skilled hands to oversee. The previously collected deer hides, along with sheep and wolf hides acquired during recent hunts, were to be fashioned into armor. 15 sets would be more than sufficient. They also crafted leather boots in preparation for the impending winter. On a sunny day, a group gathered in the open space, with the women seated on the ground, discussing sewing techniques. One sheep-eared woman suddenly gasped, drawing the attention of the others. Chen Mo leaned in to see that she had pricked her finger with a bone needle. It's nothing, the woman chuckled, placing her finger to her lips. Chen Mo slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about the thimble, lacking metal. He could fashion one from bone or horn. Decisively, he instructed the women to continue while he sought materials. Upon reaching the back of the storage area, he spotted Wolf's sister and a wolf-eared woman behaving suspiciously. The latter was a former member of the tribe who could not transform. Seemingly from the same lineage, both were wild gray wolves. Chen Mo refrained from approaching immediately, observing their antics. He discovered that the wolf-eared woman was crouched on the ground, acting as a stepping stool for Wolf's sister, who was attempting to climb into the storage area. As Wolf's sister's upper body cleared the window, her lower leg was seized, prompting a shriek as she turned to find Chen Mo's indifferent expression. The woman beneath her scrambled to her feet, trembling as she stammered, "Chief, I was wrong. It was her idea." Chen Mo interjected, "Silence." With a firm tug, he yanked Wolf's sister down to the ground. She looked up at him, covering her backside in a show of innocence. Chen Mo bent down, looking down at her with a mocking tone. "Stealing from the tribe will result in punishment." Wolf's sister immediately clung to his leg, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Brother, I just wanted that drum. Please don't punish me. Chen Mo turned his gaze toward the wolf-eared woman, who quietly explained, Chief, she said she wanted to make a drum and needed the hide. Why are you helping her? Are you not aware of the tribe's rules? Chen Mo felt the necessity to establish a punitive role to deter those with ill intentions. The wolf-eared woman, not daring to conceal the truth, confessed, Bei will like me. Bei was the name of Wolf Brother, while Wolf's sister was named Nan. Chen Mo understood the woman's mindset. She wished to bear children with a beastly counterpart, believing that their offspring might possess the ability to transform. The lingering obsession with this inability to transform still haunted his tribe's folk, revealing deep-seated insecurities that Chen Mo's efforts had yet to eradicate entirely. He bore no ill will toward the woman. Time would ultimately provide clarity. Yet, there was a matter at hand to address. Chen Mo informed the woman that he would seek out Chen Yu. The wolf-eared woman hurried off to find Chen Yu, who would determine the appropriate punishment. Nothing too severe, likely just a few days reduction in rations and increased labor. Gazing down at the still-acting pitiful wolf sister, he grasped her face, causing her to grimace in pain, her eyes flashing with indignation, yet too intimidated to react. Chen Mo snickered, You like drums? Yes. Wolf's sister thought her act of feigned innocence had succeeded, her tail wagging in an attempt to appease him. Chen Mo smiled slightly. Very well, I shall teach you. With that, he ruthlessly seized her wolf ears and led her toward the storage entrance. It wasn't long before Wolf's sister realized just how malicious Chen Mo's smile was. She found herself confined within the storage area, tasked with weaving a drum frame from bamboo strips. If she failed to do so adequately, Chen Mo would dismantle her work and make her start anew, denying her release until she succeeded. However, her clumsiness rendered her incapable of completing the task, and she shed tears of frustration within the storage. Chen Mo sat at the storage entrance, hollowing out a small section of a sheep's horn. He had cut the horn from the tip, scooping out the inner keratin, and fashioned it into a ring for his finger. With a few densely arranged grooves carved into it, it could serve as a thimble. In the open area, a group of women surrounded Chen Mo, attentively observing as he demonstrated the use of the thimble. This was a simple task, easily grasped at a glance. Yet some bolder women insisted on having Chen Mo demonstrate personally, seizing the opportunity to flaunt their figures and take advantage of his presence. They believed that a chief should not have only one woman by his side. Chen Mo had grown accustomed to their antics, immune to their exuberance. But he could only withstand so much of their exuberant advances. Fortunately, Chen Yu arrived just in time to extricate him from the situation. In the evening, the dear woman arrived with several tribesmen. Chen Yu knew that her presence would attract her man to her side, and she quietly resolved to learn more from Chen Mo, believing that if she became formidable, he would come to depend on her. However, she found the musical instrument rather bothersome. She knew her man enjoyed watching the dear woman play the bone flute, and just days prior, Chen Mo had been working on a bamboo flute before bedtime, undoubtedly intending to gift it to the dear woman. The dear woman sought assistance, explaining that a group of migrating beast-eared individuals had appeared in the western part of their territory. She had attempted to negotiate, but the other party had been unyielding, prompting her to seek Chen Mo's help. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Mo prepared to discuss matters with the dear ear priestess. Chen Yu, ever understanding, took the initiative to prepare dinner for them, granting them the space to converse. Chen Mo recalled the rock goat tribe he had encountered north of the ancestral mountain. According to the dear woman, the opposing group was quite numerous, likely not a single rock goat tribe, but rather an amalgamation of several groups migrating together for the winter. In a couple of days, I will take some people with me to assess the situation, Chen Mo declared, determined to evaluate their strength before making any decisions. He believed that if the rock goat tribe remained in the southern region of the ancestral mountain, it would be a fortuitous occurrence. Neighbors could serve as a resource for supplies. The dear woman smiled, dimples appearing on her cheeks, as she watched Chen Yu enter with food, her gaze lingering on the two ponytails that adorned her head. Clearly intrigued by the hairstyle, women have their own topics to discuss. Chen Mo hastily consumed a bit of food before rising to visit the bamboo hut where the rabbit-eared youth resided. Inside the hut, only one woman attended to him. After checking the youth's breath and finding it steady, she noted his condition had improved. She marveled at the efficacy of the medicinal herbs in this world and instructed the woman to notify her immediately when he awakens. Upon reaching the open space to the west of the tribe, she found Leopard Jie and Xiong Chu Mo engaged in combat training. Xiong Chu Mo had entered his beastly state, relentlessly pouncing on the men of the Qi tribe, who were required to evade him without being knocked down. Akin to a game children might play. While it appeared juvenile, it effectively alleviated the fear the beast-eared individuals harbored towards ferocious creatures, ultimately fostering muscle memory over time. Leopard Jie approached, addressing Chen Mo as chief. He informed him of a planned expedition to the western rocky forest the following day, suggesting they conclude the training and allow the tribe members to rest. A look of satisfaction crossed Chen Mo's face. Leopard Jia nodded and sounded the horn for dismissal. The men let out a few roars in acknowledgement before rushing outside to cleanse themselves of their sweat in the stream. Xiong Chu Mo, having exited his beastly transformation, approached Chen Mo. I feel that my beast form is insufficient to face them now, with the training duration extending. He sensed an increasing struggle against the other men of the Qi tribe. Chen Mo smiled slightly. In due time, you will find it impossible to best them. You've worked hard. In a couple of days, I'll take you out for some relaxation. Really? Xiong Chu Mo exclaimed with delight. Having achieved nothing in the southern forest that day, he felt a pent-up urge to vent his frustrations. Do you still doubt my words? Chen Mo patted his shoulder, prompting Xiong Chu Mo to rub his hands together in eager anticipation. Chen Mo walked towards the corner of the open space, approaching a bamboo rack, and picked up a bamboo shield, which bore evident claw marks. Xiong Chu Mo remarked from behind, this shield wouldn't withstand a few strikes from me. If it were a tiger, it might break in two. Indeed, I have been considering improvements to our equipment, Chen Mo replied, having come to assess the shield's durability. The bamboo shield proved inadequate against large ferocious beasts, though it could withstand the claws of smaller predators like wolves and foxes. Leopard Jia interjected, Chief, that bronze you mentioned is quite sturdy. Perhaps an additional layer could be beneficial. Chen Mo glanced at Leopard Jia, who, despite his usual composure, appeared somewhat flustered under Chen Mo's gaze. Is that not a feasible idea? Your thought process is commendable. However, have you considered the weight of a fully bronze shield? Chen Mo countered, handing his bronze axe to Leopard Jia. Leopard Jia accepted it with utmost care. It was a revered artifact amongst the men of the tribe, albeit a small one and not lightweight. Chen Mo's words led Leopard Jia into deep contemplation. While bronze possesses numerous advantages over stone tools, it also has significant drawbacks compared to iron, being brittle and easily breakable, which is why long-lasting bronze weapons are rare. Most bronze weapons are short and designed for thrusting rather than slashing, with certain exceptions. As for the bronze shield, the issue of weight must be addressed, as the mass of bronze far exceeds that of iron for the same volume. Chen Mo had never contemplated crafting a shield from bronze, though bronze armor was part of his future plans. Leopard Jia, not lacking in intelligence, understood that excessive weight would hinder combat effectiveness. Xiong Chu Mo boasted, I can manage it. Neither Chen Mo nor Leopard Jia refuted him, recalling how just days prior he had clamored for a massive bronze axe. Confident he could hunt tigers if he possessed such a weapon. Who among the men possesses the finest craftsmanship? Chen Mo inquired. Without hesitation, Leopard Jia replied, Foxbow. Good. Bring him to me. I wish to discuss the issue of the shield with him. Chen Mo was in no hurry to accompany the deer maiden to the rocky forest. He intended to wait for the rabbit-eared youth to awaken and for the return of Cat Knight, whose absence weighed on his mind. As dawn broke, a thin mist enveloped the bamboo forest. The deer maiden, hearing the men of the Qi tribe chant their slogans, stretched lazily at her window before playing a tune on her bone flute. The door creaked open. Those bold enough to enter her hut directly were surely Chen Mo. She turned to see him, a bamboo twig in his left hand and his right hand concealed behind his back, curious about what he might be hiding. However, Chen Mo's gaze was not on her face, but rather on her casually positioned, snow-white thighs. The legs of the young doe were long and proportionate, their softness apparent. The hem of her short skirt barely reached above her knees. Such lovely legs deserved a pair of silk stockings. Sensing the heat of Chen Mo's gaze, the deer maiden felt a tinge of shyness, drawing her legs closer and hugging herself. Her deer ears twitched as her eyes glimmered with a watery gaze. Tinged with a hint of embarrassment, the influence of Chen Mo's tribe had taught her the meaning of modesty. Ahem. Chen Mo cleared his throat and moved to sit beside her, extending the bamboo flute towards her. Give this a try. The deer maiden's eyes sparkled as she received the flute. Is this made of bamboo? Indeed, Chen Mo affirmed, simultaneously grasping her foot, causing her to instinctively curl her toes. What are you doing? She gasped. Chen Mo produced a pair of short boots made from white deer hide. I shall fulfill my promise to you. Give these a try. The young doe lowered her head upon seeing the boots, allowing Chen Mo to glimpse her long eyelashes. The most beautiful features of a deer are its eyes and lashes. Chen Mo lingered a moment longer, prompting her to gently nudge him with her slender calf, as if urging him to proceed. Chuckling heartily, Chen Mo helped her into the deer hide boots, which were layered with soft white rabbit fur, bonded with pine resin. Once she wore both, the young doe stood and twirled, clasping her hands behind her back, her face alight with a sweet smile. Do they look good? Very much so. You resemble a fluffy cloud, Chen Mo mused, realizing that all women possess a fondness for beauty. Ah, it seems something has come loose, the young doe remarked, bending down to inspect the white fur, which appeared to have a patch that had come undone. Chen Mo squatted to examine it, concluding that it needed to be sewn back on. The pine resin lacked sufficient adhesive properties. This adhesive isn't up to par, he exclaimed, raising his voice at the end. Watching Chen Mo dash away, the young doe chuckled softly, finding delight in his moments of inspiration, which always yielded surprising results. Chen Mo indeed conceived a brilliant idea, fish glue, which he had somehow forgotten. His grandfather had once boiled it, though he was too young at the time to remember the process. The memory of fish glue resurfaced in his mind. Its production requires no stringent conditions, and its uses are manifold, being a common adhesive in ancient China. The only primitive adhesive he could think of was fish glue, which, if properly extracted, could aid in the crafting of bows, especially the sinew-backed bows. The tribe had already prepared a stock of quality pine wood and bamboo, sun-dried and stored for future use, awaiting Chen Mo's experimentation. Chapter 43. A fond farewell. The young leopard's bamboo hut was quite small, roughly 4 square meters in area, a size she had personally requested. The structure was elevated above the ground by several sturdy bamboo poles, with a thick bamboo beam running through the center, serving as the main support. Inside the hut were several uniquely shaped ceramic jars, tall and reminiscent of vases from Chen Mo's era, crafted specifically for her and filled with blooming autumn flowers. The bamboo floor was covered with a layer of pristine sheepskin. As she disliked beds, Chen Mo had fashioned a small circular nest from animal hides for her comfort. Mian sat cross-legged in her cozy nook, holding a bamboo twig and plucking its leaves one by one. Go, don't go, she sighed, her snow leopard ears drooping slightly as she rested her hands on her chubby cheeks, lost in thought. Suddenly, her amber eyes brightened. I'll go back and find another chance to sneak out. She resolved to take one last glance at that self-righteous, foul wolf before departing. The night enveloped the outside world, and most of the members of the Chi tribe had succumbed to slumber. In the heart of the settlement, the solitary campfire served as the tribe's sole source of illumination. She swiftly maneuvered between the bamboo huts and soon arrived at Chen Mo's dwelling. Peering through the gap in the animal skin curtain, she discovered that Chen Mo was absent. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the tribe's kiln area, where indeed she found Chen Mo, accompanied by 2 others, a portly fellow who seemed to be the pig-eared priest, and another named Lu Ming. The 3 of them were engrossed in a large ceramic pot, laughing and chatting as they appeared to be concocting something. A fishy aroma wafting through the air. Torn between the desire to approach and the uncertainty of whether to remain silent, she ultimately decided to approach Chen Mo. As he caught sight of her, Chen Mo's ears twitched, and he instinctively broke into a smile, beckoning her over. She drew closer, her nose twitching slightly. What are you doing? She inquired. Preparing fish maw. Something delightful is about to emerge, Chen Mo replied, patting his chest with pride. Not particularly enthused. She was accustomed to his knack for creating various concoctions. She fidgeted, lightly tapping her toes against the ground, unsure of how to voice her thoughts. Chen Mo leaned in and quietly asked, Is something the matter? Or are you hungry? Lu Ming and the pig-eared priest stared intently at the 2 of them. Feeling slightly irked, she shot a glare at them, prompting Lu Ming to quickly rise and tug at the pig-eared man's arm. Chief, we need to relieve ourselves. The tribe had established designated spots for waste, digging several pits and constructing grass shelters with bamboo to serve as public restrooms. Once the 2 had departed, Chen Mo patted his knees and sat down. With a soft huff, she prepared to leave but decided to heed his request this time. Obediently sitting on his lap and gazing into the flames beneath the pot. I need to go away for a while. Before Chen Mo could place his hand on her slender waist, her words wiped away any playful intentions he harbored, and he grew serious. Where to? East of the ancestral mountains. Back to the tribe? He inquired, and the little leopard nodded. No wonder you're feeling down, he mused, curiosity piqued. Why the sudden return? I must return before winter. It is a promise I made to my mother, related to the ancestral rituals, she replied softly. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, recalling what his wolf brethren had mentioned about potential dangers lurking on the road back. Concern gnawed at him. He was reluctant to see the little leopard leave. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated forcibly keeping her by his side, but quickly abandoned the notion. She was his savior, and he could not impose his will upon her. I travel swiftly. The paths are seldom frequented by beast men or wild animals, she boasted, attempting to reassure him of her prowess. Chen Mo refrained from countering her claim. After all, she bore the bloodline of a snow leopard, capable of traversing high altitudes, an ability not possessed by just any ferocious creature. Acknowledging her determination, he rested his forehead against her back. Very well, if you must go, I respect your decision, but you must promise me. Will you return? I will definitely come back, she declared, rising to her feet, her amber eyes locking onto Chen Mo's with unwavering sincerity. A smile crept across his face as he playfully pinched her cheek. Fine. There's no rush tonight. I'll prepare some things for you to take along. However, the little leopard shook her head. No, I must leave now. So soon? He asked, reluctant to let her go. Fearing she might change her mind by morning, she suddenly threw herself into his embrace. Chen Mo lost his balance and tumbled from his small bamboo stool, managing to brace himself with his hands to avoid a hard fall. Though his head was momentarily buried in a soft mass, struggling to breathe, the sensation of her wolf ears brushing against him felt oddly unique. In the feline world, physical affection often manifests through mutual grooming. Before Chen Mo could fully process the moment, she had already risen, her booted foot planted squarely on his chest. Feigning dominance as she declared, "Wait for me. You still owe me." With that, Chen Mo blinked, and her figure vanished, leaving him staring at the starry night for a moment before suddenly sitting up and calling out, "If you don't come back, I will come find you." Outside, a low growl from a beast echoed in response. Chen Mo touched his ear, still dampened by her saliva. Lu Ming and a few others hurried over. "Chief, all is well," Chen Mo replied, a hint of melancholy in his gesture. The process of boiling fish maw involved blanching the bladders, mashing them in a small pot to release the gelatin, steaming them, filtering through a layer of fine hemp cloth, and then simmering gently while stirring continuously, before finally allowing it to set into fish maw gelatin. The procedure was not complicated, and by midnight, Chen Mo had completed the tasks. Testing the consistency of the fish maw gelatin between his fingers, he deemed it satisfactory. "Bring me a few bamboo strips. I shall give it a try." Lu Ming fetched several bamboo pieces, and Chen Mo layered 2 strips, applying the fish glue between them and pressing firmly, placing them at a safe distance from the fire to await their outcome. "You two take a break. It should be ready soon." The pig-eared priest, known as Song, had been quite diligent in the Chi tribe lately, working hard and proving to be quite sociable, soon to shed his status as a slave. He eagerly rubbed his hands together. "Chief, I can still help. If I produce something good, will I?" Seeing the hope shining in his eyes, Chen Mo waved his hand. "Very well, you've worked hard digging pits with the mouse-eared folks. Tomorrow, go see Chen Yu for a bamboo token." "Thank you, Chief." Song grinned widely, but Chen Mo would not be fooled by his appearance. The man was shrewd and overly flattering. Chen Mo indeed needed someone astute to assist him in managing the tribe, and a few quirks weren't necessarily a bad thing. Not long after Lu Ming and the others departed, the fire hastened the drying of the fish glue, and it was time to test its adhesive strength. Chen Mo lifted the glued bamboo pieces, attempting to pry them apart. Applying moderate force, he found they wouldn't budge. A slight increase in pressure caused the layered bamboo to snap. Examining the break, he noted that one section had separated while the rest remained bonded. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Chapter 44, The Weeping Wolf Sister. As dawn broke, the melodious sound of a horn echoed, signaling that Lu Ming was practicing his horn playing. Mastery of the horn required skill, as its rhythms conveyed various meanings, necessitating familiarity among the tribe's members. Chen Mo opened his eyes to find the little rabbit had vanished, leaving only the small cat, Yu, curled up in his embrace. The little creature, accustomed to sleeping alongside him, particularly relished the scent he emitted. After covering her with a piece of hemp cloth, Chen Mo stretched and stepped outside. At the entrance, a woman squatted, rising immediately upon spotting him. "Chief, the rabbit-eared one has awakened. I shall go see her now." After a quick wash, Chen Mo hurried to the bamboo hut in the corner. Upon entering, he found the youth seated on the bed, sipping from a bamboo tube filled with citrus peel-infused water. Seeing Chen Mo, the boy appeared anxious. Chen Mo's warm smile encouraged him to relax as he took a seat on a small stool. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm." The boy seemed to understand, gripping the bamboo tube tightly, tears streaming down his face before he could speak. "They are dead. They have died." "Your kin?" Chen Mo inquired gravely. "Yes," the boy replied. "Who did this?" "The jackals and pigs," he answered. Just then, Chen Yu returned from outside, and the boy's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld her face. When Chen Yu approached Chen Mo, the boy sniffed the air, recognizing a familiar scent. "You." Chen Yu appeared uneasy, having overheard the boy's earlier words at the door. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "What was your mother's name?" The boy uttered a single word, "Xing." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's complexion turned ashen. She grasped Chen Mo's hand tightly, while he supported her waist with his other hand. In a hushed tone, Chen Yu explained, "He is my uncle." This implied that the youth before them was indeed her maternal uncle. "My mother is Li Tuesday." The young man, upon hearing this, did not exhibit much excitement. He merely nodded. Having never encountered Chen Yu before, he could surmise that she belonged to a clan incapable of beast transformation, and he felt little affinity for such kin. Chen Yu, unaffected by his indifference, was merely sorrowful over her mother's passing. Chen Mo turned to gesture for the woman with sheep ears to take Chen Yu away for comfort. Left alone with the young man bearing rabbit ears, Chen Mo noted the disdain in the youth's demeanor towards Chen Yu. Since he looked down upon his own kind, there was no need for Chen Mo to extend courtesy. His expression grew colder as he stated, "We saved you. Now I demand to know more about the annihilation of your clan, including the location of your dwelling. Speak, bit by bit." The youth instinctively wanted to protest, arguing that the whereabouts of their clan could not be carelessly divulged. Suddenly, a shadow darted past his nose, and with a thud, the bronze axe embedded itself into the wall of the bamboo hut. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Chen Mo, the young man involuntarily trembled and quickly revealed everything he knew. A moment later, Chen Mo retrieved the bronze axe from the wall and hung it at his waist. Before stepping out the door, he casually remarked, "We saved you. Once you have recovered, as a form of exchange, you will work for my clan." The youth then realized that it was his attitude that had offended the earlier woman of his clan, and he could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Chen Mo then sought out the deer woman, his brow furrowed as he recounted the situation to the south, where the wolf clan was mounting assaults to exterminate other clans and capture individuals. "My people cannot leave the tribe freely for now." The deer woman, perceptive and understanding, did not seem overly disheartened, for Chen Mo had already assisted her greatly. "Please be cautious. This winter, I will yield some territory. The mountain goats have taken the northern region." Chen Mo's smile took on a devilish edge. "It's advantageous for them to remain on your territory's northern side." "Why? In winter, there is no food. We shall borrow some from them." Upon hearing this, the deer woman comprehended his intent and felt no fear from Chen Mo's thoughts. In this era, it was a matter of either consuming or being consumed. She simply displayed a look of concern, stating, "Our salt mines are in the mountains, but we are not currently in need of salt. Trust me, I will undoubtedly help you reclaim your territory." Chen Mo assured as he took hold of the deer woman's hand. The young deer woman, her head bowed, softly replied with an affirmative hum, inhaling Chen Mo's scent. Her body growing slightly weak, instinctively leaning against his waist. "I truly adore the bamboo flute you gifted me. What would you like in exchange? What shall I ask for?" Chen Mo feigned contemplation, then leaned down to whisper in her ear, "May I ride you once more?" "No." The deer woman shuddered at once, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet also a sense of weakness. Chen Mo chuckled with pride, while jesting should not cross the line. This time he would send the lad Lu Ming back with them. He has been distracted these past few days. I suspect he is missing his little lover. His presence will be just in time to aid you in setting traps and learning to wield the spear. "I will follow your guidance," the young deer woman replied. That afternoon, the young deer woman had a light meal before departing with her clan. Apart from Lu Ming, Chen Mo also instructed Bear Chu Mo to accompany them, to make an appearance before the mountain goat clan and instill a sense of fear. Once the deer clan had left, Chen Mo seized the opportunity to have the women finish sewing the leather armor while he began experimenting with the horn bow. He recalled that it required the ends of cow and sheep horns as the bow's limbs, with glue binding the wooden shaft in the middle. It necessitated some exploration and trial. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, Chen Mo summoned the remaining few individuals in the tribe capable of rational thought. Cat Knight and Song had been absent for 4 days. He had granted them 3 days' time, and now they had yet to return. Apart from Leopard Jia, both Ban and Chun Yu had little inclination regarding such significant matters. Sensing the gazes of others upon him, Leopard Jia could only voice his thoughts. "Chief, we shall heed your command." Observing Ban and Chun Yu nodding in unison, Chen Mo could only chuckle helplessly, realizing that tribal deliberation had become merely a notion of his own, as everyone had grown accustomed to following his orders. Leopard Jia appeared somewhat ashamed and tentatively suggested, "Chief, may I go look for them?" Chen Mo shook his head. He would not send his clansmen on a fool's errand akin to the gourd child saving grandpa. It was prudent to safeguard their homeland for the sake of the clan, yet he did not wish to abandon Cat Knight and Song. "Let us decide once Bear Chu Mo returns." Thus, the tribe's first council came to a close, aptly named as such, but in truth, it was still Chen Mo devising plans alone. However, he believed this was merely the beginning. Given time, Leopard Jia and the others would inevitably mature. As he exited the bamboo hut, a grim-faced sheep-eared guard approached him. "Chief, what expression is this? Has the warehouse been raided?" Chen Mo teased. Noticing the guard appeared utterly drained, the sheep-eared guard rubbed his ears, his face resembling a bitter melon. "Chief, have you forgotten? The wolf maiden has been howling in the warehouse daily. I can no longer endure it." The genetic memory from the sheep clan had instilled an inherent dislike for wolves, and now, incessant howling had begun to haunt his dreams. Chen Mo offered an awkward smile, having forgotten that he had confined the wolf maiden in the warehouse for several days. "Come, take me to see." Upon opening the warehouse door, a pair of blood-red eyes fixated on him. Chen Mo stroked his chin, observing the ground strewn with various bamboo drum frames. The wolf maiden knelt on the ground, and upon seeing Chen Mo, her eyes instantly welled with tears. "Chief, I was wrong, sob. Brother." She no longer even used the endearing term to curry favor. With her few remaining quills, after a few more lessons, who knows how many would be left. Chen Mo approached, crouching down to grasp her wrist. Noticing the small hand marked with bloodstains, he scanned the area, discovering several commendable bamboo drum frames. Not bad. You show determination and talent. You are truly my good sister. Hearing Chen Mo's praise, the wolf maiden immediately beamed with pride, but quickly reverted to a feigned look of grievance, raising her other hand. It hurts. With a stern expression, Chen Mo remarked, of course it hurts. This is the consequence of your mistakes. Be more obedient in the future. Wolf maiden. She sniffled. Chen Mo picked up a bamboo drum frame. Quite good. I shall deem you qualified. Having endured her trials, the wolf maiden followed Chen Mo with a pitiful expression as they exited the warehouse. Along the way, they encountered Chen Yu, who, seeing the wolf maiden appear as if struck by frost, kindly took her hand and led her away for a better meal. Chapter 45. Heart of a Fierce Tiger. Beneath the peak known as Eagle Beak Cliff in the northern Rocky Forest, Bear Chu Mo gripped the massive axe tightly, his expression brimming with exhilaration as he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged forward with a roar. His opponent was a colossal brown bear, and this time, he chose not to transform but to engage in fierce combat with the ferocious beast wielding his giant axe. Surrounding him, many of the mountain goat clan members wore expressions of shock. They had not anticipated that this bear-eared beast man would choose to forego transformation. The enormous brown bear, despite its size, moved with remarkable speed, charging forward like an arrow released from a bow, raising its paw, which had shredded countless prey, ready to strike. Bear Chu Mo tilted his head to evade a lethal blow while simultaneously swinging his giant axe upward with all his might. With a resounding thud, the axe struck the bear's jaw, causing the massive creature to stiffen momentarily, its instincts compelling it to retreat. However, Bear Chu Mo denied it the chance, leaping up to bring his axe crashing down once more. Another heavy thud echoed as the brown bear's head collided forcefully with the ground, blood gushing from its mouth and nostrils. Bear Chu Mo raised his stone axe, roaring triumphantly as he shouted the word he had learned from Chen Mo, refreshing. The surrounding beast-eared individuals were left speechless, not only in awe of Bear Chu Mo's combat style, but also profoundly impacted by his blood-soaked roar. A scene they would likely never forget for the rest of their lives. Covered in blood, Xiong Chumo stepped forward, wielding a massive axe, his expression menacing as he approached the three chieftains of the Rock Goat Beast-eared clan. The trio recoiled in unison, their eyes filled with terror. The axe did not descend. Instead, Xiong Chumo grinned and declared, "You must fulfill your promise to me. Should you breach our agreement, this axe shall find its mark upon you." The three chieftains nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "We shall comply." The following day, accompanied by Lu Ming and aided by 5 members of the Deer-Ear clan, Xiong Chumo returned to the Chi tribe, bringing with him 20 rock goats and 2 dark-skinned girls with antelope ears. Chen Mo, not waiting for Tsang and Mao Ye's return, felt a lingering frustration etched upon his brow. However, upon seeing the bounty of rock goats that Xiong Chumo had brought back, he momentarily set aside his worries. After listening to the explanations from Xiong Chumo and Lu Ming, Chen Mo couldn't help but thump Xiong Chumo's chest, exclaiming, "Truly, you are my brother." Upon reaching the chaotic stone forest, Xiong Chumo initially intended to bring a few members of the Deer-Ear clan to the ancestral mountain to eliminate a few members of the Rock Goat clan as a means of intimidation. Unexpectedly, they encountered the chieftain of the Rock Goat clan, a formidable figure who dared to negotiate with Xiong Chumo alone, proposing a trade. The chieftain offered to surrender their captured slave-ear individuals and 10 rock goats in exchange for Xiong Chumo's assistance in dealing with the brown bears near their new settlement. In the past, Xiong Chumo would have dismissed such a proposition, trailing behind Chen Mo with little interest, but now he weighed the benefits carefully. He insisted that they must not descend the mountain or enter the Deer-Ear clan's ancestral cave, to which the chieftain acquiesced, simultaneously requesting that Xiong Chumo provide them with long-term protection. As long as Xiong Chumo took action, they were willing to sacrifice rock goats. The Rock Goat Beast-Eared clan did not genuinely regard the original rock goats as kin. Rather, these creatures served as offerings and emergency sustenance, sometimes consumed to restore health after injuries. The Deer-Ear clan practiced similarly, as survival often necessitated that beastified individuals prey upon slave-ear people, let alone original beasts. Observing Xiong Chumo's bashful demeanor, Chen Mo realized he had yet to fully uncover Xiong Chumo's strengths. A bear skilled in painting was far from a simpleton. "I had underestimated you," Chen Mo remarked with a sense of revelation. Xiong Chumo scratched his head, grinning sheepishly as he candidly expressed his thoughts. "Mo, I merely followed your lead, thought a little longer, and figured you would agree to their terms, so I did too. It's exhausting to think. I just want to sleep." Enough with the humility. By tribal custom, these rock goats are your personal spoils. You needn't share them with the clan. Keep half for yourself, and surrender the other half to the tribe. As for the 2 girls, handle them as you see fit. Chen Mo glanced at the 2 quiet antelope ear girls standing behind Xiong Chumo. They were strikingly beautiful, identical twins, rare in their kind. The eyes of the antelope ear and deer ear individuals were quite captivating, each possessing large, alluring eyes and long legs, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall. However, their slightly tanned skin and demeanor were distinct from the serene elegance of the deer ear clan, appearing somewhat anxious yet retaining a wild charm. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Chen Mo shook his head repeatedly, stating, "I can't manage that many goats. Tonight, I want to share a goat with you. I'll roast it with jam and honey. The rest is up to you." Chen Mo chuckled, playfully scolding him while feeling touched. "You simpleton. I'll help you manage the remaining goats. Just let me know when you want to feast." Chen Mo then patted his belly, declaring, "I'm off to sleep for a bit." The large fellow turned and headed back to his bamboo hut, having engaged in excessive physical activity over the past few days and in need of a good rest. Chen Mo turned to instruct Xiao Mao Yu to find Chen Yu, asking the tribesmen to corral the rock goats in a clearing. With such a considerable number, they would need to expand the goat pen. While pondering these matters, he was suddenly interrupted by Chen Mo's shout. The two antelope ear girls approached Chen Mo, looking dejected. Without their needing to speak, Chen Mo understood that Chen Mo had intimidated them. "Someone will come to arrange for you two shortly. You are no different from us. If you remain honest within the tribe, you will have your freedom one day." Listening to Chen Mo's soothing words, the two girls nodded obediently. Upon entering the Chi tribe, they had also discovered that the fierce beastified individuals coexisted with a group of slave ear people. What astonished them further was that such a formidable bear ear individual listened to the seemingly insignificant wolf ear man before them, piquing their curiosity about Chen Mo's true abilities. Chen Mo had no time to amuse the two antelope ear girls. Despite their pleasing appearance, which would rank an 8 out of 10 on Earth, he had encountered even more beautiful fox ear individuals. In this era, beauty held little significance. The girls' gaunt figures would render them unworthy of sacrifice in other clans. As night fell, Chen Mo and Chen Mo, along with others, feasted on roasted goat meat. He had instructed Chen Yu to slaughter 3 goats, distributing 2 to the members of the Chi tribe while he, Chen Mo, and a few close companions shared 1. During this time, fairness and equity were not the priority. The amount consumed reflected one's status. As a leader, one could be generous, but frequently displaying kindness could be perceived as weakness. Chen Mo ate sparingly. Lacking pepper and chili, the meal was less than satisfying. Coupled with his preoccupations, his appetite was mediocre. While Chen Yu and Xiao Mao Yu savored their meals with grease covering their faces, Chen Yu noticed her partner's lack of enthusiasm and seized a goat leg from Xiao Mao Yu, offering it to Chen Mo, saying, "Eat, you'll feel better once you're full." Chen Mo smiled, ruffling the ears of the innocent little rabbit beside him, then returned the goat leg to the pouting Xiao Mao Yu, wrapping his arms around Chen Yu's waist. "I'm fine. If Mao Yu doesn't return by tomorrow, I plan to investigate." Lying nearby, Chen Mo lazily interjected, "Mo, I'm coming with you. I'll wait for you." Chen Yu whispered in Chen Mo's ear, "Little rabbit." Chen Mo felt a significant weight lift from his heart. With their support, how could he display his emotions on his face? To achieve great things, one must maintain a calm exterior despite inner turmoil. Since becoming a leader, he experienced his first psychological transformation. Outside, the howls of wolves echoed, causing the Chi tribe to stir with agitation. Chen Mo and Chen Mo immediately rushed towards the bamboo gate. Chapter 46. The onset of an era of conflict. Chen Mo climbed onto the bamboo frame alongside Chen Mo to peer into the darkness, where he vaguely discerned a shadow rushing towards them. In the blink of an eye, the figure revealed itself to be a wild gray wolf, the beastified form of Wolf Brother. Instead of hastily ordering the bamboo gates to be raised, Chen Mo shouted, "North, what is happening?" Wolf Brother responded with a howl, and Chen Mo recalled that not long ago he had left the wolf pack. The howl conveyed a message he still remembered, a call for help. Turning back, he commanded, "Bao Jia, gather the others. We're heading out. Open the gate. Quickly. Also, bring those snakeskin drums." Instantly, someone rushed to retrieve them. The mouse-ear slaves on both sides began to lift the bamboo gate as Chen Mo and Chen Mo led the charge, followed closely by Bao Jia and 10 others. Just as they surged forward, Wolf Brother dashed in front of them, reverting from his beastified state without catching his breath. "Mao Yi, they returned. The pack of jackals is pursuing them into the southern forest. Let us go." Chen Mo had no time for further questions, speaking as they moved. "Wolf Brother, how many are there?" "Unclear, but there are quite a few." Chen Mo's expression grew serious as he pursued Mao Yi and the others. Knowing they must have discovered something significant to warrant such a pursuit, he turned to Bao Jia, asking, "Did you bring the torches?" "Yes, the Chi tribe's torches, wrapped in a layer of pine oil and pine needles, along with some animal fats, burned longer than ordinary wood, serving as the first generation of torches for the Chi tribe." "Chief, should we light them now? Let us assess the situation when we reach the southern forest." A group of individuals traversed swiftly through the night, their nocturnal vision, save for a few beast-eared among them, proving quite adept. Upon reaching the southern forest, they were met with the intermittent howls of wolves. The dimly lit thicket was thick with an aura of peril. The wolf sibling drew close to Chen Mo, whispering, "Cat Knight, they are hiding in the trees." Chen Mo was not hasty to enter the southern forest. Cunning and intelligent, the wolves could easily turn the tide against them. Casting a glance at the wolf sibling, he proposed, "I have an idea that requires your daring." Without hesitation, the wolf sibling understood the necessity of proving himself to the clan. "Chief, I am ready," he affirmed. "You will lure the enemies while we await your signal." Chen Mo instructed the wolf sibling to entice a portion of the foes, intending to eliminate some adversaries first. The wolf sibling comprehended Chen Mo's strategy, transforming once more into his beastly form and darting into the southern forest. "Prepare yourselves. Tonight, the one who slays the most shall be granted precedence in acquiring bronze weaponry." Leopard Swift and the others exhibited no trepidation. Rather, they were filled with exhilaration. 6 among them donned new leather armor, eagerly rubbing their fists together as they set their spears down upon the ground, crouching low in anticipation of their leader's command. Observing Chen Mo placing 3 serpent skin drums upon the ground, Bear Chu Mo expressed curiosity. "Mo, what are you planning?" "Wait for a moment. I shall deliver a midnight fervor." Chen Mo grinned, fixing his gaze on the stone axe in Bear Chu Mo's grasp. "Aren't you concerned that without transforming, you might never be able to again?" According to the sage from the market, prolonged use of tools could gradually diminish one's beastly abilities. Bear Chu Mo stroked his gleaming head beneath the moonlight, replying, "It matters not. Even without transformation, following you ensures I shall not go hungry." He felt that wielding the battle axe was scarcely inferior to his beastly form, while the latter could lead to a loss of reason and agility. Trust is the most elusive of emotions, and Chen Mo felt a swell of gratitude and honor within. "In due time, I shall forge a bronze axe for you." "That would be splendid." The chief, Leopard Swift, whispered, and both Chen Mo and Bear Chu Mo fell silent, attentively observing the movements within the inky forest. Before long, the familiar howls of wolves echoed through the air. Chen Mo growled, "Do not harm our own. Await my command." "They come," someone exclaimed, and Chen Mo caught sight of the wolf sibling racing toward them, though the situation behind him remained unclear. Moments later, the wolf sibling leaped, landing mere meters before Chen Mo and the others, turning to face the thicket and howling defiantly. A provocation. Without need for further words, Chen Mo discerned a large pack of slightly smaller wolves rushing forth. The frenzied pack of jackals, already disgruntled from pursuing 2 slave-eared individuals for days, had lost several brethren to the forest traps. Now provoked, they charged forth without a command from their alpha, growling in unison as they closed the distance to the wolf sibling, now less than 10 meters away. Suddenly, the drums erupted, shattering the tranquility of the southern forest. The wolves halted in unison, looking up in confusion, only to be met with a rapid series of drumbeats that reverberated in their ears. The sound ignited a sense of restlessness among the pack, their hearts racing in fear of the unseen monster lurking ahead. It was a moment of hesitation, and thus, the opportunity for the clan members to strike presented itself. With a flurry of swift motions, spears arced through the night, unseen until they struck, wounding several jackals. The sharp cries of pain alerted them to their ambush. Leopard Swift and his companions hurled all 3 of their bamboo spears in one breath. And before the alpha could ascertain the identity of the attackers, many of its kin lay fallen around it. Recognizing the dire situation, it prepared to howl a retreat for its pack. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air pierced the chaos, striking the alpha squarely in its hindquarters. Its shriek was more piercing and agonizing than the others. Not far off in the trees, Song cast a glance at Cat Knight, instinctively touching his rear, contemplating how this brooding creature could be so ruthless, resolving to avoid provoking him in the future. With the alpha wounded, the pack descended into utter disarray, some fleeing outright while others hesitated, glancing at their leader, whose transformation had ended, clutching his rear in agony, pondering whether to abandon him as well. Hesitation leads to defeat. A towering figure wielding a massive axe charged forward alongside the clan members, and as several jackal leaders, believing their adversaries to be merely beast-eared folk, lunged to bite Bear Chu Mo in a bid to buy time for their leader, they were met with a swift axe swing that sent the wolf's body flying. The pack's will to fight evaporated in an instant, their tails tucked between their legs as they fled. "Do not pursue," Chen Mo called out loudly. And Leopard Swift and the others halted, displaying expressions of regret. Years of training had imbued them with discipline, and none dared to defy their leader's orders. Chen Mo forbade them from chasing, aware that the enemy's numbers were considerable. A cursory estimate revealed at least 70 or 80 wolves, with no certainty of how many more lurked within the forest. Leaving a few alive would suffice. Once Cat Knight and Song observed the wolf pack vanish into the woods, They descended from the trees to stand before Chen Mo. Noticing neither bore injury, his worries dissipated. What transpired? He inquired. Cat Knight glanced at Song, who understood his companion's reticence. Chief, we ventured to the eastern side of the southern marsh and encountered the pig-eared clan. We tracked them for a day and discovered they had imprisoned many beast-eared individuals within a cave. The subsequent events unfolded as the two were discovered, and the wolves, with their keen sense of smell, relentlessly pursued them. They had hoped to shake off their pursuers in the marsh, but the wolves were far more familiar with the terrain, leaving them no choice but to flee northward. Chief, those wolves are feasting on the beast-eared folk. Song recalled the horrific scene, his eyelids twitching at the memory, realizing it must have been nauseating even for primitive beast-eared individuals. Chen Mo had long suspected something was amiss with this pack of wolves. Recalling the fate of the beast-eared clan to the north of the ancestral mountains, he pondered whether the actions of this wolf clan were connected to those tribes. Were the wolves that pursued you merely these tonight? Chen Mo queried, piecing together the information. Cat Knight, typically sparing with words, spoke with a hint of shame. Chief, there are two more wolf clans. The two had inadvertently revealed their presence, bringing the Tool clan into the sights of the wolf tribe. Chen Mo sensed a storm brewing and placed a reassuring hand on Cat Knight's shoulder. We shall discuss this later. He ordered the capture of the 3 lightly injured prisoners, along with the alpha who had been struck. Chen Mo intended to interrogate him overnight, determined to glean more information. The screams emanating from the bamboo hut were brief. As the wolf leader divulged everything he knew under the duress of torture, few can withstand such agony in any era. Chen Mo had scorched the toes of his captive, and by the third, the wretched creature was wailing for mercy. Exiting the bamboo hut, Chen Mo's expression grew grave. The situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. These wolves were acting under the orders of the Sawtooth Tiger clan. The manipulation from behind the scenes was no surprise to him. But he was shocked to learn that the wolf tribe had already hunted down several sages from the Blue Bull clan, and multiple large tribes from the Moon River Basin had been annihilated. The tool-smithing ape-eared clan had entirely migrated, their whereabouts unknown, hidden deep within some forest. Throughout the interrogation, the wolf leader incessantly muttered a series of cryptic phrases, and his explanation suggested a veneration of ancestral beast totems, pleading for eternal transformation. The pursuit of eternal transformation confirmed to Chen Mo that the ideology propagated by the Sawtooth Tiger clan was akin to that of the cave bears and cave lions of the northern ancestral mountains. The conflicts determining the direction of this era had already begun to unfold across the land, a sense of urgency swelling within him. Chen Mo resolved to seek out the Pangolin clan. Chapter 47. The Hunt Must Not Cease. Tasking others with locating the Pangolin clan. Chen Mo understood that the wolf tribe would inevitably return for revenge. The tribe could not function without a steadfast leader. The following day, he instructed several adult males to assist in excavating the defensive tunnels outside the walls. Aware that even the swiftest of the mouse-eared clan could not achieve his envisioned goals in such a short span, only the eastern and northern tunnels remained to be excavated. With the addition of Baojia and others, completion is anticipated within 5 days. Chen Mo, not one to remain idle, temporarily set aside other creative endeavors to lead several tribespeople in embedding sharpened bamboo stakes into the tunnel outside the bamboo gate to the south. After instructing the tribespeople on how to lay the bamboo tips, he, along with a few companions, attempted to construct a bamboo watchtower at the corner of the southern wall. The members of the Chi tribe had gained some experience in construction, but this was their first attempt at erecting a tall structure like the bamboo watchtower. When faced with uncertainty, they decided to increase their efforts. If 4 bamboo poles felt insufficiently sturdy, they would add another 4, binding 2 together to form a tower base, and excavating the ground deeper for stability, thereby erecting the tower's skeletal framework. In an unprecedented move, Chen Mo offered to assist, leading a few companions to select robust bamboo for cutting, quickly returning with the materials Chen Mo needed. As night fell, Chen Mo sat cross-legged within the bamboo hut, contemplating methods for securing the horizontal and vertical supports of the watchtower. The simplest solution involved binding them with grass rope and tree bark cord. A little squirrel perched on his shoulder, enjoying a carefree existence, devoid of worries. The pine cones they had harvested were being opened by the women of the wolf-ear tribe, with the pine nuts becoming a favored treat for the little emperor, who spent his days lounging in the bamboo hut, satisfied and napping, occasionally swinging with the little panda. Chen Yu returned, holding the little cat Yu, having also spent the day busily accelerating the production of new leather armor, completing 3 more sets that day, excluding Chen Mo and Chen Mo. The tribe now had 17 capable warriors, and 2 members of the pig-ear tribe, previously captured, had joined the regular training of the hunting team. Chen Yu calculated that they still needed 8 more sets, which she believed could be completed in the next couple of days with expedited sewing. Chen Mo stood to greet her, embracing her as a soothing remedy for fatigue. After a brief hug, little Yu, with her eyes squinted, reached out her tiny hand, prompting Chen Mo to lift her and pinch her cheek. The little one carried a sweet floral scent, likely from rolling around in autumn blooms, and seemed to have gained a bit of weight. Little Yu remained silent, nuzzling her head against Chen Mo's neck. Chen Yu stretched lazily and yawned, declaring that she would skip washing up and go to bed. All right, I'll be there shortly, Chen Mo replied, still organizing subsequent tasks in his mind. Worried about overlooking something, he made a note on a bamboo slip. The water is being heated outside. You can use it shortly, he said, as Chen Yu's voice dwindled. And she had already laid down. Curious about who was outside, he peeked out to find the twin black-skinned gazelles squatting by the fire pit. Chen Mo chose not to engage. As a leader, he understood that many tasks could not be handled single-handedly. He did not resist having others assist him, as long as he treated them well in return. Little Yu lay on Chen Mo's lap, her eyes half closed as she watched him etch letters, suddenly exclaiming softly, "That's the character for armor, right?" Chen Mo was taken aback, impressed by her recognition. "How do you know?" he asked. "The big guy drew that character the other day and told me," she replied quietly. Chen Mo suddenly realized that the big guy must possess remarkable artistic talent and a good memory for shapes, suggesting that his ability to learn characters would likewise be strong. He considered putting more pressure on Chen Mo. Meanwhile, Chen Mo lay in his bamboo hut, snoring thunderously. He scratched his belly and suddenly shivered, mumbling sleepily before drifting off again. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the revenge from the Jackal tribe had yet to materialize. However, Chen Mo remained vigilant, prompting Wolf Brother Bay and Cat Knight to expand their patrols. The towering framework of the bamboo watchtower stood before the tribespeople. Even though they were accustomed to their leader's various miraculous creations, they had never witnessed a structure exceeding 6 meters in height, instilling a sense of awe within them. The primitive beast-eared folk were inherently simple, often venerating the unknown and the grand. If Chen Mo were to hang 2 tiger skins upon it, the tribespeople would undoubtedly worship it without question. Chen Mo now needed to focus on building the watchtower platform atop the skeletal structure. He wished to keep it uncomplicated, as he lacked the expertise for anything too elaborate. A low bamboo wall encircling a conical roof, approximately 4 square meters in size, sufficient to accommodate 2 individuals practicing their archery. The materials for the platform still needed to be prepared. Early in the morning, Chen Yu reported the quantity of food consumed by the Qi tribe over the past few days, noting that their labor was depleting their food reserves faster than Chen Mo had anticipated. The difficulty of fishing in the bamboo river was increasing, and it was impractical to have the tribespeople subsist solely on fish soup, wild vegetable soup, and smoked jerky, as fish provided minimal energy due to their low-fat content. The absence of large beast herds near the bamboo sea was a significant drawback. Chen Mo decided that the tribespeople must go hunting today, otherwise, they would have to consume their livestock reserves intended for winter. He selected 5 individuals to venture eastward along the ancestral mountain in search of the pangolin tribe. Even if they did not find them, he needed to ascertain the distribution of various groups around the ancestral mountain. Leading the group was Tsang, whose combat prowess ranked just below that of Chen Mo and Chen Mo. Even the speedster Baojia would find himself quickly outmatched in a direct confrontation with Tsang, thanks to the strength bestowed by the bloodline of the wild gray wolf. The newly inducted pig ear priest Tsang was also among them, possessing beast transformation abilities that could prove invaluable. Chen Mo was not concerned about him fleeing midway, having granted Tsang the authority to execute any deserters. Tsang's primary interest lay in food, and the offerings from the Qi tribe were immensely tempting to him, especially Chen Mo's personally cooked dishes, to satisfy his appetite. He had been working diligently alongside Chen Mo over the past few days. Observing Tsang's hard work, Chen Mo prepared a special dish for him, a beggar's chicken. He crushed pine nuts with a stone hammer to extract oil, applying a layer of pine nut oil and salt. This type of nut typically yields oil, and he wrapped it in unknown large leaves before burying it in the fire pit to roast. Unfortunately, the outcome was not entirely satisfactory. The issue likely stemmed from the wrapping leaves, which imparted a strong, earthy flavor. Nevertheless, Tsang relished the dish, devouring it to the bone, leaving nothing behind. As the 5 were preparing to depart, Chen Mo could not take too many hunters with him, and thus selected 5 individuals along with 4 wolf-eared women, leaving Chen Mo and Baojia to guard the tribe, allowing him to venture out to hunt with peace of mind. This time, they aimed to hunt in the east, where the primal beasts of the ancestral mountain were mostly solitary animals, insufficient to meet the requirements of a single hunting expedition. The eastern region was an open, wild expanse, likely to harbor herds of herbivores. Before setting off, Chen Mo strapped a leather pouch filled with various medicinal herbs to his waist. As the sunlight was obscured, he looked up to see the smiling face of the wolf girl, who, with her hands behind her back and bending slightly, exclaimed, "I want to go too." The beast-transformed wolf-eared tribe members, regardless of gender, possessed hunting capabilities, an advantage afforded by their transformations. This was also why Chen Mo had chosen a few wolf-eared women for the expedition. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Have you finished preparing your drum?" The wolf girl beamed with pride, lifting her hands to showcase her creation. "Look, my drum is very loud." Regarding the material, Chen Mo tossed her a piece of cowhide, instructing her to work on it, ensuring her creativity was directed appropriately. The drum's size surpassed that of Chen Mo's previous snakeskin drum. He gestured for her to set down the cowhide drum. After striking it with his palm, he found the sound to be deep and resonant. The snakeskin drum was suitable for entertainment, but the cowhide drum produced the war drum sound Chen Mo desired. He nodded in approval. "Not bad. Then take me with you, please." The girl began to wag her tail cutely, but this tactic had little effect on Chen Mo. In his eyes, she was no different from the men, and the ingrained taboos of life dictated their interactions. He poked her forehead with a finger, asserting, "You don't have the qualifications." With that, he instructed the tribespeople nearby to carry the cowhide drum. The wolf girl's expression shifted instantly, her lips tightly pressed together. She aspired to elevate her status and had become accustomed to the abundance of treasures in the Chi tribe. Yearning for items such as the deerskin boots on Chen Yu's feet, the tin ornament around little Yu's neck, and the bronze axe at her brother's waist. Chen Mo gazed at her with a smile, eagerly anticipating her outburst, hoping to find a justification to reprimand her. To his surprise, the wolf sister had learned to behave. She suddenly broke into a radiant smile and declared, "I shall heed the leader." Taken aback, Chen Mo observed her playful wink as she added, "Then I shall go seek Sister Yu." Watching her retreating figure, Chen Mo realized that this individual had been getting quite close to Chen Yu lately. The innocent little rabbit, pure-hearted and kind, would need a reminder upon her return to be wary of the wolf sister's charms. Chen Mo meticulously instructed Bao Jie and Xiong Chu Mo on the defensive strategies, emphasizing that should the defense fail, they must escape with Chen Yu and Mao Yu. It was their safety that he valued above all else. Besides the southern gate, there was a small opening in the northern wall of the Chi tribe, intended for emergencies. The sun dispersed the thin mist, banishing the chill that had settled over the land overnight, as Chen Mo set forth with his team. Chapter 48, The Great Oracle of the Fox Tribe. Ji, still flicking its tongue? I'll have you. Chen Mo grasped the serpent's head in one hand and deftly twisted it off with the other, tossing the snake to the tribesmen behind him to be stored in a bamboo basket for dinner soup. The group traveled along the bamboo river eastward for half a day and encountered a herd of wild boars, a sow accompanied by her piglets. Upon their arrival, the entire family was swiftly annihilated. Chen Mo ordered his people to spare 2 piglets alive to experiment with taming the wild boars. Song felt immense sorrow for the fate of the wild boar family, and, at noon, wept as she gnawed on a generous portion of pork. The 4 women of the wolf-ear tribe transformed into their beast forms to assist in the hunt, responsible for driving the prey towards Chen Mo and his companions, who lay in ambush within the grass. Their success rate was exceptionally high. By evening, they had hunted down 2 musk deer, which were relatively small, even smaller than the does of the spotted deer tribe. At the confluence of a stream flowing from the north into the bamboo river, the river widened to over 4 or 5 meters, with a significant increase in water volume. Here, they had to part ways with Song. Chen Mo cautioned him, "You must head north into the ancestral mountains, avoid climbing high peaks or exploring caves, and strive to evade direct conflicts with other tribes. If communication is possible, that would be best. Gather information on the pangolins and return alive." "Rest assured, Chief," Song assured with a nod, leading Song and the other 3 toward the north. Chen Mo commanded the others to set up camp, preparing to spend the night a short distance west of the stream. As many wild beasts would be out seeking water at night, they planned to hunt once more after dark before making their way home, with an abundance of game. They could not bring it all back. While the tribesmen busied themselves, Chen Mo kept a watchful eye on the half-conscious male musk deer, murmuring, "Good brother. Let me see if you possess musk." "Oh, quite substantial." The musk was located within the gland sac between the navel and another area. Musk not only served as a luxurious spice, but also as medicine. Luck would determine the outcome, and it was evident that this male musk deer was lacking. Shaking his head, Chen Mo prepared to slaughter and butcher the nearly lifeless deer when a sudden roar erupted from the north, causing everyone to look up. Song and his group came rushing toward them. Have they encountered danger? Chen Mo's expression darkened, and as the tribesmen grasped their weapons, he noticed 3 unfamiliar individuals following closely behind, with several dark shapes hovering above them. Prepare for battle. As Song and his companions approached, Chen Mo's attention was drawn skyward. Noticing that they were glancing back in fear, the threat loomed from above. Upon spotting the 5 grotesque winged creatures, Chen Mo exclaimed, "Bats?" Song and his group ran swiftly, but the bats seemed to have taken note of the considerable number of people on Chen Mo's side, and, without hesitation, veered away. abandoning their pursuit of Song and the others. The three strangers lay on the ground, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. From their ears, it was evident they belonged to the Squirrel Ear tribe. Song and his companions were merely resting on their knees, and upon seeing Chen Mo approach, Song swallowed hard and spoke in unison, "Chief, bat-eared people." Chen Mo paused momentarily. If Song could identify the bat-eared individuals, it indicated that these creatures had received nature's favor, evolving into a humanoid form, confirming their status as mammals. Upon reflection, Chen Mo recalled the marine mammals. If all mammals had evolved, then those colossal beings in the ocean. Song noticed the chief's expression seemed somewhat grim and quickly clarified, "Chief, we are unharmed. Do not worry." Chen Mo patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "It is well." Approaching the three Squirrel Ear individuals, the leading man looked up at Chen Mo with surprise. "It's you." Chen Mo smiled, taken aback that he still remembered him. The man before him was Chi, the leader of the Squirrel Ear tribe, who had previously conversed with Chen Mo in Qingyo Valley. He held a favorable impression of Chen Mo, given his amicable relationship with Su. "Your people saved us. We will repay the favor." The Squirrel Ear leader spoke sincerely. His tribe was well regarded in these lands, holding no prejudice against so-called slave-eared individuals. Chen Mo tentatively inquired, "Are you seeking your sacred beast in the ancestral mountains?" "Indeed." The man replied without hesitation. This was common knowledge among many tribes. Chen Mo remained composed. He was unaware of the conflict between the young squirrels and their original tribe, and he naturally would not disclose the existence of the young squirrel. "Have you made any discoveries?" The leader shook his head with a sigh. "In the ancestral mountains, many tribes have vanished. We encountered the bat-eared people." His expression darkened, mourning the loss of his fallen kin. Nearby tribes were well aware of the Squirrel Ear tribe's capabilities, and their reception was akin to that of the Ape Ear tribe, a tribe that could save lives, welcomed wherever they went. Their few enemies were the bat-eared individuals lurking in deep mountain caves. Those bloodthirsty and sinister beings were their natural foes. Chen Mo offered a few words of comfort, then asked, "By the way, have you encountered the Pangolin tribe?" The Squirrel Ear leader nodded, pointing northeast. "They are in that direction. Travel for 4 days and observe the caves closely to find their traces." Chen Mo's eyes brightened. They were not far from the Pangolin tribe. Why had they not sought him out yet? Song and the others need not take risks for the time being. He would study this further upon his return. If the situation became urgent, he might need to intervene personally. The bronze artifacts could transform the Chi tribe's fortunes. There could be no delay. The voice of the Squirrel Ear leader reached his ears again. "They are struggling. The number of bat-eared individuals has suddenly increased. Their presence is everywhere. The Pangolin tribe will surely hide, and you will not find them in the short term." Indeed, matters seemed to be going awry. Besides the wolves, another group of bats had appeared, inciting frustration. After a brief silence, Chen Mo turned to his tribesmen and called out, "Prepare the soup and meat." The crackling of the campfire filled the air as Chen Mo sat beside Chi, who explained the notable tribes located beyond the ancestral mountains and their general distribution. Along the southern side of the ancestral mountains adjacent to the Bamboo Sea, heading eastward, there were the Panda Ear tribe, a Leopard Ear tribe, 2 mountain goat tribes, and several small rodent tribes. Further east lay the territory frequently traversed by the Pangolin tribe, though no one knew the exact location of their lair. Chen Mo was astonished to learn that there was a Panda Ear tribe on the eastern edge of the Bamboo Sea. His people had never encountered them during hunts. Upon reflection, it made sense. The Panda tribe likely preferred higher altitudes and would not easily descend. After chatting with Xiong Chu Mo about their bear tribes, Chen Mo deduced that while each bear tribe was solitary, they all revered their ancestral lands, where numerous tribesmen lived to protect it. He speculated that the ancestral land of the Panda tribe might be situated atop the high mountains northeast of the Bamboo Sea of the ancestral mountains. As for the little panda in his tribe, Chen Mo had no intention of enslaving it. He would inquire with the young one upon his return. If it desired to reunite with its tribe, he would ensure its safe passage back. Upon traversing through time, he still embodied the spirit of Huaxia, possessing an inherent fondness for national treasures deeply etched in his bones. He felt that they ought to roam freely, akin to the ethereal spirits of the bamboo groves who shun conflict. Nevertheless, the little one desired provisions and shelter, which Chen Mo was more than willing to provide. After a lengthy discourse, Qisong casually mentioned the issue concerning the wolf clan, to which Chen Mo was taken aback by Qisong's nonchalant response, revealing that the great fox deity had already foreseen the matter, and the high priest of the green ox was collaborating with them to find a resolution. The title great deity? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, astonished that such terminology existed in this world, pondering if it bore the same connotation as in his own language. In Huaxia, the term refers to the divine authority over life and death, or the power to glimpse into fate. If the Fox clan had indeed divined such knowledge, Could it be that this realm truly harbored enigmatic forces? Chi Song, somewhat surprised, remarked that he was not acquainted with the great deity, a revered figure among the beast clans. It was said that the first great deity could divine calamities using the celestial map totem, enabling their kin to survive numerous disasters. Many clans held traditions recounting the deeds of the great deity, and it astonished her that this man before her was oblivious to such lore. Chen Mo could scarcely admit that his former clan was akin to a mere pack of wild beasts. He offered a sheepish smile, and Chi Song, discerning his discomfort, maintained a composed demeanor. We must return, the surroundings are tumultuous. Winter is approaching, and it remains uncertain how many clans will perish this season. Take care. Indeed. Thank you for the warning. A flicker of intrigue crossed Chi Song's expression, seemingly impressed by Chen Mo's eloquence. Upon learning he was unaware of the Fox clan's great deity, she found the man before her to be rather peculiar. You have rescued us. I shall bestow upon you several medicinal herbs. Chapter 49, Shadows of the Bat. Chen Mo graciously accepted her generous gift. As per her description, the two herbs were for treating external wounds. The Chi clan possessed only the Wolf clan's hemostatic herb. Thus this addition provided further assurance. The night passed without incident, and at dawn, the three squirrels took their leave. Chen Mo intended to accompany them partway, mindful of the potential wolf presence nearby, but they politely declined. The previous night, the four women of the Wolf Ear clan had successfully collaborated with Song, capturing several small to medium prey, yet regrettably, they had not encountered any large herbivores. After circling the eastern bank of the stream, they found no traces of large animals, but instead, an abundance of wolf droppings and urine. Chen Mo dared not linger, retreating with his kin. Unbeknownst to the Chi clan, shortly after their departure, several figures arrived at their temporary resting spot. After a day and night of travel, they returned to the tribe, which remained intact. The fourth defensive tunnel was half excavated, nearing completion. Upon his return, Chen Mo ordered the narrow path left at the southern gate to be excavated, connecting the tunnels on either side. With the path removed, they laid a bamboo bridge. When enemies attacked, it could be retracted or destroyed. Strictly speaking, it was not a bridge, but rather a row of bamboo secured together over the tunnel. The bamboo was of good quality, able to support Chen Mo and 6 others without issue. The food brought back from the hunt sufficed for only 3 days. The primitive tribes focused daily on sustenance, and such aggressive ventures as the wolf clans were rare. All feared hunger and would not easily engage in conflict with other clans. The wolf pack in the south remained elusive, seemingly abandoning their quest for vengeance, leaving Chen Mo puzzled about their intentions. With time on his side, he believed that quiet development was paramount. Leopard Jie and the others entrusted the remaining tunnel excavation to the Mouseier clan, while he and Bear Chu Mo alternated leadership to hunt as autumn drew to a close. Mo, look at how I write the cardinal directions. Bear Chu Mo exclaimed proudly, waving a piece of animal hide while standing on the staircase of the lookout tower. Chen Mo, finalizing the last touches on the lookout platform, leaned out to inspect the bamboo piece in Bear Chu Mo's hand. Quite impressive indeed. Do come down, you might break the ladder. Chen Mo teased lightly. He assigned Bear Chu Mo the task of learning the simplified characters he had brought, while also providing guidance on mapmaking. Bear Chu Mo, a burly figure, found this endeavor immensely intriguing, starting with a layout of the tribe's structures. Chen Mo promised him a tour to create the map and enjoy some leisure, prompting Bear Chu Mo to diligently labor for several days. As the north wind began to howl, Chen Mo just completed the final touches on the lookout tower's peak, signaling to the fox archer to stow away their tools. The two hastily descended, as the wind at the top was painfully biting, leaving the tower to be manned in shifts by the wolf brethren. Is it going to snow? Chen Mo murmured, standing at the entrance of the bamboo dwelling. Gazing at the sky, he was unfamiliar with the local climate, as most surrounding vegetation showed no signs of shedding or yellowing leaves. A small rabbit clad in a fur skirt approached him, standing shoulder to shoulder as it exhaled into the air, its red eyes gleaming with anticipation. Snow was imminent. In a region characterized by evergreen flora, early snowfall was unusual, given the brief summers and autumns, coupled with the presence of formidable beasts like mammoths. Chen Mo surmised that the climate of this era resembled that of Earth's Little Ice Age. The little cat-yu, rarely displaying excitement, twirled in her short skirt, yearning for the immediate arrival of snowflakes. Regrettably, the skies delivered only a chilling rain that pierced to the bone. At this juncture, the stone fireplace designed by Chen Mo proved invaluable, as most of the Chi clan sought refuge indoors for warmth. His own dwelling buzzed with activity, with individuals frequently entering and exiting. Some sought guidance on bamboo weaving, while Tsang and the fox archer inquired about bow-related matters, and Bear Chu Mo would run over to showcase his bamboo carvings. Yet, this idyllic scene was soon disrupted by the arrival of the leader of the Rock Sheep clan and the Deer Maiden, indicating a pressing situation. In the chaotic woods, Nightfall often bore witness to clan members and domesticated beasts being bitten. They brought with them 2 injured cicadere and a rock sheep. Chen Mo and the others gathered to inspect the wounds, and Song immediately identified the source: bad ears. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Beside him, Song confirmed, indeed. These are the bite marks of bad ears. They are feeding on blood. The stout pig-eared man turned pale, instinctively clutching his own neck. Chen Mo turned to Leopard Jia. During your hunts near Pine Mountain, did you notice anything unusual? Leopard Jia shook his head. Leader, bad ears are not easy to confront. This was the consensus among the beast ear tribes. Bad ears were the only ones capable of beastly flight, their demeanor dark and brutal, favoring ambush tactics. If they could not overpower their foes, they would simply flee, disregarding any sense of martial ethics. Not easy to confront. Most tribes, upon transformation, adopt a quadrupedal stance, limiting their line of sight, making pouncing and biting seem cumbersome, particularly against aerial foes. Are you still underestimating the worth of 10 agile fingers combined with tools? Fox Archer. How many bamboo bows have you recently crafted? 5. With the previous 6 bows, the total count in the Chi clan exceeded 10. While these bows might not suffice against the tough-skinned beasts, they were quite effective at a certain range against bats. Fox Archer. Instruct your kin to commence polishing the jade arrowheads forthwith. The Fox Archer grinned. Leader, we have ample arrowheads, sufficient for our needs. Chen Mo had not previously inquired into these matters, but the Fox Archer and his companions often took pleasure in polishing jade and stone arrowheads. Chen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction and set about notifying the archers among the tribe to prepare for their expedition into the chaotic woods the following day. Rising from his seat, he observed the Rock Sheep clan leader, whose curious gaze roamed over the various constructions of the Chi clan. He waved his hand before them. Enough with the staring. The 2 clan leaders finally redirected their attention, one of whom had met Chen Mo previously and had an agreement with Bear Chu Mo. With neither subservience nor arrogance, he spoke. We hope you will take action, as per our agreement. Chen Mo nodded. I will address this matter. Do you know when the bad ears first appeared? The 2 clan leaders pondered deeply, their expressions somewhat comical as they counted on their fingers. 3 sunsets ago. You all should rest here tonight. We shall set forth tomorrow. Chen Mo dispersed the crowd and finally exchanged glances with the long-absent deer maiden, both breaking into smiles. The young deer maiden spoke softly. I must trouble you again. There is no need for such pleasantries between us. Pleasantries refer to superfluous words. Chen Mo leaned in to explain softly. The deer maiden wore a troubled expression. Every time I meet you, there are new words. I can't remember them all. No worries. We have ample time. I will teach you gradually. The deer maiden smiled knowingly, suddenly recalling something. By the way, my kin discovered a kind of stone we have never seen before. I know you like such things, so I brought it along. She then retrieved a small dark brown stone from the burlap pouch at her waist. Chen Mo took it and examined it closely. Some areas were marked distinctly with red. Is this cinnabar? The young deer maiden stood quietly beside him, while not far away, a little rabbit peeked out from the wall of the bamboo house. Squinting as it observed, a wolf girl with wolf ears popped her head up beside the rabbit and whispered, Sister Yu, is that the deer maiden? Yes. Chen Yu replied dismissively. The rabbit's head then reappeared, now accompanied by a pair of cat ears from a little cat named Yu, who asked curiously, Why are we spying? The little rabbit retorted earnestly, We're not spying. We're assessing the enemy's situation. Sister Yu, that's not how you use enemy situation. The deer maiden is our friend. The little cat Yu is still too young. The deer maiden sensed their gazes and looked up, causing the 3 heads to vanish instantly. She smiled gently, but said nothing. In front of her, Chen Mo was already restless, eagerly searching for a hammer. He called out loudly, Ban, where are you? Ban appeared from the bamboo house, lifting her burlap skirt, and shouted, Leader, I'm here. Upon seeing Chen Mo's enthusiasm for studying the stone, the deer maiden turned her head and walked towards Chen Mo's bamboo house, pressing her lips together. In the evening, on the eastern highlands of Eagle Beak Cliff, the highest peak in the vicinity, there were numerous earth pits in the grassy slope. A head emerged from one of the pits, the fox's eyes scanning cautiously for danger before it crawled out of the burrow. The fiery red fox was quite conspicuous on the grass, and a mountain eagle in the sky noticed it, swooping down. As the eagle closed in within mere meters, the little fox showed no fear, standing its ground with hands on its hips. Just as the eagle's claws reached for its face, the fox's form began to shift. The fox transformed into a red-haired boy with fox ears, seizing the eagle's wings and repeatedly slamming it against the ground. Once the eagle ceased to struggle, he eagerly opened his mouth, biting into the eagle's neck and tearing flesh with his sharp fangs. Just as he was savoring his meal, his ears twitched. He discarded the eagle and fled down the mountain as a swarm of bat-ear people pursued him relentlessly. Observing the boy's swift escape, they transformed into bats, darting after him into a patch of cedar forest. Chapter 50. Two fox clans? The rocky forest underwent significant changes, surrounding the massive stone where the deer ear priestess resided. A circle of small bamboo houses resembling tents had appeared. The deer ear clan had no tradition of building bamboo houses. They learned to pitch tents through contact with the Chi tribe, using bamboo as a framework against the towering stones to construct their unique dwellings. Moreover, a bamboo fence encircled the outer giant stones, standing over a meter tall, providing a sense of security. The deer maiden stood by Chen Mo, observing his profile intently. Chen Mo turned his gaze away, smiling. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? The young deer maiden lowered her head, intertwining her fingers. Are we supposed to learn from you? It's quite. Chen Mo suddenly realized. Although the young deer maiden appeared fragile, her pride was quite strong. She feared Chen Mo would mock her. He reassured her, you've done remarkably well. Your population is smaller than ours. And achieving this in such a short time is commendable. Seeing Chen Mo's sincerity, the deer maiden revealed a faint smile. You should also eat something. We've discovered a delicious treat. Oh, I must try it then. As the young deer maiden produced thick brown root-like tubers the size of a thumb. Chen Mo took one, snapped it, and sniffed it. Does it resemble yam? How fine. The deer maiden gently tapped his shoulder and reclaimed the tuber. Don't rush. We must roast it first for it to be truly delicious. The maiden washed the tubers in a clay pot of water and placed them on the fire to roast. Chen Mo inhaled the aroma, internally confirming that this item was indeed related to yam. Did you name it yam? It sounds lovely. The deer maiden tilted her head, resting her chin on one hand, holding the roasting yam in the other, her eyes shimmering with admiration for Chen Mo's occasional fresh vocabulary. Chen Mo was momentarily lost in thought. The deer maiden often exuded an air that seemed out of place for a primitive bestier person. Noticing Chen Mo's gaze, she lowered her head and softly said, No, I cannot. I am a priestess. Chen Mo cleared his throat, withdrawing his intense gaze, respecting her identity. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. She was a priestess now, but who knows what the future holds. Can we eat now? Ah, it's burnt. After consuming some food, outside, 20 members from the Rock Goat Beast Ear clan were waiting at the edge of the rocky forest for Chen Mo. Chen Mo only brought 10 individuals, including Lu Ming and 5 others who had been practicing archery during this period, with the remaining 4 being shield bearers and the Wolf Brother Bei. This time, bringing the Wolf Brother along was to familiarize him with the Chi tribe's combat methods. Although Xiong Chu Mo was strong, he lacked leadership skills. Bao Jie had accumulated some command ability, yet his combat strength was insufficient. Chen Mo hoped the Wolf Brother would grow quickly to become his right-hand man. 5 members from the Deer Ear clan stepped forward, and the Deer Maiden, following Chen Mo's advice, selected a few clan members who had diligently practiced spear throwing, ensuring they could follow in battle without issue. This was the largest number of people Chen Mo had led into battle. Although most of the Rock Goat clan were unarmed, a few wielded bone clubs and wooden sticks, and their beast transformation provided them with a degree of combat prowess due to their horns. Given their primitive combat style, Chen Mo did not expect much strength from them. The sheer number of participants would suffice to bolster morale. Taking advantage of the sunny weather, the group ascended Eagle Beak Cliff. The Wolf Brother transformed as he pursued a suspicious scent, while the others searched for dubious caves along the mountain gorge. Before long, the Wolf Brother made a discovery. He caught a whiff of fresh blood lingering on the ground. Chen Mo drummed to gather the others, and the group followed the scent of blood eastward toward the high mountain. As Chen Mo gazed up at the towering peak, the Wolf Brother and Lu Ming approached with a tattered piece of sheepskin and several sheep bones. Leader. The Rock Goat clan confirms these belong to the original beast sheep they lost. The Wolf Brother frowned. Brother, there's an unpleasant stench. Chen Mo took the small piece of sheepskin to a cliff at the mountain gorge, where a noticeable sloped cave exuded a foul odor. The ground was littered with long strips of feces. It must be theirs. Leader, there are footprints over there. The recent autumn rain had helped reveal clear tracks on the ground. Footprints of the Bat Ear people, who were also humanoid and needed to walk. With footprints to follow, their task became simpler. Chen Mo and the others quickly began searching the mountain. They soon discovered scattered footprints halfway up the mountain, which led around to the other side, revealing that a group had lingered there, leaving behind numerous scattered tracks, suddenly shifting direction down the mountain. The Wolf Brother took the lead and discovered a suspicious earthen hole. Resuming his human form, he crouched down and picked up a small tuft of red fur. Chen Mo approached and took it from him. Is this fox fur? Yes. The Wolf Brother confirmed. Chen Mo attentively observed the footprints on the ground. Fresh tracks, marked by deep impressions, unmistakably new. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted a nearby forest of cedar needles. Pursue. This chase lasted for nearly half a day. In the valley, a group of pallid-skinned individuals rested beneath a small grove of cloud pines. They had exerted considerable effort to finally capture their intended prey, and as the sun began to set, they would continue their journey. The red-haired youth, bound hand and foot to a wooden pole, writhed on the ground like an insect, shouting, "I want water. I'm dying of thirst." Ignored, his cries grew louder until he received several punches to his abdomen, prompting him to dry heave and fall silent. The bat-eared beings were equally frustrated. It took them 9 arduous days to capture this fox, and despite having gained human form, they still harbored a dislike for sunlight. Lacking the motivation to hunt during the day, they had yet to find a natural cave nearby, and their expressions were one of fatigue. As the light gradually dimmed, a few scattered stars appeared in the murky northern sky, and the bat-eared individuals began to regain their energy. Many started to move their bodies, preparing to transform and hunt small beasts in the ravine and on the opposite hillside. Before the leader could issue a command, one individual eagerly transformed, flapping their wings in the air. The leader glanced at several tribe members, who nodded instinctively, observing as he transformed and led a flock of bats toward the valley below. The youth realized his opportunity had come. The ropes binding him were merely long strands of dry grass. If he transformed, he could bite through them. And he still had enough strength left for one transformation. With his speed, he might just manage to shake off these bat-eared pursuers. As a rabbit mouse poked its head out, the youth saw his chance. 2 famished bat-eared beings simultaneously transformed and dove toward it. The attention of the others was drawn to that direction, and the fox-eared youth immediately transformed, but before he could gnaw through the grass ropes, his form shrank, allowing him to free his forelimbs. He had no time to berate his captors for their stupidity as he dashed uphill without a backward glance. After running a few dozen meters, he heard shouts behind him. Fearful of looking back, he exerted all his strength to ascend the mountain, yet the sound of flapping wings grew increasingly distinct, while his legs felt as heavy as lead. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and the transformation caused him to faint from hunger. Before the 6 bats even landed, faint sounds pierced the air. The bats instinctively scattered. But 3 were struck, arrows quivering in their small bodies as they fell to the ground and reverted to their human forms, clutching their wounds and wailing. Only then did the remaining bats notice a group of people hidden behind some rocks on the hillside, rushing toward them. Rather than fleeing, they took to the skies. Observing Chen Mo and his companions, Chen Mo and his group charged down, looking up at the remaining bats. Chen Mo recalled that bats could communicate via sound waves, perhaps calling for reinforcements. The wingspan of the bats before him exceeded his understanding. He remembered that the largest bats on Earth had a wingspan of about 1.8 meters. Yet these creatures boasted at least a 4-meter span, their bodies exceeding half a meter in length, with prominent fangs. No wonder even medium to large herbivores like mountain goats and deer were part of their diet. Chen Mo's group encircled the unconscious fox youth. Lu Ming attempted to launch projectiles at the bats soaring above, but the results were disappointing. Previously, they had relied on the terrain to fortuitously strike 2 of them. Chen Mo crouched down to inspect the fainted fox youth, flipping him over to observe his features, a delicate, oval face with a touch of allure. Easily mistaken for a girl at first glance, only to reveal he was indeed male. "Leader," Lu Ming called out, prompting Chen Mo to stand and look down the mountain. Indeed, a swarm of bats was flying toward them. Chen Mo smirked coldly, nocking an arrow and preparing for action. Even the members of the mountain goat tribe behind him retrieved stones, ready to throw. They typically relied on throwing stones to drive away fierce beasts in their human forms. As the swarm of bats approached, they did not rush to attack, but hovered ominously in the air, seemingly assessing their combat capabilities. Noticing the variety of beast ears among them, they refrained from transforming, concluding they were likely slave ears. The bat leader issued a tentative attack command. Sensing that a bite from their fangs would quickly teach the slave ears the meaning of fear. Release. Whoosh. Several arrows shot forth, followed closely by a volley of spears. The diving bats did not evade, thinking the thrown sticks posed no threat. As arrows pierced their bodies, they would learn the harsh lesson of ignorance. Several bats plummeted. Yet it was not enough to deter the swarm from attacking. Thud, thud, thud. A few shield bearers blocked the bats' dive, and those that collided with the shields were disoriented, crashing to the ground, while the other hand of the shield bearers ruthlessly impaled them with their spears. Chen Mo, holding his bow, had no time to shoot. Instead, he drew a bronze axe from his waist, seizing the moment to swing upward with all his might, disemboweling a bat. Another bat, seizing the opportunity as Chen Mo withdrew, attempted to bite his neck, but the wolf brother, transformed and leaping, crushed the bat's skull. Looking up, the wolf brother saw his elder brother throwing the axe toward him, the weapon tracing an arc through the air. A bat fell before him, reverting to its human form, sitting up and staring at the bronze axe embedded in its chest, confusion and resentment filling its eyes. With the wolf brother providing cover, Chen Mo swiftly unleashed the remaining arrows from his quiver, while other archers, in coordination with the shield bearers and the deer-eared archers, filled the air with the sounds of twanging bowstrings as they released their arrows. Not long into the battle, the bats found themselves at a disadvantage. The leader emitted a unique sound wave, prompting the bats to retreat. Lu Ming and his companions were not yet satisfied with the kill. As the enemy began to flee, they hurled their spears in an attempt to claim more trophies. A wave of over 50 bats swooped down, claiming over 20 heads, as the only ace pilot of the beast-eared tribe hastily escaped. Chen Mo took the battle axe from the wolf brother, watching the fleeing bats with a sense of ennui. Their opponents shattered upon contact. Aside from showcasing the rapid firing advantage of their bows, their newly crafted leather armor had yet to reveal its efficacy before the enemy retreated. Ultimately, only the injured members of the mountain goat tribe remained, having sustained bites to their necks and faces, yet they appeared invigorated, triumphant in their victory over the enemy. Chen Mo remained unfazed by the outcome, finding no surprise in it. These bats, while larger, were no match for direct combat. Their nighttime ambushes were more effective. But in a head-on confrontation, they were no better than the fierce birds of prey above the ancestral mountains. Only large beast tribes could instill a true sense of oppression upon the weapon tribe, allowing the utility of armor and shields to manifest. In the rocky forest, do you desire bows? Chen Mo mused, stroking his chin. The three leaders of the mountain goat tribe nodded in unison. Knowing that bows could strike airborne foes with greater accuracy than throwing stones, for they feared the giant birds of prey, Chen Mo decisively shook his head. Leaving the three men disheartened with a sigh, the weapon tribe was still exploring the potential of individual bows, making a trade unlikely. Before departing, Chen Mo applied herbal remedies to the injured members of the mountain goat tribe. Grateful, they regarded Chen Mo with newfound respect and admiration for his healing skills. Their disappointment over the failed bow trade dissipating as they left behind 10 heads of wild mountain goats as a token of exchange for the weapon tribe. Before leaving, they hoped Chen Mo would agree to exchange some bamboo-crafted tools for sheep pelts and wild mountain goats in a few days, to which Chen Mo acquiesced. Just as the mountain goat tribe departed, his kin approached Chen Mo, announcing, "Leader, the fox-eared youth has awakened." As I approached the small bamboo dwelling of the deer-ear tribe, I lifted the animal skin curtain, revealing a scene of sheer incredulity. The youth before me, his mouth agape, stared in astonishment at the boy who stood amidst a pile of gnawed bones, devoid of any remnants of meat. A hearty appetite indeed. Chen Mo's arrival did not capture the boy's attention. He remained engrossed in devouring a leg of lamb. It was only after Chen Mo cleared his throat that the boy lifted his gaze, mumbling indistinctly, "Are you one of the newer people?" Chen Mo's expression hardened. Feeling a flicker of disdain, did the boy perceive his assistance as a tarnish upon the dignity of his noble beast-human lineage? The youth shook his head, swallowing the morsel in his mouth, and then performed an unexpected gesture that left both Chen Mo and him astonished, placing his hands over his heart. He bowed his head to the ground, proclaiming, "May our clan's totem bless you, kind wolf ear." This fellow possessed a rather peculiar mindset, almost with an air of the mystical, seemingly harboring no prejudice against the newer people. His earlier inquiry had merely been instinctive. "Who are you? Where do you hail from?" The boy offered no answer, his gaze fixated intently on Chen Mo. The latter instinctively recoiled, although the wolf-ear folk bore an aesthetic resemblance to humans. He had no intention of being misinterpreted. "Your speech flows smoothly, your tone resembles that of my sister, and you utter words unfamiliar to me," the boy remarked earnestly. Chen Mo's eyelids twitched slightly. "Who is your sister?" "Tushan Yaiwe," he replied. "Other tribes refer to her as the Great Divine Mandate." Upon hearing that name, Chen Mo's lips twitched. It seemed that mere mention of that esteemed figure had unwittingly entangled him in an unforeseen fate. Still undeveloped, he wished to avoid becoming embroiled in excessive complications. Does the Great Divine Mandate possess a third tail? Chen Mo couldn't help but indulge in a moment of curiosity. Recalling the regal aura of the three-tailed white fox he had encountered in the Qingyo Valley, such stature surely commanded respect. The boy appeared to recall something dreadful, shaking his head repeatedly, his eyes reflecting a hint of distaste. "That is the Qingxiu fox. We are Tushan foxes, not of the same clan." Was it mere coincidence? Or did every realm's foxes hold a fondness for the names Qingxiu and Tushan? Observing the expression of the fox-ear boy, it was evident that there existed a considerable enmity between the two clans. Refraining from further inquiries, Chen Mo asked, "How did you come to be here? Pursued by the bat beast-ear tribe?" The fox-ear youth shook his head, a veil of unspoken struggles shadowing his features. Chen Mo chose not to press further. Recognizing that the bat-ear tribe likely captured him due to his Tushan fox identity, they would not easily let him slip away. The boy's eyes brightened, his gaze on Chen Mo now fervent. "Wolf brother, you are quite astute, just like my sister. Please, help me." A chill ran down Chen Mo's spine, prompting him to step back slightly. This fellow seemed to mention his sister at every turn. Was he perhaps infatuated? "Our small clan cannot offer you much assistance. We can at most escort you to the eastern edge of our territory." The boy sighed deeply, appearing conflicted. After much hesitation, he bit his lip and declared, "Wolf brother, if you assist me, the Tushan clan shall protect your tribe for generations to come. I swear this in the name of our ancestral totem." The names Tushan Fox and High Priest held significant weight. Should he be able to leverage them, it would greatly benefit his clan's future. First, tell me what you seek. Help me find a fox. What a peculiar frequency of disappearances in this beast ear world. The squirrel ear tribe had lost their sacred beast. And now another Tushan Fox ear tribe was in distress. Chen Mo inwardly scoffed. A native fox? The boy's eyes flickered momentarily before he nodded in affirmation. Yes. Where are your kin? Did the Tushan Foxes send you alone to search? Chen Mo detected a discrepancy. The boy blinked, scratching his head, and stammered, "I lost them." A fox prone to fibbing, clearly trained in the art of deception, likely learned from the older males of his kin. Where was the last known location of your kin? Within the territory of the Pangolin tribe. Chapter 51, The Tushan Dance. The leader of the Chi tribe returned, accompanied by several members of the Deer Ear tribe and of Fox Ear youth, along with a dozen or so rock sheep. The Mouse Ear tribe slaves, including Mousta, were in awe of the leader's prowess, as he consistently returned with substantial spoils. Today, the leader's rabbit-eared woman visited the Mouse Ear tribe members, announcing that their labor in digging pits had earned them the right to construct houses within designated areas. Mousta and his companions were not skilled in building. And just as he pondered this dilemma, a male mouse ear approached him. Unlike the 6 mice, he belonged to the wild rabbit mouse clan, distinguished by his large ears and gentle demeanor. "You will need to gather your own bamboo. Once you have enough, come find me, and I will teach you how to lay the foundations," the man cheerfully stated, placing 2 stone axes down before departing. Mousta sat in a daze, glancing at his grass hut. Living within felt rather pleasant. Previously, they had only been able to dig a pit on the periphery of the tribe's cave to sleep in, gnawing on grass roots, with occasional bones awarded by the chieftain. Now, living in the Chi tribe, they labored diligently each day, yet every couple of days. They were rewarded with fish, and occasionally, to celebrate the chieftain's victories in battle, they feasted on mutton, chicken, and bird eggs. "Mousta, are we going out?" Mouseair inquired cautiously. Mousta nodded, retrieving the stone axe from the ground. He was familiar with its usage, having assisted in setting bamboo spikes in the pit a few days prior. The 6 of them approached the bamboo gate with trepidation, garnering little attention from the people passing by, most of whom were seated at their bamboo huts, toiling with animal hides, while women could be seen throwing furs into large clay pots and vigorously kneading them. Upon reaching the entrance, the man atop the watchtower merely cast a glance their way, showing no inclination to intervene. As the 6 mouse ear men crossed the bamboo bridge, Mousen could not contain his excitement, calling out loudly, only to be met with a gentle reprimand from Mousta, who tapped him on the head. Mousen scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "They're not attacking us?" "They never have." Mousta glared at him, warning him to remain silent. The mouse ear members huddled close to Mousta, whispering, "Shall we flee?" The others overheard, looking at Mousta, waiting for his decision. He remained silent, glancing back at the bamboo wall. They were akin to them, providing food, allowing them to survive here. In agreement, the group nodded. Their survival had stemmed from fighting alongside the chieftain. Unable to beast transform and timid by nature, they had been captured. They had anticipated a descent into darkness, yet here, they had not faced any unwarranted beatings. "Long live the chieftain. I wish to follow him," exclaimed Mousta, brandishing his stone axe as he strode toward the northern bamboo forest. The others pondered briefly, realizing Mousta was correct. As slaves in other tribes, they would only be bullied or worse, sacrificed. Only Mouseair still yearned for freedom, but seeing his brothers follow Mousta, he hesitated before hastily joining their ranks. Inside the bamboo dwelling, Tushan Wu, the Tushan red fox that Chen Mo had rescued, marveled at the stone firewall. Alternating between curiosity about the fireplace and lounging on the bamboo recliner, her eyes lighting up as she lay down, reluctant to rise. Occasionally, she would tap her feet against the ground, causing the recliner to sway, her eyes half closed in blissful enjoyment. Tushan Wu's name symbolized her status within the clan, for she was the one responsible for leading the dance during rituals, undoubtedly a figure of considerable importance. Chen Mo had agreed to aid Tushan Wu's request while en route to the 100 caves of the ancestral mountain to seek the Pangolin tribe, viewing it as a favor to be granted. It was only upon his entrance that Tushan Wu opened her eyes. Chen Mo smiled. "You learn quickly," mastering the essence of the recliner in no time. Wrapped in a burlap skirt, unlike her previous state of undress, she opened her fox-like eyes wide, nearly bouncing with excitement. "Your tribe possesses many intriguing artifacts." Chen Mo shrugged his shoulders, recalling having heard from the sage of the wise market that your large clans also craft tools for the ear people. However, during his time at the Green Bull Valley, he encountered naught but useless implements. Tushan Wu shook his head in response. we cannot frequently utilize tools. There are rumors that the ape-ear people often forge them, and many of their kin undergo beastification in a remarkably short span of time, which instills considerable fear among us. This rumor was validated by the Sage of Green Bull a few years prior, leading many clans to adopt a blanket policy of abandoning toolmaking, often opting instead to barter with the ape-ear clan for their wares, which were then entrusted to the ear people within their own ranks. Indeed, in the early stages, the production of tools proves less straightforward and brutal than succumbing to beastification. From their perspective, this choice is not without justification for the sake of survival. Rest well. I have conferred with the clansmen, and we shall depart for 100 Caves Mountain in 2 days. Tu Shan Wu, full of vitality, expressed keen interest in everything pertaining to the Tool tribe, particularly the rhythmic drumming he heard upon entering their domain. What is that thumping sound? Drums. Do you not possess any in Tushan? Chen Mo was aware that the Sage of Green Bull fashioned bone flutes, which are a tad more intricate than drums. Following the natural progression of development, drums likely exist among other tribes. Tu Shan Wu shook his head. No, take me to see. In the evening, you shall see. However, I have matters to attend to, and you have not fully recuperated. Remain here and do not wander. Chen Mo's tone grew serious, and Tu Shan Wu scratched his head, refraining from retorting, well aware that each tribe has its own customs, and that one cannot afford to irk Chen Mo when seeking assistance. Upon leaving the bamboo hut, Chen Mo instructed the nearby wolf-ear clansman to keep a watchful eye on Tu Shan Wu and prevent him from straying. Bong, who felt he had gained a bit of weight, waddled over to Chen Mo, coming to lodge a complaint. He had ventured into the bamboo forest today, utilizing his beastification abilities to discover delectable bamboo shoots, only to have a significant portion pilfered by Chun Yu and her entourage. Chen Mo was already privy to this incident. Bong, true to his wild boar lineage, possessed remarkable foraging skills. He recalled that in the southern regions of Huaxia, there were individuals who specifically raised pigs to scour the forests for truffles. I remember your contribution. With winter fast approaching, we shall slaughter 2 sheep tonight to reward the clansmen. I will grant you half a sheep's hide. Do not be so stingy. Chen Mo jestingly kicked Bong. As winter set in, the cold resistance of the beast ear people, albeit slightly superior to that of humans in Chen Mo's previous life, did not eliminate their susceptibility to the chill without fur. Bong, upon being kicked, merely grinned broadly, knowing this was a sign of the chief's approval of his actions. He rubbed his hands together and said, Chief, I have no woman. Can you have another woman assist me in sewing a piece of beast skin? He pointed at the wool vest Chen Mo wore. Certainly, but if you wish for others to assist you, you must provide them with compensation. What is compensation? Bong's small eyes gleamed with curiosity. When someone helps you, you offer them some food or other items in exchange. Chen Mo patiently explained, and Bong understood, grinning as he sought someone to assist him. As the tribe continued to grow, it became imperative to establish a formal system for property and distribution, a task he would undertake upon returning from 100 Caves Mountain. Returning to the bamboo hut, Xiao Miaoyu was meticulously carving something onto a bamboo slip with a small stone knife, while a little squirrel perched on her shoulder, clasping its paws and watching, occasionally shaking its head, seemingly unimpressed by her skills. Upon hearing footsteps, Xiao Miaoyu turned to see Chen Mo, lifting the bamboo slip as she approached him. Eager for his approval, Chen Mo glanced at it, noting the depiction of a cat's face, and generously praised her efforts. Very nice. Keep up the good work. Miaoyu shot a dismissive glance at the little squirrel on her shoulder, emitting a huff, while the squirrel, aware she was showing off, refused to stoop to compete with the little one, knowing her carving skills were rather basic. Chen Mo gently poked the little squirrel and said softly, For the next couple of days, you cannot go outside. Stay here obediently. He was concerned that Tu Shan Wu might recognize the little squirrel, as there was certainly interaction between the larger clans, and he wanted to avoid any complications. Miao Yu promised on behalf of the squirrel, I will listen. Good. Shin Yu returned, having brought back a bounty of bamboo shoots, having filled several baskets with the help of the women. The women from the Wolf-Ear clan, capable of beastification, also managed to catch a few pheasants, yielding a substantial harvest. The two embraced affectionately for a moment, but upon hearing Chen Mo mention another impending journey, she felt a twinge of unhappiness, concerned about the dangers outside. After this trip, I won't travel far again until winter is fully upon us, Chen Mo assured her. The little rabbit was merely worried and did not wish to interfere with Chen Mo's decisions. As the evening glow spread across the sky, Chen Mo observed the frowning Xiong Chu Mo consuming strips of cut bamboo shoots, chuckling softly. If you dislike them, so be it. The pheasant stew will be ready shortly. Fresh bamboo shoots require soaking in water to eliminate some of their bitterness. Additionally, Chen Mo taught Chen Yu and the others to soak them in brine, which would extend their shelf life. Xiong Chu Mo shook his head. Even food enthusiasts have their dislikes. He preferred berries over vegetarian fare, deeming bamboo shoots unpalatable. While Chun Yu and the antelope-eared twins savored their meal heartily. The bamboo shoot season spans from June to October, but spring and winter shoots are renowned for their tender flavor. Influenced by his wolf lineage, Chen Mo also found the texture lacking. Mo, why not take me with you? The hefty fellow lamented Chen Mo's decision to depart without him, expressing his discontent candidly. Chen Mo intended to bring along the wolf brother and Song, selecting 6 skilled archers from the tribe, as well as 5 from the Deer Ear clan borrowed from the Deer Woman, which left Xiong Chu Mo feeling somewhat dejected. Chen Mo offered words of solace, explaining that the hefty build of Xiong Chu Mo was not well suited for the battles at 100 Caves Mountain. Ultimately, he concluded, the task of guarding the tribe is of utmost importance. Protect our home well, and when I return with copper ore, I shall craft you a new weapon. Instantly, Xiong Chu Mo's spirits lifted, and he thumped his chest, vowing to vigilantly safeguard the tribe. The campfire blazed brightly as the tribe celebrated a recent victory against the Bat Ear clan, having slain a mountain goat as a reward. After the battle, the promise of rewards ensured the tribesmen's genuine willingness to follow. The clansmen danced around the fire, with the wolf sister beating her cowhide drum in rhythm with 2 snakeskin drums, her sense of rhythm surprisingly adept, as it did not sound like mere chaos, but rather as if she possessed her own understanding of the art. Tu Shan Wu, that fellow, emerged from who knows where, living up to his name as he twirled and leaped around the campfire, his movements light and agile, occasionally engaging in exaggerated backbends that elicited raucous cheers from the Tool tribe. The innate talent of the Fox clan was undeniable. The sweat-drenched youth plopped down beside Chen Mo and Xiong Chu Mo, flicking his hair behind his ears and immediately grabbing a piece of goat bone from the jar in front of Xiong Chu Mo, gnawing on it voraciously. Xiong Chu Mo glared at him fiercely. Bears are known for their temper, and only Chen Mo was allowed to share his food. Tu Shan Wu, realizing his faux pas, grinned sheepishly. Bear, do not be angry. I know a robust bear ear woman. Xiong Chu Mo's expression shifted instantly. Ever since the demise of the woman from Song Mountain, he had felt lonely during this period. Where is she? Watching Tu Shan Wu and Xiong Chu Mo huddled together, exchanging whispers, their smiles growing increasingly mischievous. Chen Mo was taken aback by this unusually familiar beast ear person, who displayed no bias toward the ear people, vivacious and magnanimous. Tu Shan Wu seemed to be a commendable companion. Ban, with a distressed expression, sought out Chen Mo. That night, he had assisted Chen Mo in breaking down the red areas of the cinnabar or in separating the crushed cinnabar stones. Chen Mo had hurried off to the stone forest, and now Ban reported, the cinnabar burned. It merely blackened and produced smoke, with no other changes. You burned it? Chen Mo could not help but chuckle. This fellow seemed to want to burn everything he encountered. Cinnabar contains mercury, so he likely attempted to burn a small amount without any significant issue. Not all stones are suitable for burning, and some are toxic. The 2 individuals engaged in conversation for a while, discussing the intricate process by which Zhu Sha extracts fine sand. Chen Mo, lacking knowledge on the subject, suggested that Ban wash it with water or perhaps boil it. Observing the precipitate, the method of boiling water and using stones is one that humanity has employed for thousands of years, with consistent success. Ban's curiosity is indeed a positive sign. With gradual guidance, he has the potential to become remarkable. Chen Mo refrained from discouraging him, endeavoring to impart the scant knowledge of alchemy that he possessed. 2 days later, Chen Mo departed with his companions, determined to return with copper ore. The area known as Baidong Mountain, a place rife with caves, made it unlikely to find pangolins, so he resolved to search for them himself until he was satisfied. Chapter 52. The snowy giant wolf Baidong Mountain is not merely a single mountain, but rather a sprawling range, home to numerous tribes, primarily those who favor subterranean dwellings. During this period, the Bat Ear tribe has been particularly active, causing many smaller tribes to refrain from wandering too far. A flock of birds migrating from the north circled above a lake not far south of Baidong Mountain. They would linger for a time before continuing their journey southward in search of a suitable climate for wintering. From the reeds by the lakeside, several arrows flew forth. With only one striking a snow-white bird, 3 figures darted out to collect their prize. Song, your aim is impeccable. How do you manage it? Song, with a stoic expression, simply replied, practice more. The trio returned to the temporary encampment of the Chi tribe, beneath the vast banyan tree, where Tu Shan Wu was rhythmically striking a snakeskin drum. This was a favor he had begged from Chen Mo while clinging to his leg in tears. The more Chen Mo learned about Tu Shan Wu, the more he realized that this individual was not only cheerful but also remarkably thick-skinned, unable to withstand his incessant chatter. Thus, upon leaving the tribe, he gifted him one. During their travels, they primarily subsisted on roasted meat, as only a handful of individuals carried small clay pots, merely for boiling water. Chen Mo urged his tribesmen to avoid drinking unboiled water. When Tu Shan-Wu observed Chen Mo using flint to kindle fire, he was taken aback. You understand firestones. He had believed that the Qi tribe's fire was merely a preserved natural ember. Does your Tushan tribe also utilize this method to start fires? Chen Mo retorted. Tu Shan-Wu nodded, explaining that his elder sister had told him that the practice of using flint for fire was passed down from the Fire Ape clan, whose priests claimed to be shamans. One day, their fire had ignited the earth, ravaging the forests, leading to their expulsion by the 100 tribes. And their whereabouts thereafter remained unknown. Many tribes held an aversion to fire. How can civilization ignite without fire? Chen Mo inquired. Then does your Tushan clan still relish raw meat? He asked with curiosity. Tu Shan-Wu shook his head. My sister insists we eat roasted meat. Chen Mo chuckled softly, pondering how, despite their professed dislike for fire, the larger tribes still consumed cooked meat. Clearly, they had recognized the benefits of eating well-cooked food. The expulsion of the Fire Ape clan must have had other underlying reasons. Fire was merely a pretext. As lunch concluded, the group continued along the northern shore of the lake. If the Song-Ear tribe's elder Song had spoken correctly, they had traversed 3 days of a 4-day journey and should soon reach Baidong Mountain. Not long after, they observed a large herd of white rhinoceroses by the lakeside. The group had no intention of hunting, opting to steer clear of the colossal creatures to avoid any misunderstandings. The ancestral mountains to the north visibly decreased in height. Nearly there, Tu Shan-Wu bounced along, his spirits noticeably elevated. However, Song and the wolf brother at the front of the group came to a halt, crouching down as if they had discovered something. Chen Mo and Tu Shan-Wu approached, inquiring, "What is it?" Song pointed to the bloodstains on the ground, and Chen Mo caught the scent of wolves. The blood was fresh, and judging by the disarray of footprints, a skirmish among the beasts had recently occurred here. That mountain. I remember it. Beyond it lies Baidong Mountain. Tu Shan-Wu interrupted Chen Mo's thoughts. The group looked up to see a modest peak, which, under the dusk, resembled a colossal beast lying in wait, exuding an aura of danger. We shall enter the mountain and find a place to spend the night. Just as the last rays of sunlight faded, the group reached the foot of the mountain, all on high alert as they entered unfamiliar territory. The air thick with various scents that demanded vigilance. Tu Shan, who had visited this place once before, and under his guidance, the group traversed a thicket at the mountain's base, entering a deciduous forest. For Chen Mo, it was his first encounter with a deciduous broadleaf forest in the southern ancestral mountains. The sound of crunching leaves beneath their feet set the beast-ear people on edge. Fortunately, Tu Shan-Wu had a sharp memory and soon led them to a sloping rock formation where a cave, obscured by weeds, came into view. Tu Shan-Wu seemed quite familiar with this location, a dwelling of a mountain fox tribe. However, when Tu Shan-Wu called out in a fox's voice, there was no reply. The group immediately detected the scent of wolves. Tu Shan-Wu let out a few low howls, but the cave remained silent. He cautiously approached the entrance and sniffed, and suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes emerged from the dark depths. Tu Shan-Wu's skin prickled with fear, and he stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding a wolf's jaws that snapped at the air where he had just stood. A massive wolf then stepped out of the cave, its length exceeding 2 meters. Baring its teeth, it advanced slowly towards the entrance. Chen Mo and the others raised their spears, noting that it was the only wolf present. Chen Mo found himself admiring its courage for not fleeing immediately in the face of so many. The wolf brother's nose twitched, and he spoke up. "Chief, it seems she has recently given birth. Listen." Chen Mo's ears perked up, and indeed, faint whimpering sounds emanated from within the cave. The wolf brother continued. "The bloodstains down the mountain belong to her." The mother wolf growled menacingly, her gaze darting toward the cave, clearly agitated. She realized that Chen Mo and the others had discovered her pups and had intended to lure the beast-ear people away. Song suddenly spoke up. "Chief, let her be." The usually stoic Song's plea astonished those around him, and they turned to Chen Mo, awaiting his decision. It was the first time Chen Mo had heard Song plead for mercy. He did not inquire about the reasoning behind it. Having witnessed Song's dedication to the tribe, he felt inclined to grant a request that did not disrupt the greater scheme of things. Tu Shan-Wu chimed in. "If she doesn't leave, it will be dark soon, and we won't find a better place to spend the night." The wolf brother added, "This is simple. I will communicate with her." With that, he transformed into his beast form and approached. The beastly wolf brother was smaller than the mother wolf, and the two wolves engaged in a low growl, negotiating. Chen Mo turned to Tu Shan-Wu, asking, "What kind of wolves are they?" Tu Shan-Wu shook his head. "I have never seen such giant wolves. Neither the ancestral mountains nor the Moon River have encountered them." The mother wolf relented. Recognizing that she was outnumbered, she retreated into the cave, allowing Chen Mo and the others to enter one by one. The cave was spacious, extending at least 7 or 8 meters from the entrance to its center, and it was permeated with the scent of foxes. As the group looked up, they saw the mother wolf leap onto a small platform formed by a protrusion in the cave wall. The whimpering of her pups resonated from above. And the mother wolf lay down, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Mo and his companions. Tu Shanwu circled around and discovered some fox fur, a few small clay pots, and scattered bones in the corner. They had arrived. For Tu Shanwu, this was promising news. He had previously feared that the mountain fox tribe had met with misfortune, but it appeared they had migrated in an orderly fashion. The reasons for their departure from their homeland remained unknown. Chen Mo instructed the group to start a fire, while Tsang volunteered to patrol the cave entrance with 2 others. As the flames illuminated the cave, the mother wolf emitted low growls of discontent but was powerless to change her situation. Soon, the food was roasted to perfection, filling the cave with the enticing aroma of cooked meat. The mother wolf, who had not eaten for several days and had recently engaged in a skirmish with other native beasts, raised her head to stare intently at Chen Mo and the others, her postpartum body yearning for nourishment. Chen Mo noticed its gaze and tossed the bird leg he held into the air. The she-wolf opened her mouth and caught it with precision, burying her head to gnaw on it. After consuming one, she was still unsatisfied, poking her head out to continue watching Chen Mo and the others. The wolf brother also threw up the half-eaten roasted rabbit he held. Food was scarce. Only Chen Mo and the wolf brother were willing to share a bit with the she-wolf, while the others quickly finished their meals and instinctively sought a place to rest and regain their strength. The night passed in silence. When Chen Mo awoke, he discovered Song crouched on the ground, while the she-wolf stood before him, lowering her head to lick the water in the bamboo tube. The daylight revealed that this enormous wolf's fur should be white. At first glance, the dirt and dust on her fur had given the impression of gray. Song stood up and spoke voluntarily. "Chief, she is of my kin." Chen Mo glanced at Song's wolf ears, which indeed resembled those of the she-wolf. Differing only in color, Song's were gray. Song softly spoke, "My mother is from the snow giant wolf tribe, and my father is from the wild gray wolf tribe." A hint of sorrow crossed the young man's face. The snow giant wolf, Chen Mo had a vague recollection, perhaps from tales told by the tribe's shaman during his childhood, that the snow giant wolves inhabited the distant northern plains. "Did your mother come from the northern snowfields to the wilderness?" "Yes." As Chen Mo gazed at the snow giant wolf before him, it struck him that she too must have journeyed from the snowfields to the ancestral mountains of the wilderness, and then to the south of the ancestral mountains. He wondered how she had accomplished such a feat. "I failed to beastify. My mother escorted me to Mirror Lake and perished on the way." Perhaps sensing Tsang's sorrow, the snow giant wolf raised her head and licked the back of Tsang's hand. Tsang, rarely showing a smile, patted the snow giant wolf's head. Chen Mo noticed the wound on the snow giant wolf's hind leg and retrieved the burlap bag from his waist. The snow giant wolf was quite intelligent. Sensing the goodwill from Chen Mo and the others, she did not struggle or resist, lying still on the ground to allow Chen Mo to tend to her injury. The tribe had important matters to attend to and could not linger for long. Song and Chen Mo left a bag of jerky for the snow giant wolf, hoping for her good fortune and avoiding other ferocious beasts, and the group set off once more. Chapter 53, Just Beneath Our Feet? What the hell? What the hell? Tu Shanwu echoed, specifically asking, "What does that mean?" Chen Mo was too lazy to explain. It was the essence of the Chinese language. Ponder it slowly. His exclamation stemmed from the towering mountains before him, whereby Dong Mountain stood out among the peaks, its outline obscured at such close proximity. Below lay vast expanses of ancient tree forests, making the search for the Pangolin tribe a formidable challenge. Tu Shanwu shrugged. "I know approximately where the Pangolin tribe is, but I cannot guarantee they're still there. Follow me." The group, feeling apprehensive, ventured into the forest, where light filtered through the dense foliage, and the air was imbued with a decaying scent. Fortunately, the path beneath their feet seemed frequently traversed, making their journey less arduous. "Watch out for insects. Do not touch the plants indiscriminately," Tu Shanwu kindly reminded. Chen Mo and the others understood the survival rules of the wild mountains. Their nerves taut as they tread upon the ground littered with withered branches, avoiding the exaggeratedly large insects that occasionally scurried past. The group, generally wary of the original beasts, encountered no danger along the way, quickly arriving beneath a massive tree. Chen Mo estimated its diameter to exceed 6 or 7 meters, and he could not discern its height when looking up. Surrounding the giant tree was a clear patch of land, though the canopy still obscured the sky, allowing only scant sunlight to filter through, barely sustaining the herbaceous plants beneath. "There is a colony of tree rabbits here. Let me ask them." Tu Shanwu whispered in Chen Mo's ear. Chen Mo nodded, having noticed traces of beast-eared people's activities nearby. The tree hole, over a meter high, was clearly not naturally formed. Even the old sow would envy their reproductive capabilities. Wherever they go, there are rabbit-eared folk. Tu Shanwu approached the tree hole and called out a few times. After waiting for a moment without response, just as Tu Shanwu prepared to beastify and enter, 2 short-eared brown-furred rabbits sprang out. The 2 rabbits bounded forth, transforming back into two naked, buck-toothed youths, their faces speckled with freckles. They scan the area, their expressions turning wary. Noble Tushan Fox, who are they? Tushan Wu smiled slightly. Do not be alarmed. They are my people. Upon hearing this, the two rabbit-eared youths relaxed their tense bodies. You must leave quickly. The bats will come out when it gets dark. The rabbit-eared youth spoke urgently, glancing around to ensure no anomalies were present. Tushan Wu grew serious. I ask you, have you seen the fox I am searching for? The two rabbit-eared individuals shook their heads in unison. You have asked before. Tushan Wu felt a tinge of disappointment, but did not forget to inquire about the pangolins. Is the pangolin tribe still on the mountain? We don't know. The chief does not allow us to wander, and everyone stays in the cave. Chen Mo observed their conversation, his mind racing. It was implausible for this group of beast-eared people to remain in beast form for long. Could their entire tribe be squeezed into just one tree hole? There must be other caverns or spaces beneath the tree hole. Mo? Tushan Wu waved his hand before Chen Mo, who snapped back to reality, only to discover the two rabbit-eared youths had vanished. Have they returned? Yes, they know nothing, just like last time I came here. Tushan Wu's mood dipped. Chen Mo patted his shoulder, attempting to console him. The ancestral mountains are vast. It is too difficult for you to find them alone. Return and seek assistance from your kin. Tushan Wu, usually a lively youth, now wore a face of bitterness and helplessness, leaving Chen Mo unsure how to comfort him. The wolf brother had originally stood beside Song, while the attention of the other tribesfolk was focused on Chen Mo and his companion. Only he and Song remained instinctively vigilant of their surroundings. The wolf tribe's keen perception made him feel as though he sensed a gaze upon them. Suddenly, he turned around and looked up. A fiery red figure stood there. A fox. As the wolf brother shouted, everyone immediately turned their gazes in the direction he indicated. A flash of red dashed toward the north. Before Chen Mo could react, a gust of wind swept past him. Tushan Wu, having beastified at some point, chased after it at incredible speed. Tushan Wu. Chen Mo called out, wanting to pursue, but after a few steps, he realized that within the dense forest, Tushan Wu had already vanished from sight. The group halted, unsure of what to do next. The soul guide was gone, leaving Chen Mo feeling helpless. Song approached to remind him, Chief, that group of rabbits should know something. Chen Mo nodded and led Song and the others to the tree hole, shouting a few calls. But no one from the rabbit-eared tribe emerged. Song suggested he should go inside to check, but Chen Mo stopped his impulsive behavior, knowing that a tribe residing in such a place would undoubtedly have means to protect their territory. Venturing inside might lead to unforeseen dangers. Chief, what should we do? Let us wait. Chen Mo decided to hold off on any action, believing that if Tushan Wu could not catch up, he would likely return. If he had succeeded, he would not forget about their group. At least, he hoped so. Waiting indefinitely was not a viable option. Chen Mo instructed Song to gather dry branches. If Tushan Wu did not return, he would resort to force, smoke the tree hole out. He was not afraid they would not emerge. In this primitive era, moral constraints would not allow one to survive. Sometimes, one must play the role of a ruthless villain to rise to power. Time ticked away, and just as Chen Mo and the others were about to exhaust their patience, it was Song who first noticed something. Chief, look. Chen Mo, who had been crouched down studying fungi, turned to see the fiery fox's figure reappear on the tree. Chen Mo saw clearly, a brilliantly red-furred fox, tilting its head as it gazed at him, seemingly trying to ascertain something. The people surrounding Chen Mo grew restless. Chen Mo whispered sharply, everyone stay still. Let us see what it intends to do. The group stared wide-eyed at the fox, like a standoff between predator and prey. Yet there was no sign of Tushan Wu's return. That fellow was probably lost. This fox was quite formidable. Having shaken off Tushan Wu, it still managed to return. But why had it come back? Just as Chen Mo's curiosity about the fox's motives peaked, the fox stirred. It leapt down from the tree and approached Chen Mo with graceful steps. Graceful, a word Chen Mo had never before applied to a fox in this world. Everyone's eyes widened in fascination, frozen as if captured in a painting, watching the fox inch closer until it finally stopped before Chen Mo. The fox and man locked eyes. Chen Mo thought he must be hallucinating. The fox seemed to transform into a lithe, elegant fox-tailed maiden. Her skin as pale and smooth as jade, though her features remained indistinct. The maiden knelt and slowly crawled toward him. Chen Mo. A silvery bell-like voice whispered in his ear, prompting an instinctive reply. Who are you? Reaching out to stroke the maiden's face. Chen Mo was abruptly interrupted by shouts from Lang Di and the others. Chief. Startled, Chen Mo's eyes snapped wide open, realizing that what he had seen was an illusion. His outstretched hand was now clenched in the fox's sharp teeth. Don't move, he shouted urgently, preventing the others from throwing their spears. The fox bit through Chen Mo's finger, then cradled it like tiny hands, greedily licking the blood that trickled forth. Chen Mo frowned, but remained still until the red fox's eyelids drooped, narrowing to slits. It seemed drowsy, its head slowly lowering. As the crimson fox collapsed, Chen Mo caught it in his arms, a fragrant scent wafting over him. So fragrant, he murmured in wonder. What exactly are you, little one? Only then did Lang Di and the others dare to approach. Chief, it bit you. Are you all right? Chen Mo shook his head, overwhelmed by unanswerable questions. I'm fine, he said. It called my name. Did you hear it? The crowd shook their heads. Lang Di, with the keenest senses, said, Chief, you must have misheard. It didn't utter a sound. Unable to comprehend, Chen Mo decided to set his worries aside for now. When Tu Shanwu returned, perhaps all would be explained. As dusk deepened, Tu Shanwu still had not come back. The group pitched their tents and lit a bonfire, keeping most beasts at bay. The little red fox lay sound asleep in Chen Mo's arms. Lang Di carefully tended to Chen Mo's wounded finger. What if Tu Shanwu doesn't return? Lang Di asked anxiously. Chen Mo's expression hardened. Then we'll have to threaten those rabbits. Only by wielding bronze could he finally leave behind a life of fear and uncertainty. There was no room for leniency. The forest at night was eerily sinister. The chorus of insects and birds composed a haunting symphony that unsettled even the beast-eared tribespeople accustomed to the wilderness. Chen Mo, holding the fox in one arm and a spear in the other, patrolled through the first half of the night. He had intended to lay the fox on a fur blanket, but it clung tightly to his forearm, leaving him no choice but to carry it. Suddenly, a rustling came from the dense canopy overhead. Chen Mo and his two companions looked up, but the darkness obscured any clear view. Be alert. String your bows. Chen Mo ordered. Chief, it seems like birds. May I shoot an arrow to test? One suggested. Chen Mo nodded. The arrow flew silently into the treetops, eliciting no response. Probably birds. Ignore it. Spread out a little. No sooner had he spoken than the rustling intensified. Chen Mo's brow furrowed. With a grunt, he adjusted his grip and posture, slightly leaning back to hurl his spear upward. This spear finally provoked a reaction, too much of one. A swarm of dark shapes plunged down from the canopy. The two tribesmen at Chen Mo's side shouted, enemy attack. Inside the fur tents, the tribe members awoke instantly, grasped their spears, and charged out. Lang Di immediately saw two tribesmen guarding the chief, thrusting spears at the oncoming giant bats. Chen Mo, still cradling the fox, wielded a bronze axe. Any bat struck by his axe fell limp, revealing themselves as small, grayish bat-eared humanoids, writhing and wailing in pain. Lang Di swiftly drew arrows from his bamboo quiver and fired, while others either rushed to Chen Mo's side or threw spears, easing the pressure on their trio. These bat-eared creatures had clearly never encountered stone tools before. Their attacks, bites and claws, could not pierce the tribesmen's leather armor unless they managed to clamp onto a neck. Spears and stone weapons, however, inflicted fatal wounds or severe injuries. After a wave of assault, the bats realized Chen Mo's group was formidable. Some ceased their attacks, perhaps hearing orders, and began to retreat. Unbeknownst to them, the entire ambush was witnessed by a pair of eyes from within a tree hollow. The owner quickly vanished. Chen Mo pressed his foot onto the chest of a barely conscious bat-eared foe, whose contorted face showed agony. Can you speak? Chen Mo asked. The bat-eared creature's small eyes fixed on the fox in Chen Mo's arms and rasped hoarsely, you cannot escape. Chen Mo glanced down to find the little red fox had awakened, silently watching the bat-eared being without expression. This was an attack aimed at the fox. Tu Shanwu's being pursued by the bat-eared tribe was surely connected. Chen Mo was now entangled in a fresh predicament. The bat-eared one finished speaking before its head lolled lifelessly. The bat-eared tribe lacked vitality. Their presence was ephemeral. Chief, are you hurt? Lang Di approached from behind. Chen Mo shook his head. Frequent battles had honed his skills greatly. The bat's rapid assaults now appeared as slow motion to his eyes. What about the others? For tribesmen suffered scratches on their arms and necks, Lang Di reported gravely. Nighttime clashes with bats had taken a toll. Wounds were problematic, especially when inflicted by such creatures. Suddenly, a voice called from the tree hollow's direction. Chen Mo led Lang Di and others over to find two tribesmen wielding spears blocking three rabbit-eared humanoids who had mysteriously appeared. Chen Mo stepped before the rabbits. Their leader was a woman of considerable age, her body coated in some kind of dye that flickered oddly in the firelight. She glanced at the fox in Chen Mo's arms but seemed to discern nothing, then addressed Chen Mo. Your people are injured. We have medicinal herbs. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Why help us? The rabbit woman's tone brimmed with respect. You killed those bat-eared ones. Do they come here often? Yes. They seem to be searching for something, she answered honestly. Displaying goodwill, she had two tribesmen produce earthenware jars. Chen Mo gestured for Lang Di to take them. Lang Di peered inside. A dark green viscous liquid emitting a pungent herbal aroma. Just apply it to the wounds. Chen Mo signaled Lang Di to administer the salve to the injured first, then turned back to the woman. We seek the pangolin tribe. Can you help us find them? The rabbit woman hesitated, then said, no need to search. They are right beneath your feet. Beneath our feet. Chen Mo was taken aback. Chapter 54. How can you sleep in broad daylight? The woman with rabbit ears explained for quite some time before Chen Mo finally comprehended. It turned out that beneath the 100 Caves mountain lay a colossal subterranean world, complete with an underground river. Numerous troglodyte tribes had constructed their homes within, creating an intricate underground realm. The entrances to the caves on 100 Caves mountain were largely interconnected, similar to the tree hollows of the rabbit-eared tribe. However, the caverns of various tribes were intentionally blocked off from one another, isolating them to ensure their safety. The tree rabbit-eared individuals could not guarantee contact with the pangolin tribe, as their territory was fraught with rocky layers and multiple nesting sites, making the search quite troublesome. Moreover, the transformation into beasts had a time constraint. If they were to lose their way in the narrow passages, the end of their transformation would mean a grim fate of being trapped to death. This was indeed a predicament. Chen Mo could not transform into a beast himself, and thus could not descend to search personally. Additionally, as a wilderness gray wolf, even if he could transform, his size was ill-suited for navigation in the underground realm. Noticing Chen Mo's furrowed brow, the rabbit-eared woman spoke up. In truth, everyone is eager to venture out in search of food as winter approaches. If we could resolve the issue with the bat-eared tribe, I believe they would soon emerge. The woman before him exuded the aura of an NPC issuing a quest. Chen Mo regarded her with a peculiar expression. The woman appeared somewhat anxious, fearing that her words might provoke his ire, especially considering the bat-eared tribe was indeed formidable. Ahem, do the bat-eared ones also reside in the underground caves? Chen Mo coughed lightly, his thoughts returning. Upon hearing Chen Mo's interest, the woman instantly perked up. No, they lack the ability to dig. They occupy several large caves at the foot of the mountain, and there are many of them. However, their numbers were of little consequence. If they were willing to charge out wielding bone clubs and stone hammers, Chen Mo would not hesitate to flee with his companions. Yet, they preferred to attack in their beast forms, and moreover, this tribe favored nocturnal activity, retreating into their caves by day. This presented an opportunity. A wild grin spread across Chen Mo's face, causing the rabbit-eared woman to shudder, sensing the unsettling nature of his grin. She whispered, I will seek out other tribes to inquire on your behalf. Excellent. Also, inform the other tribes that the bat-eared ones will soon be dealt with, so they should prepare to enjoy the bounties of autumn. Chen Mo's confidence was palpable, not born of arrogance, but rather fueled by the flickering campfire behind him. At dawn, Chen Mo abruptly awoke, realizing the fox in his arms had vanished. Crawling out of the tent, he found Song approaching with a small pot of warm water, containing a few bird eggs. Have you seen the fox? Chen Mo inquired. Song paused. It's not in the tent? Shaking his head, Chen Mo learned from the others that none had noticed when the fox had departed. He felt a sense of relief. That fox was no ordinary creature, and its departure was for the best. Never mind, let the brothers gather the equipment. Chen Mo called at the entrance of the tree hollow. The rabbit-eared boy emerged, having promised Chen Mo the previous night that he would lead them to the bat cave at the mountain's base. The group set off, and before long, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, where dense underbrush thrived. Fortunately, a path frequented by beast-eared individuals was present. As the rabbit-eared boy walked, he delightedly picked red berries from the ground and put them in his mouth, appearing quite famished. Chen Mo sampled a few, finding them quite tasty, but after consuming several, he felt a slight dizziness. Initially suspecting poison, he soon recognized a familiar aroma of fruity alcohol emanating from his mouth. These ripe red berries, when overly mature, could ferment into alcohol. Chen Mo recalled a scientific video he had watched, which mentioned birds getting intoxicated from consuming overripe fruits and subsequently crashing. He instructed his tribesmen to collect some red berries and store them in bamboo tubes, planning to bring them back for potential fermentation. Though whether they would actually drink it remained uncertain. The idea of berry fermentation was merely a thought or an experiment. Even if he succeeded, Chen Mo would not dare consume it immediately. He lacked the courage for such an endeavor, knowing well that homebrewed alcohol could contain not only ethanol, but also methanol. With numerous cases of poisoning from amateur brewing, every beginning is challenging, and beginnings are crucial. He intended to take the berries back and experiment during the leisure of winter, perhaps brewing a small batch for Song to sample. He was tough-skinned and hardy, with a digestive fortitude that even Chen Mo admired. Unbeknownst to the pig Song in the equipment tribe, his stomach had already caught the leader's attention. This minor interlude did not hinder Chen Mo and his group's progress. Soon, they traversed through the berry-laden thicket. The group crouched in the forest, facing the mountain's body, as the rabbit-eared boy pointed to a large rock overgrown with weeds, whispering, "Beyond this lies a cave." Chen Mo nodded at his wolf brother, who understood and stealthily approached the boulder. Chen Mo then turned to Song, who waved his hand, signaling the surrounding tribesmen to gather dead branches and cut down the weeds with their daggers, binding them together with grass ropes. The wolf brother quickly returned, reporting to Chen Mo, "Leader, the cave entrance is clear." "Good," Chen Mo replied, signaling Song to lead the others as they cautiously approached the cave entrance with their bundles of brush and branches. One trip would not suffice. To ensure the success of smoking out the bat-eared tribe, Chen Mo's group made 7 trips back and forth until the sun was directly overhead. Chen Mo crouched atop the boulder, pondering, do they prefer to sleep during the day? There are no watchmen. How can one sleep at this hour? The rabbit-eared boy beside him had grown pale, for the cave entrance was nearly sealed by the equipment tribe, who continued to stuff it full, even clearing a patch in the surrounding thicket. At that moment, he vaguely grasped Chen Mo's intentions. Song, drenched in sweat, reported, "Leader, it's about done." With a snap of his fingers, Chen Mo commanded, "Ignite." Inside the cave, 200 to 300 bat-eared individuals were resting against the cave walls in peculiar postures. Most with their heads down and feet propped against the sloping walls, their heads cushioned by a pile of animal skins and weeds. Such sleeping positions had caused their bodies to hunch and necks to lean forward, yet they had grown accustomed to this manner of repose. Chen Mo could not see these bat-eared tribesmen's unique way of sleeping. He stood at the cave's mouth, watching the flickering flames spread, gradually rising into thick smoke, which ultimately transformed into a fearsome fire beast. Finally, a commotion erupted within the cave, and shrieks barely penetrated the wall of flames to reach Chen Mo and his companions' ears. Chen Mo smiled faintly. "Brothers, if they can still scream, the fire isn't hot enough. Let us endure a bit longer." At this moment, the rabbit-eared boy knelt beneath the boulder, murmuring prayers, hoping the disaster would not spread. He felt a pang of regret, while the bat-eared tribe appeared to be laughing. In his eyes, they seemed far more fearsome than any beast his grandmother had ever described. Their threats from the previous day were no idle words. These bat-eared individuals truly dared to summon calamity and annihilate everything in their path. From time to time, a few bats attempted to withstand the flames and dart out of the cave's entrance, swaying precariously as they emerged. However, before they could discern the nature of the tribe that had summoned disaster, they were struck down by arrows from Song and Chen Mo. A mere handful escaped, leaving the remaining bat-eared individuals to emit mournful cries, desperately seeking refuge deeper within the cave. Yet, the true peril lay not in the flames, but in the smoke that now filled the cave. After burning for half the day, it seemed all had quieted inside. The equipment tribe sat upon the ground, waiting for the fire to extinguish, while the wolf brothers seized the opportunity to hunt down a few wild rabbits. The fire extinguished, Chen Mo did not rush inside. He patiently awaited until evening when the temperature plummeted, the sky darkened ominously, and rain threatened to descend. The entrance was strewn with charred earth and ashes, the air still tinged with a hint of searing heat. Leading the way, Chen Mo grasped a spear, meticulously treading upon the ground blanketed with the remnants of burnt vegetation as he slowly ventured into the cave. Upon raising the torch, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he stumbled upon several corpses, one of which was a woman cradling her young child, both bearing expressions of anguish. A flicker of guilt stirred within Chen Mo's heart, but it dissipated swiftly. What was the price of ascendance? Bloodied hands. Not a single patch of untainted soil beneath his feet. For the sake of survival, for the sake of his kin, he would rather stand atop a mountain of corpses, branded as a brutal tyrant, than become mere remnants of bone, trampled to dust by passing beasts. Song, holding the torch, distinctly sensed a shift in the leader's demeanor. Previously filled with admiration, there now lingered a hint of trepidation. The deeper they ventured, the more gruesome the demise of the bat-eared folk became. The rabbit-eared boy dared not proceed further. He knew that to do so would lead to his own collapse. Song and his companions, seasoned by numerous battles yet repulsed by the odorous atmosphere, furrowed their brows, steeling themselves to follow Chen Mo further into the depths. After traversing nearly 50 paces, they reached what could only be described as the cave's grand chamber. The cavernous walls displayed a tiered structure, revealing 3 distinct levels, with numerous depressions, each approximately 2 meters deep, harboring lifeless bodies. The wolf brother could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "Leader, they are all dead. Let us search for any spoils. But exercise caution." Chen Mo approached the innermost wall, torch held aloft, illuminating primitive abstract designs etched upon the stone. To his understanding, they appeared to depict scenes of ritualistic offerings, alongside enigmatic symbols of unclear significance. He eventually halted at a particular spot, crouching to discern that the rock wall glimmered with a faint yellow metallic sheen under the torchlight. With narrowed eyes, he scrutinized the surface, his gaze igniting with realization. After arduous searching, he had stumbled upon a significant discovery. This mountain of 100 caves likely concealed a vast deposit of brass ore. Unable to contain his elation, Chen Mo erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of his tribesmen. With little time for explanation, he commanded, one word, strike, armed with stone hammers and chisels. They exerted considerable effort. Fortunately, the hardness of the copper ore was relatively manageable, with a hardness of 3, for compared to pyrite's 6 and quartz's 7. They managed to extract several chunks of ore, and Chen Mo confirmed that this was indeed the brass ore previously associated with the Pangolin tribe. Gathering a dozen companions, they filled 2 baskets with copper ore. Mining without proper tools proved troublesome, and 2 hammers were rendered useless. Yet Chen Mo was content with their haul. They promptly evacuated the cave, laden with the stench of death, knowing they could not linger. Returning to the ancient tree of the rabbit-eared tribe, they found the tree-eared rabbit woman waiting anxiously. Her gaze toward Chen Mo and his group had shifted entirely, now filled with fear. The nearby bat-eared tribe had been eradicated. A fortunate turn of events for them, as the method of their destruction was the source of the rabbit woman's apprehension. This wolf-eared man was terrifying. They could not afford to engage too closely. Are you not searching any longer? The rabbit-eared woman inquired, learning that Chen Mo had abandoned his pursuit of the Pangolin tribe, which had led them to annihilate a faction of the bat-eared tribe. His decision to forego this quest perplexed her. Chen Mo, fatigued by the need for explanation, felt assured that 2 baskets of copper ore would suffice to craft some bronze spearheads and arrowheads. Transporting and mining were cumbersome tasks. He resolved to return better equipped next time. Thus, he instructed, if you manage to find them, please ask them to seek me out. Mention the bamboo sea, and they will know who I am. The woman nodded obediently. Chen Mo then queried, has that Tushan Fox person returned? No, she replied. Chen Mo surmised that Tushan Wu had likely encountered trouble. He could not afford to squander time and energy on someone he had only recently met, wishing them luck instead. That night, Chen Mo slept soundly, yet his exploits began to circulate within the underground realm of the 100 Caves mountain, evoking a mix of surprise and concern among some, while others resolved to venture above ground the following day to survey the situation. These developments bore little significance for Chen Mo, and he did not seek gratitude from those tribes. There remained 2 smaller bat-eared tribes within the 100 Caves mountain. If they continued to cower in fear and lacked the courage to emerge, their demise would be inevitable. Inside his tent, Chen Mo awoke to the startling realization that his left finger bore a fresh wound, evidently a bite mark. Leaning down to sniff it, he detected a faint fragrance. Immediately recalling that elusive fox, prompting him to feel a bit overwhelmed. Was that formidable being still present? Chapter 55, The Tushan Enchantress. Nestled between 2 inconspicuous peaks to the north of 100 Caves mountain, Tushan Wu stirred groggily awake in a small cave. Stretching languidly, he emitted a sound of comfort. As his pupils focused, a sudden memory jolted him. He was still in pursuit of his sister, causing him to faint once more. He scanned the cave, its floor littered with various wild fruits, and found himself seated upon a long stone, the air perfumed with a subtle fragrance, unmistakably that of his sister. Sister, he called softly, yet received no reply. Rubbing his temples, he leaped down from the stone, unsure of how long he had been asleep. He was certain only his sister could have rendered him unconscious, for she alone possessed such prowess, being the grand priestess of Tushan. With his stomach growling, he crouched down to collect the wild fruits scattered on the ground, devouring them until his hunger subsided. Suddenly, he sensed movement at the cave entrance and looked up to find the fiery red fox standing there. He dashed forward, scrambling to her side, extending his arms to embrace her, preventing her from fleeing again. Sister, do not be afraid. It is I will take you with me. Just as he reached out, a familiar voice broke the tension, causing his heart to race, ill-suited for capturing prey. Tushan Wu froze, then beamed with joy. Sister, you have returned. This is wonderful. I truly feared you would become a mere beast. May the totem bless us. The young man clasped his fists in sincere reverence. The red fox, clutching a piece of burlap seemingly acquired from nowhere, turned to enter the cave. Do not come in, wait outside. Tushan Wu nodded obediently, wary of inciting his sister's ire. His spirits soared as he finally located her. He could hardly imagine the chaos that would ensue if the tribe discovered her absence from the ancestral cave before the winter festival. Moments later, a long-haired woman stepped forth. Barefooted, her delicate legs resembling pure jade, the burlap skirt failing to conceal her beauty. Her flowing hair cascaded down to her waist, dancing lightly in the autumn breeze. Upon catching sight of his sister's narrowed fox eyes, Tushan Wu could not contain his heartfelt delight. Sister, this is splendid. The medicine from the Grand Priest of the Green Bull was effective. It can halt this savage transformation. Tushan Yaoyue gazed at the fiery sunset, her striking beauty unmarred by the squint of her eyes. Lacking the fox tribe's signature allure, she instead exuded an aura of divine authority that compelled one to avert their gaze. Then, sister, you are that wolf-eared man helped me. The wolf-eared man? You mean Chen Mo? Tushan Wu's eyes widened. To him, Chen Mo was a figure of great wisdom, possessing the ability to craft tools that left him in awe. However, what assistance could a slave-eared man offer in matters of totemic transformation? Tushan Yaoyue remained silent, her delicate brows furrowed as if deep in thought, not daring to inquire further. Tushan Wu scratched his head and asked, "Sister, are they still with the tree-eared rabbits? I wish to speak with them before returning with you." Tushan Yaoyue's lips moved slightly. "They have already departed. For now, keep your distance from that wolf-eared man." Tushan Wu frowned. "Sister, he is a slave-eared man. We are friends." "Friends?" In the radiant glow of Tushan's smile, she affirmed, "Indeed, helping one another and sharing sustenance embodies the essence of friendship." Tushan Yaoyu slightly opened her squinting eyes, gazing at the cheerful visage of her younger brother. The corners of her mouth lifted momentarily before she regained her composure. "If you wish to spare your friend from calamity, it would be prudent to refrain from seeking him out for the time being. His actions diverge from those of the 100 clans. Do not mention him to the wise Qing Niu, nor speak of him within our tribe." Tushan was momentarily taken aback, but she soon nodded solemnly. Her sister's judgment was never in error. It was a pity she hadn't had the chance to bid farewell to Chen Mo properly. He would undoubtedly feel sorrow over his abrupt disappearance. "Ha ha ha, how adorable." Chen Mo playfully held a snow giant wolf pup, its eyes still closed, covered only by a layer of pristine white fur, plump and utterly charming. As Chen Mo and his companions made their way back, they passed by the cave of the snow giant wolf. Song and Wolf Brother intended to bring some food for the snow giant wolf, hoping it would recover swiftly enough to face the challenges of survival. Noticing that dusk had fallen, Chen Mo decided to spend another night in the cave. This time, the snow giant wolf was less resistant, seeming pleasantly surprised by their presence. Its leg injury had not yet fully healed, and it had failed to hunt successfully over the past 2 days. The mother wolf voraciously consumed her meal, having brought down her 3 pups to show Song and Wolf Brother, a gesture that signified her acceptance of them as kin. After some playful antics, the mother wolf grew reluctant and returned her young ones to a platform on the cave wall, lying down to feed them quietly. Song approached with a hint of trepidation, stating, "Leader, if it continues like this, it won't survive the winter. Can we take it back to the tribe?" The snow giant wolf, with its pure white coat, had lost its camouflage, rendering it ill-suited for hunting in the ancestral mountains. Its massive size also hindered its speed, despite its formidable fighting prowess. Capturing prey near the ancestral mountains proved to be a daunting challenge. The benefits of taming the wolf were clear, and Chen Mo saw no reason to refuse. Its willingness to accompany them would be advantageous for the tribe. 5 days later, they finally returned to the Bamboo Sea. The imposing figure of the snow giant wolf at the entrance attracted considerable attention from the tribe, causing it to appear somewhat anxious. Baring its teeth to warn the curious children, Chen Yu rushed into Chen Mo's embrace, greedily inhaling his scent. "If you hadn't returned, Bear and I would have come looking for you." Chen Mo affectionately ruffled her hair. "I apologize for causing you worry. Is everything well with the tribe?" Before Chen Yu could respond, 2 burly figures ambled over, linking arms. "Mo." Chen Mo's gaze sharpened in surprise at the sight of a robust man beside Xiong Chu Mo, who possessed a pair of nearly round black ears. He recognized them as panda ears. The man was slightly smaller than Xiong Chu Mo, yet still towered over Chen Mo and his companions, standing at least 1.80 meters. The only puzzling aspect was the bruise under his left eye, a distinctive feature of adult panda-eared individuals that somewhat detracted from his attractiveness. Upon reaching Chen Mo, Xiong Chu Mo playfully thumped the panda-eared man's chest. "I met him on the mountain and had a little fun with him, haha." Chen Mo smiled, realizing the source of the bruise. He exchanged glances with the panda-eared man, who wore a gentle smile and did not belittle Chen Mo, the leader who could not be asked to fight. "Xiongba," Chen Mo greeted. Xiongba scratched his head sheepishly, clearly struggling with his speech. "That little bear, you saved him," he said, bringing his fists together in gratitude. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia in Chen Mo, reminiscent of Kung Fu Panda's respectful gestures. Truly, the panda was a national treasure cherished by the Huaxia clan. Chen Mo instinctively bowed slightly and clasped his hands. "Was it your intention to take him away?" Though he did not grasp the preceding sentence, he understood the latter part. Xiongba nodded, pointing towards the northeastern Bamboo Sea. "Priest, the tribe will care for him." Chen Mo felt a pang of regret and inquired further, "Little one, do you wish to go?" Xiong Chu Mo answered for Xiongba, stating, "He wants to hear your decision." Unexpectedly, the choice lay in his hands. Chen Mo hesitated. The little bear had recently grown quite attached to Chen Yu, likely viewing her as a maternal figure. However, the panda tribe possessed unique survival knowledge, traditions, and the potential for totemic beastification, elements he could not provide. He resolved to discuss the matter with the little bear later that evening. The afternoon was filled with numerous responsibilities. First, he met with Cat Knight, who brought news from the southern region. There were often a few jackals roaming the southern forest, but none had ventured inside. Chen Mo instructed him to keep a close watch and enlisted the 2 pig-eared tribesmen into Cat Knight's team to bolster the southern forest's alertness, advising them to set traps in the eastern area outside the forest. Accompanying Chen Mo to Baidong Mountain were several deer-eared tribesmen. Chen Mo ensured they were well compensated, gifting them several tanned sheepskins to deliver to the deer maiden, along with a collection of bamboo crafts. Finally, he conferred with Bao Jie regarding the selection of candidates for the hunting team. Among the 2 wolf-eared individuals exchanged from Qingyo Valley, the girl was assigned to accompany Chen Yu, while the other man, having undergone several days of training and adaptation, was suitable for the hunting team. Chen Mo added the names of Wolf Brother and another beastified wolf-eared tribesman. The hunting team did not require excessive numbers. The addition of 3 would suffice. He retrieved his fox bow, preparing to cultivate his woodworking talents, while assigning the 6 mouse-eared individuals to fox bow and ban as laborers under their command. With these arrangements made, interspersed with Chen Mo's reminders to several individuals, he was unaware that afternoon had slipped into the late hours, leaving him with a hint of fatigue from managing a 100-strong tribe. As night fell, the sky revealed a visible orange hue, signaling the impending snowfall. Entering his dwelling, he found Little Cat Moon curled up on the animal skin blanket before the stone hearth, the fire casting a faint glow. Chen Yu sat cross-legged on the floor, diligently etching on bamboo strips. The little panda lay soundly asleep on the bamboo chair. Chen Mo removed his leather boots and approached Chen Yu from behind. She turned to grasp his hand resting on her shoulder. "Your hands are so cold. Allow me to warm them," she said, pulling him down. Chen Mo embraced her, relishing the warmth of her soft hands. "Have they all fallen asleep?" "Yes," she replied, glancing back, her voice lowered. "Are you truly going to send the little bear away?" Chen Mo paused, offering reassurance. Sending him away isn't necessarily a bad thing. Xiongba mentioned that this area of bamboo forest belongs to his mother and will eventually be his. The little bear will still be close to us. This brief separation is a prelude to a more meaningful reunion. Though reluctant, Chen Yu nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Chen Mo's words. He still wished to consult the little bear's feelings. Approaching the bamboo chair, he lifted the little bear into his arms. The pup opened its eyes a sliver, calling out in a tender voice, "Mo." The clarity of its speech revealed the effectiveness of Little Cat Moon's teachings. "Little bear, your mother's kin wish to take you back to your tribe. Do you wish to return?" The sleep-drunk little bear, initially confused by the inquiry, listened as Chen Mo reiterated it, gradually comprehending his words. It widened its eyes, pouting in distress. "No. Do you dislike Xiongba and the others?" The little bear shook its head, then nodded vigorously, instinctively clinging to Chen Mo's arm, panic evident in its expression. It felt as though Chen Mo intended to abandon it. "I like Mo. I don't want to leave." Memories of abandonment flooded Chen Mo's mind. In his past life, he had been forsaken, but fortunately, his grandfather had taken him in. In this life, he faced similar rejection from his kin, and the sensation of being cast aside was intolerable. With resolute determination in his eyes, he declared, "Then we shall not part ways." He planned to negotiate with Xiongba once more the following day. As the first snowfall of early winter blanketed the earth, shrouding everything in silence, negotiations proceeded smoothly. Chen Mo noted that the emotions of the adult panda-eared tribesmen remained remarkably stable regarding the little bear's choice. Xiongba said little, merely requesting Chen Mo to look after the little bear, hinting that the panda tribe might return again. At the entrance of the bamboo gate, Xiongba departed with a large bamboo basket on his back. As Chen Mo watched him fade into the distance, he turned back. The accumulated snow on the ground was scant, as the clanspeople had cleared some away. In the casting area, the leader's arrival was eagerly anticipated, for he was already famished and thirsty. "Leader, shall we begin? Ignite the fire, let us cast bronze. Fire it up." Chapter 56, Daily Life in Winter. The second snowfall had descended, and more than 10 days had elapsed since the first snow. The snow in the southern ancestral mountains was not as abundant as Chen Mo had envisioned. The winter temperatures here were slightly lower than those in the Sichuan-Chongqing Basin, perhaps indicative of the little ice age that had once enveloped the region. Wolf Brother sat indoors, continually drawing the bowstring, the bow itself having undergone severe deformation. He incessantly pulled it to test its limits. The animal skin curtain was drawn aside as Wolf's sister bounced in, exclaiming, "Brother, look at my boots." The girl spread her arms and twirled, showcasing a pair of deer-hide boots, adorned at the openings with a pair of tin beads, while her waist was encircled by a beast-skin skirt, the cold causing her knees to redden slightly. Wolf Brother glanced up, but resumed drawing the bow, murmuring, "After spending so much time crafting a few cowhide drums, you traded it for a pair of boots. Wouldn't it have been better to exchange for some extra food?" Wolf's sister's tail drooped instantly, her fondness for her second brother waning. Her lips, now flushed from the cold, pouting, "I don't like you anymore. You're just like him." Wolf Brother understood that she referred to Chen Mo, who had been accompanying their elder brother daily. teaching him language and the fundamentals of combat formations. Recently introducing him to the process of crafting tools. Spending extended time with Chen Mo, he unconsciously began to mimic his tone and demeanor. Instead of rebuffing his sister's remarks, he replied, "Tomorrow, I will go hunting, and you shall accompany me." Upon hearing this, Wolf's sister's eyes sparkled with excitement, her tail wagging once more. "Does he agree?" Wolf brother nodded. "You shall hunt a few more, in exchange for a bronze tool." Wolf's sister tilted her head, contemplating. "Brother, you are learning to use tools. Aren't you afraid you might lose your beastly form later?" With a snap, the bow in his hands broke in two. And holding the shattered bow, he replied, "Have you not seen how our tribesmen wield bronze spears while hunting these past few days? They easily pierce the hides of wild boars and shatter their innards. As for losing our beastly form..." A bitter smile crept across his lips. The hunting party had utilized bronze weapons for the first time, armed with merely a few bronze spears. Once targeted by the tribesmen, large beasts had almost no chance of resistance. Wolf's sister no longer worried about this matter. She had witnessed the prowess of their tools on numerous occasions. Leaning closer to her brother, she whispered, "Brother, Yu mentioned that the leader intends to appoint a head of hunting." "Yes, I am aware. Brother, you should be the hunting leader. You can wield tools now. Go challenge that leopard Jia," Wolf's sister suggested softly, only to have her ears tugged sharply by Wolf brother, who warned sternly, "Do not let your thoughts wander behind the leader." Wolf's sister, feeling wronged, rubbed her ears. "Leader? What leader? He is our blood brother. Why does he not favor us?" Wolf brother knew his sister all too well. He scoffed. "You did not always think of him this way, sister. It would be wise to remain humble, or else I shall not speak on your behalf when he reprimands you. Prepare yourself. I shall go meet our elder brother." Inside the bamboo house, the fireplace crackled softly, while Chen Mo reclined in a bamboo chair, listening to the children singing in unison under the big bridge at the door. A flock of ducks swims by. "Come quickly and count them. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Little Cat Yu was not among them. Her learning abilities remarkable. Simple concepts she had mastered long ago. Chen Mo usually prepared special lessons for her in the evenings. And Little Cat Yu was already capable of assisting Chen Yu in tallying the stock in their warehouse. Throughout history, a few exceptional geniuses have emerged, transcending the currents of time. When their ancestor Fuxi gazed up at the starry sky, the descendants of Huaxiao marveled at his visionary intellect. While Little Cat Yu may not possess such formidable insight, her daily performance suggested she was at least of a prodigious caliber. Her only flaw being her tendency to curl up by the fireplace or in Chen Mo's arms to sleep during winter, often outlasting everyone in slumber. At the entrance, Wolf brother approached, noticing Cat Yu squatting on the ground, draped in a coarse linen cloak. The cloak's collar was sewn with a piece of fabric to shield his head, which Wolf brother recognized as a hood. The cloak billowed behind him in the wind and snow, obscuring his profile. Wolf brother stepped forward, Cat Yu, with an impassive expression. Cat Yu raised his icy gaze and nodded slightly, acknowledging Wolf brother. His presence indicated he had business to attend to. He did not enter to disturb the leader. Wolf brother remained at the door, waiting for the leader's teaching session to conclude. Chen Mo placed great importance on the morning lessons for the children. And unless it was a matter of life and death, no one was permitted to interrupt. As the children burst from the bamboo house to frolic in the open space, Cat Yu finally rose to enter, with Wolf brother following closely. Upon seeing the two stand, Chen Mo greeted them. "Welcome." Cat Yu spoke first, "Leader. Yesterday I killed 2 southern wolves that ventured into the southern forest." He extended his hand, revealing 4 wolf canines. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Just days prior, Leopard Jia had encountered the tracks of the wolf clan while hunting to the east. Had their patience worn thin? Neither Wolf brother nor Cat Yi interrupted the leader's contemplation. After a moment, Chen Mo said, "Cat Yi, return to the southern forest treehouse this afternoon. I have some items for you." "Understood," Cat Yi replied, turning to leave and check on little Cat Yu. Chen Mo's gaze shifted to Wolf brother, pulling him close as they moved to the window. "For this hunting expedition, I wish for you to venture eastward toward Dongxi, as it has been unusually quiet lately." Wolf brother was aware that Dongxi was the stream flowing from the ancestral mountain into the bamboo river. "Leader, are you worried about that pack of wolves? We are conversing privately, so there's no need to address me as leader. Simply call me brother." Chen Mo smiled. Wolf brother nodded. The tribe had recently established a set of titles to clarify blood relations, which had numerous benefits, and the clan's people were gradually becoming accustomed to it. "You heard what was said earlier. With our bronze tools, we need not fear their approach. Gathering intelligence is crucial. I have told you before that when confronted with overwhelming numbers, survival is paramount," Chen Mo advised. "Brother, I will remember." Chen Mo patted his shoulder. "After this hunting trip concludes, I have an important task to assign you. Upon its completion, you shall gain considerable esteem within the tribe." Wolf brother's lips curled slightly. "Brother, I do not care for such things. unfazed by praise or blame. Chen Mo felt a sense of comfort. Come, I wish to show you something remarkable. In the southeastern corner of the Tool tribe, 3 furnaces stood tall, 2 large and 1 small. A substantial pile of timber, felled from the southern forest, lay nearby, accompanied by scattered bamboo. Adjacent was a structure larger than an ordinary bamboo house, where Ban and 3 mouse-eared individuals were busily hammering away. Upon seeing Chen Mo and Wolf Brother enter, Ban hurried over, wielding a bronze hammer. Leader, we have exhausted every last piece of copper ore. That fellow Chen Mo came by complaining that his axe is not large enough. Chen Mo chuckled lightly. The Tool tribe had crafted over 20 bronze spearheads, 2 bronze hammers, 1 bronze axe for felling, and dozens of arrowheads, consuming more than half of their copper ore. The remaining copper ore was entirely melted down to forge an axe for Chen Mo. Both the battle axe and war hammer, intended as armor-piercing weapons, could not be made excessively large, particularly the war hammer, which typically resembled the size of a fist, taking into account the physical exertion required during combat. Most individuals would find themselves winded after just a few swings. Chen Mo contemplated the fact that the strength of Chen Mo transcended human capabilities. The bronze battle axe he crafted boasted a blade diameter exceeding 20 centimeters and was quite hefty. However, Chen Mo remained dissatisfied, feeling it was still too light. Chen Mo reassured him, stating that he was merely seeking diversion on this winter's day, looking to amuse himself while observing the bronze casting process, and that there was no need for concern. What of Hugong? He inquired. Take someone to find Song. They are off to test the sled. At that moment, Song wore a grim expression, for Hugong intended to tether the snow giant wolf with ropes, connecting it to a pair of dilapidated bamboo poles. Since the snow giant wolf had joined the tribe, Song had taken it under his wing, accompanying him on hunts, and he was unwilling to see his companion bound by ropes. Hugong attempted to persuade him, but the primitive beast-eared folk were not known for their subtlety. They raised their fists directly. Hugong instinctively recoiled, but just then, Chen Mo and Wolf Brother arrived in time. Upon seeing the leader, Song lowered his fists, and the gathered crowd chorused, "Leader." Chen Mo regarded the bamboo sled on the ground, one he had recently crafted alongside Hugong. Its surface was smooth, and they had tested it with human power, achieving satisfactory results. Although the snowfall in the southern ancestral mountains was not deep, today's storm would leave a fresh layer, making it feasible to pull the sled through the snow and conserve energy while transporting the hunting party's catch. Yesterday, he had mentioned to Hugong the possibility of using primitive beasts as substitutes for human labor, not realizing that Hugong would consult Song about it. Chen Mo interjected to defuse the situation. Hugong, you go teach Bei, Wolf Brother, how to use the sled. Hugong let out an awkward chuckle, leading Wolf Brother to the sled. Chen Mo did not speak directly to Song, but approached the snow giant wolf instead. The wolf lowered its head, and Chen Mo gently touched foreheads with it, signifying their bond. Song, somewhat anxious, spoke up, "Leader, have I erred? The snow giant wolf is technically communal property of the tribe, and I fear you may blame me." Chen Mo shook his head. "Not at all. You consider it a companion, and while pulling the sled may diminish its dignity, there are many primitive beasts suited for that purpose. Do not hold Hugong accountable. He was merely eager for results." Song's anger dissipated. In truth, he shared a close relationship with Hugong, often collaborating on archery. However, Hugong's actions today had shown a lack of respect for the snow giant wolf. The snow giant wolf, understanding and considerate, approached Song and licked his cheek, bringing a smile to his face. Meanwhile, Chen Mo stroked the wolf's fur and asked, "Have you made progress in your mounted archery practice?" Upon hearing this, Song appeared somewhat disheartened. Although he prided himself on his archery skills within the tribe, he found his performance in mounted archery rather mediocre, hitting only 3 or 4 arrows out of 10. Chen Mo sincerely praised him. "It has only been a mere few days. Mounted archery is far more challenging than you imagine. Were I to attempt it, I might not even hit a single target." Song's wolf ears perked up, revealing a smile as he replied, "Leader, I will strive harder. However, the snow giant wolf tires easily. I can feel it." The snow giant wolf, being large, did not possess exceptional stamina, especially when carrying a rider. It would tire after a short distance. Chen Mo interrupted, "Practicing mounted archery is for the future. Remember, I mentioned the primitive horse beasts. If you can tame them, you need not worry about your mount's endurance." "I will heed your words," Song replied. Outside the bamboo-walled tribe, laughter and joy echoed as a group of children sat upon the bamboo sled, with Wolf Brother and others taking turns pulling them through the snow, eliciting excited shrieks from the children. Chen Mo stood within the bamboo watchtower, observing this scene. The distinction between beast-eared and slave-eared individuals in the tribe had begun to fade, which was the outcome he desired. The sound of pine nuts being cracked filled his ears as he turned, only to find Chen Mo approaching, his round face flushed, carrying a burlap bag. Before him stood his most detested adversary, the little squirrel, gleefully nibbling on pine nuts, its eyes gleaming with mockery. Chen Mo crouched down to examine the game of Go laid out before them. Stop struggling. If the little squirrel plays here, you lose. Both of you. Get down from here at once. This is a watchtower, and if you continue gambling, I will confiscate all your pine nuts tomorrow. The larger and smaller figures were at odds. The little squirrel sought Xiong Chumo's meager pine nuts, while Xiong Chumo aimed to prove his chess skills to Chen Mo, eager to demonstrate that he was not just a simple-minded bear. Upon hearing this, Xiong Chumo grinned widely, snatched the animal skin board from the ground, flipped it over the watchtower, and let it crash to the ground before scrambling away. The little squirrel hesitated for a moment, then called out and leaped down to pursue Xiong Chumo, unwilling to relent. It had won, and Xiong Chumo seemed intent on dodging his debt. Chen Mo sighed in exasperation, just as the man responsible for guarding the watchtower today climbed up. Leader, may I come up? Yes, thank you for your efforts. Please inform Lu Ming that we will increase the watchtower guard by 1 person, rotating 3 each day, as the weather grows increasingly cold. If the cold continued, food acquisition would become ever more challenging. The tribe's domesticated livestock could not be consumed during early winter and would have to endure until the most arduous part of winter passed. Today's heavy snowfall could very well freeze the surface of the Bamboo River entirely. He planned to take Chun Yu and the others to try winter fishing on the ice tomorrow, though he had only theoretical knowledge and lacked practical experience. Chapter 57, The Harbinger of Winter. As night fell, the heavy snow finally ceased. Mao Yi, with the assistance of his sister Mao Yu, donned a pair of animal skin pants. He found the long trousers somewhat uncomfortable, furrowing his brow. Chen Mo entered, assessing the fit. It seems to be just right. The tribe's supply of animal skins is dwindling, and since you have been away for an extended period, this pair of pants is prioritized for you. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Mao Yu leaped onto him, hanging around his neck, while Mao Yi grasped the pants, exclaiming, "It hinders my movement. You'll grow accustomed to it." I've heard the older women in the tribe say that many experience leg pain in winter, and in severe cases, they can suddenly become immobile. We possess the blood of beasts, thriving with vigor. Being bare-legged poses no issue for us, but as one ages, it becomes a burden. Chen Mo, cradling Mao Yu, walked over and sat on a bamboo stool. Mao Yi ceased his resistance, trusting in the leader's wisdom. "Leader, I am heading to the southern forest. Stay in the tribe for 1 more night. Your cloak is with Chun Yu, who is dyeing it with lime, and it has yet to dry. The lime dye will turn it white, aiding in camouflage against the snow in winter." Chen Mo hoped that Mao Yi would not stray from tribal life for too long. Mao Yi nodded, watching as Chen Mo set Mao Yu down, and they sat facing each other. The leader began to mumble some terms he did not understand, such as area, length, and width. As he listened, he eventually dozed off on the fur carpet. When he awoke, the sounds of the hunting party's shouts and the thunderous drums filled the air. Before their departure, the leader would always beat the drums, praying for a successful hunt. Mao Yi found Chun Yu, who, like him, wore a pair of animal skin trousers, though she still donned her short hemp skirt. She handed him the cloak that had been dyed white and dried. Mao Yi skipped breakfast and set off for the southern forest, by the Bamboo River. Chen Yu imitated Chen Mo, cracking open the icy surface of the river. The ice layer was not thick. Once a sufficient area was broken, it was still possible to place fish traps. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was instructing several women nearby on fishing techniques. In this era, fishing posed little challenge. Devoid of skill or beginner's advantages, it relied solely on the Bamboo River's abundant fish resources, as the fish were plentiful and naive. The fishhooks were crafted from bronze. A small supply of copper or reserved for this purpose, with 5 prepared, sufficient for the tribe's members responsible for fishing. Sung sat beside Chen Mo, her patience unwavering when it came to matters of food, completely shedding her usual carefree demeanor. Chen Mo took the opportunity to discuss the topic of sacrifices. The nation's significant affairs revolved around worship and warfare, with worship symbolizing spiritual faith and cultural inheritance, serving as the most direct and effective method to enhance tribal cohesion. Sung indeed provided Chen Mo with some insights in this regard. He had not expected this gluttonous, pig-eared fellow to possess such understanding of spiritual pursuits. "Leader, I can perform the sacrificial dance," Sung proclaimed, patting his chest, but Chen Mo smiled and shook his head in refusal. The authority of sacrifice was not something to be entrusted to just anyone. Sung, undeterred, flapped his large ears as the bamboo poles shifted again, indicating a significant catch for the day. Chen Mo patted his backside, rose, and prepared to depart. Matters concerning fishing were best left to Chen Yu. He had other tasks awaiting him back home, particularly discussing a distribution system with Lu Ming. His current notion was to create specific shaped tin bamboo pieces to serve as a currency system for the tribe, allowing labor to yield tin bamboo coins, which could then be exchanged for supplies from the storeroom. The tribe's underage youngsters would still be provided for by the community's resources. Just as he stood up, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning around, he beheld a maiden with deer-like ears adorned with a white feather crown, standing gracefully in the snow. Her smile tinged with a hint of melancholy. The two walked side by side towards the tribe. Had they encountered difficulties? If there were difficulties, would I seek you out? The deer maiden gently retorted. Chen Mo was no stoic man of iron. Since returning from Hundred Holes Mountain, he had been in a flurry of activity. Arriving in this primitive era, a rigorous schedule was a luxury, and matters of romance were entirely forgotten. The deer maiden had even revealed her name to Chen Mo. And despite her being one of the few thoughtful young women of this primitive age, she believed that their shared experiences had forged an unspoken acknowledgement of their bond. After such an extended absence, a more temperamental woman from the Bear Ear tribe might have stormed in, breaking Chen Mo's legs to drag him back to her lair. Yet the deer maiden merely approached with a hint of grievance to seek an explanation. Chen Mo chuckled softly and declared, "Come, let me show you something wonderful." With that, he took her hand and dashed toward the tribe. They squeezed into a semi-subterranean bamboo hut beside Chen Mo's dwelling, finding it difficult to stand upright. The native squirrel expressed its extreme displeasure at their arrival, but was powerless to evict the intruders. Upon entering, the deer maiden immediately felt the warmth and comfort of the little hut, noticing 2 rows of small ceramic pots on the bamboo shelves, each containing a hint of greenery. Chen Mo crouched down and retrieved a small flower pot, presenting it to the deer maiden. Her eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing a pink bud atop the green plant. "This is a climbing red flower. How did you manage this?" she exclaimed, incredulous. As a priestess well-versed in the supernatural, she understood that certain natural laws were immutable. How could a flower typically seen in summer bloom in winter? Chen Mo replied softly, "Your dear ear tribe delights in the spring blossoms, and I wished for you to witness summer flowers amidst winter. When they bloom, I will bring them to you. I had not anticipated your arrival so soon." The deer maiden clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes sparkling with delight. Only the squirrel beside them wore an expression of exasperation. It had been under the impression that Chen Mo sought to cultivate medicinal herbs, and the climbing red flower was familiar to the deer ear tribe. Each day, the squirrel had been directing 2 young antelope-eared maidens to transport charcoal to maintain the warmth of the little hut, while also rotating the potted plants to bask in the sunlight. Of course, all this was knowledge imparted by Chen Mo, who was instilling a sense of agriculture in his people. The little squirrel, burdened with a hefty sack of pine nuts, scurried away from what it perceived to be its soon-to-be hormone-laden territory, seeking solace from the kitten Yu. Chen Mo licked his lips, relishing the delightful flavor. As the blushing little deer maiden nestled in his embrace, her large eyes shimmering like water, whispered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "We shouldn't." To fully indulge in her here would only cause her distress. Chen Mo was unhurried. Naturally, his hands roamed where they were guided, driven by an eagerness of their own, separate from his will. Earlier, Chen Mo had consulted Song, inquiring about a priestess relinquishing her power and stepping down. Such a task was exceedingly challenging among most tribes. A priestess was a representative chosen by the ancestral totem, and losing that identity meant being forsaken by the totem, often resulting in being sacrificed by the tribe in hopes of the ancestors' forgiveness. The situation within the Deer Ear tribe was complex. They were no longer the same as before, heavily influenced by the Tool tribe, with some members developing a sense of reverence for Chen Mo due to the presence of bronze artifacts and newfound strength, making the operation manageable. Violent conquest might yield swift results, but could also sow seeds of hidden peril. Chen Mo needed an opportune moment and a legitimate reason to entirely assimilate the Deer Ear tribe, ensuring it would not incite resentment while also considering the deer maiden's feelings. "Rest assured, a kiss won't lead to pregnancy," Chen Mo asserted earnestly. The deer maiden chuckled, for she was no naive modern girl unaware of the world. She embraced Chen Mo's neck, a mix of shyness and wildness in her demeanor, eager to try once. Moments later, twice, thrice, for the final time. The two emerged from the little bamboo hut, where the kitten Yu stood dazed at the entrance, blood trickling from her nose. Inside, Chen Mo admonished, "You are far too young. You must not partake of deer antler soup again. Do you understand?" The deer maiden helped clean the blood from Yu's lips, who bore no ill will towards her. The deer maiden's aura brought her comfort, making her willing to draw closer. At that moment, Chen Mo was engaged in discussion with Lu Ming and Ban regarding the 10 coins of the Tool tribe, akin to a point system for resource distribution, crafting molds for the 10 pieces and etching patterns upon them. If the designs aren't satisfactory, seek out Xiong Chu Mo. He enjoys pestering you. This time, it is your turn to trouble him, he remarked. Chen Mo patiently explained, and both listened intently. Ban nodded frequently. This posed no challenge for him. Ultimately, the 10 pieces were affixed to bamboo strips, a manageable task for Lu Ming and the 2 women to complete later. 2 days later, while the Tool tribe enjoyed their tranquil existence, a skirmish erupted at the East Stream, a rescue operation, indeed. Wolf Brother and Wolf Sister led 6 members of the Tool tribe into battle against a horde of mouse-ear people, armed with bronze artifacts. The Tool tribe stood their ground against an enemy thrice their number, easily overwhelming them. Bloodied yet exhilarated, Wolf's sister fought without resorting to her beast-like abilities for the first time, reveling in the intoxicating thrill of battle, brandishing her spear and shouting triumphantly into the snow. Wolf Brother ignored his sister's excitement, approaching a trembling group of giant rabbit-ear people. The leader, though somewhat composed, was startled into joy upon recognizing Wolf Brother's visage. Mo? Before he could respond, one of his companions interjected, "It's you, from the giant rabbit-ear tribe?" Recognizing the members of the Tool tribe, Toomey leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "It truly is you. How wonderful, we are saved." Seeing the woman about to rush towards him, Wolf Brother hurriedly stepped back, waving his hands. "I am not my brother." Toomey paused, momentarily stunned. Her earlier fervor had clouded her judgment, and upon closer inspection, she realized the youth before her bore only a passing resemblance to Chen Mo, leading her to awkwardly smile. After a brief exchange, Wolf Brother's expression grew serious. The region inhabited by the giant rabbit-ear tribe had undergone significant upheaval. 2 black bear-ear tribes, under the leadership of 2 tiger-ear tribes, had suddenly launched assaults on all neighboring communities. Toomey had managed to escape with a portion of her kin, making a hasty retreat northward. On their journey, they had faced relentless pursuit from the jackal and wild boar-ear tribes, and upon reaching the banks of the Bamboo River, they found themselves targeted by unknown mouse-ear tribes, only to fortuitously encounter a hunting party from the Tool tribe. Recently, the southern forest had seen incursions from the jackal ear, and Toomey's group had been chased onto the Tool tribe's territory. As ominous clouds gathered, Wolf Brother recalled his brother's concerns and decisively chose to forego hunting, opting instead to escort the giant rabbit-ear tribe back to safety. 2 days later, Chen Mo found himself gazing at the alluring smile of Toomey and couldn't help but inquire, "What is your connection to the grandfather of the Calabash boy? Why are you perpetually being pursued?" Toomey's confusion was as vast as her weapon, her thoughts muddled. What in the world is a Calabash boy? Chen Mo shook his head, dismissing the language barrier as inconsequential. What mattered was that he had saved her. "How do you intend to repay me?" Upon hearing this, Toomey leapt onto the round bamboo table, climbing before Chen Mo, who deliberately lowered his gaze, avoiding her feigned expression of distress. His concern lay solely with the stability of his table, whose 4 bamboo legs were rather flimsy. As his eyes rose, he thought, not a giant rabbit, but rather a drooping rabbit. "Chief, may I propose an exchange?" Smack. Rabbit Me pressed her forehead and sat quietly on a bamboo stool, the throbbing in her head proving quite uncomfortable. Chen Mo wore a serious expression. According to the customs of the Chi tribe, no one was permitted at the table. Upon hearing Rabbit Me's suggestion, Chen Mo let out a cold laugh, clasping his fists against his chest as he leaned back in his chair. "You number 32? Yet the resources of the Winter tribe cannot sustain so many. They wish to remain in the Chi tribe for the winter and leave in spring, offering 10 giant rabbit-eared individuals as compensation." In this era, population was among the most coveted resources. Most of us can transform into beasts and survive on roots and leaves. Rabbit Me pleaded, resolutely determined to seek refuge in the Chi tribe, having been impressed by its formidable strength during her last visit. Everything here astonished and intrigued her, especially the artifacts wielded by the slave-eared individuals, leaving her and her kin in disbelief. "I have raised numerous herbivorous beasts, and the surrounding resources barely suffice to feed them. If you consume what little there is, what shall I eat?" Chen Mo's tone was icy. As the leader, the tribe's interests were paramount. Adding a horde of rabbits to the bamboo forest was not particularly difficult, but this foolish woman, with her ample bosom and self-righteousness, had yet to grasp reality. Thinking she could secure winter shelter and leave a few behind before absconding? Now that they were here, Chen Mo intended to claim them all. Without the previous semblance of goodwill, Rabbit Me had already received a harsh reprimand from Chen Mo, effectively being subdued and made an example of. Her kin branded as captives and slaves, forced into labor. "Foolish woman, having saved you twice, you dare to haggle? Do you truly believe I am a benevolent sage of the earth?" A fierce glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Chapter 58, This Battle for the Tribe. Rabbit Me, having ascended to the position of a clan leader, was not as naive as she appeared. She understood that feigning pity would be of no use to the man before her. With a bitter expression, she asked, "What do you desire?" Remaining on the territory of the Chi tribe naturally belonged to Chen Mo. Just as she was about to elaborate, the door curtain was lifted, and Leopard Jia rushed in, panting heavily, exclaiming, "Leader, invaders!" Chen Mo's expression shifted as he sprang to his feet, sprinting towards the entrance alongside Leopard Jia, as the tribe members quickly gathered. All able-bodied individuals, regardless of gender, converged on the eastern wall. Climbing atop the bamboo framework, Chen Mo scanned the horizon. unable to suppress a gasp of cold air as a line of wild boar-eared individuals approached steadily. The leader, mounted atop a colossal beast, elicited a gasp from Song, a woolly rhinoceros. The woolly rhino, shrouded in fur, was of indeterminate size to Chen Mo, but the pig-eared individuals accompanying it were only half the height of its shoulders. Drumbeats resonated urgently, signaling an emergency for the Chi tribe. The southern gate bridge had been destroyed by Xiong Chu Mo and his men. Rabbit Me and her kin saw a rabbit-eared woman directing all the children to gather together, leading them to several bamboo houses to the north. Women carried various spears towards the eastern wall, stacking them below, while most of the men climbed the bamboo framework, weapons in hand, crouching in anticipation of the leader's command. Xiong Chu Mo approached Chen Mo, wielding his massive axe. By this time, Chen Mo and the others could clearly see the man riding the woolly rhino, a member of the tiger-eared tribe. Following the pig-eared individuals was a sizable contingent of already transformed jackals, their numbers exceeding 300, with occasional howls and roars sending hearts racing. Chen Mo scanned the faces around him. Apart from Xiong Chu Mo, fear was evident on everyone else's countenance. The biting cold wind whipped against Chen Mo's face as Song cautiously suggested, "Leader, shall we flee? To run might afford a chance for some to survive." Chen Mo shot a glance at Song, who quickly withdrew his neck, silenced by her gaze. People of the Chi tribe. Whether the men on the bamboo framework or the women below clutching their bamboo spears, all eyes were fixed on Chen Mo. In the summer, we left Mirror Lake to survive, abandoning our homeland. I once vowed that one day I would prove to you that even without transforming, we can thrive in this realm. Rabbit Me and her kin gathered as well, gazing up at Chen Mo. Everything here is a product of our collective sweat. Today, as formidable foes invade, fleeing might ensure survival, but we cannot relinquish the home we labored to build, forever living under the dominion of beasts. Today, for our homeland, for our kin and children, grasp your weapons tightly and join me. Let us tread upon their heads, nourishing this land that belongs to us with the blood and bones of those beasts, ensuring that all beast-eared individuals hear the wrath of the Chi tribe. Chen Mo's voice echoed in the ears of the crowd until it was swallowed by the howling wind. After a brief silence, a roar erupted. Xiong Chu Mo raised his massive axe, howling towards the heavens, the sound deafening. The men, loyal to Chen Mo, swiftly raised their weapons in response, while women, mouse-eared individuals, and snow wolves joined in, their battle cries uniting, the fierce cold wind no longer able to drown them out. The resounding roars above the Chi tribe did little to intimidate the invaders. The tiger-eared man, still mounted on the woolly rhino, halted less than 100 meters from the Chi tribe's wall, his cold amber eyes fixed on the unfamiliar bamboo barrier, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Not long ago, the pig-eared tribe and the jackal clan had mentioned that a group skilled in using artifacts resided here. They had observed for many days, gathering information. A group of slave-eared individuals believed that a few broken bamboo stakes planted in the ground could deter them. The tiger-eared man deemed them ignorant and foolish. According to intertribal customs, negotiations typically occurred with the opposing leader or chieftain. However, the beings before him were merely slave-eared individuals, unworthy of conversation. His hand slowly raised, and the pig-eared tribe began to stir. When the tiger-eared man's hand fell, the pig-eared individuals transformed, revealing their massive forms, emitting a savage roar in response to their adversaries. Without further ado, a thunderous tiger's roar shattered the air as the transformed wild boars charged forth, followed closely by the jackals. Crouching on the bamboo framework, Chen Mo focused on the stampede of beasts approaching. Apart from a few archers, Leopard Jie and over 20 others were positioned about 10 paces below the bamboo framework, with a line of women trained in spear throwing behind them, all awaiting the leader's command. Prepare. With a swift motion, the bamboo spears were raised, readying for a run. As the distance closed to 50 meters, throw, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of bamboo spears arced through the air, striking the wild boar herd, and a cacophony of pained squeals erupted from beyond the wall. The scene of the wild boar's plight reflected in Chen Mo's eyes. Yet it did not deter the transformed wild boars from their intent to shatter the bamboo wall. She issued a second command, and the women joining the fray followed Leopard Jie, launching a second wave of bamboo spears. The leading wild boars, undeterred by the casualties of their kin, surged forward. The bamboo wall looming less than 10 meters away, they suddenly accelerated, unleashing their full might. However, when they neared the bamboo wall, less than 3 meters away, the snow gave way beneath them, and they stumbled into a pit, bamboo spikes piercing their bodies, followed by an agonizing chorus of screams. Holding her spear, Song trembled in fear at the horrific cries of the wild boars, crouching by Chen Mo's feet. Chen Mo paid no heed to Song's distress. Shouting at the top of her lungs, "All men to the bamboo framework. Others, throw freely." Leopard Jie and the others scrambled atop the framework. Witnessing the chaos beyond the wall, the front row wild boars had fallen into the pit, while the following boars, unable to halt, were trampled by those behind them, creating utter disarray. However, the width of the pit was limited, and the jackals, following closely, leaped over the fallen wild boars, standing atop the bamboo framework. Leopard Jie and his companions hurled their bamboo spears downwards. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the cacophony of anguished howls, the jarring sounds of wolves colliding with the bamboo walls echoed. Some cunning wolves, believing themselves to be clever, attempted to circumvent this barrier, only to discover that the other two sides were also walls. Beneath the wall, the headless wolves flailed about like disoriented flies, becoming live targets for the archers above. With each arrow released, their true forms were revealed. As they writhed on the ground in lamentation, the beastly transformations were not devoid of intellect. However, some fortunate beastmen, having crossed the pitfalls with the aid of corpses, began to batter the bamboo wall, quickly creating breaches. The bamboo spears of the tribe were ultimately limited in number, and the act of throwing them soon devolved into the less lethal act of hurling stones, as the roar of the tiger resounded once more. Having exhausted his arrows, Chen Mo lifted his gaze to see a man from the tiger ear tribe charging on the back of a massive woolly rhinoceros. The bamboo structure vibrating underfoot for all those standing upon it. A portion of the pit had been filled with the remains of several pig ear tribe members, and some wolves even leapt into the fray, forming a bridge of corpses over which the man on the rhinoceros thundered through the trench. The colossal woolly rhinoceros stood nearly 3 meters tall, its length immeasurable, while its formidable horn mercilessly impaled any obstructing wolves, targeting the very spot where Chen Mo stood. "Jump!" he shouted, seizing the trembling Sioux beside him, and together they leaped off the bamboo structure, rolling to either side. With a resounding crash, the horn pierced through the bamboo wall, and the massive body surged through the shattered remnants of the barrier, revealing itself to the other members of the tribe. The momentum from the rhinoceros's charge rendered it unable to stop abruptly, and a figure descended from above, a bronze axe crashing down upon the joint where the horn met the skull. The rhinoceros lost its balance and collapsed, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. With a fierce roar, Chen Mo, having no time to admire his handiwork, brandished his battle axe and charged toward the breach in the bamboo wall, where a multitude of wolves had already surged in, throwing the members of the tribe into disarray. Just as Chen Mo managed to rise, he pushed Sioux aside and bellowed with all the air in his lungs. "Dearest call." Thuds echoed as the sound reverberated through the air. Atop the southern watchtower, Lu Ming, bare-chested, bit his lip, fervently striking the taut cowhide war drum before him. For the tribe, as the war drum sounded, Biao Jie and his companions leapt from the swaying bamboo structure, instinctively forming a defensive line at the gap in the wall, engaging in close-quarters combat. The might of their bronze spears beginning to manifest. The flawless coordination between shields and spears led to heavy casualties among the invading wolves. They had never encountered weaponry sharper than the claws of a beast. Struck by a spear, their bodily functions rapidly deteriorated, and the transformation was unsustainable, rendering them devoid of combat effectiveness. At this moment, Chen Mo and Chen Mo stood side by side, dispatching several wolves with the ease of chopping vegetables. Covered in blood, Chen Mo was not yet satisfied. He brandished his bronze battle axe and charged towards the breach, plunging into the midst of the wolf horde. Boom! Not far from the breach created by the woolly rhinoceros, where Tsang was positioned, the wall once again crumbled, and a deafening roar shattered the air. As the beastly tiger ear tribe, accompanied by a dozen wild boars, stormed in, Tsang and several archers scrambled back, desperately drawing their bamboo bows. However, their arrows had minimal impact on the tiger's robust form, inciting it to greater fury. It lunged, pinning a panicked archer beneath its weight, sinking its bloody jaws into the archer's neck. The beastly tiger let out a low growl directed at Tsang, as a massive white wolf landed before him, its eyes betraying fear, yet still baring its teeth in a threatening snarl. Upon witnessing this, Chen Mo gritted his teeth and charged at the beastly tiger with his spear. A figure dashing alongside him, his wolf brother racing at his left. The tiger ear tribe turned, its fierce gaze fixated on the approaching trio of siblings, abandoning its attack on Tsang. It had noted Chen Mo, the leader of the wolf ear tribe, during the assault on the wall, and now accelerated towards him and his siblings. To capture the leader first, both sides shared the same intention. Within mere steps, Chen Mo seized the fur of his wolf brother and somersaulted onto its back. The wolf brother maintaining its speed without a hitch, leaping into the air with jaws agape. The jumping prowess of the beastly tiger far exceeded that of the wolf brother. As the latter lunged, the tiger soared to an awe-inspiring height, placing Chen Mo seated upon the wolf's back, slightly below the tiger's position. With its mighty jaws wide open, the beastly tiger descended, while Chen Mo thrust his spear upwards with all his might, aiming for the tiger's mouth. The collision was thunderous, and both creatures fell to the ground, landing with a heavy thud. Chen Mo landed atop the wolf brother, who faltered, reverting to human form. A deep gash from a tiger's claw marring his face. With no time to concern himself with his brother's injuries, Chen Mo heard the tiger's growls nearby. Rising swiftly, he drew his bronze axe, glancing up to see the beastly tiger widening its jaws, clawing the spearhead free from its mouth, leaving behind a half-broken shaft on the ground. Chen Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. This tiger had not succumbed to the transformation. Blood continued to flow from its maw as it glared at him with eyes full of resentment, the amber irises increasingly marred by crimson veins. Gripping his bronze, short axe tightly, Chen Mo's expression turned to shock as memories of his brother's tribe's previous encounters flooded his mind. This beastly tiger was not behaving normally. Before he could fully comprehend, the beastly tiger lunged, its limbs propelling it towards Chen Mo instinctively. He rolled to the right, knowing that facing a frenzied, beastly tiger head-on would likely result in his demise. The tiger, exhibiting agility unique to felines, twisted its body mid-air, adjusting its descent, casting a shadow over Chen Mo before he could rise. The enraged, beastly tiger did not land. Instead, it collided with a massive body, careening sideways and rolling several times on the ground, sending up a flurry of snow before finally coming to a halt. Chen Mo turned to see a beastly wild boar swaying in place, seemingly intoxicated. It was none other than the still trembling Su. Kill. At that moment, Chen Mo, driven by bloodlust, charged in, his axe raised, eyes gleaming with fury. Spotting the beastly wild boar, he prepared to strike, but Chen Mo urgently shouted, "Mo, that's Su." Chen Mo appeared oblivious to the warning, and as his axe descended, Su hastily reverted from his transformation, crouching with his head tucked, narrowly avoiding the blade that halted mere centimeters from him. The large brute kicked Su aside with a grunt and rushed towards Chen Mo, both of them now turning their attention to the beastly tiger, only to be astonished by the sight of towering rabbits assaulting the disoriented creature. Having sustained a blow from the wild boar, the beastly tiger, despite its ferocity, found itself overwhelmed. The once mighty predator was now being bested by rabbits. With no time for conversation, Chen Mo eagerly lifted his axe, seeking to claim a trophy. Gazing around, the two breaches were now devoid of wild boars or wolves. The ground littered with corpses, the snow stained crimson, and the air thick with the stench of blood. Within the walls, a few dozen wolves and wild boars still struggled. But upon Chen Mo's triumphant roar as he brandished a tiger's head, the beastly horde, witnessing the decapitation of their leader, crumbled into chaos. With only a handful of wolves continuing to resist, their eyes aflame with a frenzied rage. There was no need for Chen Mo to concern himself with the conclusion of the battle. Biao Jie and Song would handle it adeptly. He removed his fur coat and tossed it over Su, whose small eyes still glimmered with fear. Chen Mo patted his face and earnestly remarked, "You've done well." Upon hearing Chen Mo's commendation, Song cautiously peeked around him, as if a thief, to check if the wolf brother had succumbed. He had. A sigh of relief escaped Song's lips as he regained his composure and broke into a foolish grin. Behind him, the anxious voice of Wolf Sister rang out, "Brother." She supported Wolf Brother, and Chen Mo hurried forward to assess his condition. As he parted the disheveled bangs, he saw Wolf Brother's bloodied face slowly open his eyes. Forcing out a smile, "Brother." Without uttering a word, Chen Mo turned and hoisted Wolf Brother onto his back, sprinting towards the northern part of the tribe. After tending to the wounds on his face and witnessing that Wolf Brother, having consumed the jade ginseng, was peacefully asleep, Chen Mo stepped out of the bamboo house with the little squirrel. Leopard Jie and Bear Chu Mo stood at the entrance, waiting. As the crowd approached, they called out, "Chief." Chen Mo scanned the group and noticed that only Leopard Jie and Song had sustained minor injuries. The hammer-wielding band was also splattered with blood, but appeared to be in good spirits. The core members of the tribe stood here unscathed, prompting Chen Mo to swiftly assign tasks. "Lu Ming, you lead the women of the tribe to handle the corpses and drag them outside for cremation." Lu Ming nodded and inquired, "Chief, there are some corpses that are quite strange. They died while still retaining their beastly forms and their flesh. Aside from that, tiger, dispose of the rest," Chen Mo instructed. He understood that the fully beastified tiger was indeed irrevocably transformed, and until the principles behind such transformations were comprehended, the bones and flesh of these fully beastified beast-eared individuals should not be consumed by the tribe. He decided to isolate and protect the tiger's carcass, intending to study it with the little squirrel when time allowed. Understood. Chen Mo swept his gaze around and noticed Chin Yu waving at him. She approached with the little cat Yu to tally the casualties. "Yes, we can manage." Chen Yu had been worried until she saw that Chen Mo was unharmed, which allowed her to depart with a sense of relief. "Leopard Jia, quickly gather the injured. I will treat them." "Chuamo." You and Song investigate the direction the fleeing enemies took. Do not pursue too far. Working tirelessly until deep into the night, with the assistance of the twin antelope-eared maidens, Chen Mo finally treated the wounds of 12 injured individuals, which included men and women of the Chi tribe, as well as one from the giant rabbit-eared clan. Chen Yu and Rabbit Mi sat quietly in a corner, refraining from disturbing Chen Mo as he worked. The sound of footsteps broke the silence as Chen Yu leaped into Chen Mo's embrace. He patted her back, and in a soft whisper, she said, "You've worked hard." Grasping her shoulders, Chen Mo noticed her eyes were visibly swollen from crying. "Do not be afraid. The enemies have been driven away." The little rabbit shook her head. "I am not afraid. 7 of our tribesmen perished. Yang Miao Miao is gone. She was so foolish. I told her to follow me to care for the children. But she wouldn't listen." 3 women from the tribe had fallen in battle, 2 of whom were beast-ear women capable of transformation. Yang Miao Miao was regarded as one of the more clumsy women in the tribe, often causing trouble. Yet her cheerful and lively nature made her the darling of the tribe, frequently mentioned by Chen Yu. The image of that girl's innocent smile lingered in Chen Mo's mind as he wiped away the tears that slowly fell from the little rabbit's eyes. At a loss for words, he felt a lump in his throat. Grief can be exhausting. He gently covered the sleeping Chen Yu with a blanket and stepped outside the bamboo house, with Rabbit Mi following closely behind. "You should rest," Chen Mo said, gazing at the swirling snowflakes. Rabbit Mi, with her fist pressed against her chest, spoke cautiously, her face marked with guilt. "It was us who lured them here. They had thought too highly of themselves. That group had been watching us for a long time. You were merely the fuse. What was meant to come would eventually arrive." Rabbit Mi tilted her head, staring blankly at Chen Mo's profile, the howling cold wind tousling his hair. This wolf-eared man bore an unwavering expression, emanating an indescribable aura that left her breathless. She dared not speak further and quietly departed, uncertain of how long he stood there. Chen Mo eventually noticed the large brown bear beside him, shielding him from the wind and snow. "What are you doing?" Bear Chu Mo, having reverted from his beast form, scratched his bald head and chuckled. "The wind is too strong. You were nearly turned into a snowman." Chen Mo chuckled lightly, as he was merely replaying the day's battle in his mind. This was the first time the tribe had suffered multiple casualties. And while he felt a tinge of negativity, it wouldn't lead him to despair, nor could he allow such feelings to surface before his kin. Bear Chu Mo's attempt to comfort him touched Chen Mo, and he playfully punched his arm. "I'm fine. What results did you obtain from pursuing the enemies?" "That group fled southward from the eastern edge of the southern forest. We also captured a few injured who could not escape," Bear Chu Mo replied. "Leave them to Lu Ming. He knows how to make them talk." Chapter 60. The Ritual of the Fallen of the Chi Tribe. The task of repairing the walls was entrusted to Fox Bao, who, along with Mausta and others, braved the wind and snow to mend the breaches. Chen Mo, accompanied by Lu Ming, delivered the freshly sewn sheepskin garments to Mausta and his group, gathered at the wall's corner. Chen Mo personally taught Mausta how to fasten the tooth-shaped buttons, leaving Mausta astonished. "Have you learned?" Chen Mo asked gently. Mausta nodded eagerly. "Chief, I have." Chen Mo then turned to Fox Bao, reminding him, "You and the others need to labor diligently during this time. You may claim additional food daily. I have arranged it with Chen Yu." "Chief, rest assured, we will finish it promptly," Fox Bao pledged, his hand thumping his chest. The advantage of the walls had been highlighted in this battle. The enemies fallen outside the walls outnumbered those within by at least double. As Chen Mo departed with Lu Ming, Mausta and his companions began to feel the texture of their sheepskin garments, with Mausta looking up to ask, "Fox Bao, is this ours from now on?" Previously, Fox Bao had not been very kind to the trio, but the courage displayed by Mausta and the others during the battle had altered his perception. He maintained a stern expression, replying, "You fought valiantly. This is a reward from the chief." The chief never neglects his kin. The 3 exchanged smiles, feeling that their decision to fight alongside Fox Bao had been the right one, sensing that Fox Bao seemed to acknowledge them now. "All right, let us hurry." Chen Mo and Lu Ming walked through the tribe as the snowstorm subsided. "I wish to hold a ritual for our fallen tribesmen. Discuss it with Song." "The chief wishes to hold a ritual?" Lu Ming expressed with excitement. Rituals were highly significant for people of this era. He immediately proposed, "Chief, we could use those captured jackal prisoners." Chen Mo shook his head. "This is not a ritual for totems. There is no need for human sacrifices. Our Chi tribe is distinct from most beast-eared clans. We have our own unique rituals." In reviewing the battle, Chen Mo recognized that his walls were too fragile and that improvements must be made by the next spring. The bamboo forest received heavy rainfall in spring and summer, making earthen walls potentially unsuitable. He would need to ponder this matter as construction was not his forte. Killing those prisoners would serve no purpose. They would remain as laborers to help build new walls. Lu Ming did not contest the chief's wisdom, which had already won over everyone, especially after this battle, where many had rebuilt their confidence in him, and their admiration reached new heights. He thoughtfully inquired, "Chief, who will perform the ritual dance?" Chen Mo hesitated momentarily. "I have someone in mind. You will see when the time comes." Returning to the bamboo house with Lu Ming, they found Rabbit Mi conversing with Chun Yu, the latter holding a bamboo plaque representing the identity of the Chi tribe. Upon seeing the two, Rabbit Mi quickly stood and uttered a statement that Chen Mo found unsurprising. "Chief, we wish to join the Chi." Chen Mo's expression remained calm as he gestured for her to sit and not to be overly excited. Rabbit Mi felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Chen Mo might refuse. He did not provide an immediate answer but instead delegated some tasks to Chun Yu in preparation for the ritual. "Lu Ming, you and Chu Mo should make a trip to the rocky forest and summon the deer priestess. Also, bring 2 sleds for them to learn how to use. There's no need to rush. They can arrive at the tribe in 2 days." As for Chen Mo, he journeyed to the rock sheep tribe to procure a herd of rock sheep. The Chi tribe steadfastly guarded the bamboo sea territory, halting the frenzied Beastier clan's westward expansion. Presently, the tribe held a solemn ceremony to honor their fallen warriors. The rock sheep tribe, seeking refuge in the Deer Ear clan's lands for the winter, refused to offer any tribute to support Chi tribe's rights. Consequently, their sheepskins were stripped away. After Lu Ming's departure, Chen Mo finally met Rabbit Mi's gaze. Rabbit Mi reigned in her previously flirtatious demeanor, despite 2 encounters with this wolf-eared man before her. Deep down she still harbored a measure of contempt for the slave-eared folk, always scheming to gain an advantage in exchanges. Yet now, she dared not. According to Chi tribe customs, to join the tribe one must endure the most arduous labor to earn one's status, symbolized by the token you see. Chen Yu must have mentioned this to you. A playful smile graced Chen Mo's face. Rabbit Mi nodded repeatedly. "We can do it." Seeing Rabbit Mi become so docile, shedding her former arrogance, Chen Mo's enthusiasm suddenly waned. "Very well, then follow Chun Yu's instructions first. I have other matters to attend to." Saying so, he rose and left. Tilting her head, Rabbit Mi clearly sensed a trace of disappointment in the leader's expression just now. Had her performance been lacking? After all, she had heeded Chen Yu's advice and masqueraded as a compliant rabbit. 2 days later, the skies above the Chi tribe reverberated with drumbeats. 7 long spears bore bamboo plaques commemorating the fallen warriors, and various beast heads were displayed before the spears, fluttering in the northern wind. The chief stood bare-chested, flanked by the hunting party men. Together with Chen Mo, they pounded their chests on the snowy ground, howling in unison. The deer maiden played the bamboo flute. The wolf sister, accompanied by 4 women, beat the snakeskin drums. As Chen Mo led the group in kneeling, they solemnly intoned, "In the name of Chi, may the souls of the brave rest in peace." Over 100 members of the Chi tribe knelt, echoing, "May the souls of the brave rest in peace." With the memorial concluded, the tribe's faces shed their sorrow, burying grief deep within their hearts, and returned to daily life. Inside Chen Mo's bamboo hut, Wolf Brother Bei bore a savage scratch across his face. He cared little. The scar only added to his fierce aura, a badge of honor for a man. "You're not fully healed yet. Chu Mo and Song will lead the team," Chen Mo said, setting down a piece of tin. Wolf Brother insisted on making a solo trip to Baidong Mountain. Chen Mo agreed, sending Xiong Chumo and Song to gather a batch of copper ore instead. Wolf Brother sniffled, knowing his elder brother's decisions were seldom altered. "Brother, the jackals say many died here. Their southern lair is empty. They captured many people. What about us?" Chen Mo smiled. "Don't rush the tribe's growth. The population has reached its limit. Our productivity can't sustain more mouths. We will surely take the southern swampland. Productivity limits population growth." The Chi tribe's livestock farming was still nascent. To grow rapidly, developing agriculture was faster. The bamboo sea territory was unsuitable for rice cultivation due to insufficient water. To develop farming, soil rich in water resources was needed. A small development of the southern swamp would enable rice planting. "Brother, what is productivity?" Wolf Brother asked, confused. Chen Mo tapped the air. "Use your recovery time to study more." "Understood, brother." Wolf Sister peeked at the door. Chen Mo glanced her way. Wolf Brother understood and pulled her inside. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." "Eavesdropping at the door?" Chen Mo teased. Wolf Sister brushed off his hand, stamping her foot. "I'm not eavesdropping, just passing by." After her feats in the last city defense, Wolf Sister's status soared and her boldness increased. Though somewhat ill-tempered, she never shirked responsibility in critical moments. Chen Mo let her antics slide. "Haven T disciplined you in days, and you're already plotting mischief?" Chen Mo smiled warmly at his mischievous little sister. "Humph, not true. I made a new discovery in the mountains," Wolf Sister declared. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "What discovery?" "Black and white bears. The panda ear tribe, they're back." "One? Many? How many?" "Just many." Chen Mo beckoned her over. Reluctantly, Wolf Sister approached. Chen Mo tapped her forehead. She covered her head, baring sharp teeth in protest. I told you to learn math from Kitten you and the others, but all you do is run wild around the tribe. Wolf's sister clutched her forehead, whining as she fled. Laughter erupted from Chen Mo and Wolf brother inside, while Wolf's sister's clear voice rang out. Brother, you're both terrible. The panda tribe's arrival prompted Chen Mo to personally welcome them, uncertain of their intentions. Xiong Ba and 2 tribesmen occupied most of the round table, leaving Chen Mo cramped in between, unable to stretch his arms. The burly men raised bamboo tubes in unison, drinking a mouthful of honey water before setting them down together. They all sighed contentedly, Standing at the door like a forlorn bride, Xiong Mo pouted. Chen Mo had served the panda's precious honey to others, inciting Xiong's sulking. Chen Mo smiled faintly. Xiong Ba, have you come for the cubs this time? Xiong Ba remained silent. Instead, an elder panda-eared man before Chen Mo spoke gently. We seek the sacred beast's aid. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat, puzzled by the stammering speech. How did they know the sacred beast was here? The panda-ear tribe preferred seclusion. Noticing Chen Mo's furrowed brow, the man continued slowly. It once lived among our tribe. Chen Mo relaxed, realizing the man wouldn't reveal the sacred beast's whereabouts. If they merely sought help, he could consult Little Squirrel's opinion. The man paused after speaking, then took a sip of honey water and sighed again, causing Chen Mo a headache. The man's slow, self-interrupting speech was trying. Change the bamboo basket. Chen Mo smiled wryly. No problem. Bang. The table trembled, startling Xiong Mo at the doorway. Focusing, he saw Chen Mo pounding a gleaming stone on the table, the panda's exchange item. Natural white crystal? Chen Mo stroked his chin, uncertain. It was a fine mineral. The pandas knew the Chi tribe favored ores, likely Xiong Ba had learned this. The suspected natural crystal was moved to storage by Xiong Mo for future use. He then sought out Little Squirrel. At Little Squirrel's bamboo hut, it was clasping its fists, staring intently at several small clay pots. Its expression was so vivid that Chen Mo suspected it was a beast ear, perhaps permanently transformed like the jackals and tigers before. No issues found, so be it. The pandas are here looking for you. Will you go? Chen Mo sat cross-legged. The pots contained blood from a beast ear tiger. In the first 2 days, Chen Mo and Little Squirrel studied it, experimenting with a bamboo rat from the mountains. The rat ate the meat and drank the blood without much reaction. Little Squirrel shook its head, seeming to sigh. Chen Mo asked, I wanted to ask, were you once a beast ear? A shadow flickered in Little Squirrel's eyes. It waved off the question and left, probably to meet the pandas. Little Squirrel agreed to help the pandas. Chen Mo intended to send someone to follow, but was refused. Shortly after, Xiong Mo and Song led a team to Baidong Mountain for mining. Finally free, Chen Mo resumed crafting his horn bow. Following his suggestion, the women began unraveling hemp cloth, attempting to replicate the ape-ear tribe's weaving technique by interlacing warp and weft threads. Chapter 61, The Apprentice's Heart. In the southeastern expanse of Qingnugu, beneath the lunar glow of the moonlit Jiangtu Mountain, atop Tushan, the crisp sound of drums echoed. A youth with fox ears sat outside a cave, lightly tapping on his serpent skin drum, yet he felt an inexplicable void. Why have you ceased? A soft voice resonated from within the cave. Tushan Wu looked up to see Tushan Yaoyue emerging gracefully from the depths, prompting him to spring to his feet, a nervous smile adorning his face. Sister, have I disturbed you? Tushan Yaoyue offered no reply, merely casting a glance at the drum at his waist before gazing up at the full moon. Wu, the winter festival approaches. You must visit your friend. Sister, what purpose does this serve? Tushan Wu inquired, perplexed. Tushan Yaoyue simply responded with a measured tone. The totem foretells. You need only go. Though he struggled to comprehend her words, he acquiesced to her command. As he took a few steps away, he turned back. Sister, must I journey alone? The area surrounding Tushan was at least a fortnight's trek from the Chibu tribe, and recalling his previous perilous escape from the clan, he felt trepidation. There are those awaiting you at the foot of the mountain. You will understand upon your arrival. Very well, sister, I shall depart, Tushan Wu replied. An ominous premonition gnawing at his heart, yet he could not defy the will of the great diviner of the Tushan Fox clan. No sooner had Tushan Wu left than 4 figures emerged behind Tushan Yaoyue, kneeling on one knee. Great diviner, the clans are prepared. Have the Fire Ape clan arrived? Not yet. No more waiting. The significant matters concerning the Yuejiang region bore no impact on the secluded corners of the Zhuhai land, where Hu Gong proudly showcased his newly crafted bow to Chen Mo. The bow, constructed from double-layered bamboo strips, featured a string woven from hemp and sinew. With a resounding twang, the arrow struck true against a wooden target. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled. The distance was precisely the 40 meters dictated by the Chibu tribe. Not merely a lob, but an effective range achieved. He couldn't help but applaud Hu Gong's enhancements. Collective wisdom often surpasses solitary study. And Hu Gong's approach was sound, reinforcing the bow structure to increase its elastic potential. His research on horn bows followed a similar principle, bonding animal horns to a wooden frame to significantly augment elastic energy, though crafting wooden bows required longer polishing times and steaming techniques to enhance flexibility. Chen Mo experimented with Hugong's bow, wrapping the central section with hemp cloth, improving grip and stability. A true master must always possess the heart of an apprentice. Chen Mo encouraged, reminding himself not to underestimate anyone's intellect. Hugong, suppressing a smile, gravely remarked, "What defines a master and an apprentice?" Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. A master is one who surpasses the majority in crafting tools and can independently create new inventions. I hope you will become the first master craftsman of the Chibu tribe. As for an apprentice, you are nearly there. The two engaged in conversation for an extended period, after which Chen Mo instructed Hugong to replace the bows for their archers as part of his winter assignment. Suddenly, a pair of icy small hands slipped into Chen Mo's back. He turned and playfully captured the mischievous little one, pulling her into his embrace. "Little cat," you stuck out her tongue, declaring, "I lost. This is my punishment." Chen Mo turned to see Wolf's sister giggling with a group of children. He playfully pinched her nose. "Go on, win it back." Michem. Releasing little cat Yu, he watched her dash back to the crowd, cherishing this rare moment of her willingness to play, alongside not just the clansfolk, but also several youths from the giant rabbit-ear tribe. The Chibu tribe harbored no biases against other clans, nor did they care for beastly transformations or ear identities. The integration of the giant rabbit-ear tribe was swift. Arriving at the sheepfold, two tribesmen helped Song restrain a domesticated wild boar. Sweating profusely with a dagger in hand, upon seeing Chen Mo, he dropped his weapon, his face ashen. "Chief, I can't do it. It's just a matter of a quick slice. I demonstrated yesterday. It's merely a slash and a tug." Chen Mo replied with a bemused smile. Song shook his head vigorously, instinctively squeezing his legs together. "Chief, I believe I am ill-suited for husbandry. I will chop wood tomorrow. I possess strength." Chen Mo patted his shoulder reassuringly. Husbandry is one of the tribe's most vital responsibilities. If managed well, it will yield plentiful sustenance in the future. Unmoved, Song responded, "Chief, you can have me slaughter pigs, but that castration, I can't shake this cold feeling in my body." "Ha ha, very well, you've made significant contributions, so I shan't press you further. You will continue assisting Chun Yu and the others in foraging." Chen Mo patted his shoulder, ceasing to tease him. After inspecting the sheepfold and pig pen without discovering any major issues, he wandered through the chicken coop, where the first batch of chicks was thriving, surpassing 100 in number. They adapted better to the confines than their predecessors and were rapidly growing. The advantages of caged chickens over free-range ones were evident in their accelerated growth. The next step was to devise a way to provide nutrient-rich feed. Compared to foraging and construction, this was Chen Mo's area of expertise. He instructed the responsible tribesmen to review emergency protocols daily, reporting any issues immediately, for winter husbandry was not as simple as it seemed. Even a single illness could spell disaster, and some ailments might be transmissible to humans. Thus, the husbandry area was situated in the northeastern corner of the Chibu tribe, a region generally off-limits to the clan's folk, while the southeastern area was designated for Ba's foraging endeavors. In the eastern half of the tribe, few ventured about. Living quarters and activity zones were concentrated in the west. Given the challenges of digging in winter, Chen Mo had a large tent erected in a central location, serving as the daytime quarters for the chief, where tribesmen could approach with their concerns. Upon returning to the tent, a charcoal fire burned in the pit, and with the beast-eared folk accustomed to enduring the cold, the tent remained comfortably warm. Tumi lounged on a bamboo chair by the fire pit, her legs draped over a bamboo table, her large ears drooping at the sides of her head, already lost in slumber. Her current duties involved substituting for Lu Ming, running errands, and performing various tasks for the chief, which she relished. As time passed, her feigned innocence could no longer contain her growing audacity. Chen Mo squinted, tossing a small snowball into the unfathomable ravine, eliciting a shriek from her as she leapt up, her anger quickly melting into a smile upon seeing Chen Mo. "Chief, spit it out clean before you speak." Chen Mo reclined before the bamboo chair, and Tumi, grinning, approached him from behind, squeezing his shoulder. Chen Mo grasped her wrist, turning to meet her quizzical gaze. Tumi blinked. "Chen, you taught me this," she said. "If you're tired, I can massage you." This was a lesson from a few nights prior when Chen Mo had trained several men from the giant rabbit-ear tribe alongside Chen Yu. He had led by example, and after the session, had let the little rabbit massage him. How that little one relayed such a thing to Tumi was beyond him. He waved his hand dismissively. "No need, I'm not tired." Tumi's momentary disappointment quickly reignited. She believed that if Chen Yu, with her malnourished physique, could manage to please the chief, her own well-developed form would surely suffice. Her thoughts aligned well with the prevailing aesthetics of the time, yet Chen Mo found himself currently disinterested in women. He requested Tumi to fetch the identity bamboo tokens she had carved. The giant rabbit ear tribe had selected a few, all adult males, who had performed commendably during training. In their human forms, they wielded bronze weapons, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities compared to their beastly transformations into giant rabbits, thus filling the void left by those who had perished in battle. Please hand these several tokens to Leopard Express. Henceforth, these individuals shall join the hunting party. Rabbit Honey accepted the 5 bamboo tokens with great joy at the selection of her kin. Yet she felt a twinge of envy as she realized she had not yet received her identity token. According to the customs of the rider tribe, lacking a bamboo token meant receiving less food than the other tribe's people each day. Although she could transform and gnaw on the hay beneath the snow by the river, a sense of disparity lingered in her heart. After all, she had once held the esteemed position of tribe leader. Gritting her teeth, she contemplated speaking. But Chen Mo looked up, inquiring, "What is it?" "It's nothing," Rabbit Honey replied, lowering her head as she walked outside. "Wait, this is yours." Chen Mo tossed her token over, and Rabbit Honey's eyes brightened as she reached out to catch it, bowing gracefully and even casting a flirtatious glance. Chen Mo was unsure whether this was a natural talent of hers or simply a trait common among the giant rabbits. As Chen Mo closed his eyes for a brief respite, a figure leapt onto him, resting her head against his chest. Without needing to open his eyes, he recognized it was the little rabbit. "Are you tired?" The little rabbit had trimmed her hair short, knowing that Chen Mo preferred not to see her with greasy locks. However, the rider tribe lacked shampoo, and washing hair in winter was quite cumbersome. Thus, she had asked Chen Mo to help her cut it to shoulder length. "I sweat, and now I smell. You won't dislike me, will you?" she murmured softly. Chen Mo caught a whiff of her slight odor. She had taken the women to the mountains to dig for winter bamboo shoots. He considered this and smiled faintly, recalling that when he first met her, she was quite dirty, yet now she had become more fastidious about her cleanliness. The little rabbit climbed up to nip at Chen Mo's neck, letting out a soft huff. "You prefer the fragrant and fair deer priestess, don't you?" The deer maiden naturally exuded a pleasant aroma due to her diet of flower petals, a trait the little rabbit could not emulate as she could not transform to consume them directly. Besides, this coarse linen garment cannot be cleaned, and now it reeks. She complained. "Wait a moment, I just remembered something useful." Chen Mo pulled the little rabbit up, and together they sought some animal fat and gathered a bit of plant ash, ultimately requesting some quicklime from Ban. The process of soap making was second nature to Chen Mo. He had simply overlooked it, considering it a non-essential item. The little rabbit had been by his side since the beginning, diligently assisting him, so he could not allow her to feel wronged. Chapter 62. Encouraging the pursuit of medicine. The only challenging aspect of soap making lay in the filtration and testing of the plant ash solution to determine its alkalinity. One could use a feather to observe its appearance for slight dissolving, or employ the floating egg method. Otherwise, if the alkaline solution was insufficiently concentrated, the results would be unsatisfactory. After spending most of the day working with the little rabbit, they finally combined the alkaline solution and animal fat, vigorously stirring the paste. They placed the mixture into a bamboo tube to set, a process that would take several days for saponification. Unfortunately, there were no flower petals available to add fragrance during this season, so he added some honey and goat's milk. As night fell, Chen Mo extinguished the oil lamp. The lamps in the rider tribe primarily used animal fat and pine oil, burning through it rapidly. With only a few lamps in the entire tribe, he typically refrained from lighting one unless there was something important to attend to. With Little Cat Moon absent, Chen Mo and the little rabbit entertained themselves for a while. He softly recounted the story of a monkey, and the little rabbit lay against his chest, enraptured. Chen Mo's ears perked up, and he instinctively called out, "Who is there?" The little rabbit startled, instinctively grasping the tiger tooth beside the bed, her voice trembling slightly in the darkness. "It's me." Chen Mo and the little rabbit breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Little Cat Moon's voice. For the past few days, the twin antelopes had been caring for the children, and Chen Mo vaguely discerned Little Cat Moon's silhouette, beckoning her over. "Come here." Little Cat Moon climbed up and squeezed between the two, and the little rabbit pinched her ear, somewhat vexed, whispering, "When did you arrive?" I came when you were busy," Little Cat Moon replied. Chen Mo covered her mouth. While such matters were quite commonplace in this era, having the little one observe in real time felt somewhat peculiar. "How long have you been out?" "I've been out for a while. Couldn't he sleep?" Little Squirrel responded. This remark reminded Chen Mo to calculate the time. Little Squirrel had been gone for 7 days, and if all went well, Bear Chu Mo and the others should be returning soon as well. The little rabbit suggested, "Why don't we go look for them on the mountain?" Chen Mo hesitated. Although the panda ear tribe seemed gentle in temperament, they were bears, and it would not be wise to disturb their ancestral grounds. In a couple of days, I'll take Little Bear to ask, Chen Mo decided, planning to bring an amulet along. Given Little Bear's presence, the panda tribe would likely not trouble him. The following morning, rain mixed with snow fell outside, and the temperature had noticeably risen, with moisture failing to fully crystallize into snowflakes. However, such weather discouraged venturing outdoors. The chief ordered a day of rest, halting all activities. The inclusion of the giant rabbit ear tribe had resulted in a significant amount of timber and bamboo being felled in just a few days, sufficient for warmth for some time. Chen Mo, as the chief, had no time for rest. He was busy explaining the currency in his hand to the tribespeople. The tin bamboo round tokens bore the patterns of axes and hammers, and they could not yet be deemed true currency, merely fulfilling part of that role. When you engage in extra labor, you can earn this currency, or through slaying foes. I will distribute these tin coins, and with these, you may exchange them at the warehouse for what you need. This resembled a tribal point system, which would incentivize the tribespeople to work and facilitate trade among them. The large tent was filled to capacity, with Dear Ming, Leopard Express, and others craning their necks to listen. Do you see this piece of jade? I will hand it over to the warehouse manager. 1 tin coin can be exchanged for an equal weight of meat. Weight is a unit. Just like the rice you are familiar with, which I shall refer to as 1 stone. Following the introduction of length units, the first significant unit established by the rider tribe was the piece of jade in Chen Mo's hand. His original intention was to fill a container with water as a weight unit, subsequently dividing it into smaller units for convenience. However, after considering the complexity of the concept and the tribespeople's slow comprehension, he decided to abandon that idea. Little Cat Moon and the others quickly grasped the concept. Posing almost no questions, the group led by Leopard Express kept asking, prompting Chen Mo to have Cat Moon, Dear Ming, and himself demonstrate a transaction. After a single performance, the tribespeople comprehended it instantly. In the end, as the envious gazes of the crowd fell upon him, Chen Mo presented the first tin coin to Chen Yu, expressing gratitude for her assistance in managing the tribe's logistics over the past period. By noon, the clouds dispersed, and sunlight streamed down, banishing the lingering chill. Only Chen Mo, Leopard Express, and Ban remained in the large tent, where Leopard Express laid 2 sets of damaged leather armor on the table as they discussed the issue of armor. While it was termed a discussion, it was primarily Chen Mo analyzing the situation. He was not well versed in armor, but as a person from Huaxia, the first type of armor that came to mind was undoubtedly the quilted armor rather than chainmail. Having never experienced such things firsthand, he nonetheless envisioned creating quilted armor as his next project. He intended for the tribespeople to first practice by drilling holes in dry bamboo strips to attempt making a set of bamboo quilted armor, and he was currently explaining this to Ban. Leopard Express listened as if it were an inscrutable text, wide-eyed as he observed the chief and Ban sketching designs on the ground. Chief, a tribesman on duty at the watchtower rushed in, excitement evident on his face. Chief, Bear Chu Mo and the others have returned. Chen Mo and the others immediately stood up, joy evident on their faces, rushing out to greet them. Among Bear Chu Mo's group were several unfamiliar faces from the Pangolin Ear tribe. This time, Bear Chu Mo brought back 8 baskets of copper ore, 2 of which were carried by the Pangolin Ear tribe, hoping to exchange them for some goods. Chen Mo gladly accepted. Armor. Chen Mo remembered a woman he had conversed with at Green Bull Valley, though he did not know her exact name. Knowing her title sufficed. She was interested in everything concerning the rider tribe, even squatting in a corner of the bamboo hut to examine the walls. I can smell the scent of insect eggs, she muttered. She ultimately managed to compose herself. Chen Yuduan presented a bowl of steamed egg custard, and the woman embraced the bowl, sipping it eagerly, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Only then did she engage Chen Mo in earnest conversation. The Tree Rabbit Ear clan informed me of your arrival. I ventured out to find you, but you had already departed. This time, I instructed my kin to excavate a tunnel in that back cave, where we encountered your people, she said with a beaming smile. Chen Mo inquired about the Bat Ear clan, to which she replied that they had retreated, no longer as frenzied as before, their armor-clad figures hesitating to speak. However, the various priests of the subterranean clans wish for you to refrain from visiting 100 Caves Mountain. It is winter now, and they remain underground, undetected. Should they be discovered next time, they may retaliate, Jia Yi confessed, visibly anxious. Chen Mo chuckled, a hint of mockery in his expression. Having resolved one of your Bat Ear clan's issues, and yet you criticize the methods of the Chi tribe, claiming them to be cruel and immoral. They fear me because I bring disaster, do they not? Jia Yi nodded in agreement. Chen Mo then asked, are you not afraid of me? Jia Yi shook her head earnestly, I am not. Intrigued, Chen Mo pressed on, why is that? Jia Yi shook her head, unable to articulate her feelings. Merely sensing that when they were in Qingyo Valley, Chen Mo was the only one who appreciated their stones and even gifted them items for their clan. They believed the Chi tribe was not as brutal as the rumors suggested. Since you trust us, I shall not be stingy. I see many of your kin still clad in coarse linen. Let us trade beast skins this time, Chen Mo proposed with a smile. Jia Yi was overjoyed. Her clan was not adept at hunting, and their beast transformation lacked aggression, Their diet still consisted of insects and ants. They could not acquire minerals from other clans. And although most of her kin could transform, the little ones could not, making beast skins a rare commodity for them. The pangolin clan dared not linger too long, hastily departing with 2 baskets of salted fish and a few beast skins. Jia promised Chen Mo that she would return in 10 days with another batch of minerals in exchange for the beast skins. Chen Mo returned, and Chen Mo intended to take Little Bear to search for the panda clan north of the bamboo sea forest. However, before he could set out, Little Squirrel arrived first. The Panda Ear clan had sent Little Squirrel back in a hurry. Upon her return, she brought a large bundle filled with various herbs, most of which Chen Mo did not recognize. Crouched at the entrance of the bamboo hut, Chen Mo gazed greedily at Little Squirrel's small abode. Little Squirrel, hands on her hips, shot a few disdainful glances before lowering the curtain, aware that her hidden treasures were being scrutinized. Little Squirrel was far too naive. It was not merely the herbs that piqued Chen Mo's interest, but everything about her, especially her astonishing abilities. The young girl of the Antelope Ear clan passed by with a bamboo basket, greeting Chen Mo politely. Chief. Chen Mo responded instinctively. And after she had taken a few steps, he called out, Lingling. The Antelope girl paused and turned back curiously. Is there something you need, Chief? Chen Mo beckoned her over. Lingling was the younger twin, her sister named Lingdang, a name given by Chen Mo, and together their names formed a bell-like sound. The chief's gaze was somewhat intense, causing Lingling to shrink her neck, wondering if something more intimate was about to unfold. She felt a mix of shyness and anticipation. For the clan believed that any woman close to the chief was regarded as his partner, whereas she and her sister were merely assistants to Chen Yu. The twin sisters often shared a bed at night, occasionally indulging in fanciful thoughts. The chief placed his hands on her shoulders. After spending many days in the Chi tribe, Lingling was no longer the frail figure she once was. The dark-skinned girl had gained a bit of plumpness, her physique beginning to reflect the athleticism befitting an Antelope Ear. The chief spoke. You were quite adept at treating the injured last time. Young one, I see you possess a talent for healing. Would you like to learn from me? This recent excursion of Little Squirrel made Chen Mo realize that her background was substantial, and it was likely that one day she might tire of this place and leave. Given that she had shown him kindness, he certainly could not force her to stay. Before she departed, he needed to take advantage of the situation. Lingling, too tense to comprehend the earlier remarks, only heard the latter part and instinctively nodded, her cheeks flushing. I am willing. I will do whatever the chief asks of me. When she looked up, she noticed that the chief's expression did not seem to convey what she had anticipated. He wore a gentle and kindly smile, reminiscent of the way priests in her childhood regarded her. Excellent. You have ambition. From today onward, you shall be the first healer of the Chi tribe. Huh? What healer? Lingling's large eyes were filled with confusion. Chen Mo pointed to her forehead. It means curing the sick and saving lives. You will no longer have to perform these menial tasks. In my spare time, I will teach you many things. If you excel, you will not only live without worry, but also earn the respect of all the tribespeople. Lingling was taken aback, pointing to herself. Me? The saying that one should not persuade others to pursue medicine could strike like lightning, but it mattered not. This was not Earth, and such rules likely did not apply here, Chen Mo thought as he continued to entice the innocent girl. Chapter 63, The Distressed Tushan Dance. To the west of the rocky forest lay a thicket where the Deer Ear clan had long relied on its resources. During the spring and autumn seasons, various wild fruits of different sizes would emerge from the underbrush. The roots, resembling yam, which the deer priest presented, were harvested from the rocky crevices of the hillside to the north of the thicket. Heeding Chen Mo's advice, the deer lady instructed her kin to gather a substantial amount of yam before the onset of winter, and with several adult men in the clan who could not transform, adept in wielding spears, they frequently hunted in the western thicket, setting traps. This winter marked the first time the Deer Ear clan did not suffer from starvation. Lu Jia, having followed the chief of the Chi tribe into battle thrice, had slain more than a dozen beast-eared foes with his spear, earning the respect of the others in his clan. The deer lady, inspired by the Chi tribe, organized 6 men who could not transform into a hunting team, with Lu Jia naturally becoming its leader. Today, the Chi tribe's Lu Ming arrived at the rocky forest bearing 2 treasures, a bronze dagger presented to the deer lady priest and a bronze spear given to Lu Jia. With the coveted bronze weapons in hand, Lu Jia insisted on taking Lu Ming along for a hunt in the western thicket, hoping to procure something valuable to present to the chief. However, as they traversed the thicket, they encountered no sizable prey, leaving Lu Jia feeling somewhat disheartened. Lu Ming offered words of comfort. It's all right. The chief does not concern himself with these matters. Lu Jia signaled for everyone to rest and sat on a piece of dead wood with Lu Ming. Chief, you have changed us. Last time, when you fought the Coyote clan, we were unable to assist. As the two chatted, a flock of birds swept overhead, prompting them to look up simultaneously. The The sheer number of birds felt ominous, and soon the ground trembled. A dark cloud arose over the high mountains to the west, spreading ominously, disaster. At that moment, all the bamboo huts of the Chi tribe shook violently, and the tribe's people rushed out, screaming in panic. Chen Mo burst from the main tent, shouting, "Do not panic. Beat the drums. Everyone gather outside the main tent." Little Cat Yu leaped into Chen Mo's arms, clinging tightly to his neck, while he held on to Little Bear with one hand, and Chen Yu clung to him with the other. The howls of wolves echoed, but the tremors subsided quickly, and the skies, once filled with birds, soon fell silent. Some tribespeople knelt, repeatedly bowing in prayer. Chen Mo surveyed the scene. It was merely an earthquake, and the majority of the tribe's bamboo huts remained intact. He ordered a head count, confirming that no one was injured, aside from a rock goat in the pen that had broken through the fence and was now rampaging through the tribe. The Chi tribe quickly regained its tranquility, and Chen Mo, along with Ban and others, resumed crafting bronze weapons, focusing once again on spears and bronze plates, while also experimenting with bronze saws and picks. A torrential downpour suddenly descended. By the following morning, the thin layer of snow that had blanketed the bamboo forest was washed away, leaving the temperature even lower. The damp chill penetrated to the very marrow of one's bones. The wolf girl let out a fierce shout, brandishing a wooden stick as she lunged at Chen Mo. But each of her thrusts was effortlessly deflected by his own staff. Too slow. Still too slow. Undeterred, the wolf girl flailed wildly. But as Chen Mo seized the moment of her exhaustion to parry her spear, he swiftly closed the distance and delivered a sharp blow to her backside, eliciting a startled scream from the young maiden. Faced with her fierce gaze, Chen Mo smirked disdainfully. "With skills like yours, you aspire to join the hunting team? Perhaps you should stick to beating drums and dancing instead." Nearby, Xiong Chumo, munching on a bag of pine nuts, chuckled at the spectacle. The wolf girl, in a fit of frustration, scooped up some mud and hurled it at him, but the burly figure effortlessly sidestepped the projectile. After all, a bear is a surprisingly nimble creature. Draped in a beast-skin cloak, Chen Mo strode alongside Xiong Chumo, leaving the wolf girl to vent her fury against a wooden post with her spear. "Mo, you seem to have grown stronger," Xiong Chumo remarked earnestly. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "Have I? I suppose I have become quicker." Xiong Chumo's tone was serious. Chen Mo stroked his chin, realizing that his combat prowess had indeed escalated rapidly. During training sessions with Leopard and the others, he could distinctly sense their movements lagging. However, he attributed this improvement to the battle-hardened experience accrued from several fierce encounters. "Lay off the pine nuts. The high-fat content is making you rather portly. Remember, you are not a true bear." Xiong Chumo chuckled, scratching his head. "Eating is what makes a bear happy." Chen Mo chose not to dwell further on the matter, but he couldn't help but feel concerned about this fellow's growing bulk. Priority should be given to crafting the tribe's first bronze armor and helmet for Xiong Chumo. In the clash with the beastly tigers, Xiong Chumo had plunged into the midst of the enemy ranks, delivering lethal blows with his axe. How many foes he had felled, he could scarcely recall. Chen Mo eagerly anticipated the day Xiong Chumo donned a full suit of bronze armor. It would transform him into a fearsome weapon of war. Song rode swiftly on a snow wolf, hastening to Chen Mo's side. Chen Mo had intended to tease Song for having previously refused to ride the snow wolf for pulling sleds, but seeing Song's serious demeanor, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Chief, that Tushan fox is about to fight." Song's words were somewhat unclear, yet Chen Mo was accustomed to their manner of communication and promptly understood. There was only one Tushan fox tribe they knew of, and it could only be Tushan Wu, who had somehow found his way to the Chi tribe's territory again. At that moment, Tushan Wu was cursing under his breath, as several towering figures pursued him relentlessly. He and Qing Chi had been running for 2 days without shaking them off. The wolf brother, accompanied by 4 others from the Chi tribe, stood defiantly in their path. With a formidable woman towering over them at over 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence. Thankfully, he recognized her as hailing from the northern white elephant ear tribe. Tushan Wu shouted in desperation, "I truly cannot take you to find the Grand Priest. I was cast out. Stop chasing me." Even if he had not been ousted by his elder sister, Tushan Wu would not dare to lead members of the white elephant ear tribe back to Tushan. Without the Grand Priest's permission, no tribe could tread upon Tushan's grounds. The giant woman spoke, her voice deep and resonant. "The north of the ancestral mountain is in chaos, and there is no escape to the south. The great priestess has commanded me to find the Grand Priest." The force of her voice reverberated, causing the wolf brother and his companions to wince, droplets of spittle landing on the wolf brother's face. Rubbing his temples in confusion, Tushan Wu hesitated to respond, but Qing Chi, the girl with cow ears, stepped forward. "Hey, big guy, we have no business with your ancestral mountain affairs. We still..." Suddenly, Tushan Wu's expression hardened, emanating a commanding aura. "Qing Chi, refrained from speaking out of turn. The girl blinked in surprise, huffed, and turned her head away. Tushan Wu leaned closer to the wolf brother, whispering, "Your brother is coming. We should flee." Before the wolf brother could respond, the giant woman, with her keen hearing, interjected. "I heard that. If you do not leave, I shall have to take you." With that, she signaled for the 4 towering men behind her to step forward. The wolf brother furrowed his brow. He was confident that his bronze spear could pierce through the bodies of the white elephant giants before him. But considering the implications for the tribe, he refrained from issuing the command to attack, instead growling, "Do not move. This is the Chi tribe's territory." The giant elephant-eared figures halted, turning to look at the woman, who remained cold and indifferent. "What tribe? With that flimsy stick in your hand?" The wolf brother scoffed. "By virtue of our numbers, look over there." As a few giants turned their heads to the east, the wolf brother seized the opportunity to grab Tushan Wu and sprint westward, with the others following closely behind. The woman let out an enraged roar and led her tribe in hot pursuit. "Ha ha ha, North, you bear quite a resemblance to your brother." Tushan Wu cackled gleefully. The wolf brother glanced back. "Stop laughing. They're about to catch up." The massive forms of the white elephant tribe came at a cost. Their endurance was lacking. Even in human form, after a stretch of running, their speed began to wane. Yet, they would still keep up. The wolf brother hesitated, contemplating whether to lead them back to the tribe, and he halted, the others pausing, uncertain of his thoughts. Tushan Wu rested a hand on the wolf brother's shoulder, who distanced himself in distaste. Despite Tushan Wu's feminine appearance as a gray wolf, he preferred not to be so close to others. "Why have you stopped running?" The wolf brother narrowed his eyes at the white elephant tribe. "Do not lead them to the tribe. They are pursuing you. You should run south." Tushan Wu feigned sorrow, adopting the demeanor of a heartbroken woman. "I specifically came to find you." Just as the wolf brother grappled with the dilemma, the sound of a horn echoed nearby, announcing the approach of a group of people. The wolf brother sighed in relief. This was a situation he certainly did not wish to handle. Tushan Wu and his companions became the focal point. And when Chen Mo arrived, the members of the giant elephant tribe were already there, panting heavily, their anger palpable. Chen Mo cast a glance at Tushan Wu, then shifted his gaze to the cow-eared girl, Qing Qi, and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you. The daughter of Su. How did you end up with Tushan Wu?" Qing Qi, however, was captivated by Chen Mo's presence. His cloak, leather boots, and armor intrigued her. While other tribes may possess animal skin clothing, none matched the exquisite craftsmanship and innovative designs of the Chi tribe. "You slave-ear person, you seem to be living well," Qing Qi began, but was swiftly interrupted by Tushan Wu, who slapped her on the head. The girl turned back, looking aggrieved, while Tushan Wu admonished, "His name is Mo." The chief of the Chi tribe refrained from making wild accusations. Tushan Wu seemed to forget that he had also called out upon first encountering Chen Mo. "We are not afraid of numbers." A voice rang out, prompting Chen Mo to look up. The white giant elephant, better referred to as the white-haired mammoth, was a sight he had seen once before, and he hadn't expected them to arrive here as well. Chen Mo spoke, "We do not wish to engage in conflict with you. This is my territory. If you have matters to discuss, let us sit down and converse." The giant elephant-eared woman, seeing Chen Mo's reasonable demeanor, hesitated. She did not wish to scare away the Tushan fox, but was under pressure to find the grand priestess. As she pondered, Chen Mo inquired of Tushan Wu, "Why is she pursuing you?" "She seeks to go to Tushan, but my elder sister instructed me to find you. So I cannot return," Tushan Wu replied, raising his hands in exasperation. "You wish to come here?" Chapter 64, The Astonishing Discovery of the White Elephant Tribe. Chen Mo racked his brain, unable to fathom any connection he had with the grand priestess. But he temporarily set aside his confusion and addressed the white giant elephant woman in a calm tone. "You heard it. He cannot return to Tushan. Even if your group goes, you may not necessarily meet her." It was evident that elephants were intelligent creatures. The woman lowered her head, pondering for a moment before her deep voice resounded again. "If we cannot meet her, we shall not return. The hope of our tribe rests on me." Chen Mo furrowed his brow. What has transpired in the northern ancestral mountains? The woman let out a long sigh, a wisp of mist rising from her lips. Her expression laden with compassion, yet unwilling to elaborate. Chen Mo, feeling helpless, remarked, "We have prepared food. Let us return to my tribe to rest." Upon hearing the word food, the crowd instinctively clutched their stomachs, while the members of the giant elephant-eared tribe emitted audible growls from their bellies, revealing their hunger had persisted for many days, their bodies yearning desperately for nourishment. "Let us go." The wolf brother had once mentioned that, generally, the white giant elephant tribe possessed a gentle disposition, having endured numerous ferocious beast clans in the northern wilderness, safeguarding the tranquility of the myriad tribes in the northern foothills of their ancestral mountain. They held considerable prestige there, acting with reason, which was why Chen Mo was willing to invite them to sit down for a leisurely discussion. Upon arriving at the Chi tribe, aside from Tu Shan-Wu, who had visited once before, the others looked up in awe at the architectural marvels of the Chi tribe. Qing Chi's eyes flickered with recognition. She recalled her father speaking of the Chi tribe, which was not as it appeared now, having created wonders beyond the understanding of the Qing Mo tribe in such a short span. Entering the tribe, 2 round tables were set outside the large tent, and Chen Mo called upon Shun Yu to prepare the chickens and sheep, while he brought forth several jars of pickled bamboo shoots and bowls of fresh winter bamboo shoots soaked in water, placing them on the table. Once the members of the giant elephant tribe sat down, the leading woman could no longer contain herself, reaching for a peeled winter bamboo shoot and devouring it in mere moments. The other tribespeople followed suit, quickly consuming their share. Compared to other tribes, the giant elephant ear tribe preferred to maintain their beast ear human form. They refrained from transforming into their beastly state lightly, as the enormous energy expenditure required for such a transformation was unsustainable for long, with lingering after effects persisting for several days. As original elephants, they needed to be in a constant state of eating, and the evolution to a beast-ear human form was indeed a wise choice, resulting in their current large population. After tasting the saltwater pickled bamboo shoots, the eyes of the white giant elephant ear tribe sparkled with delight as they swiftly cleared the table of all the bamboo shoots. At another table, Chen Mo was questioning Tu Shan-Wu, who wore an innocent expression, exclaiming, "I truly do not know what my sister is thinking. She summoned me, and so I came. Where did you run off to last time? Did you find the fox you were looking for?" Chen Mo lowered his voice, probing cautiously, refraining from revealing that he had been bitten by that fox. Tu Shan-Wu nodded sheepishly, admitting, "I found it and brought it back to Tu Shan." Chen Mo chuckled lightly, sensing that Tu Shan-Wu was concealing something, yet he chose not to press further. Lifting his gaze to find the white giant elephant ear tribe members staring intently at him. "Give it to them," he commanded, waving his hand. Qing Chi, clutching a jar of bamboo shoots, shot a glare at the Chi tribe members, as if guarding her food. "What is her issue?" Chen Mo inquired, pointing at Qing Chi. Tu Shan-Wu scratched his head furiously, realizing that Chen Mo always gave him a sense of déjà vu regarding his sister when he became serious. It made him slightly anxious. "She accompanied me to ensure I wasn't attacked by the original beasts on the way." Chen Mo recognized that he would not extract any more information, feeling weary of the discussion. Let the winds blow from all directions. The most important thing is the development of bronze tools. The horn bows, after being soaked in pine oil, are now at the final stage of assembly, marking the Chi tribe's official entry into the Bronze Age. "Where are the fox and the bear woman?" A large figure bellowed as he approached. Tu Shan-Wu's eyes lit up. He felt as if he had seen his long-lost parents, spreading his arms wide, bare. There was no embrace. Instead, he was effortlessly lifted by Xiong Chu Mo, who glared at him with an inquisitive expression. The two quickly huddled together, whispering animatedly. The white giant elephant tribe had a hearty appetite and did not shy away from meat. Roasted meat smeared with berry jam and fine salt was to their liking, and the final bowl of herbal chicken soup made them emit satisfied murmurs. The little rabbit stood by Chen Mo, arms crossed in indignation. As this group consumed an entire day's worth of rations for half the tribe, Tumi leaned beside her in solidarity. Chen Mo understood their stinginess, but acquiring something naturally required a small price to be paid. He approached the woman of the white elephant ear tribe, who now appeared calm and collected. After a lengthy conversation, Chen Mo, through careful dialogue, gleaned that they were urgently seeking the great god of destiny due to the emergence of many sawtooth tiger ear tribes in the northern foothills, who had allied with the cave lion and cave bear tribes, continuously encroaching upon the living space of the beast ear tribes. They were seeking assistance. This did not concern Chen Mo much. However, he inadvertently overheard news about the snow leopard ear tribe from the white giant elephant ear tribe. Noting that many clans had chosen to submit, including the snow leopard ear tribe and the lynx ear tribe, dwelling high upon the ancestral mountain. This revelation darkened Chen Mo's mood. He had not seen Mian for a long time and wondered if her clan was among those spoken of by the elephant ear woman. "Shall I take them?" Tu Shan-Wu nearly jumped in excitement. Inside the tent, aside from Tu Shan-Wu, there were also Qing Chi and Xiong Chu Mo. Chen Mo nodded. "Your sister sent you to me. She surely intends for you to heed my words. If I send you, it should not contradict your sister's orders." Tu Shan-Wu scratched his head, feeling lost, tossed back and forth between his sister and the tribe leader. Chen Mo added, "You may take them to the outskirts of Tu Shan territory and return. Whether or not they meet your sister depends on fate. Is that acceptable?" Tu Shan-Wu appeared conflicted. "Yes," he replied finally. "Otherwise, I would not allow you to stay here. You'd be out wandering in the depths of winter." Tu Shan-Wu's head drooped. "All right then." Xiong Chu Mo, however, was elated, wrapping his arm around Tu Shan-Wu's shoulders and exuberantly exclaiming, "I'll accompany you. You don't genuinely wish to. You only want the mother bear. Are you unwilling?" Chen Mo widened his eyes, and Tu Shan-Wu forced a smile. I am willing. Chen Mo chuckled, supporting Chen Mo's inclusion, as he had learned the basics of mapping during this time, and he needed the topography of the eastern region. However, Qing Chi requested to remain behind. Chen Mo disregarded her, considering her the daughter of Su, as long as she stayed honestly within the tribe and did not cause trouble. She would not be allowed into the forging area. The next morning, the drums of the Chi tribe resounded, awakening the members of the white giant elephant ear tribe from their makeshift tents. Their bodies trembled, fearing that some calamity had occurred outside. The woman poked her head out, finding everything in order. She frowned. Her tribe was extremely sensitive to noise. Had that sound been heard among the original elephant herd, it would have undoubtedly incited a violent reaction. Leader, this tribe is peculiar, yet I can't shake the feeling that they are perilous, one tribesman voiced. The woman nodded in agreement, having noticed yesterday that every member of this tribe possessed nearly a piece of beast skin, and no one appeared to be starving, something most tribes lacked the capability to achieve. It was as if their sleeping arrangements in the tent last night were even warmer and more comfortable than sleeping amidst the original elephant herd. She longed to stay and interact more with the young wolf-eared man to uncover the secrets of this tribe. Seeing the man who claimed to be the leader approaching with Tu Shan-Hu and a barriered individual, she signaled her tribesmen, who gradually emerged from the tents. Preparing to set off, Chen Mo assigned 2 additional companions to Chen Mo. With him present, the group would be safe from danger, provided they did not encounter the same number of enemies that had surrounded the Chi tribe previously. Be cautious on the way, Chen Mo advised with a smile. Chen Mo grinned, about to respond when suddenly, a horn sounded from the west side of the Chi tribe. Chen Mo's expression shifted. The rhythm of the horn was familiar, known only to be blown by the Chi tribe and the Deer Ear tribe. Immediately, the guards atop the Chi tribe's watchtowers sounded the horn in response, and the tribesmen swiftly gathered with weapons in hand, awaiting the leader's command. As they saw Chen Mo leading the group towards the west, Chen Mo dragged Tu Shan-Wu along, while several members of the white elephant ear tribe shouted in vain, only able to follow suit. To the west lay a stretch of flat land. Chen Mo and his companions had scarcely run a few hundred meters when they stumbled upon a scene that sent shivers down everyone's spine. A horde of primal beasts was rushing towards them. A chaotic mix of creatures including a massive troop of primal gorillas, leopards, wolves, and even a dozen mammoths. At the forefront was the Deer Ear tribe, with a deer maiden cradling an infant wrapped in a beast hide, riding atop a spotted deer, while the remaining tribe members, still partially transformed, carried the children of their kin. The beast tied. Tu Shan-Wu shrieked as she arrived. Chen Mo swiftly struck Tu Shan-Wu on the back of her head. A mere glance revealed that the primal beasts trailing the Deer Ear tribe harbored no aggressive intent, as if they were fleeing in sheer panic. What is the commotion? The beast herd is merely escaping. He commanded. Form up. Shields in front, spears braced against the round shields. The Deer Ear tribe soon approached within 20 to 30 meters of Chen Mo and his group. He exchanged a silent glance with the deer maiden, who understood his intentions without a word, urging her people to continue their flight. Chen Mo drew a spear from his back, preparing to throw. Launch. A large group of primal deer, the swiftest among the herd, followed closely behind the Deer Ear tribe. Dozens of spears rained down from the sky, and a number of them fell, causing the leader of the primal deer to veer off to the sides. The leopards and wolves that followed were also struck by the second wave of spears, howling as they scattered into the surrounding thickets. It seemed that the remaining primal beasts were now aware of the danger ahead, hastily fleeing to either side. The members of the giant elephant ear tribe, standing behind the equipment tribe warriors, widened their eyes in astonishment. It was their first encounter with spear throwing. Initially, they had contemplated whether to transform and repay Chen Mo by providing food and reassuring Tu Shan-Wu, but they now remembered Chen Mo's kindness. At this moment, the equipment tribe appeared to require no assistance from them. While the giant elephant ear tribe marveled, they also grew intrigued by the spears wielded by the equipment tribe members, particularly the female leader, who suddenly considered the possibility of having a group from the equipment tribe throw spears during battles in the wilderness. Her gaze towards Chen Mo grew increasingly heated. Unperturbed by the female leader's thoughts, Chen Mo turned to flee as a herd of mammoths and a group of gorillas, larger than silverback gorillas, charged towards them. The Deer Ear tribe, having caught their breath momentarily, regained some strength and managed to keep up. While carrying the bundled infant in one arm, Chen Mo grasped the deer maiden's hand as they returned to the tribe. The drums above the tribe continued their relentless rhythm, with Chen Yu commanding the tribe members to beat the 9 large drums, deterring the beast herd from approaching. The primal beasts feared the thunderous sounds, an invaluable suggestion from Chen Mo's young feline companion, Yu. Occasionally, a panicked primal beast would tumble into the defensive trench surrounding the equipment tribe, its pitiful cries further discouraging the herd from advancing. Exhausted, The members of the Deer Ear tribe collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Women from the Equipment tribe offered bamboo tubes to replenish their electrolytes, allowing them to gradually recover. The Deer Maiden's complexion was pale, yet the sight of Chen Mo brought her solace. The rocky forest was brimming with primal beasts, and they were unsure what had transpired in the west that had driven them all this way. Initially, it was Lu Ming and Lu Jie who had detected the beast tide, and fortunately, they had relayed the warning in time, enabling the Deer Ear tribe to retreat ahead of the onslaught. Yet a throng of primal beasts still pursued them relentlessly. Chen Mo gently caressed the Deer Maiden's face, reassuring her, "It's all right. I shall handle matters outside." At that moment, the Equipment tribe members transitioned from panic to excitement. The chaos outside presented a perfect hunting opportunity, a divine chance to feast. As Chen Mo stepped out, Leopard Jie and others immediately surrounded him, urging, "Leader, let us venture forth." Chapter 65, Planning for the Future of the Equipment Tribe. This small-scale beast tide effectively filled the gap left by the large-scale hunting of primal beasts in the Bamboo Sea region. Chen Mo instructed Leopard Jie and the others to remain patient, simply scavenging around the tribe's perimeter, avoiding a heavy-handed approach that might scare away the majority of the primal beasts. It was preferable to have this batch of primal beasts settle near the Bamboo Sea. Lu Ming and Lu Jie approached Chen Mo, recounting the situation they had observed to the west yesterday. Chen Mo's eyes brightened at the mention of a volcanic eruption. The vicinity of the volcano was rich in minerals, likely containing sulfur and volcanic ash. With the volcano having recently stirred, he planned to seize an opportunity to explore it further in due time. He comforted Lu Ming and Lu Jie, who speculated that it might be some form of divine retribution, as primitive people often attributed geological disasters to celestial punishment. This minor interlude delayed the departure of Chen Mo and his companions. After this wave of beasts passed, nearing midday, they set off. Before leaving, the leader of the White Giant Elephant tribe had a few words with Chen Mo, departing with a look of regret etched on his face. Chen Yu approached Chen Mo curiously, inquiring, "What did that large fellow say to you?" "She wanted us to assist at the northern ancestral mountain, claiming there are several slave ear tribe groups up there at my command. I declined for now, the timing isn't right." Chen Mo was reluctant to become embroiled in disputes, though the prospect of rapid expansion was tempting. He was acutely aware that such swift accumulation of power resembled a mere ball of cotton, vulnerable to the tempest of conflict. A larger number of individuals did not necessarily equate to greater strength. A disorganized mob could easily harbor incompetent allies, either becoming pawns for others or becoming ensnared in endless internal strife. He was not foolish. Excluding the women, the current fighting force of the Equipment tribe appeared to consist of only 20 or so individuals, yet they stood a fair chance against 100 primal beasts. After the Deer Maiden's anxiety subsided, she grew despondent due to the destruction of her home. Their dwelling had not only been ravaged by the beast tide, but was also at risk of being overrun by a pack of primal beasts. Chen Mo promised her that he would help clear the rocky forest of lingering beasts in due time, which lifted the spirits of the young Deer Maiden. 5 days after the beast tide, the hunting party had largely identified several groups of beasts settling in the Bamboo Sea. In the southern forest, a batch of mountain deer and various small herbivores had taken residence, while mammoths lingered in the eastern part of the southern forest, seemingly searching for an opportunity to return to their western homelands. The only thorny issue for the Equipment tribe was the group of unidentified gorillas residing in the northern mountains of Songshan. Qing Ji held a piece of dried hemp skirt to her nose, inhaling deeply and murmuring, "So fragrant." The nearby Antelope Maiden replied proudly, "Of course it is fragrant. It has been washed with soap." "What is soap?" Qing Ji's Qingyo tribe was among the cleanest of all tribes, aside from a few like the Cat Ear tribe. Ling Dang hesitated before mentioning that the leader had created something wonderful, claiming that there were exchanges in the warehouse, but it required their tribe's currency. What is Equipment currency? Qing Ji had always thought other tribes were foolish for asking questions, but now she found herself in the same position, feeling like the very person she had once despised. Ling Dang lifted a bamboo basket from the ground, lacking the time to explain, as there were many tasks to complete that day. The Deer Maiden and Chun Yu had significant matters to attend to, and she hurried off to see the commotion, casting a glance at the little bear sitting on the steps, gnawing on bamboo. "You can ask him." With that, Ling Dang flicked her ponytail and briskly departed. Qing Ji felt disheartened. Why did the people of this tribe seem disinclined to converse with her? She was the daughter of the Earth Sage and might one day be revered as a wise figure among the tribes, yet being deemed foolish stung her pride. She settled beside the little bear, who turned his head, still chewing on a piece of bamboo. Upon seeing the girl, he instinctively smiled, drool spilling from his mouth. Qing Ji facepalmed, exclaiming, "Hasn't anyone told you that you can't just gnaw on bamboo? You must wait until you can transform." The little bear set aside the bamboo and wiped his mouth, responding earnestly, "I know, I'm not eating bamboo. I'm playing the flute. Can bamboo be made into a flute? Qing Ji instinctively asked, and the little bear tilted his head, his innocent, naive expression revealing confusion, as if to say, why not? Qing Ji's lips twitched. It seemed she was being underestimated by this little cub once again. The integration of the deer ear tribe into the life of the Tool tribe is remarkably seamless, as if the two groups were once a single entity. A cluster of women gather, their eyes fixed upon Chun Yu, who twirls gracefully in the center, draped in a dark red linen cloak, eliciting gasps of admiration. Wolf's sister mimics her elder brother, gently shaking her head as she strokes her chin. She remains unconvinced by the hue of red, finding it too somber and not the vibrant shade she desires. She yearns for a blood-red color, while the women of the deer ear tribe express little envy, believing green to be more aesthetically pleasing. The process of dyeing the red linen has sparked their creativity, igniting hopes of using green plants for dyeing in the spring and summer. However, dyeing fabric is not as straightforward as they had envisioned. Crushing green plants may not yield the desired shade. The technique of using cinnabar for dyeing was inadvertently mentioned by Chen Mo to the deer maiden and Chen Yu, prompting the two to experiment with it over the past few days. Chen Mo refrains from involvement, much like his non-participation in the linen sewing research of the Tool tribe. He merely offers suggestions, believing it best for them to engage their intellect in exploration. Through continuous practice, some pioneers of weaving will inevitably emerge among them. Meanwhile, in the forging area, Chen Mo has not collaborated with Ban today on bronze casting. Instead, he is explaining the principle of levers to Foxbao. Using a few bamboo sticks, he demonstrates this exceedingly simple concept, which Foxbao grasps with ease. Are you saying that if this lever is sufficiently long, it can hurl a large stone away? Foxbao seems to have unlocked the door to a new realm of understanding. Chen Mo nods. You just witnessed it. When I press down on the shorter end, the stone on the opposite side flies far away. This is the power of the lever. Quite useful, isn't it? The previous encounter with the colossal woolly rhinoceros crashing into the wall made Chen Mo realize that not only does the wall require modification, but they also need some long-range heavy weaponry. The simplest principle of a catapult is the first solution that springs to his mind. So, we just need to make this lever larger, correct? Foxbao innocently inquires. Chen Mo nods, then shakes his head, explaining that enlarging it requires many people to press down on the shorter end, which is quite labor-intensive, and their numbers are limited. Thus, the two engage in conversation for quite some time, with Foxbao impressing Chen Mo with his keen understanding, particularly his enthusiasm for the topic. As they manipulate the bamboo together, it is not until Rabbit Honey hops over to remind Chen Mo that it is time for a meal that he returns to the main tent. Inside, Chen Yu eagerly showcases their dyeing results to him. The piece of cloth before him is unevenly dyed, with chaotic variations in color depth. In the context of the present world, it resembles a tattered piece of red cloth. Nonetheless, Chen Mo commends their efforts. The beast tide has provided the Tool tribe with ample fresh meat, making it easy to endure until early spring, allowing the tribe's members to temporarily set aside their concerns about food and devote their energies to other areas of development. 2 days later, Xiong Kumo and Tushin Wu return, this time without any mishaps. It seems that the bamboo sea has been forgotten by the world, aside from the occasional visits from the Pangolin tribe. The Tool tribe has not encountered any other groups. On the carpet of the bamboo house, the little cat Moon lies beside Chen Mo, dozing with squinted eyes, occasionally flicking its tail against Chen Mo's thigh. Naturally, he catches the cat's tail, which has now reached a mischievous age. Cats generally dislike having their tails grabbed, but Chen Mo is an exception. While holding the cat's tail, he simultaneously draws circles on the sheepskin map with a red feather. Xiong Kumo sits cross-legged, arms crossed, his brow furrowed in seriousness. This is his first attempt at cartography, and despite his usual carefree demeanor, he approaches this task with great meticulousness. Indeed, the scale is certainly inaccurate and requires refinement. The terrain here is not marked, Chen Mo mutters, introducing new terminology. Xiong Kumo chuckles halfway through, slapping his hands against his face before tilting his head back and collapsing. He prefers drawing various animals or plants to mapping. Yet he cannot resist the demands of the shrewd leader, especially after recently getting into trouble with Tushan Wu. The three of them, along with an arrogant Qing Chi, had ventured to Eagle Beak Cliff, home to the mountain goat tribe, with Chen Mo's intention of coercing them into becoming a subordinate tribe to the Tool tribe for livestock farming. However, they inadvertently disrupted a ritual and accidentally killed a chieftain of the mountain goat tribe, prompting the other two chieftains to flee overnight. The deer maiden enters, clad in a shoulder-bearing linen dress and wearing leather sandals, the straps of which elegantly wrap around her calves. Her hair styled in a high ponytail secured with a red ribbon. It is only when she stands before Chen Mo that he retracts his gaze, biting her lip. She is aware of Chen Mo's fondness for her feet, having caused her discomfort several times in recent days. though she finds his peculiar preference difficult to comprehend. Stop staring. The young deer maiden gently nudges him with her foot. Having assumed the role of leader, Chen Mo now possesses a thicker skin and grins mischievously. The weather has yet to warm, and you dare to dress so lightly? Is it because you know I like it? The drowsy little cat Moon twitches its ears, but does not open its eyes. The young deer maiden lightly punches Chen Mo's shoulder. It was Yume who asked me to try it on. Unattractive, Chen Mo suddenly sits up, voicing his opinion. He fails to understand why his brother is drawn to these seemingly fragile women. A real man should seek out robust, hardy companions. Chen Mo shoots him a glare. What do you know? Just get lost and behave yourself for a while. The bronze armor will be completed soon, if you want it. Don't cause trouble with Tushan Wu and those two. Chen Mo nods repeatedly before swiftly disappearing from the tent. The deer maiden takes a seat and glances at the map. Her surprise evident, though she refrains from inquiring, as she generally does not question matters Chen Mo chooses not to discuss, displaying a level of understanding that sets her apart from other women. You came to ask about the stone forest, Chen Mo states, remaining still as the little cat Moon lies at his feet, aware that she must be awake. The deer maiden nods, yet hesitates, prior to her arrival. She consulted her tribe members, who displayed little interest in returning to the stone forest, having become complacent in the life of the Tool tribe. As a priestess, her standing among the deer ear tribe may not rival that of the man before her. Tushan Wu and Chen Mo have already explored that area. The only threat is a single original beast, the sawtooth tiger, along with some small wolf packs. In a few days, I will personally lead a team to clear out the original beasts, and you will soon be able to return home, Chen Mo assures her earnestly. He perceives the current state of the deer ear tribe within the Tool tribe. If he wished, the deer maiden and her people would likely not refuse to remain. However, Chen Mo genuinely hopes for the deer ear tribe's return to the stone forest. The reason is simple. The population of the Tool tribe is insufficient to control an expansive territory. The deer ear tribe's presence in the stone forest serves as an extension of the Tool tribe. Only with a vast and controllable territory can they acquire more resources for development, such as salt, which is found on the other side of the stone forest. Chen Mo's request for Chen Mo to draw the map is a strategic move for the future of the Tool tribe. To the west lies the deer ear tribe. The aim is to seize the cavernous world beneath 100 Caves Mountain, supporting the Pangolin tribe to the northeast in their mineral resource extraction, and finally, the southern marshlands, where agriculture is challenging to initiate, yet it must be started for hope to flourish. Chapter 66. Those who walk by the riverbank will not avoid getting wet. The sawtooth tiger roars, its beastly cries echoing through the stone forest, filled with the dread of the era's original beast kings. Behind it, several beast-eared individuals pursue relentlessly, leaving it with no escape as it rushes between two massive rocks. Suddenly, a large net descends upon it, ensnaring the sawtooth tiger, which roars and struggles in vain as the net is firmly held by four beast-eared individuals until the tiger is utterly exhausted. Chen Mo and the others arrive, and upon meeting the tiger's cold gaze, Chen Mo does not hesitate for a moment. He raises his spear and aims at the sawtooth tiger, launching the bronze spear with precision. Roar! The echoes of anguished cries reverberated through the rocky woods. This was not the first ferocious beast to perish at the hands of the Chi tribe, for just the day before, they had eradicated a pack of jungle wolves. The sawtooth tiger proved exceedingly difficult to tame, and Chen Mo lacked the patience to attempt to domesticate a solitary carnivore, as solitary beasts typically possessed no sense of community. Thus, the challenge of taming them was significantly greater compared to that of the original wolf species. As night fell, Chen Mo reunited with another team led by Bao Jia, and the group spent the night in what was once the ancestral home of the Deer Ear clan. Tushan Wu exhibited an exuberant spirit, as it was his first experience in hunting, and using bronze weaponry to slay beasts filled him with the joy of a man engaged in the hunt. I had never hunted before. The Tushan Fox clan relies heavily on our numerous serval clans for sustenance, Tushan Wu recounted with animated gestures. Chen Mo gnawed on the meat of the sawtooth tiger, which was rather unpalatable, far inferior to wolf meat, and after a couple of pieces, he abandoned it, while his clansmen feasted heartily. How many serval clans do you have in the Tushan clan? 9, Tushan Wu replied proudly. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by these primitive charlatans, he felt a flicker of curiosity towards the Tushan Grand Priest that Tushan Wu spoke of, wishing for a chance to witness their prowess. Tushan Wu patted his belly, proclaiming the might of the Chi tribe, which could entice his sister to bring the Chi tribe under her banner. Chen Mo playfully tapped his head, saying, under her banner. Does that mean you could ride on my shoulders? Stop it, stop it. You're fiercer than my sister. Tushan Wu exclaimed, covering his head and scampering away. Chen Mo called for Bao Jia, who donned a black wolf fur cloak. Within the tribe, men possessing cloaks were seen as having a certain status. Unlike the remarkable talents of others such as Tsong, Bao Jia appeared rather ordinary, Yet Chen Mo was the first to affirm his position as the hunting leader. Tomorrow, you shall lead the team back and inform the deer priest that we can return to the rocky woods. A few of us will take a brief detour to the west and be back at the tribe within 5 days at most, Chen Mo instructed. Understood, Chief. Are you going to hunt in the west? I'm scouting the path. In the bamboo forest of the Chi tribe, Ling Ling sat quietly behind a little squirrel, which was preparing a medicinal soup for a tribesman suffering from diarrhea. The little squirrel's intelligence was such that even Chen Mo had to concede. It purposefully left a portion of the brewed herbs on the table, and Ling Ling took each one in turn, inhaling their scents to memorize the aromas of the medicinal plants. The gazelle girl realized that this was the little squirrel's intention. After several days of doing menial tasks, it had finally come to recognize her and allowed her to learn. The row of bamboo huts in the northwest of the Chi tribe was designated for sick and injured tribespeople, akin to the tribe's early hospital. Typically, one would not venture here, but after Tu Shan Wu departed, Qing Chi found herself bored and wandered outside the bamboo hut, only to coincidentally encounter Ling Ling and the little squirrel as they emerged. Qing Chi froze upon seeing the little squirrel, which darted behind Ling Ling. But she approached and exclaimed, "Holy beast, what are you doing here?" Ling Ling, noticing Qing Chi's approach, retreated repeatedly to shield herself, asking, "What do you want?" "Holy beast, I saw you." The little squirrel quickly scurried into Ling Ling's clothing. A tiny, delicate voice piped up, "Run." Ling Ling's body trembled as if struck by lightning. That voice undoubtedly belonged to the little squirrel, and all in the Chi tribe, including the chief, believed it could not speak. Quickly, Ling Ling nodded and turned to flee towards the eastern part of the tribe, where Qing Chi was not permitted to follow. Qing Chi could not keep up with the gazelle girl and could only shout from her spot, "Holy beast, I mean no harm." Upon reaching the outskirts of the breeding area, the little squirrel emerged from behind Ling Ling, leaping to the ground. Ling Ling stared wide-eyed at the little squirrel and cautiously said, "You can talk." The little squirrel, with an air of pride, replied, "Is speaking so difficult?" Ling Ling's eyes widened further. "But why don't you speak in front of the chief? Have you transformed?" "I can't be bothered to explain. I am not in a transformed state. Listen closely, little one," the little squirrel said, hands behind its back and a serious expression gracing its face, though its voice resembled that of a young girl just learning to speak, creating a stark contrast. Ling Ling swallowed hard, kneeling and nodding repeatedly. The little squirrel, still with hands behind its back, warned, "You must not tell anyone about this, including that Chen Mo fellow." The girl hesitated, as she always prioritized the chief above all else. The little squirrel, sensing her inner conflict, added, "Chen Mo wants you to learn sorcery from me. If you wish to learn, you must heed my words." Ling Ling felt torn, but the little squirrel softly urged, "Surely you don't wish to disappoint the chief." The girl nodded, and the little squirrel, pleased, said, "Just follow my instructions." "All right. Is sorcery the same as medicine?" the gazelle girl asked inquisitively. The little squirrel nodded. "That fellow names it medicine. We call it sorcery. Now is not the time for such discussions. That woman from the Qing tribe recognized me, and you must find a way to make her believe she was mistaken." "Huh. Foolish. Just find someone from the Squirrel Ear clan to impersonate." "Where am I to find a Squirrel Ear clansman?" The gazelle girl felt troubled. The little squirrel began to pace. "Forget it. I'll go find that foolish bear." In the forest to the west, 2 days' journey from the rocky woods, Chen Mo gazed upward at the towering vegetation before him, marveling at the wondrous handiwork of nature's creator. A party of 7 had traveled for 2 days and found their path obstructed by the dense forest before them. The volcanic eruption site mentioned by Lu Ming and the others was farther than anticipated. Chen Mo was reluctant to lead his clansmen into the primordial forest, fraught with peril. Even armed with modern weaponry, they could not recklessly venture forth. "Let us head north and see if there is a path beneath the ancestral mountain," Chen Mo declared, unwilling to concede defeat. Tu Shan Wu yawned. "Mo, we've been walking for a long time today. Let us rest a while." Chen Mo surveyed the weary faces of his clansmen and nodded in agreement. "Let us set up camp." Camp it is. 3 animal skin tents were swiftly erected, and as darkness enveloped the forest, unsettling sounds occasionally echoed from the shadowy woods, instilling a sense of unease in Chen Mo. Tu Shan Wu draped his arm across Chen Mo's shoulders and remarked, "Your tribe lacks for food. Why venture to such a frigid place?" "One must remain vigilant even in times of peace," Chen Mo replied succinctly. Tu Shan Wu casually tossed a bone into the underbrush near the forest. "I don't understand. It's even harder to decipher than my sister's ritualistic language." Chen Mo pushed Tu Shan Wu aside. "There is something I'm quite curious about. Does your Tu Shan Fox clan possess illusionary arts?" "Illusions?" Tu Shan Wu asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Chen Mo struggled to explain, and Tu Shan Wu suddenly realized, his gaze scanning Chen Mo from head to toe. He recalled his sister mentioning that Chen Mo had assisted her, which surely meant he had witnessed it firsthand. His eyes flickered as he pondered how to respond. "Chen Mo, noticing his hesitation, became irritated and tugged at his fox ears. Speak quickly. Wait, I'll tell you. What you refer to as illusions is actually a form of sorcery. Sorcery? Chen Mo's curiosity piqued further. Aren't you adept in sorcery? Why are you asking me? Tu Shan-Wu swatted Chen Mo's hand away, rubbing his fox ears in annoyance. For he had seen Chen Mo tend to his clansman's wounds. In the early days of human civilization, during the primitive to Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, there was no distinction between sorcerers and healers. Chen Mo recalled this, saying, and sighed in relief, that fox likely utilized some substance, perhaps a plant or mineral powder, to induce a state of hallucination, and he remembered that alluring fragrance. As the thought crossed his mind, the scent seemed to dance at his nostrils. Wait, Chen Mo suddenly realized. But it was too late. The figures of Tu Shan-Wu and his companions had already collapsed around him. Chen Mo swayed in place, his vision blurring. And as his consciousness began to fade, he saw several silhouettes drawing closer. When Chen Mo regained consciousness, he found himself suspended beneath a giant tree, alongside his clansmen and Tu Shan-Wu, all stripped of their garments, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Looking down, he observed that the ground was devoid of any individuals, save for a pile of flickering bonfire, beside which lay their weapons, along with animal hides and garments for tent construction. Hearing a noise above, he lifted his gaze to behold several dome-like structures nestled among the branches, where his eyes fortuitously met those of a frail boy swathed in animal skins. Chen Mo was unable to discern the shape of the boy's ears, leaving him uncertain of his lineage. The sensation of being suspended was uncomfortable, especially in the late winter chill. He whistled in an attempt to rouse his fellow tribesmen beside him. With a soft whistle, the boy perched on the branch mimicked Chen Mo's call. Realizing his efforts to awaken his companions were in vain, Chen Mo turned his attention to the small figure above, seeking to gauge the situation. Hey, can you understand my words? The boy shook his head, not able to speak. Yet you shake your head, Chen Mo thought in frustration. We merely came to investigate the reason behind the beast tide, with no intention of trespassing on your territory. The boy remained silent, appearing conflicted, but ultimately refrained from speaking. With a sense of resignation, Chen Mo glanced at the vines binding his wrists, gradually shifting his body in an attempt to jolt Tu Shan-Wu awake. From the depths of the jungle, a series of beastly roars echoed. The boy raised his gaze toward the west, his face etched with worry. Yet he remained motionless on the branch, fixated on Chen Mo and his group. At last, Chen Mo's foot successfully nudged Tu Shan-Wu's rear, causing him to slowly awaken. Upon realizing he was suspended in midair, a shriek escaped his lips, immediately followed by a clump of mud striking his face. Ugh! Tu Shan-Wu cursed in frustration. But his limited vocabulary left him at a loss. The taste of earth filled his mouth as he heard Chen Mo's voice admonishing him. Stop shouting. Calm down. Turning to see Chen Mo's grim expression, Tu Shan-Wu collected himself, observing their surroundings and realizing their predicament. Mo, have we been captured? Chen Mo felt somewhat speechless. Thinking it was obvious. Relying on Tu Shan-Wu for insight was futile. He directed his gaze to the figure crouched on the branch. Tu Shan-Wu. Can you discern what tribe they belong to? Tu Shan-Wu squinted, focusing on the direction Chen Mo indicated. After a moment, he exclaimed, the Lost Tribe. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. What Lost Tribe? Tu Shan-Wu's body trembled. In the murals of the ancestral cave, the 11 ancestral shamans emerged from the forest, leading the totemic sacrifices of the 100 tribes, with the tribes transforming into beasts, enabling survival on this land. What connection do the Lost Tribe and we share? Chen Mo had never heard the priestesses Lu Nu and Song mention such a thing. A sister, Tu Shan-Wu hesitated. Chen Mo clenched his teeth, growling. We're about to die. Hurry up and speak. The sister spoke of the 12 ancestral shamans, one of whom was hidden and is the ancestor of the Lost Tribe. Adept in sorcery. The 11 ancestral shamans tore apart his body, distributing the flesh and blood among the tribes, Tu Shan-Wu concluded. Chen Mo's heart sank to the depths. They had killed the elder of the Lost Tribe. Was there not a deep-seated enmity between the Beast-Ear tribe and the Lost Tribe? He had not anticipated such misfortune. Merely venturing out for a stroll and stumbling into this dire situation. Mo, we're doomed. The Lost Tribe is ruthless. They crave the flesh and blood of our Beast-Ear tribe. If they capture us, we will surely be devoured. Silence. Don't make a sound. I will find a way. Chen Mo replied, lowering his voice. Tu Shan-Wu's eyes brightened as he nearly forgot he could transform. However, upon attempting, he discovered he could not, falling short at a critical moment. Chen Mo lamented, as the sounds of beastly roars grew increasingly distinct. The other tribesmen beside him began to awaken, appearing more composed than Tu Shan-Wu, all hoping their leader could devise a means of escape. A bear's roar reverberated, causing Chen Mo and the others to wince in pain. They turned their attention toward the source of the sound. Witnessing a group of individuals armed with bone clubs retreating from the shadowy jungle, battling against several massive brown bears. A long-haired man wielding a bone spear charged out from the darkness, pursued relentlessly by a black tiger. He rolled sideways to evade, scrambling toward the bonfire, brandishing a torch as he faced the oncoming black tiger. One by one, others retreated to the bonfire's vicinity, surrounded by the howls of wolves and roars of tigers. The Lost Tribe's ranks, numbering over 30, were nearly all injured. At this moment, Chen Mo finally discerned their ears. They were unmistakably not of the beast ear variety, lacking fur and possessing flesh-colored, pointed ears that reminded him of the elven race from Western fantasy novels on Earth, albeit smaller. For a fleeting moment, he mistook them for humans. The beast horde stirred restlessly, deterred only by the flames yet unwilling to relinquish their considerable advantage. The Lost Tribe's morale was waning. Their fighting spirit extinguished, and many hands clutching bone clubs trembled. At that moment, a song echoed from above. He glanced up to see the small boy standing, his voice trembling as he sang the battle song of their tribe. It was not in the tongue of the 100 tribes, but rather in a rough and difficult-to-understand dialect. Soon, voices belonging to women and children emanated from the small tree houses, the sound of bone clubs striking tree trunks accompanying the sorrowful, ancient melody that reverberated through the forest. The men of the Lost Tribe on the ground began to pound their chests in rhythm with the song, thudding in unison. As the long-haired man at the forefront hurled his torch at the black tiger before him, the 30 desperate and indignant members of the Lost Tribe charged at the ferocious beast. Yet, their numbers were too few, initially buoyed by the spirit of fighting against death. As time passed, more were torn apart by sharp fangs and claws that pierced their chests. The beasts held the upper hand. Chen Mo looked up to find the singing boy above him on the branch, calling out, "Release us, and we can assist you." The long-haired boy turned his head away. With his keen night vision, Chen Mo finally noticed the boy's pure white pupils and the 3 streaks of blood-red paint on either side of his cheeks. The boy hesitated as he met Chen Mo's gaze. The tribe leader had warned against trusting the beast-ear people. Sensing the boy's uncertainty, Chen Mo urged, "Those beasts will not spare anyone. Let us go. We can draw their attention." No response came. Chen Mo felt a surge of impatience, assuming the boy lacked the intellect to comprehend his plea. Then, he heard a scream and turned to see the long-haired man had his arm bitten off by the black tiger. Yet the man managed to stab the beast in the eye with the splintered tip of his bone spear. Once more, Chen Mo looked up to persuade, only to find the boy had descended to his position, swiftly drawing a bone knife to sever the vines binding him. With a sharp snap, the vines broke, and Chen Mo fell to the ground. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the bonfire, sliding down to where the tribe's belongings were piled. He discovered his wrists were still bound. Fortunately, Tu Shan Wu and a few others soon joined him. He picked up a bronze dagger with both hands and freed Tu Shan Wu and the others, who then assisted him in cutting the remaining vines. The group quickly gathered their equipment, leaving behind their bamboo tubes and animal skins. Instinctively, the tribesmen armed themselves with bronze spears and round shields, encircling Chen Mo and Tu Shan Wu. 2 bloodied gray wolves, having discovered their fresh prey, lunged at them. A flurry of bronze spears pierced the air, and 2 gray wolves fell to the ground, howling in agony. "Mo, now's our chance to escape," Tu Shan Wu shouted. At this moment, the Lost Tribe had suffered heavy casualties, with some figures in the trees descending, wielding bone clubs and spears, mostly frail women joining the fray. "Mo, they possess sorcery. If we aid them," Tu Shan Wu began, his voice filled with urgency. Tu Shan Wu was right. "Let us go." Chen Mo led the charge toward an area less infested with beasts. To their surprise, the ferocious creatures seemed disinterested in their group, with few beasts obstructing their escape. The weapons in the hands of the tribe were sharp and lethal. Chen Mo, flanked by 2 shield bearers, forged ahead, while 2 archers behind him unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows, each one finding its mark in the ferocious beasts that dared to obstruct their path. In the fleeting moment before vanishing into the darkness, Chen Mo cast a glance back at the boy perched in the tree, who was also gazing at him. Their eyes met once more, and Chen Mo discerned neither disappointment nor resentment. Instead, he felt a twinge of solace mingled with profound sorrow. He understood that his words held no significance for the boy, who did not believe he would come to his aid. It was merely an act of allowing them to escape. The young boy withdrew his gaze, grasping a bone dagger, and leapt from the tree, followed closely by a dozen other half-grown children. The women of the Lost Tribe shielded the children in their midst, choosing to face death first. Even if they were to be toppled or their chests ripped open, they would drive their daggers into the bodies of the beasts or provoke a cacophony of roars in their final moments. The ground was a morass of blood and flesh. The fierce creatures, met with the desperate resistance of the Lost Tribe, had suffered significant casualties. But the remaining beasts were few and still far too formidable for the frail and elderly of the tribe to contend with. The blood-soaked gray wolf, driven mad by its injuries, tore into a woman, ripping her chest apart with a single claw, Her scream was stifled as she collapsed to the side. As the campfire dwindled, the cold wind carried the flickering embers skyward, landing on the boy's face. He bit his lip tightly, clutching his dagger, and witnessed the gray wolf pounce on another victim, crushing their throat and feasting upon the woman's flesh. With a defiant growl, he tightened his grip on the dagger and charged forward. The gray wolf suddenly lifted its head, revealing a ghastly visage, blood dripping from its maw. Its eyes, bloodshot and devoid of any semblance of emotion, locked onto the approaching boy, and it surged forward, eager to savor tender flesh. The boy closed his eyes and thrust the dagger forth. There was no pain. Instead, he felt the warmth of liquid cascading onto his face. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find the gray wolf, its crimson eyes wide with shock, halted before him. The dagger was embedded in its forehead, while a long spear protruded from its mouth, blood flowing down the shaft. The boy turned to see a man with wolf ears standing beside him, one hand raised, gripping the spear's end. His face was obscured by a piece of burlap, but those familiar eyes belonged to the wolf-eared man who had fled earlier. Chapter 68. The past is indistinct. Swish, swish, swish. A few beasts, noticing the commotion, charged toward them, and the sound of arrows whizzing past broke the boy from his stupor. Chen Mo stepped forward and scooped the boy up in a tight embrace, turning to flee. The boy struggled fiercely. The bravery he had displayed earlier had drained his strength. His attempts to break free were futile, and through tear-blurred vision and the dim flicker of firelight, he saw the silhouettes of his kin falling one by one. The archers of the tribe provided cover as the others retreated, and Tu Shan-Wu, who was close beside Chen Mo, was suddenly gripped by a woman who clung to her leg. Looking down, Tu Shan-Wu saw a blood-soaked woman cradling a wailing child. Without a moment to think, she took the child into her arms. The woman's lips twitched, blood seeping from her mouth, yet the gratitude in her eyes was unmistakable as she released her hold. There were only 7 of them, and they could not entirely change the tides of battle. Chen Mo could only rescue the boy and flee with him. As dawn broke, a pale light spread across the sky. The silver-haired boy sat dazed beneath a tree, cradling a sleeping infant in his arms, oblivious to the jerky meat Chen Mo offered. Tu Shan-Wu returned with 2 others and confirmed their direction. Chen Mo nodded, looking at the boy and speaking, "If you remain here alone with the infant, both of you will perish. Come with us." The boy's eyes regained their focus as he looked up at Chen Mo and then at the spear in his hand, still stained with beast blood. He seemed to ponder this for a moment. Finally, he uttered a single word, "Okay." This encounter had stripped Chen Mo of his desire for exploration, and he led the group eastward. On the following evening, Chen Mo offered the infant a bit of warm water, hoping she could endure until the group returned to the rocky forest. He had seen reports of abandoned infants who survived for 2 or 3 days without sustenance, but those were rare cases. After their escape, Tu Shan-Wu remained in a state of anxious disquiet. Upon witnessing Chen Mo hand the child to the boy of the lost tribe, he approached. "Mo, are you really taking them to the tribe?" Tu Shan-Wu asked, his fox ears betraying his conflicted emotions. Chen Mo, irritated by the riddle-like nature of Tu Shan-Wu's inquiries, replied with impatience, "Just speak plainly." Tu Shan-Wu cast a glance at the boy not far away and lowered his voice. Long ago, the 11 ancestral shaman leaders of the Beast-Ear tribe confined the lost tribe within the sinful forest, forbidding their exit. Any who ventured out would surely bring calamity. I had no idea the sinful forest was so close to your tribe. Before Chen Mo could respond, the boy had somehow appeared at their side, his face alight with indignation. "It was our own choice, you filthy and foolish beast-eared people." Tu Shan-Wu cleared his throat awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I only heard my sister speak of it. I do not know the full story." Chen Mo, being of the Beast-Ear tribe himself, felt no offense, but was intrigued by the lost tribe's reasons for remaining there, especially considering that the beasts within that forest were far more formidable than those outside. The boy, one arm cradling the infant and the other clenched into a fist, had tears glistening in his eyes, yet his expression was resolute. "We survived to slay those beasts, to prevent them from ravaging the earth and all its creatures. This is our ancestors' legacy. We call ourselves the Lost Tribe. Not the sinful tribe you filthy foxes speak of. We are innocent. You are the guilty ones." Chen Mo and Tu Shan-Wu were taken aback by the boy's fervor. Especially Tu Shan-Wu, who fell silent. His sister had not conveyed this perspective, but the young lad did not seem to be lying. Even recorded histories often concealed truths. How much was truly known was a mystery, especially in this primitive age where tales were passed down orally, leaving the authenticity to be known only by the land itself. While the heavens remained silent. "Even if what you say is true, you still use sorcery to ensnare us, intending to devour us." Tu Shan-Wu found a retort. The boy spat in disdain. "You beast-eared people are the ones who would be devoured by the beasts had it not been for us." Tu Shan-Wu was poised to argue further, but was silenced as Chen Mo placed a hand over his mouth. "Enough," he said. He does not seem to be lying. That infant is not yours to claim. Though Tu Shan Wu's pride resisted, his instinctive actions could not hide the kindness within him. Chen Mo was unfamiliar with the concept of a poisonous wind, but in the primordial jungle, where miasma flourished, anything was possible. Henceforth, he would hold a sense of reverence for the ancient trees of the forest. After confirming with Tu Shan Wu that only a few individuals among the ancient tribes, like the Tu Shan Fox tribe, knew the rumors surrounding the lost tribe, he resolved to bring the boy back with him. He felt an inexplicable fondness for this lost tribe, as they had saved him twice. He was not a great benefactor, but he sought to act with a clear conscience and could not abandon the boy. Upon returning to the rocky forest, Chen Mo encountered the deer maiden and others who were still in the process of rebuilding their home. Lu Ming and Hu Gong had brought a few members of the Qi tribe, as Chun Yu had ordered them to assist. Chen Mo arranged for a lactating woman from the deer ear tribe to feed the infant from the lost tribe. Fortunately, there were two newly mothered women among the deer ear tribe. The deer maiden and her kin were oblivious to the situation of the lost tribe, merely finding their ears peculiar and assuming they belonged to a rare and unfamiliar group. Beneath the cloak of night, atop a massive stone, the deer maiden lay comfortably in Chun Mo's embrace. Most of the deer ear tribe had fallen asleep, and even upon seeing the priestess nestled in the chief's arms, they chose to feign ignorance. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "The stars," Chen Mo replied softly. "Are they beautiful?" "Yes, they're soft and..." Cough, cough. "Beautiful." Chen Mo chuckled awkwardly, his hand caught under the deer maiden's gentle restraint, preventing him from moving it about. Chen Mo, adopting a serious demeanor, remarked that the stars could be used to determine direction. "I have observed that particular star for quite some time. It consistently appears in the northern sky, even amidst nights when the moonlight is faint or when wispy clouds shroud the heavens. Its brilliance remains undiminished, unyielding to concealment." The doe nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chen Mo, lowering his gaze in curiosity, asked, "Did you comprehend so swiftly this time?" The girl shook her head, indicating otherwise. "Then why the nodding?" Chen Mo chuckled. The doe, covering her mouth in a fit of suppressed laughter, remarked, "You look quite impressive when you speak earnestly." "Impressive is not quite the correct term. It should be described as heart-fluttering," Chen Mo replied. Upon hearing this, the doe's face was etched with confusion. "Heart-fluttering? Is that akin to one's heart racing?" Chen Mo grinned mischievously, prompting the doe to turn her face away in embarrassment, sensing that someone was beginning again, muttering, "Allow me to verify if your heart truly flutters." Nevertheless, after the playful banter, both individuals felt the need to engage in more serious discussions. The rugged stone forest had natural monoliths serving as pillars to prevent a stampede of beasts from forcing their escape. "I shall confer with the fox archer tomorrow. The weather is soon to warm, and we can utilize these stone pillars to construct a formidable wall. We shall heed your counsel. I will temporarily entrust those two children to your deer clan for care." Chen Mo contemplated leaving the two members of the lost clan in the stone forest. This location is nearly devoid of other tribes. To the west lies no other beast-eared clans. To the east is the Tool tribe, and to the north are towering mountains, marking the fringes of civilization. The Tool tribe's bamboo sea is similarly isolated. Tu Shan Wu had mentioned that very few are aware of the lost clan's existence. Thus, for safety's sake, it is best to leave them here. Chapter 69. The tribe's first armor. Mo. Xiong Chu Mo charged over. Chen Mo instinctively took a step back, placing a hand against his chest. Being embraced by the large fellow was undoubtedly more exhalation than inhalation. His gaze lingered on the golden breastplate adorning Xiong Chu Mo's form. "You've done it already?" Xiong Chu Mo grinned widely, patting his chest. "This armor cannot be pierced by arrows." It was the Tool tribe's first bronze armor. Not particularly aesthetically pleasing. It consisted of a leather breastplate base, with bronze plates of various sizes stitched onto it, connected at the waist by ropes to ensure a snug fit against the body. There were no decorative motifs, and it lacked shoulder armor, featuring only a pair of arm guards and a beast hide cloak, presenting the initial sense of authority akin to that of armored warriors. Unable to contain her curiosity, Tu Shan Wu leaned closer to touch it, only to have her hand swatted away by Xiong Chu Mo, who glared at her with wide eyes, exclaiming, "You're not allowed to touch. Let go of grudges. It wasn't solely my fault last time." The fox chimed in playfully. Upon noticing Ban's arrival, Chen Mo left the two to engage in a discussion with him regarding armor. "Leader, we have attempted arrow penetration tests. The tribe's bows are currently insufficient for this task, and ordinary stone spears cannot penetrate it. Only through practical combat with beasts can we identify its shortcomings. In a few days, we shall send Xiong Chu Mo and the hunting team out to test." Chen Mo felt a sense of pride in Ban's growth. "This piece of armor took us over 20 days to create, involving 6 women along with your 4 metalworkers, and it is still merely a breastplate. Leader, I have a thought. For the chest area, we could..." Like before, sew a bronze plate using a double layer of leather. Ban's excitement grew with every word. This was not a novel idea from Ban. He was simply extrapolating from past experiences. As the Tool Tribe's leather armor had employed a similar method with commendable results in actual combat. Chen Mo placed an arm around Ban's shoulders, stating, I have not misjudged you. Your idea is sound. In the future, you need not follow my thoughts rigidly. If you have ideas, pursue them. All the wisdom belongs to the leader. Just don't emulate that fellow song. Chen Mo chuckled. Ban scratched his head. He merely spoke his mind. Leader, we still need this set of armor. The dear priestess has observed that spring is swiftly approaching. Let us first create 5 pieces styled after this armor. And those 6 women will fully cooperate with you. However, the ore supply is somewhat limited. No matter, the pangolin has assured us of her return. The Tool Tribe has only 20 warriors. Achieving a 100 armor coverage is not something that can be accomplished in the short term. This is still a result of the Tool Tribe's small numbers. In primitive times, resources were abundant and largely untapped. On Earth, armies with a 100 armor rate during the cold weapon era are exceedingly rare. Upon returning to his bamboo dwelling, which was surrounded by a fence, a likely idea from Chunyu, he found a small bear wrestling with a little creature. Despite his youth, he held the upper hand against older children. The 2 youngsters greeted Chen Mo, who waved back in response. Entering the bamboo house, he discovered that the little cat, Yu, was absent. Instead, he stumbled upon a rather comical scene. Rabbit Me and Chunyu were squeezed together in a clay tub, enjoying a bath. Though there were only 2 rabbit-eared individuals, the site was undeniably filled with rabbits. Chunyu was playfully submerging Rabbit Me under the water, prompting an exasperated smile from Chen Mo. He had indeed lingered on Rabbit Me for too long. Who crafted this clay tub? Its quality was questionable. One must be cautious to prevent it from shattering and flooding the room. Previously, the Tool Tribe's members fetched water and washed with hemp cloth. But after Chen Mo mentioned bathing, Chunyu had longed for this small wish to be fulfilled. The pottery skills of the Tool Tribe had improved. But Chen Mo doubted that such a large clay tub could possess exceptional quality. Rabbit Me, unable to hold her breath any longer, reached out with her hands to grasp the edge of the tub, exerting force, and crack. The clay tub shattered into countless pieces. With a loud clatter, Chunyu's eyes widened in shock as she gazed down at the stupefied Rabbit Me. Chen Mo, covering his ears, turned to leave. As 2 piercing screams echoed through the room, the tribe members gradually began to accept the notion of bathing, with many starting to prioritize personal hygiene. The ideology of their leader, Chen Mo, subtly influenced those around him. The bamboo sea lacked for nothing except bamboo, when time allowed. Chen Mo could easily create a shower apparatus from it. He hoisted the young bear onto his shoulder, declaring, Tonight, I shall take refuge in your bamboo house. Qingqi sulkily sat beside Tu Shan Wu's bamboo bed. You don't believe me? I do. Just be quiet for now. I wish to sleep. Qingqi insisted vehemently that she had seen the sacred beast, but Tu Shan Wu was skeptical. Having visited the Tool Tribe twice, he had yet to catch a glimpse of such a creature. Tu Shan Wu, weary from his days away, had no desire to engage with Qingqi. The latter bit her lip. I will find it and show you. You'd best not wander around the tribe and provoke Mo. He truly would strike you. Tu Shan Wu kindly warned, having grown accustomed to Chen Mo's disciplinary measures. Mo never cared for the Fox clan behind him. He would strike without hesitation. Qingqi scoffed. I'm not afraid. Besides, I am of the Qingyo clan, relying on wisdom. Tu Shan Wu chuckled lightly, not believing that Qingqi's intellect could match up to Mo's. In his mind, only his elder sister could contend with Mo wrapping herself snugly in her blanket. She turned to sleep. Qingqi, harboring her own plans, had studied the division of labor within the Tool Tribe. She believed that as long as she joined in the tribe's labor, she would eventually find a chance to enter the eastern region. The next day, Chen Mo was awakened by the persistent antics of the wolf girl. He had returned home the previous day and was somewhat fatigued. The wolf girl, wielding a bamboo leaf as a playful prank reminiscent of their childhood, was swiftly caught by Chen Mo, who seized her wrist and, in a smooth motion, grabbed her wolf ear. Brother, I'm sorry, that hurts. Chen Mo, maintaining a stoic expression, released her grip. It's early. The tribe has not assigned you any tasks. What brings you here? The wolf girl, rubbing her ear and kneeling on the ground, briefly flashed an irritated expression before immediately adopting a pitiful demeanor. Brother, I have one request. Let us not discuss armor. I don't even possess any yet, so it's not your turn. The wolf girl blinked rapidly. Her hands clenched in fists against her chin, her eyes brimming with admiration. Brother, you're so clever. How did you know what I was going to say? Chen Mo, uninterested in her act, donned a linen short shirt and a leather garment, preparing to head to the main tent first. Today, he also needed to visit the forging area to create several bronze tools and small items. The wolf maiden stepped before Chen Mo, her expression suddenly turning grave. Brother, I know you want to agree to give me the bronze armor, But Bei and I share a thought, accompanied by the wolf younger brother. This time the wolf maiden had grown wiser. Chen Mo nodded, signaling his willingness to listen. We wish to have a surname, just like you. The concept of a surname had already been explained by Chen Mo to the tribe in autumn. Most tribe members used their species as their surname. But to diminish the emphasis on beast-eared lineage, enhance tribal cohesion, and clarify blood relations, he had taught the children that the next generation would bear their own surnames upon reaching adulthood. Chen Mo was unaware of the younger brother's thoughts. But the wolf maiden's sudden concern surely stemmed from vanity. You, Bei, and I belong to the same generation. You cannot share my surname. Chen Mo replied dismissively. About to leave, the wolf maiden grasped his hand firmly. Then why can you have it? Chen Mo poked her cheek and said, if you want to obtain something in the tribe, you must contribute first. When you achieve great merit for the tribe, then we can discuss conditions. Watching Chen Mo depart, the wolf maiden stomped her foot and shouted, regardless, I will be called Chen Nan from now on. Upon entering the grand tent, Chen Yu and Tu Mi sat like obedient students awaiting Mao Yu's accounting of the warehouse expenditures over the past 2 days. As Chen Mo entered, little Mao Yu immediately hung around his neck. Why did you think to go to the southern forest? Mao Yu confided everything to Chen Mo, whispering in his ear. Brother is unhappy. Mao Yi's icy mood was truly rare. Why was he unhappy? Brother would not say. Chen Mo sat down. Then tomorrow I shall go see them. He had been too busy recently and had forgotten about Mao Yi and the others. Chen Yu began discussing tribal matters. Bao Jie and his team had hunted many beasts recently, bringing back numerous pelts and bones. Take a look. So many. Chapter 70. Winter fades, spring arrives. Chen Mo instructed Bao Jie's hunting parties not to hunt too frequently. They complied, but a few days ago, as the elephant herds were migrating, Bao Jie led the hunt and quickly filled the warehouse. Allowing such large herbivores to migrate away would be a loss. Bao Jie's decisions prioritized the beast-eared tribe's interests. As the tribe grew, the extinction of many animals was inevitable. At dusk, Chen Mo visited the southern forest. Beneath 3 tree houses, several mountain deer wandered cautiously, scattering at his approach. Climbing to a treehouse ledge, Mao Yi sat, holding some roasted dry grass. Chief, Mao Yi greeted expressionlessly. Chen Mo plopped down. Are you feeding the deer? Yes, they are starving and no longer fear us, Mao Yi said unusually at length. Birds die for food. Men die for wealth. Late winter and early spring are the most food-scarce times. Once spring arrives, they might leave. Chen Mo stared at the deer below. Mao Yi shook his head. If they leave, they leave. Though indifferent outwardly, a trace of sorrow flickered in Mao Yi's brows, which Chen Mo clearly perceived. Mao Yi said, you're unhappy. Chief, I'm not. Mao Yi replied coldly, like a block of ice striving to release chill. Chen Mo shrugged. Fine then. Have the 3 Southern Forest Patrol members train tomorrow and temporarily suspend patrol duties. Mao Yi lifted his head. His black cat ears twitched. Understood, Chief. Mao Yi clearly feared being forgotten by the tribe. He was colder and more aloof than usual, keeping strangers at bay and preferring solitude, yet inwardly yearning for tribal recognition. These feelings were not contradictory. Chen Mo roughly guessed Mao Yi's inner turmoil. The last great battle saw Mao Yi and his 2 comrades absent. He feared the chief deemed him useless, causing mental exhaustion. Mao Yi was outwardly cold but sensitive inside. Tomorrow I will have Bei come take over your duties, Chen Mo said, patting his shoulder. I'll return to the tribe now. Mao Yi voluntarily followed, escorting Chen Mo to the forest's edge. Walking side by side, Chen Mo suddenly recalled something. Mao Yi is not yet an adult and does not remember her childhood. You were the one who took her away from her former tribe. Mao Yi nodded. Curious, Chen Mo asked why. During the beast transformation ritual, the priest killed my mother. To transform, they needed to consume her blood and flesh. Mao Yi said. Chen Mo's eye twitched, surprised at the brutal transformation methods of Mao Yi's tribe, akin to those of the hyenas and wild boars. Chief, please do not tell Mao Yi about this, Mao Yi pleaded. Rest assured. Time passed, spring breezes brought warmth, and after several misty drizzles, wildflowers bloomed across many peaks of the ancestral mountains north of the Bamboo Sea region. At the western edge of the Bamboo Sea, beneath a mountain peak, 7 hyena tribe men hammered stones, placing them into bamboo baskets to carry back to the tribe. 2 pig-eared men supervised, sitting on a high ledge with bronze spears in hand. One asked, Chief, what are these stones for? Why do you overthink? Only the chief knows, the other retorted. You're the pig brain. No, you are. The hyena tribe men watched the 2 overseers bickering, but dared not escape. Recently, one tried to flee but was shot dead by hidden archers. They did not know if archers accompanied this group. On the northern hillside, a group of women played among wildflowers, while several beast-transformed giant rabbits happily nibbled fresh spring grass. Nearby, bamboo baskets collected many ripe spring raspberries. Resembling Earth's raspberries, but larger, Chen Mo named them spring raspberries. The women also gathered flower petals to bring back. Chen Mo planned to distill them, mixing with the tribe's low-concentration alcohol to potentially create floral essential oils. Last year, Chen Mo had brought back berries from 100 Cave Mountain. After fermentation, the fruit wine was collected. Recently, he fashioned a simple distillation apparatus from bronze and bamboo to distill the impure wine. After one distillation, Chen Mo dared not drink it himself, but let Song sample it. Song's stomach was strong. After rampaging beast transformed around the tribe, he blushed and suffered diarrhea once. Chen Mo concluded others could not drink it, relegating the wine to experiments. Leaning against a snow giant wolf, Chen Mo watched Song sit on the grass, chewing a blade of grass under the sun. Several young snow giant wolves rolled and chased on the grass, visibly larger by several times compared to before. Estimated to reach adulthood in 2 or 3 years. Chen Yu appeared before Chen Mo, blocking the sunlight. Chen Mo opened his eyes. What is it? Chen Yu smiled gently, bent down close, and produced a handful of dandelions from behind. Chen Mo could react, but saw no need. Whoosh! Dandelion seeds fluttered onto his face. The little rabbit grinned proudly and dashed away, her silver bell laughter echoing across the hillside. Chen Mo did not pursue. Song laughed foolishly beside him, picking up a stone. Chen Mo tossed it at him. What is so funny? Do you have a woman? You just laugh? Song immediately felt dejected. Chief, no woman in our tribe fancies me. He complained, feeling wronged. Though robust, why did no one like him? Spring had arrived. Song diligently helped the tribe find many plants and herbs. Chen Mo waved, and Song eagerly approached and crouched down. I plan to go to the southern swamp. Here is your chance to earn merit. If those hyenas are still in the south, catch some pig-eared women for me. Song's eyes brightened. No problem. Chief, when do we go? Wait for Xiong Chumo and the others to return. Xiong Chumo and Tu Shanwu, along with a few others, ventured to the northern foothills of the chaotic stone forest, where the deer-ear tribe frequently fell prey to ambushes by a rogue group of mouse-rabbit kin while gathering salt and tending to their herds. Though the deer-ear tribe suffered no significant losses, the situation proved to be a persistent headache. Thus, Xiong Chumo and Tu Shanwu volunteered to address this dilemma. After a leisurely outing and foraging, Chen Mo and his companions returned to the tribe, and over the course of 50 to 60 days, the Chi tribe erected 3 watchtowers, one at each corner, with 2 of them being robust wooden structures exceeding 5 meters in height. A circular excavation began around the bamboo walls of the tribe, marking the commencement of a reconstruction of the boundary walls. The chief had yet to decide on the specific materials to be used. For now, they were merely digging the foundation for the tunnels. Once the new city walls are completed, the Chi tribe plans to double their current territory. Chen Mo, not driven by greed but rather by the swift increase in the tribe's population, especially with the addition of the giant rabbit-eared kin, was preparing for the inevitable surge. As spring approached, according to the statistics gathered by the little cat Yu, 9 women were found to be pregnant. Rabbit Honey had mentioned that, although they belonged to the beast-eared race, the influence of their ancestral bloodline significantly increased the likelihood of multiple births, potentially adding dozens to the tribe's numbers. If all went as planned, the productivity of the Chi tribe would steadily rise, and the population would likely experience exponential growth. To prepare for this, it was prudent to expand the tribe's living space, allowing for a future division into an inner and outer city. In the forging district, 2 additional earthen kilns were constructed, one of which was uniquely cylindrical in shape. This was the result of Chen Mo's tireless efforts during this period, utilizing substantial amounts of stone, clay, and lime to create a forge. Transitioning from a novice to a slightly more knowledgeable smith through the fragments of forging knowledge retained in his memory, he recognized that the previous kilns could not satiate his ambitions. Higher temperatures were essential for smelting other ores. The production of bronze weapons within the Chi tribe had come to a halt, with the armory accumulating dozens of bronze spearheads for future use, along with several bronze axes and daggers. Recently, Ban's task was to continue forging a batch of armor plates, yet after many days, the tribe had managed to produce only 7 sets of bronze armor. While it was possible to maximize the tribe's capacity by having Ban and others drill holes in the armor plates while the women tirelessly sewed them, Chen Mo, a man raised under the red banner, could not betray the ideals ingrained in his very being. Accompanied by Rabbit Honey, Chen Mo chose not to head towards the forge but instead made his way directly to the woodworking shop of Fox Bow. His horn bow had reached the final stages of assembly, crafted meticulously according to the standards of a fine bow. Both the bow body and the removed horn segments required more than a year of drying, and with the extraction and adhesion of cow tendons, the entire process would take at least over a year. However, Chen Mo was merely experimenting and did not pursue such high-quality standards, thus shortening many of the steps involved. In recent days, the fish glue at the joints of the horn bow dried naturally, and today was the day to test the new bow. Arriving at an open area in the tribe, a section was enclosed with a fence, serving as the training ground for the tribe's warriors. The wolf girl, her hair tied in a high ponytail and clad in leather armor, was practicing with Cat Knight. Once inexperienced with weapons, this girl had transformed remarkably within just a few dozen days, wielding the spear with fluid grace. Cat Knight, skilled with the bow, found himself struggling against the wolf girl. But his agility and speed kept him from revealing any weaknesses. Brother, the wolf girl spotted Chen Mo and Rabbit Honey, promptly sheathing her spear and jogging over. The training Chen Mo had provided during this period bore fruit, as he had often reprimanded his sister, helping her to correct several flaws. However, her inherent pride and strong-willed nature remained unchanged, and she still held herself in high regard among the other tribespeople. Cat Knight approached. Chief, just in time. Let us try this bow. Chen Mo tossed the horn bow to Cat Knight, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. He set down his staff and attempted to draw the bowstring, only to find it somewhat challenging. Drawing a bow was not as simple as one might imagine, particularly when it came to a strong bow, which demanded significant strength. A robust man like Chen Mo would be more suited to the role of an archer, yet he preferred not to use one. The four of them positioned themselves 40 meters from the target, a grass-stuffed post. Rabbit Honey eagerly dashed forward, focusing intently on the target. Cat Knight squinted, drew the bowstring, and with a whoosh, the arrow embedded itself 1/3 into the target, its tail quivering slightly. Rabbit Honey raised her hand to signal a hit, prompting joy among Chen Mo and the others as they stepped back 10 meters. With a thud, Cat Knight drew the bowstring to its full extent, and Chen Mo noticed him shake his hand, indicating he had likely pinched the bowstring too tightly, causing a cut on his fingers. This reminded him of a piece of equipment used by archers, known as a thimble, which eventually evolved into a symbol of wealth and status. The tribe's warehouse had an abundance of ivory, which could be crafted into several thimbles. Looking up, Rabbit Honey raised her hand once more, but this time the arrow penetrated the target to a lesser degree. After several attempts, it became evident that the effective range of the arrows was between 55 and 60 meters, slightly superior to the improved bamboo bows crafted by Fox Bow. Chen Mo remained undeterred. The bow's body required further refinement, and the craftsmanship was not sufficiently meticulous. Additionally, the bronze arrowheads were quite heavy, indicating numerous avenues for improvement. Having gained some experience in crafting, he could teach Fox Bow and the others, utilizing various types of wood to construct multiple samples, ensuring that the Chi tribe would inevitably produce formidable bows. Chen Mo patted Cat Knight on the shoulder. You lack strength, you must train more. Otherwise, after firing a few arrows on the battlefield, you will find yourself too exhausted to draw the bow. Cat Knight nodded, having recognized his own shortcomings during his practice bouts with the wolf girl. Throughout the tribe's training over the past few decades, Chen Mo had primarily focused on enhancing his endurance. The captive jackal kin who attempted to flee had become Chen Mo's teaching tool, as Cat Knight and two other Lynx kin men accompanied him in dissecting a human body to familiarize themselves with the locations of vital organs, aiming to achieve a lethal strike. In a couple of days, I will head south. Your team will be responsible for clearing the way. Chen Mo's tone turned serious, and excitement flickered in Cat Knight's eyes. After a long period of silence, the Chi tribe was finally poised to extend its claws into the outside world. This time, Chen Mo did not give the bow to Cat Knight, but instead instructed Rabbit Honey to deliver it to Tsong. Cat Knight displayed no emotional reaction. He understood that for the time being, the bamboo bow suited his strength best. As spring arrived, the tribe began excavating the foundation for a large house intended to serve as the center for tribal discussions. The large tent had been temporarily moved aside and downsized. Chun Yu was currently verifying the exchanged items with two women from the Deer Ear tribe, who had traded a batch of soap and animal skulls in preparation for this year's spring ritual of beast transformation. Curious about the Deer Ear tribe's beast transformation ceremony, Chen Mo refrained from inquiring further, respecting the fact that each tribe harbored its own secrets, despite the deepening bond with the deer girl. As the two Deer Ear women bid farewell and departed, Chen Yu stretched lazily, her gray shirt too short, exposing a patch of alabaster skin. The little rabbit playfully puffed out her chest. Have I grown? Ha ha ha, perhaps a little. Chen Mo did not deny it. The little rabbit jumped up and down, the jade ornaments adorning her chiming melodically. Occasionally, she still exhibited the lively spirit befitting her youth. However, upon Rabbit Honey's entrance, the little rabbit immediately deflated. As Rabbit Honey approached the two, Chief, after boiling the skins of 3 types of long-stem plants, our attempts to make hemp have all failed. The little rabbit looked somewhat disheartened. All failures. Chen Mo gently ruffled her hair. It's all right. Other tribes have hemp fabric. We can ask about it during our next exchange. Okay. The following day, Chen Mo and Tu Shanwu returned. Having spent considerable time in the Chi tribe, Tu Shanwu could no longer resist the urge to start using tools. He had come to realize that since his beast transformation bore no combat prowess and only facilitated his escape, he could comfortably embrace the use of implements. In the aftermath of a victorious battle, the bear named Chen Mo reported the results, having pursued their foes to the lair of the Highland Pika, where they vanquished 7 adversaries and captured 13. It was no small feat to apprehend 13, as the Pika clan was known for their beastly ability to burrow. Initially, there seemed to be no spoils of war, but Tu Shan Wu, suppressing a smile, remarked that they had returned with 5 jars of honey, which was certainly not produced by the Pikas. A glance from Chen Mo towards Chen Mo revealed the true origin of the honey. I plan to venture south tomorrow. Initially, I intended to take the strongest men of our tribe along, but alas, one has sustained an injury. Chen Mo feigned regret. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo sprang to his feet, stuttering, "Bear, I can still dip it in soy sauce." Chen Mo shook his head, stating, "That will not do. The tribe forbids injured members from participating in battle. You must remain here." This provided the perfect pretext for Chen Mo to guard the home front, indulging his appetite. "By the way, 3 jars of honey must be surrendered, and I will have Ling Ling tend to your wounds." Wailing like a forlorn maiden, Chen Mo dashed from the tent, eliciting peals of laughter from Tu Shan Wu. Chen Mo picked up a piece of bamboo and tossed it at him, still chuckling. "Lu Ming says you never take your teaching seriously, always frolicking with the girls. If you fail to instruct those girls before summer, you might as well return to Tu Shan." Just then, another sorrowful figure emerged from the tent. Stroking his chin, Chen Mo turned to the nearby Tu Mi, pondering, "Am I too harsh on them?" Tu Mi smiled softly, playfully posing, "The chief is not cruel at all to the tribe, especially not to me. I haven't done anything right lately. Perhaps I deserve a stern punishment?" She leaned over the table, batting her eyelashes in a flirtatious manner. Chen Mo's lips twitched. Her words clearly indicated playful mischief among the young women. With a frustrated shout, he called out, "Chen Yu, where are you?" In the southern clearing of the Nanlan, 16 members of the Chi tribe stood in formation, having been selected from among the adult males to form a regular hunting team. Though termed a hunting party, their primary function was military training, akin to a semi-professional army. Among them were Bao Jie and Song, clad in bronze armor with crimson capes, positioned at the forefront of the 2 lines. Another armored figure, a wolfman named Lang Di, was tasked with guarding the Nanlan. Chen Mo emerged from the forest with Song, while the trio of Mao Yi had set off ahead to scout the eastern marshlands. This time, they aimed to use the blood of their enemies to honor the fallen members of the Chi tribe from the winter battles. "Roar, let us set forth." Song had previously ventured to the south with Mao Yi, and with Song leading, they followed the markers left by Mao Yi. In 2 days, they would reach a place known as Pighead Mountain, situated at the eastern edge of the marshlands. 2 days later, Pighead Mountain turned out to be a series of earthen mounds forming a small highland, having expanded this spring due to increased rainfall. At the base of the less than 100-meter-high mountain, 2 massive caves loomed, their entrances devoid of vegetation, the ground muddy and littered with bones, including several prominent elephant bones, while the skies above were filled with circling carrion hawks. At the left cave entrance, a pack of jackals feasted upon the corpses of 2 beast-eared tribesmen, fighting amongst themselves for scraps. Inside the cave, more than 30 emaciated figures lay strewn about, occasionally emitting mournful cries. Deep within, an elderly bull-eared man leaned against the cave wall, his face nearly devoid of flesh, as if drained of blood and meat. A rabbit-eared girl crawled to his side, and upon meeting her eager gaze, he struggled to muster a faint smile. "Are you hungry?" he asked. The girl nodded and shook her head simultaneously. The old man glanced down at his frail body, his legs and thighs enmeshed with the remnants of flesh clinging to white bones, marked with gnawing traces. He sighed. "Just hold on a little longer. I have little left to give you. I shall die today, and after my death, you may feast upon my innards." At first, the jackals and wild boars would toss some roots and tree bark into the cave, but in recent days, they had lost their patience for feeding them and provided nothing. The girl could no longer suppress her tears, clinging to the old man's arm. "Wise one, please do not die." The bull-eared elder made a feeble attempt to lift his hand and rested upon her head, his eyes glimmering as he whispered in her ear, "I have hidden a piece of cowhide beneath me, if you can escape alive." His words trailed off as the light in his eyes dimmed. His last words left unspoken. The old man passed away, and apart from the girl, none mourned him as the others crawled over to devour his corpse. Outside the cave, footsteps echoed as 2 jackal tribesmen casually dragged away 2 beast-eared individuals, their cries faint, and at that moment, both inside and outside the cave, the consumption of flesh and blood ensued. On Pighead Mountain, 2 figures, one large and one small, were embroiled in a heated argument. "The tiger chief has been gone to the east for many days. He will not return. After consuming the remaining humans, you must depart." A jackal-eared man with milky eyes opened his foul-smelling mouth to reveal sharp teeth. "Pig, do not forget that it was we who helped you defeat the other 2 pig-eared tribes. This territory belongs to me." The black pig-eared man showed no fear. Stepping forward with a towering stature, gazing down upon the smaller jackal-eared man, leave or perish. The two locked eyes, and ultimately, the jackal man relented. Though the black pig tribe had dwindled to just over 20, the jackal tribe was not much larger, with fewer than 40 remaining, their kin having perished in the north, leaving those who returned filled with dread that rendered them mute. Very well, let us divide those people now. The black pig chief nodded in agreement, revealing a sinister smile as he watched the retreating jackals. A group of emaciated beast-eared individuals was expelled from the left cave, unceremoniously thrown into the mud, while several jackals sifted through them, selecting those who appeared to have some meat on their bones. Once chosen, they would be instantly transformed into beasts and swiftly slain for consumption. The 30-plus captives were numb, offering no resistance as they awaited death in silence. Only one rabbit-eared girl lay on the ground, gazing up at the azure sky with tears streaming down her face, believing she would never again behold the beauty of the heavens. The air was pierced by the chilling sounds of battle as the black pig and jackal tribes clashed, their roars causing the girl to tremble. Slowly, she sat up, surveying the carnage of bones and flesh strewn about, a smile creeping onto her lips. The rabbit-eared girl rose, her deranged laughter echoing across the blood-soaked battlefield, and no one paid her any mind as she stepped closer to the edge of the conflict. Muddy hands grasped at her ankles, causing her to stumble, and she turned to see a red-eyed rabbit-eared man crawling towards her, silent, his eyes filled with a ravenous hunger for flesh. The girl offered a grim smile, recognizing him as her kin. She made no attempt to resist, waiting quietly for him to reach her neck, anticipating the arrival of death. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing the rabbit-eared man's eye. He let out no cry as his head fell, lifeless, upon the girl's chest. She remained still, turning to see agile figures rushing past her. Fully armed members of the Chi tribe entered the fray, arrows raining from the sky, the cries of the dying growing ever louder. Finally, a wolf-eared man lifted her upper body, and she continued to smile foolishly. He frowned, yet his gaze remained gentle. Do not be afraid. The girl paused, extending her hand to caress his face. Wise one. Chen Mo, puzzled, attempted to remove a bamboo tube to offer her a sip of water. As the water flowed into her mouth, she spat it out, struggling to turn over and retch, crying out, flesh and blood. No, do not eat me. Please, do not consume me. Chen Mo reached out to support her, but the girl suddenly lifted her head, seizing Chen Mo's arm. Her smile twisted. Eat me, live on. There is a piece of hide beneath. An arrow pierced the mouth of the rabbit-eared girl, blood gushing forth as she writhed in agony. Her pupils suddenly focused, allowing her to discern Chen Mo's visage. The girl, gasping, attempted to utter something, yet the arrow lodged in her mouth rendered her mute. Slowly, she closed her lips, a smile gracing her face as she fell backward. Cat Knight rushed to Chen Mo's side. Chief, are you unharmed? She was not an enemy. Chen Mo's expression was complex. Cat Knight glanced down at the rabbit-eared woman, recalling how he had seen someone seize Chen Mo's arm from a distance, prompting him to instinctively release an arrow to assist his leader. Chief, it was my mistake. You are not at fault. Perhaps death is a mercy for her. Chen Mo gently closed the girl's eyes with his hand, rising with an icy demeanor. No captives, leave none alive. Chapter 72, Mud Dragon? Crocodile. Within the cave, Chen Mo furrowed his brow as he examined a grotesquely mangled corpse. Beside him, Leopard Swift, holding a torch, reported in hushed tones, Chief, all have been dealt with. A few fled. Chen Mo remained silent, crouching to inspect the head of the corpse, its ears gnawed away. He touched the remnants of the ear's base. Inhaling the scent, it belonged to a bovine. Upon hearing this, Leopard Swift also crouched, his gaze sweeping over the scene. Chief, there are bite marks. It was consumed. The words triggered a vivid recollection of the deranged rabbit-eared girl in Chen Mo's mind. He gripped the skeletal arm and moved the corpse aside. Chief, Leopard Swift inquired, puzzled. Chen Mo did not respond but drew a dagger from his waist, scratching the ground. Moments later, he uncovered a hide, which he lifted, shaking off the dirt. In the flickering torchlight, he discerned bloodstains. To be precise, there were multiple patterns. One vividly depicted a blood flower, beneath which a line of blood connected to another rudimentary design. At first, Chen Mo was perplexed, but then he recognized a rabbit motif, with a bloodline connecting to a circular shape adorned with two elongated cylinders resembling a rudimentary rabbit's head. Chief, what does this depict? Words. Words? From other tribes? Leopard Swift knew the chief was literate. Many in the tribe had learned as well, and he himself could recognize the name on his identity tag. One of the few words he knew. No, these are his words. He was creating a script. Chen Mo slowly rolled up the hide, gazing at the bones beneath with a burgeoning sense of admiration. He might have been a sage. A sage? Leopard Swift gasped. astonished that a revered sage among the tribes had met such a gruesome end in this foul cave. Chen Mo stood, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards the corpse, with Leopard Swift following suit, though he did not comprehend the significance of the chief's actions. He merely imitated him. In his mind, a sage was merely a person of greater intellect, far inferior to the wisdom of his chief. Leopard Swift could not grasp the essence of the soul from another world. Chen Mo's ancestors had once included such sages. Individuals, or perhaps a collective who had simplified patterns and birth letters. Those of that era may not have grasped the meaning of writing. Yet future generations would revere these pioneers for raising the torch of civilization amid the long, primitive night. Set a fire, let their souls find peace. The flame shall consume flesh and blood, dispelling malevolence and sin. In the right cavern, Song rummaged for a long time, discovering some fetid animal bones among several broken earthen pots, likely ritualistic tools, alongside numerous animal hides. However, no one in the Chi tribe wished to regard these hides as spoils of war. Exiting the cave, Song approached Chen Mo with outstretched hands. Chief, I found nothing of value. There was no meat or blood as claimed by the wolf captives. During winter, those wolf captives had mentioned that before attacking the Chi tribe, Tiger Leader had distributed some blood and flesh to them, enhancing their beastly transformations for a longer duration. Unfortunately, they had been too lowly to seize any for themselves. Cat Knight also approached. Chief, no signs of tigers were found. The Chi tribe's heavy-handed strike had not been entirely satisfying. The wolves and black pigs here were likely abandoned, indicating issues within the tribe behind the scenes, allowing the Chi tribe to benefit. Regardless, let us lay a layer of branches and dry leaves over these corpses and burn them. Chen Mo commanded, resolved not to establish a gathering place here. Following Song's suggestion, he identified several suitable areas for habitation to the north of the marsh. Chen Mo intended to construct a small settlement, entrusting Song with its defense and development of agricultural cultivation in this location. As night descended, the Chi tribe set up camp atop the mountain, ashes swirling in the sunset. Chen Mo sat alongside Cat Knight and the others, gnawing on roasted meat. This time, no captives were spared. Those black pigs, having grown accustomed to the blood and flesh of beast-eared folk, cannot remain in the tribe. Chen Mo directed this remark to Song, having promised him a few women. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Song chuckled. Chief, there are actually 2 small tribes to the south of the marsh. I just wonder if they have evaded these wolves. Do you wish to investigate? Chen Mo inquired. Song shook his head. Forget it. The path is treacherous, and there are mud dragons. Mud dragons? For the first time in this world, Chen Mo heard the term dragon. Song's face paled as he recalled something. Chief, they are colossal reptiles lurking in the marsh, measuring at least 6 or 7 meters in length, hidden in the mud and water, with mouths that open wide. He gestured with his chubby hand. Chen Mo immediately envisioned a crocodile, sketching a simple outline on the ground, to which Song nodded enthusiastically. Chief, have you seen one? Crocodile skins are excellent materials, suitable for crafting leather armor or tanning leather. Observing the chief's increasingly wicked grin, Song felt a surge of anxiety. Chief, you don't intend to hunt the mud dragon, do you? Chen Mo chuckled amiably, patting his shoulder. Indeed, you've guessed my thoughts. You are the cleverest among the tribe. Among mammals, aside from primates and a few peculiar sea creatures, pigs ranked high in intelligence. Influenced by the beastly bloodline, Song possessed considerable intellect, albeit somewhat lazy. His capacity for learning was exceptional. You really plan to go? To make a grand exit and return empty-handed. How could I still be the chief? Chen Mo thumped Song's shoulder firmly, while the others grew excited. In the Chi tribe, the chief often journeyed afar, and the tribesfolk had grown accustomed to it. Most tribe leaders, or chiefs, like Chen Mo, would embark on hunts with their kin, ranging from a brief span of 3 days to as long as 6. Thus, other tribes employed priests of high status to maintain stability and oversee affairs. The Chi tribe lacked priests, relying instead on a bear and an increasingly shrewd little rabbit, accompanied by a brilliant little cat. Any one of the 3 would be insufficient on their own, yet together they possessed both strength and wisdom, ultimately executing tasks through the little rabbit, who was wholly loyal to the chief. However, certain matters proved troublesome for the trio, such as the sloth folk lounging on the bamboo bridge at the southern entrance, who, under the keen gaze of so many in the Chi tribe, had simply fallen asleep on the bridge. Tushan Wu had previously volunteered to engage with them, but the hefty creature ignored her entirely. The irritable bear, Chu Mo, prepared to teach the sloth a lesson with his axe, only to be restrained by Tushan Wu, who warned, that is the sloth folk, provoke them, and you might just find your bear hide stripped when you return. He stood in their way, unable to drive them off, which only heightened the bear's irritation. Frustrated, Chu Mo waved his hand dismissively and retreated to his quarters to sleep. Tushan Wu tugged on Qing Chi's arm. Why not ask them? In recent days, Qingqi had been racking her brains to get close to the little rabbit and cat moon. This was a perfect opportunity to showcase herself. Leave it to me. I am of the Qing tribe. Qingqi approached the bamboo bridge, hesitant to draw too near. She called out loudly. I am Qingqi of the Qing tribe, daughter of Su. What brings you here? The sloth folk slowly sat up, opening its eyes. Oh. Qingqi had anticipated that he would say something, but after a brief moment, to her astonishment, he merely slumped his head and fell asleep again. Chapter 73. Fishing with Green-Headed Ducks. Hey, Da Di Lan, startled by the shout of the Qing girl, slowly opened his eyes and uttered, You scared me. Qingqi raised her hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Does that even seem like you were scared? What brings you here? Da Di Lan gazed up at the towering walls of the Qi tribe, seemingly recalling something significant, and his speech quickened, searching for the sacred beast. Qingqi was taken aback. She had already harbored suspicions that the sacred beast was within the Qi tribe. The sudden arrival of this enigmatic clan, explicitly seeking the sacred beast, piqued her curiosity about how they had come to know of its presence. Ignoring Qingqi, who was lost in thought, Da Di Lan stood up and strode towards the entrance of the Qi tribe. Qingqi hurriedly followed. Why haven't I seen the sacred beast in the Qi tribe? How do you know it's here? Da Di Lan did not respond. Instead, he reached the entrance and gently shook his head. Qingqi, puzzled, asked, What's wrong with you? I walk too fast, my head is spinning. Qingqi couldn't help but roll her eyes. The Da Di Lan clan had evolved into a humanoid form, capable of walking and speaking at a normal pace. After all these years, they still struggled to adapt to their human state. Chen Yu arrived at the city gate with Wolf's sister and others, unafraid of any ill intentions from the opposing side. As the bronze artifacts of the Qi tribe did not discriminate based on size, the man from the Da Di Lan clan smiled. I seek the sacred beast. All clans require its assistance. Chen Yu's brows furrowed slightly. She knew that the little squirrel was the sacred beast, but no one in the Qi tribe could command it. Not even Chen Mo, who had to plead with it. He had stated that the Qi tribe adamantly denied the existence of the sacred beast. What is a sacred beast? We have no such creature in the Qi tribe. Chen Yu lied, her subterfuge not very convincing, yet fortunately, the others did not seem to doubt her. Tu Shanwu interjected, I believe I have seen you before. Da Di Lan turned to Tu Shanwu with a warm smile. Priestess Wu, when you were a child, I held you in my arms. Tu Shanwu's expression darkened. Many elders from large clans enjoyed saying such things, treating her as if she were still a child. You haven't seen the sacred beast in the Qi tribe. Did your high priest send you, or was it the clan leader? Da Di Lan nodded. It was the clan leader. What do you seek the sacred beast for? In winter, the Sawtooth Tiger Ear clan violated the Pact of the Earth, and the Tushan Fox clan led hundreds of clans in a fierce battle by the riverbank. Many were injured, and our high priest has been poisoned. We need the sacred beast's healing. After speaking, he clutched his head and swayed on the spot, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of his own words. Tu Shanwu and Qingqi felt a jolt of alarm. Having been expelled from their clans, they sensed that something significant might occur in winter. But they had not anticipated the severity of the situation. Is my sister all right? Tu Shanwu asked anxiously. The high priest knew you would ask this. He instructed you to remain here in peace. The man rubbed his temples. Compared to Tu Shanwu, Qingqi remained more composed. She grasped the man's arm. Your clan leader is poisoned. Why did they send you to seek the sacred beast? Many clans could reach their destination faster than you. Does that mean the others? Da Di Lan placed a large hand gently on Qingqi's head. All the clans remain. Only we can seek the sacred beast. The others cannot. Good heavens. He's dizzy again. Da Di Lan's words rang true. Had others come, the little squirrel would certainly not have shown itself, and might even flee once more. The little squirrel, having learned of this through Mao Yu, realized that it could no longer conceal its presence and boldly invited Da Di Lan for a meeting. Perched on Mao Yu's shoulder, Ling Ling stood behind him, vigilantly watching the towering man before them. Da Di Lan collapsed to the ground, his head striking the earth as he lay motionless. Mao Yu could not help but inquire, what is he doing? The little squirrel, appearing helpless, deduced that he had knocked his head and could not lift it again. So it dropped a pine nut onto his head. Only then did Da Di Lan slowly rise. Da Di Lan clan, Shu Qiong. I hope the sacred beast can save my clan leader. The little squirrel crossed its arms, hesitated for a moment, then glanced back at Ling Ling, who understood the cue and lifted Mao Yu. Mao Yu, let's step outside and wait. Once the two exited, the little squirrel spoke. You and the Qingyo clan have tested numerous herbs for me to discern their toxicity. I owe you a debt. I can accompany you back, but before we return, I must meet the leader of your clan. Is it possible to wait a few days? Shu Qiong smiled broadly and nodded slowly. The clan leader possesses a remarkably high resistance to toxins. That witch's poison has merely caused some physical distress and confusion. It is not in a dire situation. Or else he would not have sent you. Just in time for your arrival. I have found several toxic herbs. You can help me test them. The southeastern direction of the marsh, directly traversing it, is perilous. Not only are there mud dragons, but also blood-sucking insects and other small creatures lurking within. Those unfamiliar with the terrain are prone to sinking into the mire, passing through a stretch of desiccated reeds in the marsh. These reeds would soon be replaced by new growth. Unfortunately, Chen Mo did not pay much heed to these resources. His excitement stemmed from the green-headed ducks that Song and Mao Yi had brought back. "Leader, this bird seems to be poor at flying. We can take one down with a single arrow." Song grinned. "Hunting here is simply a breeze, though we must always tread carefully." The primitive era had its advantages. Abundant resources wherever one went, reminiscent of the literature depicting the early richness of Northeast China's products, helping to catch roe deer, ladling fish, and wild chickens flying into cooking pots. Regrettably, the tribe occupying this area seemed unaware of what they consumed. Perhaps their hunting methods were too rudimentary, leaving them to merely watch. "This is not a bird, it is a wild duck." Chen Mo pressed down on the quacking duck's beak and examined it closely. Its feathers gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, not merely green but reflecting a myriad of colors from its black plumage. Before Chen Mo could inquire further about duck eggs, Song and Bao Jia rushed over, panting, "Leader, we found something." "What did you find?" Song gulped nervously. "Over there, in a muddy water pit. There are a few mud dragons. Let's go take a look." Arriving at several unknown towering trees growing in the marsh, they formed a line, their intricate root systems exposed on the water's surface. The group followed Song, leaping along the roots of these trees until they reached the center of the marshy pool. Standing on the roots, there was ample space, and the chirping of birds could be heard overhead, while a long-legged bird perched upon a piece of driftwood above the water. "Leader, look." Chen Mo focused his gaze, realizing that it was not driftwood, but the head of a crocodile floating on the water's surface. Besides this one, several crocodile heads were also visible. Mao Yi raised his bow. "Leader, let me try?" Chen Mo restrained his hand. "No, that won't kill it. Wait for me to catch a fish." Chen Mo called Song over, bound the feet of 2 ducks with hemp rope, then severed their necks and tossed them to the edge of the tree roots. He hid behind the tree, while the others quietly followed suit to the opposite side. Waiting patiently, the serene water surface soon rippled with circles, the scent of blood indeed attracting several crocodiles, which slowly approached. In the blink of an eye, 2 crocodiles surged from the depths, striking toward the green-feathered ducks at the edge of the tree roots with astonishing speed. Chen Mo was quick to react. The moment the crocodile surfaced, he tugged at the rope, causing the ducks to move towards the inner side of the tree roots. However, he underestimated the predatory prowess of the crocodiles. One of them missed its mark, but swiftly utilized its robust forelimbs to hoist half of its body onto the tree roots, its gaping maw successfully devouring a green-feathered duck. Without needing Chen Mo to utter a word, the experienced hunters from the leopard tribe sprang into action, thrusting 8 or 9 long spears into the massive body of the crocodile, instantly transforming it into a spiny creature. Even after becoming a pincushion, the formidable beast exhibited astonishing vitality, attempting to turn back towards the water. The seasoned hunters of the leopard tribe, emboldened by their experience, charged forward, seizing its tail while others clutched its hind limbs, pulling it back. Utilizing his strength advantage, Song delivered a decisive blow to the crocodile's head with his axe, finally halting the creature's thrashing as it was dragged back by the group. Chen Mo estimated its length to be around 5 meters, regrettably noting the damage inflicted on its hide by the spears. Night Cat, who had been vigilantly observing the surroundings, suddenly shouted, "Leader, look over there." Chen Mo lifted his gaze in the direction indicated by Night Cat, and caught a fleeting glimpse of several figures disappearing into the thicket on the opposite side of the pond. He refrained from sending anyone to pursue them. Recognizing the treacherous nature of the swamp, the team could not afford to be divided. With the bulk of the combat strength of the Chi tribe present, they had no reason to fear any lurking dangers. As long as the numbers did not exceed 100, he commanded the group to swiftly cut up the crocodile, taking a portion of the meat and discarding the rest. Shortly after their departure, several crocodiles emerged from the water to feast on the carcass. "Leader, if we traverse the thicket ahead, we can exit the swamp." Song pointed towards a cluster of trees. "It's getting late, let us set up camp here." As the team emerged from the swamp, their leather boots caked in mud, the tribe members settled down, casually picking up branches to clean the muck from their soles. Night Cat habitually climbed a large tree to keep watch over the group. Meanwhile, Chen Mo squatted on the ground, using a stick to sift through the decaying leaves. He noticed a number of fruits on the ground, roughly the size of a child's fist, with a black skin exuding a foul yet familiar odor. Song approached, saying, "Leader, these fruits are inedible." Chen Mo remained silent, rubbing one of the fruits, which had a hard shell. As the nearly rotting skin disintegrated under his touch, a copious amount of black, sticky liquid coated his hands. "Is this a tongue tree?" he inquired. "Yes, I've seen it before. I couldn't bite into it. It starts off green, then falls when it ripens." and eventually turns black, Song recalled. Chen Mo's memory was jogged. His grandfather had spoken of tung trees near their village, from which they would gather the nuts, smashing them to extract the kernels for trading at the supply store, earning a bit of pocket money. They are black and quite slippery. Without a hammer, I had to exert a great deal of effort to crack them open with a stone. By Chen Mo's generation, he had not encountered the tung tree. The tree before him was just beginning to sprout tender buds. Regardless of its identity, he resolved to take some of the nuts back for study. He had long been intrigued by tung oil, which possesses waterproof, insect repellent, and anti-corrosive properties, extending the lifespan of both cold weapons and everyday tools when applied. As the campfire was ignited, roasted crocodile meat became their evening meal, its flavor reminiscent of a blend of chicken and pork with a satisfying chew. No wonder their ancestors had managed to consume the crocodiles of the vast land of Huaxia until only the pitiful snow-cake crocodiles remained. Leader, I'd like to try that wine from the tribe again, Song chuckled, his grin somewhat lewd. Hearing this, Chen Mo realized that the barbecue felt somewhat lacking without wine. In the deep of night, shortly after Chen Mo had fallen asleep, he was abruptly awakened by a commotion outside. He quickly exited his tent to find Song and several tribe members restraining 3 individuals. Song was frantically trying to intervene, shouting, "Stop hitting them. Cease at once." Chen Mo commanded, prompting Song and the others to relent. Song helped the 2 fallen individuals to their feet. They were frail members of the pig-ear tribe, clad only in grass skirts, resembling Song with their broad noses and small eyes, not particularly handsome. "Is this the tribe you were searching for?" Chen Mo inquired. Song nodded vigorously. "Leader, they are quite timid and lack combat capability." Chen Mo chuckled. "Do not worry, I have no intention of harming them." Song visibly relaxed and began questioning them on Chen Mo's behalf. They had been aware of Chen Mo's group for some time. It was they who had been secretly observing the crocodile hunt during the day. "Leader, they are here to offer a sacrifice, and they happened upon us," Song explained. "A sacrifice for what?" Chen Mo asked, intrigued. Song elaborated. "In this vicinity of the swamp, there resides a colossal mud dragon, much larger than the one we hunted today. Every year, they offer a few original beasts to the mud dragon, which in return helps drive away other mud dragons." Chen Mo was taken aback. He wasn't disbelieving. But the fact that crocodiles are cold-blooded creatures with relatively low intelligence, and that there were beings collaborating with them, was quite remarkable. Song assured him that what they said was true, having witnessed it himself. Chen Mo felt his interest piqued regarding the colossal mud dragon. Noticing Chen Mo's curiosity, Song cautiously advised, "Leader, this pig-ear tribe has a penchant for a kind of underwater tuber found in the swamp. Without that mud dragon, they might." Chen Mo chuckled lightly. "Is that how you perceive me, as a ruthless individual? Rest assured, I shan't sever their means of survival." Song beamed, eager to flatter. "Leader, even the earthly wise ones cannot compare to you." "Silence. Your eagerness to assist them. Are you concealing something from me?" Chen Mo feigned ferocity, gripping Song's ear. Song dared not resist, exclaiming, "Leader, I swear it's nothing. It's just that their priest has a good relationship with me." "Just a good relationship?" Chen Mo's voice turned cold. Song glanced at the 2 pig-ear individuals, and Chen Mo pulled him aside, prompting Song to confess, "Leader, their priest is my woman. And this cannot be known to their tribe." Chen Mo understood that priests often imposed many strict taboos upon themselves to maintain an aura of divinity and mystery. No wonder Song had been so keen on the matter. Song swallowed hard. "Leader, I act for the tribe's sake. They will certainly heed your words. If we could provide them with something, like rice, I could persuade them to cultivate it." Chen Mo couldn't help but admire Song's foresight. He had anticipated this line of reasoning and even seized upon Chen Mo's desires, leveraging the opportunity presented by the Chi tribe to reconnect with an old flame. Leaving Chen Mo with little reason to be displeased, he was indeed a clever individual. Reflecting on the existence of the great death deity and the wise ox, Chen Mo reminded himself once more not to underestimate the beast-ear people. A moment's negligence could lead to a misstep. The following day, the Chi tribe, accompanied by Song and the 2 pig-ear individuals, arrived at a small lake bordered by a hill that almost extended to the lake's center, creating a landmass surrounded on 3 sides by water. This elongated island mountain had a fracture in the middle, requiring a swim to cross. While pigs were excellent swimmers, Chen Mo and his companions were reluctant to swim into unfamiliar territory. Song volunteered to accompany the 2 pig-ear individuals, while Chen Mo and the others waited on the shore. Before long, Song returned with 7 individuals. Leading the way was a woman of ample stature, a rarity within the pig-ear tribe. The woman bore a necklace of bones and wielded a bone staff, her skin fair and delicate, contrasting with the previous dark-skinned pigs. Approaching Chen Mo, she displayed an unusual reverence, placing her hand upon her chest and bowing deeply. Truly deserving of her role as a tribe's priestess, she demonstrated a keen understanding of survival, recognizing the strength of Chen Mo's group, especially after hearing of their hunt for the mud dragon. She was astute enough to acknowledge their formidable status. Chen Mo was taken aback to discover that the other party was also mindful of etiquette. Instinctively, he clasped his fists together as a gesture of reciprocity. Song had informed me that you are a rare sage, and we would like to present you with a gift. Chen Mo was astonished. The woman's voice, if one were to describe it using simple terms, was akin to that of an exquisite young maiden. Behind the priestess, two members of her tribe approached, carrying a net woven from grass ropes, which they placed before Chen Mo. Within the net lay tubers encased in a brownish skin, resembling corn. Chen Mo crouched down to peel back the skin for a glance. Inside, it was pale blue, reminiscent of a radish. The Pig-ear clan referred to it as water radish. The priestess gestured for Chen Mo to sample it. Upon taking a bite, he found it mildly sweet, yet not as crisp as he had imagined. Instead, it had a somewhat astringent texture, with fibrous strands that tended to get stuck in his teeth. For such a small tribe, it was indeed a commendable source of sustenance. In the spirit of reciprocity, Chen Mo instructed his tribesmen to present some crocodile meat as a return gift. The priestess visibly brightened. Her tribe was small in number, and even with their beastly transformations, the success rate of hunting crocodiles was exceedingly low. They were often fortunate to merely scavenge remains of crocodiles. Like Song, the priestess was quite loquacious. And Chen Mo inquired about various matters, including the troubles with the Jackal clan. The priestess expressed her gratitude for their good fortune, noting that the Jackal clan had shown them no interest, partly out of fear of the mud dragons that dwelled to the south of the swamp, which had allowed her tribe to survive. After a brief exchange, Chen Mo lost interest, while Song, eager and impatient, pulled the priestess into the tent, where the tent of the Chi tribe provided an exquisite venue for their rendezvous. Chen Mo and Cat Knight ascended a nearby hill for a vantage point. Cat Knight remained silent, aware that their chief was contemplating significant matters. The depression below was promising, with the potential to channel lake water for cultivating rice and even raising ducks. Chapter 75, Civilizing Time. In the bamboo sea of the Chi tribe, the adorable little cat Moon reached out to gently caress the face of the mouse rabbit-eared little girl before her. The little mouse rabbit, influenced by her bloodline, had evolved into a petite form, standing at less than 1.3 meters, only slightly taller than Cat Moon, yet she had already reached adulthood. Initially, the little girl trembled in fear upon seeing Cat Moon's cat ears, her natural predator, and could scarcely utter a word until Cat Knight offered her a cup of honey water from a bamboo tube, calming her down. Adorable? The little mouse rabbit's voice was as faint as a mosquito's. Cat Moon squinted, her hand brushing against the disproportionately large ears of the girl, exclaiming, "It is precisely you who is adorable. I am adorable." The little girl shook her head vigorously, stating solemnly, "I cannot name anyone. Only the chief has that privilege." The little mouse rabbit was somewhat bewildered. She merely followed Chun Yu's orders to assist Cat Moon with her tasks. Cat Moon was now officially in charge of the warehouse, accompanied by 2 sheep guards and the little mouse rabbit girl before her. "You have no clothes? I shall find a piece of hemp cloth and have Sister Yu and the others sew you something," Cat Moon said as she led the little mouse rabbit into the warehouse. The little mouse rabbit's eyes widened in awe at the sight of the warehouse, which was piled high with animal hides, reaching the ceiling, while mammoth tusks lay haphazardly in the corners. Fearful, she quietly asked, "Aren't we going to work?" Cat Moon shook her head. "You need not. Just stay with me." The other members of the mouse rabbit tribe were not so fortunate. Most had to dig foundations on the outskirts of the Chi tribe, while the women joined Chun Yu's gathering team. Chen Yu, heeding Chen Mo's advice, cleared weeds on the hillside and at the foot of the hill where the spring raspberries grew, freeing up soil space for the raspberries. Lacking knowledge of the growth habits and requirements of the spring raspberries, they could not yet proceed with transplantation, thus naming the hill Raspberry Mountain, and through simple manual intervention, they hoped to assist the raspberries in flourishing, potentially developing it into an orchard in the future. The Earth Sloth, the mightiest warrior of the laid-back Earth clan, had already undergone beast transformation, towering over 3 meters in height, and was practicing drunken boxing in an open space. Wolf Brother and Wolf Sister, accompanied by several others, struggled to throw a lasso around him, pulling from different directions in an attempt to halt his movements. Ling Ling and Ling Zhang stood together, their faces filled with concern, while a little squirrel perched atop Ling Ling's head, chattering incessantly as if directing the others, though unfortunately, no one else could understand. Wolf Brother felt as though his feet were nearly lifted off the ground. He helplessly shouted, "Gather over here and bring him down." "All right," came the collective response, as they all ran towards Wolf Brother. When the 5 were on the same side, Wolf Brother yelled, "1, 2, 3, pull." Bang! The Earth Sloth finally toppled over, a goofy grin still on his face, and began to roll on the ground, tangling the rope around himself, dragging the 5 individuals along the ground. The little squirrel grew anxious and whispered to Ling Ling, "Go fetch bear, Chen Mo." Moments later, a bear's roar echoed, and the earth sloth finally ceased his movements. Reverting to his human form, gazing up at the sky with a silly grin, he beheld the unfamiliar visage of a wolf-eared person who was muttering, "Why did you give him alcohol? That stuff is impure." The speaker was Chen Mo, who had returned from the marshlands. Their group had taken 6 days on the journey back, during which they had hunted 3 crocodiles, gathering their skins and meat. With a rapid march, they should be able to return in 5 days. Inside the bamboo house, Chen Mo had no time to cleanse himself. The little squirrel sat atop Ling Ling's head, holding a bamboo cup, his expression resembling that of a weary elder. Chen Mo squinted. "Could you possibly get off Ling Ling's head? She is your student, not your chair. Speaking up to you is straining my neck." Burp, the innocent voice from the little squirrel caused Chen Mo to widen his mouth in shock, pointing at him. "Why you? What of it? Is it strange that this holy beast can speak?" The little squirrel replied with disdain. Chen Mo chuckled wryly. "Not strange at all. But why didn't you speak earlier? Language is such a convenient means of communication. By the way, are you truly just a squirrel?" The little squirrel neither confirmed nor denied it. "Enough with the nonsense. My intention was to remain silent. There are changes to the east, and I must depart, necessitating a few words with you. They dispatched the Earth Sloth clan to seek me out. While it seems the situation is not urgent, only the Earth Sloth can bring me back, and the circumstances there are undoubtedly dire." Chen Mo furrowed his brow. "What has happened to the east?" "A battle among the 100 tribes. The last one occurred ages ago. Did you not just say something pointless?" Chen Mo retorted, while the little squirrel shot him a glare. "Elders speak. You should not interrupt." The little squirrel's voice hardly conveyed the wisdom of an elder, and Chen Mo, exasperated, raised his hands in surrender, signaling for him to continue. "I have studied the art of shamanic medicine for many years and have found direction here with you. I extracted the juice from the herbs, removing impurities and other toxins. Even the ancient ancestors of the shamans would not have anticipated this. I must take that distillation apparatus. And if you wish for Ling Ling to learn, she must accompany me." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo turned his gaze toward Ling Ling, who was nervously clasping her hands together, declaring, "I will listen to the chief." "What do you mean by listening to the chief? He can be foolish at times. For matters like this, you should heed my words. By the way, I did not misuse the term fool, did I?" The little squirrel interrupted, irritable. Ling Ling stifled a laugh. While Chen Mo found himself at a loss for words, this creature had learned to curse from him. "Ling Ling, if you wish to learn, you may go with him. Just be cautious along the way, but remember, the Chi tribe is your home." Upon hearing this, Ling Ling's eyes misted over. "Do not worry, chief. Without you, Ling Ling and my sister would have perished long ago. I will definitely return." Chen Mo felt a sense of relief. Glancing at the little squirrel, "You saved my life. So consider that distillation apparatus my gift to you." The little squirrel, hands behind his back, looked at Chen Mo, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. "Mo, your apparatus is as wise as that of the fire ape ancestor and the ancestor of the lost tribe from yesteryears, but tread carefully upon the path of beast transformation. The Beast Ear clan has passed down their legacy for dozens of generations." Chen Mo understood the implications of his interlocutor's words. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be toppled by the wind. He was also intrigued by a question regarding the Beast Ear tribe's transformation. Was it a manifestation of totemic power or an arcane art? The little squirrel's eyes flickered with a peculiar light as she urged him not to inquire further. "Do not let other tribes know about your pre-battle speech. You have created numerous devices, sufficient for those of your kind who cannot undergo beast transformation to survive. It is best if you remain hidden and live your life quietly, without attempting to alter anything." Chen Mo fell silent, the atmosphere in the room becoming increasingly oppressive. Ling Ling, too anxious to breathe, felt as though she was caught between 2 colossal forces, her very blood seeming to halt. A piece of animal hide was placed on the table, its bloodstained patterns darkening over time. This was a relic left by a sage after his demise, regardless of how other Beast-Ear tribes might suppress it. The moment the Beast-Ear tribe gazed upon the starry sky, the spark of civilization had already begun to ignite. The tangible instruments were mere vessels, while the spirit and thought were intangible. The Beast-Ear tribes, unwilling to relinquish their beastly forms, clung to their primal existence through gruesome and bloody means, even as they could not suppress their yearning for civilization. "Since you are so conflicted and bewildered, then I shall." Chen Mo exited the bamboo hut. The little squirrel perched upon Ling Ling's shoulder, gazing after him with a complex expression. "I will lead the Beast-Ear tribe towards civilization." This declaration echoed incessantly in her ears. "Ling Ling, I am here. Pack your belongings and flee. Your leader must have lost his mind, rambling on about incomprehensible matters." "Huh, you didn't understand either?" The little squirrel, though not fully grasping the situation, sensed Chen Mo's intent. He aimed to become the second progenitor of their kind. Chapter 76. the exchange of gifts delicious. The doe's eyes sparkled as she beamed a sweet smile at Chen Mo. What is this? From the marshlands, the pig-ear tribe refers to it as water lotus. Chen Mo explained, having also brought back a considerable quantity of green-headed duck eggs and crocodile skin. This time, the crocodile skin could not be handed over to Chun Yu and the others for tanning into clothing. Chen Mo had assessed its quality, which rivaled that of cowhide, and intended it for crafting leather armor after tanning. You always manage to bring back such treasures, the doe admired. Flattery will get you everywhere, Chen Mo remarked. His gaze greedily fixed on her lips. The doe, aware of his thoughts, gently pushed him away, mindful of the onlooking tribe members. Chen Mo looked around, observing many people bustling about, carrying timber and bamboo. Under the guidance of Lu Ming, they encircled the deer-ear tribe with bamboo and timber, erecting triangular structures atop the surrounding stone pillars that had become natural watchtowers. Chen Mo smiled, his expression calm. They were all aware of the developments. And what was the point of concealing things? The doe regarded Chen Mo softly. You seem to have changed a little. Changed? In what way? Chen Mo was oblivious to any transformation. The doe, perceptive as ever, nodded affirmatively. You have changed, though I cannot find the right words to describe it. It's somewhat akin to a tiger rather than a wolf. Chen Mo laughed. So you mean I have become domineering and unreasonable? Domineering? He leaned closer to her ear. Tonight. I shall explain it to you slowly. The doe pressed her legs together, pushing him away once more. Chen Mo, come down. Lu Ming called out. Chen Mo leaped down from the boulder, and as they walked side by side, he spoke. Leader, the deer-ear tribe will construct their own walls in due course. I wish to return to the tribe. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Ming had not returned to the tribe for quite some time. His frequent appearances among the deer-ear tribe were intended for future management ease, as the tribe had grown accustomed to obeying Lu Ming's commands without needing the shaman's input. Leader, you've just returned from the south. Why are you back here again? Chen Mo sighed. I too wish to linger in the tribe and enjoy life. But a war among the 100 tribes has erupted in the east, and living in the ancestral mountains, we will inevitably be drawn into it. I need to locate the 2 rock goat tribes that were frightened away by that bear, Chen Mo. To sustain population, a stable food source was essential. In the early stages of agriculture, the food supply was exceedingly limited. Before his departure, he had arranged for Song to accompany 2 pig-ear tribe members to learn and prepare for agricultural development in the marshlands, laying the groundwork for the future agriculture of the Chi tribe. For the time being, they still relied on meat, and the bamboo sea was unsuitable for grazing, necessitating the involvement of multiple rock goat and deer-ear tribes. As the leader, Chen Mo found himself compelled to abandon a life of leisure and venture forth. Lu Ming interjected, Leader, the rabbit mouse tribe we captured last time seems to have encountered the rock goat tribe. You might want to inquire further. Right, by the way, I heard your woman is pregnant? Chen Mo chuckled. Lu Ming scratched his head, grinning. Leader, you found out. Well done. Leader, it seems you are not doing so well. Lu Ming's remark left Chen Mo momentarily stunned. He was well aware of Lu Ming's cunning nature, and this unexpected comment made both of them uneasy. Lu Ming quickly clarified. Leader, what I meant is, you ought to have children. Chen Mo chuckled, relieved. Lu Ming was indeed one of the tribe's most astute representatives. Recognizing that the leader's offspring symbolized the future of the tribe, he had even contemplated matters of the future. I am well aware. You need not worry. Chen Mo playfully kicked him, prompting Lu Ming to hastily flee. Chen Mo stood still, contemplating Lu Ming's words and finding some merit in them. Suddenly, a tug on his garment interrupted his thoughts. Looking down, he found the boy from the lost tribe, clad in a new hemp garment and brandishing a freshly polished bone dagger. Baizhe, how have you been lately? Chen Mo crouched down to ruffle the boy's hair, who showed no signs of resistance. His white eyes shone with Chen Mo's smile. Zhe is the boy's true name. The Bai was added by Chen Mo, as his silver hair and white eyes seemed destined to bear that surname. Good, he said, lifting the bone dagger. Chen Mo took it, noting its exquisite craftsmanship. Likely made from wolf bone, it had required considerable effort, and the dagger bore several bloodlines etched into a pattern resembling the character for river. What does this mean? For you? Baizhe replied earnestly. Chen Mo did not mock the boy's offering, but accepted it with solemnity. Why do you give me something? The relic of the lost tribe. The ancestral shaman will bless you. Chen Mo understood. During his last encounter with the lost tribe, they had refrained from using the Chi tribe's bronze tools, instead opting for bone tools, hoping their ancestors would protect them from powerful foes. This was indeed the power of faith. Chen Mo retrieved a small bronze axe from his waist and presented it to Baizhe. Then I shall offer this in the name of the Chi. May it witness your eventual eradication of the beasts in the losts and forest and the fulfillment of your ancestors' teachings. Baizhe's expression brightened with excitement, as he was thrilled that the man before him could perceive his innermost thoughts. Good. 2 days later, Chen Mo returned to the Chi tribe with his team. His quest to find the rock goats had not even begun before it concluded, for the rock goat tribe had returned on their own accord. The hyenas and golden lions from the northern part of the ancestral mountains were still expanding their territories, encroaching deeper into the ancestral mountains. The two tribe leaders, having understood that the incidents with Bear Chu Mo were mere accidents, sought refuge in the Chi tribe, knowing they could survive in the southern part of the ancestral mountains. Henceforth, the responsibility of negotiating with the rock goat tribe would remain with Lu Ming, while Bear Chu Mo would serve as an enforcer in critical moments. Early spring passed swiftly, giving way to deep spring. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the ancestral mountains, and the earth teemed with life. Tumi donned a red hemp dress, her snow-white chest exposed, and wielded a bamboo fan as she sauntered back and forth before Chen Mo several times, her pear-shaped hips nearly cramping from the motion. Yet Chen Mo still did not lift his gaze. "Tumi leader," Tumi exclaimed, her surprise evident as she leaned over the long wooden table, her posture enticing. Chen Mo finally looked up, cursing under his breath at the flirtatious rabbit. Chen Mo tossed 2 bamboo strips into the chasm and went to the warehouse to deliver this to Cat Moon, allowing Song to set forth for the marshlands. Rabbit Honey's long ears drooped. Oh, understood. This time, not only did they provide Song with a plethora of containers, but also 10 bronze spears and several bronze hoes, while Wolf Brother would lead a 6-member team to accompany them. Recently, Song had undergone an intensive crash course in basic agricultural concepts, learning to clear weeds and drive away birds and beasts, as Chen Mo imparted all the agricultural knowledge he possessed. Naturally, the Chi tribe had also cultivated a small patch of land that could barely be termed a paddy field, irrigated by the waters of the Bamboo River, with last year's rice seeds already germinating. After Rabbit Honey departed, Xiong Chu Mo and Tu Shan Wu ambled in, their shoulders linked. "Mo, we've discovered something remarkable. Do you wish to see?" Chen Mo looked up at the yellow stone held aloft by Xiong Chu Mo, a piece of gold or rich in content. The hunting team of the Chi tribe had previously stumbled upon small nuggets of gold in the ancestral mountains, which had since gathered dust in the warehouse. "You went into the ancestral mountains for 5 days and returned with this trinket? I have told you before, this is gold, not copper." Reclining on a bamboo chair with his arms crossed, Chen Mo observed Tu Shan Wu's sudden unease as she cleared her throat. "We've found traces of the Mouse-ear tribe, and then, they are remarkably swift. We were unable to capture any." Xiong Chu Mo scratched his head, feeling guilty. Chen Mo smirked, feigning seriousness. "If you're looking for the bear women, you found them. Chu Mo, there are several new training projects recently. You could act as a beast-like adversary to assist them in their training." Upon hearing this, Xiong Chu Mo's face brightened instantly. Mo had not blamed the bear, and he left with a cheerful gait. Chen Mo turned his gaze towards Tu Shan Wu, who coughed lightly. "Those tribes fled upon seeing Xiong Chu Mo, and I had no opportunity to inquire further. Perhaps I should return to Tu Shan and seek assistance from my sister to inquire about the snow leopard tribe. Who was it that boasted before me, claiming the entire ancestral mountain was within your sight? Forget it. I shall seek out the pangolins to investigate." Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. He had far too many matters to attend to, and locating the traces of the Mian tribe would require help, which could only be procured gradually. Tu Shan Wu suddenly appeared somewhat dejected. "Actually, I too wish to return to Tu Shan. I wonder how my sister and the others are faring." Although Tu Shan Wu had been gallivanting with Xiong Chu Mo during this period, she had indeed contributed to the tribe, particularly in the realm of sacrificial dances, where the young women of the Chi tribe had learned quite well. And she had offered numerous suggestions, such as crafting a giant stone sculpture, for the tribe needed a monument to unite their hearts. Chen Mo thought of Qing Chi. That girl had shown great interest in the tools of the Chi tribe, and had been working alongside Chen Yu and her group of women to create ornaments, participating in the washing and dyeing of hemp cloth. "Shall I find you something to do? I no longer wish to dance," Tu Shan Wu said, her head drooping as she plopped down onto a nearby bamboo chair. Completely indifferent to the matters to the east, which were mere illusions, Chen Mo suggested. "Why not let Qing Chi take you back to Qingyo Valley? They should be aware of the recent happenings in Tushan. As long as you do not enter Tushan territory, it would not contravene your sister's orders." "Indeed." Tu Shan Wu perked up at once. "I shall seek out Qing Chi." One of the tribesmen peeked through the animal hide curtain. "Leader, the new wall can be tested today. Let us proceed." In the open space stood a new bamboo wall, 5 meters long and 4 meters high. From its width, it was evident that it was no ordinary bamboo wall. The exterior was bamboo, while the interior comprised a layer of rammed earth mixed with lime and clay, with the bamboo serving merely as the structural framework.